for Lost Valley in paperback, audio, and to readers outside of the United States for the first time ever. For those of you that are new to the Extinction Cycle storyline, the series is the award-winning, Amazon top-rated, and 500,000 copy best-selling 7-book saga. There are over 6,000 5-star reviews on Amazon alone. Critics have called it World War Z and The Walking Dead meets The Hot Zone. Publishers Weekly added, Smith has realized that the way to rekindle interest in zombie apocalypse fiction is to make it louder, longer, and bloodier. Smith intensifies the disaster efficiently as the pages flip by, and readers who enjoy juicy blood and guts action will find a lot of it here. In creating the Extinction Cycle, my goal was to use authentic military action and real science to take the zombie and post-apocalyptic genres in an exciting new direction. Forget everything you know about zombies. In the Extinction Cycle, they aren't created by black magic or other supernatural means. The ones found in the Extinction Cycle are created by a military bioweapon called VX-99, first used in Vietnam. The chemicals reactivate the proteins encoded by the genes that separate humans from wild animals. In other words, the experiment turned men into monsters. For the first time, zombies are explained using real science. Science so real, there is every possibility of something like the Extinction Cycle actually happening. But these creatures aren't the unthinking, slow-minded, shuffling monsters we've all come to know in other shows, books, and movies. These variants are more monster than human. Through the series, the variants become the hunters as they evolve from the epigenetic changes. Scrambling to find a cure and defeat the monsters, humanity is brought to the brink of extinction. We hope you enjoy Lost Valley and continue on with the rest of the Extinction Survival series and the main storyline in the Extinction Cycle. Best wishes, Nicholas Sansbury Smith, New York Times best-selling author of the Extinction Cycle. 1. Tuesday, April 14th. Shrek. I always win. I have to win. It's just who I am. The air is dry. It hasn't rained in months, so I lift my snout into the air. The gentle wind brings the scents of the low California mountains, laden with the pollen of dozens of bushes, trees, and flowering plants. I let the air waft through my nostrils, passing by my hypersensitive olfactory receptors. I didn't know what they were called, the smelling parts of my nose, until I heard those words from my first drill sergeant. I found out that I have over 300 million of them inside my head. I heard them say humans only have a few million. I pity them. They don't know what they are missing. I can tell by the concentration of the particles in each nostril which way the scent comes from. If it's stronger in the left nostril, the scent comes from the left. Same thing with the right. I can smell things that haven't been around for days. A few minor molecules left behind set off my sensitive nose. They called it a false positive when I smelled something that wasn't there anymore, whatever that means. As far as I'm concerned, if it had been there once, it was almost the same as if it was still there. They just didn't get it. My first drill sergeant, the one who said these things about my nose, was named Williams. The American soldiers called him a trainer, but he was just another person I didn't find worthy of my time. I did learn a lot about my lineage, about my capabilities and what they had planned for me, but none of the humans were good enough to swear my loyalty to. None of them, until I met my partner, the man who owns this house. I knew from the first time we met that he was the one I was meant to be with. I looked into his eyes and saw another warrior, another fighter who refused to lose. Yes, I knew right away that he was the one, but I am getting ahead of the story. I was one of 4 surviving puppies from my Belgian Malinois mother. Her name was Cassie, and she was the most beautiful of all the mothers in our German kennel. For the first year and a half of my life, I lived with my sister and 2 brothers. We grew together in play and sport, while our bodies filled out and our spirit developed. I was the best. Not just the best of my litter, but the best in the kennel. My first owners recognized my ruthlessness in all competitions and my ability to quickly react and outpace all the other mals I was put up against. Because I was so fast and so quiet, they called me the Ghost. I was to be feared. My German name followed me when I was taken by the Americans over 5 years ago. They brought me to Texas, where I was put through test after test to find out who was the fastest and who wanted to win the most. That had almost been my undoing, my fighting spirit. I refused to quit. I thought that was a good thing. When they tried to take my things, I wouldn't let them. I would run when they approached, never giving up my prized tennis ball. I can tell when humans are trying to be like me, quiet and quick. They tried to distract me and sneak up behind me, but I always heard them. They move too slowly, and their feet hit the ground so loudly that it would have woken me from my sleep. They spent weeks trying to get me to give up my ball, but I would never let them. They weren't worthy of my ball. I won it. I fought the others for it, and I wasn't going to share it with anyone. At first, they said my spirit was a good thing, that I had a natural gift for searching out and retrieving their prizes of blankets, balls, and sticks. But once I got them, I wasn't about to give them up. If the others were too slow to beat me to the prize, then it was their own fault. They should have fought harder. They put me into competition with other dogs, less worthy breeds. Even the other mals failed to keep up with me. The German shepherds were the worst. All of them were too heavy and lacked the fighting spirit I had. All except one. His name was Apollo. He fought as hard as I did, and if it weren't for his heavier weight and slightly slower gait, he might have been my equal. But I was always a little faster, and he never was able to beat me at anything other than one stupid test. His nose. He could smell things more quickly and react to them a bit sooner than me. He was the only other military war dog I respected. Begrudgingly, he and I actually became friends before we were separated. Looking back, my youthful pride almost kept me from my destiny. I was not going to be bested by anyone, dog or human. Throughout the competition I fought and fought, never letting anything get in my way. But then I almost lost my only friend when Apollo and I were in a competition to locate a blanket that had some bomb material brushed against it. None of the other dogs could smell what Apollo and I could, at least not from as far away as we did. Apollo caught scent of the blanket as we were both searching the Texas desert with our trainers. I knew I was in trouble when he dropped his tail between his legs and he looked off to the left. His trainer recognized his tail and released him to find the prize. I took off after him, knowing that he couldn't be allowed to win. The prize would be mine. Looking back at it all, I now realized that he was simply better at smelling than me. He can smell like no other dog I have met. But, truth be told, I would never admit that to him. That day, I knew that Apollo was going to best me. I couldn't stand the thought of losing, so when Apollo reached the hidden blanket first, I did the only thing I could think of to keep from losing. I grabbed the blanket from him. Or at least I tried. Of course, the stubborn shepherd refused to let go. That's when the trouble started. We began to fight. It was the fight of all fights because we were the best of the best. I lunged for his shoulder, eager to lock onto his flesh, but he was too fast. I hadn't seen him move that quickly before. Apollo showed me that he hated to lose as much as I did. That's when I decided to let him be my friend. I just didn't realize it at that time. I was too busy trying to latch onto his body to teach him a lesson, and that lesson was that I was always going to win. As the two of us grappled, the trainers showed up and tried to separate us. Williams wasn't worth my time, and I easily sidestepped him before lunging again at Apollo. My opponent had stupidly let his trainer take him by the collar. Bad mistake. But before I could perform my coup de grace, I finally met my match. Looking back now, as I sit on the porch of the house in the California mountains, it still amazes me as to how lucky I was that day. I was fighting mad at Apollo, and Trainer Williams couldn't get close to me. I was going to make the bigger dog pay for humiliating me. Just before I was going to make my final lunge at that stubborn shepherd, I felt human hands clamp down on my neck. What? That's impossible. No human could do that to me. The man turned me toward him and held me in a vice-like grip. I wanted nothing more than to tear his face off. How dare he stop me from winning? But no matter how much I struggled, the man refused to let me go. I looked into his eyes and knew immediately I had finally met a human who was worthy to be my match. His eyes bore into mine with confidence and a bit of contempt, like he was saying to me, "You won't win this." He was the first human I had encountered who understood how to talk with his eyes. Dogs understand how to do that, and this man did it as well as any of us. I stopped struggling and let him set me down. I remember being unsure. That was the first time I had ever felt that way. I was always so confident that humans were easy to read and unworthy of my love, my honor, or my protection. Not this one. It was as if we spoke without making a sound, and then he did the one thing I never would have expected. He gave me the blanket. He let me have the prize. Poor Apollo was mortified, but too obedient to make a fuss. The man just stood there, staring at me as if to say, "Well, you have it now, but did you earn it?" I knew I hadn't, so when he put his hand out for the blanket, I gave it back. He understood me, and I understood him. From that day, I wouldn't let any other man handle me. Only he was worth it. "I'm telling you," William started, "he's not trainable. He never lets up. We can't get him to do what we want." "I've seen your training," the other man said. "You can't beat the spirit out of these animals. They need to be rewarded for the good, not just punished for the bad. That's how the Germans do it. The SEAL War Dog training program just started, and we're all learning as we go." "Your training isn't working with this one," the man said. "Anyone can see that." "He's not trainable," Williams complained. "He won't listen." "Oh, I think he's very trainable. He just doesn't quit until he gets what he wants. He refuses to lose. That's exactly what I want in a SEAL, and that's what I want in my dog," the man replied. "Hey, if you want to waste your time on him, be my guest, but I'll bet you $100 that you'll leave here in 2 weeks empty-handed." The man smiled at Williams, and they shook hands. Humans do that too much, shaking their hands. I guess they don't have the nose to tell what the other one has been up to like us dogs do. Their loss, again. The new man walked up to me and stood looking down. He was smart. He didn't crouch next to me to make friends. That showed weakness. Instead, he stood over me and bent his head down, boring his eyes into mine. "Good dog," he said. "What do you say we spend some time together?" I stared back at him and smiled, a dog smile. My tongue lolled out and my lips lifted ever so slightly. My eyes said yes, and so did his. "My name is Carver," he said. He reached out and rubbed between my ears. My black face scrunched in response, and I leaned into him slightly to let him continue. "My name is Ghost," my eyes said back. After a few more seconds of head-rubbing, he said, "Looks like we're going to be partners, Carver and Schreck. I like it." The Americans spell it wrong. In my native Germany, Ghost is spelled S-C-H-R-E-C-K, but if they want to spell it that way, who am I to care? 2. Wednesday, April 15th. Carver. Schreck was sitting on the front porch of Carver's single-story ranch house. The white adobe building topped by a barrel-tile roof was the former SEAL's retirement home, purchased when he opted out of the Navy almost 2 years ago. After 19 years in the service and 3 tours of Afghanistan and Iraq, he had decided to muster out while he still could. His last foray into Afghanistan had nearly been his undoing, a roadside bomb detonating less than 100 meters away. The 500-pound bomb, buried under the Afghanistan dirt, had demolished the mountainside pass on which the platoon had been traveling, but thanks to his canine companion, they had avoided any fatalities. Still, the concussive force of the explosion had ruptured his eardrums and broken blood vessels in his eyes. Carver and Schreck had been running up front with the platoon's point man when the dog suddenly stopped in his tracks and pointed at the ground, nearly a football field away. Schreck's warning was all it had taken to halt the SEAL team's advance. The area where the dog had sensed the explosives was a narrowing of the mountain pass, creating a perfect, fatal funnel that would have amplified the bomb's destructive power. When the SEALs had begun to spread out, searching for a way around the ambush, the Taliban sapper detonated his bomb in the hopes of killing some of Carver's 15-man team. Because of Shrek, the only wounds had been some shrapnel injuries to the point man and the hearing damage suffered by Carver and Shrek. The dog had saved their lives that day, just one of many times that Shrek had foiled Death's plans. How Carver became a dog handler for the SEALs was, like many significant events, a pure accident. After his first tour in Iraq, Carver had stumbled on a new SEAL program to incorporate highly trained military war dogs into the service. The Army had been using dogs for centuries, primarily as patrol animals and, more recently, as drug interdiction tools. The dog's ability to smell and identify chemical substances had become legendary. With the skyrocketing use of IEDs by the Middle East insurgents, the Navy quickly recognized the value of having their own war dog program. But the Navy had no experience training dogs, and they were looking for volunteers for the new program. It had been a time of learning for all involved, with novice trainers educating novice handlers and their canine partners. John Eric Carver had always enjoyed being around dogs and felt that he could make a difference to his fellow SEALs. Born and raised in a small town in northeast Iowa, he had grown up around farms and the animals that went with them. Like many communities that relied on farming to keep them on the map, Irvine was a small town surrounded by miles of corn. The downtown area, if you could call it that, was a throwback to an earlier era of America. Many of the brick buildings that once housed small businesses had been abandoned when a Walmart opened. As a teenager, Carver had seen the little town as a backwater he couldn't wait to escape. But time changes things, especially memories. The painfully sharp edges began to dull. Now, he recalled with fondness the Italian community on the northern edge of town that still sold homemade sausage and brick-oven bread, and the restaurants that specialized in German cuisine and cooked with generations-old recipes. After the trauma of his first deployment, Carver had returned to the remembered comforts of home, only for the Iowa winter to remind him why he adored Southern California so much. He had never forgotten his early love for the farms and pastures surrounding Irvine, so when the opportunity to volunteer with the new MWD program arose, he gladly accepted it. Before his second deployment, Carver had moved back to San Diego and started work with the new SEAL War Dog program, which was how Shrek ended up sitting on his front porch. Carver had spent his second tour of duty as a war dog handler, serving 18 months in Iraq before a final tour in the mountains of Afghanistan. They had been leading a patrol in the Hindu Kush Mountains when an explosion ended both of their careers. Recognizing the unique bond between trainer and dog, most retired war animals were offered to their last handler. Because Carver was Shrek's one and only partner meant there was never a question of where the dog would end up after the war. The Belgian Malinois had been his military companion for over 4 years, proving himself in battle over and over again. Even today, the Mal's drive and skills were still there, and needed to be used. So with the purchase of his home and its 40 acres of property, along with a slew of goats, chickens, and a few cows, Carver was able to give Shrek all the stimulation he could handle. As Carver sat on the porch, organizing his gear for an extended hunting trip in the surrounding mountains, he couldn't help but feel blessed that he had found this place. Only a 90-minute drive from the naval base in San Diego, finding a farm that he could afford had seemed like a miracle, given the Southern California real estate market. Being close to the big city was convenient, but he loved the isolation of the Ranchita, California community. The weather was temperate, the daytime highs typically reaching the high 70s or low 80s. Even on the occasional days when the desert heat reached his little piece of heaven, the night would almost always bring cool, refreshing nighttime temperatures. The dog's black ears were permanently perked as his eyes darted from one sensory stimulant to another, blowing grass, a tree with leaves that danced in the wind, and any other movement that Shrek didn't recognize as normal demanded his attention. "Is he always this hyper?" Kyle Torrance asked. "Yeah," Carver replied. "His motor never stops." The gangly teenager sat on the steps of Carver's porch, staring at the Malinois while Shrek examined the land. Kyle was the only son of a single mother who lived up on the end of his dirt road. The boy had started hanging around the farm shortly after Carver moved in, spending most of his after-school hours with the ex-SEAL. Carver had started paying him a small salary in exchange for chores that the young man could handle and that Carver preferred not to do. It was an arrangement that benefited both of them. Carver taught the young man the lessons of earning a wage with hard, honest work, while the boy grounded the retired SEAL. Too many of his fellow soldiers had given up on life after returning home, permanently scarred by their experiences. Each day, 22 fellow warriors killed themselves after returning from their deployment. Carver didn't want to be one of those statistics. 14-year-old Kyle's boundless optimism reminded him there was hope left in the world. "He must get exhausted," Kyle said as he watched the dog scan his surroundings. "He can run himself into the ground if I'm not careful. That's one of Shrek's flaws. He doesn't know when to stop, especially when he sees something he really wants." "So, when will you be back?" Kyle asked, for the fourth time. Carver smiled at the young man. "Probably about 5 days. You think you can handle the chores?" "No problem," the teenager eagerly replied. "It's nothing I haven't been doing already." "True," Carver said, "but I was always here while you did it." "I can do it," the young man replied, with a little less confidence than before. "I know you can," Carver reassured him. "Hopefully I can solve our coyote problem and we won't have to keep the livestock locked up all day." The previous night, a pack of coyotes had worked their way down from the adjacent Indian reservation and into his enclosed yard, killing 4 of his chickens. 2 were missing, which meant they had been eaten, but 2 had been left in the yard. Perhaps the coyotes had killed them out of spite, or for sport. It was that callous disregard for life that irked Carver. He understood the need to feed, but to kill for the fun of it was over the line. It was time to hunt the beasts down. Neither the coyotes nor his human neighbors knew that Carver was going on a less-than-legal mission to thin them out. Los Coyotes Indian Reservation, just northeast of his property, had fewer than 100 residents living there. Most of the land was empty, except for the marauding coyote population. Hunting on the res by non-Indians was strictly forbidden under tribal law, so in a sense Carver was on just another covert mission into enemy territory. Nothing new, he told himself as he checked his gear. "Cool gun," Kyle said, his eyes pleading with Carver to allow him to hold the weapon. Carver's rifle was an AR-15 style chambered in .300 blackout. A newly adopted caliber bullet used by some in the special ops community, it was heavier than the military's standard round and could be used with a suppressor, sending the .308 projectile down range with almost no sound. Carver made his own bullets with a custom blend of gunpowder and a heavy 220-grain hollow-point slug that could hit a coyote 100 yards away yet make no sound, other than the clack of the bolt carrier group as it cycled another round into the chamber. The click-clack of the metal ejector could barely be heard beyond 20 yards, making it ideal for hunting prey at night. Carver removed the magazine and ejected the chambered round. After ensuring that the safety was on, he handed the young man the battle rifle. "Wow," the teenager said. "It's so light." Carver smiled and replied, "I built it myself, and the suppressor on the end is made of titanium, which is strong and weighs practically nothing." While handling the black rifle, Kyle asked, "So, was it him again?" Carver sat back and pressed his lips together, forming a tight, thin line. The animal in question was a large, ugly animal he had come to call Cyclops, because the big brown and gray coyote had apparently been in a fight and lost its left ear and eye. It was a large, nasty beast that led a pack of over a dozen wild coyotes that rampaged up and down his mountain community. "I think so," Carver said. "Didn't see him, but he left 2 of the hens uneaten. Only Cyclops is that mean. Killing for the fun of it is what he does." "You going into the res?" "You know I can't tell you that," Carver said, smiling. "But I will be going to Shopee, so you can call Miss Blevins if you need to get to me." Jennifer Blevins was the director of the Shopee Boy Scout camp where Carver volunteered. Nicknamed Lost Valley, the 3,000-acre facility was used by troops from all over the Southwest for weekend training and activities. Unknown to many, it also had a back road to the Los Coyotes reservation. Carver planned to park his car at the camp and then hike onto the reservation. Carver nodded as Kyle handed the weapon back. Like most boys, stuff that went boom attracted him like a moth to a candle. Carver hadn't been any different growing up. The teenager hurried off to feed the remaining chickens and make sure the animals had enough water. Carver loaded the hiking gear into his 4x4. A week's worth of food for him and the dog, camping gear, and plenty of water were all piled neatly onto the bed of the truck. A large can of his ammunition came along, just for the fun of it. Plinking in the desert with vistas that went for miles was a treat Carver rarely turned his back on. Shrek remained on the porch, quivering with eager anticipation of the coming journey. He knew what it meant when Carver hauled out his surplus military gear. It meant they were going into the mountains, just like the ones they knew back in Afghanistan. It meant chasing rabbits and tracking coyotes. It was what God had made him for. Carver knew it was all he could do to stay on the porch, but the dog wouldn't move until he was called. Carver mounted the step of his jacked-up F-150, the suspension raised so he could roll over small boulders in the dried creek beds of the surrounding mountains. He closed the driver's door and reached over to open the passenger's side. "Hiya!" Carver yelled in Dutch, the language in which Shrek had been trained. Shrek responded like an arrow released from a taut bow. He was a blur of motion as he leapt into the cab of the truck, taking his place on the passenger seat. Carver reached past the animal and shut the door. Opening his window, he called Kyle over. "I'm trusting you to take care of things," Carver said. "I'll be back in a few days." "Yes, sir." "See ya," Kyle said longingly, his body language dripping with sadness. "Someday soon I'll take you along," Carver replied sympathetically. "That would be great," Kyle said as he perked up. "Be careful." "Always am." Carver left the boy behind with a tinge of regret. Maybe that summer, after school was out, he'd take Kyle on an overnight camping trip. For now, he enjoyed the fresh air, the companionship of his faithful hound, and the thrill of the coming hunt. In that moment, he felt life couldn't get any better. 3. Thursday morning, April 16th. Los Coyotes Reservation. Dawn was approaching, and the waning, thin crescent moon was beginning to break over the top of the eastern horizon. Carver checked his watch once again, knowing two things for certain. The first was that the sun was due to rise in about 90 minutes, and the second thing was that the pack of coyotes he had been tracking was going to go to ground in less than an hour. Several times that night, Shrek had sensed their presence, but each time the Mal had raised an alarm, they had been too late. The coyotes had been there, but were now long gone, their tracks in the high mountain desert dirt already stiffening at the edges, indicating that they were at least several hours old. Years ago, a branch of the Blackwater Group had had a training facility within the reservation called Eagle Rock, which had been rented to them by the Cahuilla Indians. The mercenaries employed by Blackwater had been sent there in preparation for work in Afghanistan, given the area's uncanny resemblance to the high desert environment found in the Central Asian country. Because of the similarities to the mountains of Afghanistan, Shrek found the area stimulating, and Carver could barely keep the war dog contained. Shrek's high-strung nature could quickly lead to problems as the dry air sucked the moisture out of them both. He forced the dedicated canine to make frequent stops for hydration. But in between those breaks, the Mal would dart back and forth as his nose picked up the scent of countless night blooms, animals, and birds. Carver, for his part, hoped to find the pack of coyotes and deal them some good old American justice. His silenced .300 blackout AR-15 was slung over his shoulder, and his night vision monocular was positioned over his left eye. Like Shrek, he too was enjoying playing Army tonight. Here in the California mountains, it was all the fun without any of the danger. His only concern was being caught hunting on Indian territory. Being a volunteer at the nearby camp gave him some inside knowledge, and he made sure to keep well north of the tribe. Suddenly Shrek stopped. The hairs on the nape of the dog's neck stood up, and his snout pointed up a ravine they were passing. Carver froze as well, scanning the pathway created when the occasional downpour cascaded off the granite walls of the mountain, ditching out the sand below. "Revier!" Carver shouted. The Dutch commands understood by his Malinois had become second nature to him. Revier, pronounced revere, loosely translated to fetch, but more accurately meant find it. Breeders in Europe tended to use Dutch or German commands, and it was up to the handler to learn the language that the dog had been trained in. Shrek, true to his name, disappeared in a flash up the rocky gulch. His silent movements amazed Carver, even to this day. Like a laser-guided bomb, the dog used his nose to home in on its target. With no visible path out of the water-cut trench, He knew that if there were coyotes present, Shrek would flush them from their den to break out directly in front of him. Carver dropped to his knee, quickly twisting his rifle from his back and into a firing position. He flicked on his infrared laser and picked out the green, pencil-thin beam that danced off the desert scrub and the rocks that had been washed out of the mountain's side. A few seconds later, Carver heard the yipping of several coyotes. He lined up his laser, using his night vision monocular, and pointed it at the ravine's opening. Almost immediately, 3 coyotes burst from the foliage and, seeing Carver blocking their escape route to the north, turned south in an attempt to get away. 3 quick trigger pulls later, and the varmints wouldn't be bothering his chickens or goats anymore. Less than 30 seconds had passed since he gave Shrek the command to find the coyotes. With no sound coming from the gully, John stood over his kills, looking into the green image intensifiers of his NV monocular, searching for his canine companion. "Come here!" Carver hissed into the night. Shrek jogged out of the darkness, head held high, and his jaws holding a limp coyote. Shrek had been trained to bark once when the prey or suspect had been located, but it wasn't unusual for the giant war dog to take the opportunity to clamp down on his trophy. Whether man or beast, the Malinois seemed to love claiming his prize by latching onto whatever he searched for and not letting go. The force of Shrek's jaws had broken the animal's neck, and the dog held his prize high. "Off," Carver purred to his companion, complimenting its work. Shrek, still holding his dead trophy, leaned in to receive a rewarding scratch behind his ears. "Loss!" Carver barked, commanding the dog to drop his catch. Shrek released the dead creature, adding it to the others. Carver scanned the carcasses and noted that all had both ears and eyes. Cyclops wasn't one of the dead. "Well done, boy," Carver said quietly. "This is a good night's work. Now let's bury these thieves and get back to camp." John pulled out his entrenching tool, a folding shovel he had strapped to his military surplus Alice backpack, and re-entered the ravine where they had flushed out the coyotes. Finding some soft sand toward the back of the dead-end gully, he quickly dug a trench in which to put the 4 bodies. A half an hour later, he had hidden their crime, and with the sun beginning to light up the eastern clouds, the 2 hunters made their way back to the deserted Boy Scout camp. Normally, no one went camping on weekdays in early April, so Carver had parked his truck at the camp's climbing wall. Shopee Boy Scout Camp, or Lost Valley, had multiple camping sites that could offer the overnight guests any number of magnificent views of the surrounding countryside. Permanently emplaced army green canvas bivouacs were clustered in multiple locations throughout the large tract of land, but Carver favored a spot 1.5 miles from the camp's entrance. Nestled on the side of the mountain and facing west, it was the perfect spot to pitch his one-man tent and settle in for some needed shut-eye while the cliffs to his back shielded him from the oncoming dawn. He would get about 4 hours of shade before the rising sun would disturb his sleep. After a trip to the bushes to relieve himself, he gave his dog a cup of dried food while he finished off a protein bar. Within seconds of lying down on his sleeping bag, Carver and Shrek fell into a deep and satisfying sleep. 4. Friday, April 17th, Shopee Boy Scout Camp. After their initial success the previous night, Carver and Shrek spent a fruitless second evening scouring the northern and central tracts of the res. The Los Coyotes Reservation had suddenly become the No Coyotes Reservation, leaving both of them frustrated and exhausted. Shrek had taken the brunt of the burden, charging back and forth as he searched in vain for the scent of the accursed bandits under plants and cactus along the dusty desert floor. For every step Carver took, the dog had taken a dozen more as he swept the area on either side of the advancing ex-seal. Carver had to admit that the mountain desert was a beautiful sight to behold, even through the night vision device he wore, which created a flat green image that paled in comparison to the full bloom of colors seen during the day. Now, with the sun making its journey across the turquoise-blue sky, he could appreciate the patches of faded green creosote bushes that heavily peppered the undulating mountainside. Their presence was so thick that, as he scanned the desert at a distance, the bushes appeared to be a continuous field of hardy foliage. As he focused more closely, Carver could see that the brush was really a collection of closely spaced clumps that left crusted dirt patches between the bushes. Various desert wildflowers and yucca plants found homes in these spaces, presenting a stark contrast to the monotonous shapes of the creosote. These spaces were where Carver walked, and Shrek searched for the enemy's scent. Their path was never straight because of the way the bushes were scattered, making each mile of travel require almost 2 miles of walking. In daylight, he could appreciate the bright red flowers on the firecracker penstemon dotting the dirt at his feet, while the gentle burrowweed, or white burr sage, danced in the warm morning breeze, their masses of fluffy white hair swaying with the wind. The blooming yucca plants, however, were best viewed through the green hues of his night vision device. Their long, waxy leaves shot out from the desert floor in an explosion of alien-like tentacles. What made the plant so spectacular, though, was the single 8 to 10-foot high stalk that rose from its base. The top of the shoot blossomed into an explosion of fuzzy flowers. It reminded him of milkweed run amok, and in the flat green image of his military night glasses, he could have easily been convinced he was walking on an alien planet. "Hey, Squid!" a voice shouted. "Lost again or just ruminating about your poor choices in life?" Harold Kinney, the camp's ranger, was the only other full-time resident besides Jennifer Blevins on the 3,000 acres. Kinney was a former Marine in his early 40s and was responsible for making sure the camp's physical assets were maintained and that supplies never ran low. "Ruminating? I didn't know a jarhead could use words with more than 2 syllables. Only when a grunt or slap on the head won't do," Kinney replied with a smile. "So are you done with your hunt?" "At least until Monday. Don't want to set a bad example for the kids this weekend by poaching on the res." "Not a problem," Kinney said as the two men began to walk together. "We have a bunch of OAs coming in. Got to get ready for the summer." OAs stood for Order of the Arrow, the National Honor Society of the Boy Scouts of America that consisted mostly of boys 15 and up. Most scouts dropped out by their teens, overcome by fumes. It was a euphemism for the fact that as puberty advanced, young men lost interest in acquiring merit badges and gained interest in gasoline and perfume, cars and girls, the mental cancer that consumes a young man's mind. Being an OA meant you were special and dedicated, but it also meant you had to volunteer your time at the camp for weekend cleanups and other heavy manual labor projects. Kinney explained that they expected about 200 scouts, with groups of young men already arriving, the early ones coming from the San Diego area, while the late arrivals were traveling from the Yuma, Arizona chapter. That faction was scheduled to hit the camp's front gate about dinnertime that night. Like most successful organizations, the Boy Scouts encouraged fierce loyalty to their clans, not unlike the military with their recruits, because when it came down to it, a man doesn't usually fight and die for his country. He fights for his mates, the ones who would take a bullet for him, just like he would step in front of a bullet for them. "How's the solar pump going?" Carver asked. "Up and running. So far I have the well pumps hooked up, but they eat up all the juice our panels produce. Right now I've got over 1 million gallons of drinkable water put away, and I'm filling up the pools in our retention lake as we speak. By next week we should be maxed out." "Outstanding," Carver said, nodding in approval. The two men continued their walk, eventually finding their way back to the administration building. Throughout their journey across the camp, Shrek had kept up his never-ending search for critters and insects. Catching these quick creatures as they darted to and fro kept the Malinois entertained, allowing Carver and Kinney the chance to catch up on the weekend's activities. As they approached their destination, the two men watched as a luxury SUV dropped off 4 scouts. Jennifer Blevins was standing at the driver's side window, her demeanor indicating she was none too pleased with the conversation. With no warning, the Lexus shot off down the camp's dirt road, leaving her coughing in the dust. Calling the 10-mile stretch of graded mountain a dirt road was a disservice to the term road. It was best driven with a well-used 4x4, the route having been cut out of the mountainside and leveled to the best of the BSA's ability. Unfortunately, the path was littered with rocks that tended to tumble onto the roadway during storms or the occasional earthquake. It wasn't unusual for Carver to encounter boulders of over a foot in diameter when he drove it. Somehow, Jennifer seemed to have no problem shooting up and down the mountain in her little 2-door Kia. The best Carver could tell, she simply cut around the rocks and potholes in her little rice burner, risky since hitting a single one of those obstacles meant the instant decapitation of her undercarriage. "What's up?" Carver asked as they approached the perturbed camp director. "Let me get these guys situated first," Jennifer said. "How about lunch?" "Sounds good," Carver replied. "Cafeteria up and running?" "Yes," she replied in a harried voice. 30 minutes okay for you?" "I'm in," Kinney said. "Half an hour it is," Carver said. "Give me and Shrek a chance to wash up." "You can use my place," Kenny said. "I've got to go to the motor pool and make sure the boys have the front loader running. I didn't see it at the rifle range, and we needed to push the mountain back." Kenny pulled his house keys from his camo pants pocket and tossed them to Carver. Half an hour later, Carver walked into Beckman Hall, the camp's cafeteria and assembly building. The large room looked sad and empty, with only a few of the many tables occupied. Its vaulted cathedral ceiling was 3 stories high, with several deer heads mounted on plaques above the tables. Large windows allowed the sun's rays into the massive space. Wood beams projected upward to the ceiling, and large wagon wheel chandeliers hung low, casting a soft glow into the shadows between the shafts of bright natural light. Carver headed to the back of the room and into the hallway, where the food was dispensed. Grabbing his plate and utensils, he scooped up a couple turkey sandwiches and an apple. After pouring unsweetened tea into a large plastic cup, he made his way back to the table where Jennifer and Kinney were already seated. She was working on a salad, which didn't surprise Carver in the least. Perhaps 25 years old, with shoulder-length auburn hair, she was remarkably fit and a notorious health nut. More than a few sideways glances were being cast her way by a table of OA boys, and Carver couldn't help but smile when he realized the pretty camp director likely contributed to the high attendance of the weekend event. Jennifer always kept her private life private, but she'd mentioned having a boyfriend in San Diego who she didn't see often enough for her liking. Carver's best guess was that she was seeing someone in the military, probably a squid or Marine given the long stretches that she stayed up on the mountain before disappearing for a week or so at a time to the city, a typical schedule for someone who was dating a soldier or sailor. Kinney, for his part, had his tray loaded with protein and fats. French fries and burgers were piled on his plate. The big ranger destroyed one of the burgers in 3 bites. Kinney must have noticed the attention when Carver and Jennifer both stopped eating while he piled another huge mouthful of seared beef into his mouth. "What?" he mumbled as he chewed his lunch. "I've been shoveling the mountain all morning and won't be done until near dark." "And now you're shoveling a mountain of meat into your mouth," Jennifer said. "Honestly, Harold, that's a heart attack on a plate." "Come on, Carver, back me up. A man's gotta eat, right?" Carver, for his part, dropped his gaze to his own plate and took a delicate bite from his sandwich before replying, "I don't know what either of you were talking about," as he did his best not to laugh. The two of them were almost like an old married couple. Jennifer clearly cared for the older Marine and did her best to steer him into healthier life choices. Carver could have told her she was fighting a losing battle. Kinney was set in his ways, completely content to stay in camp, lording over his dominion by day and enjoying the sunsets on the veranda of his modest 2-bedroom cottage. They'd spent many an evening on that porch, downing Modelo beer and solving all the world's problems. Usually their common answer to what was ailing the world was a swift kick in the pants and 12 weeks at the Paris Island Marine Corps boot camp. The trio ate for a minute or two more before Carver interrupted the silence. "So what's up with you and the SUV?" "Oh, that," Jennifer replied. "It's nothing." "Didn't seem to be nothing," Kinney said, his eyebrows elevated. Neither Carver nor Kinney believed that little lie for a second, and continued to stare at the young camp director. Finally she relented and filled him in on the whole story. "See the boys over there?" She nodded to her left at a four-top table where 2 tall, lean young men, who were obviously related, were eating with a couple of younger scouts. The smaller boys were, without a doubt, twins. "The 2 tall boys are Gavin and Gary Gringelman." "Gringelman? As in the crooked car dealer?" Carver asked. Gringelman's automobile group was well known across Southern California. His dealerships had been investigated for numerous fraudulent complaints, and recently his La Jolla Chevrolet store had been accused of taking customers' keys to appraise their vehicle's value and then refusing to return the cars when the customers wanted to go home, in the hopes of closing a deal. They had finally stopped the practice after several sad but humorous 911 recordings were released to the public. All of the calls were from retirees who had been trapped at the dealership for hours, finally contacting the police to tell them that they were being held hostage at the Chevy store. The public backlash was quick and devastating, but not bad enough to permanently cripple the Gringelman auto empire. That was George Gringelman himself, dropping off his boys and their 2 friends for the weekend. He just wanted to let me know that he might not be back on time Sunday to pick them up, because he was off for a weekend business trip," Jennifer said. She was clearly upset that she was to babysit the young men beyond Sunday afternoon. "Well, that's bull crap!" Kinney stopped eating long enough to pound the table with his fist. "I'll have a word with those two little monsters and straighten them right out." "No." Jennifer shook her head and then lowered her voice. "I talked to them after their father left. They were clearly upset and apologized to me for his behavior. It's not their fault." "Well, that S.O.B.," Kinney hissed under his breath. "How can you do that to your own kids? I mean, what kind of example does that set?" "A pretty piss-poor one," Carver said. "Who were the other two?" Kenny asked. "They're from the same troop as the Gringelman kids. I think that their parents are out of the country." "Any idea where Gringelman went off to?" Carver asked. "I've got half a mind to track him down and remind him to pick his kids up on time." "Only thing he said was that it was a business trip, but I overheard the boys saying he actually went to Chicago to see the Padres play the Cubs. That's why he may not get back until Monday." "What a jerk," Kinney replied. They all looked over at the four kids, who were barely touching their food. "They look pathetic," he added. "You know," Carver said, "the best way to kick them out of their funk is some good, hard manual labor." "Yep," Kinney replied. "Works for the Marines." The retired Marine stood up, then strode over to the four boys and spoke to them quietly. Within seconds, their faces lit up, and the five of them soon left the room. One of the twins even had a bit of a skip to his step. Jennifer smiled as she watched them march out of the cafeteria. "Sometimes that crusty old bastard actually knows what he's doing." "Semper Fi," Carver said, "but don't tell him I ever said that. I'd never live it down." 5. Saturday, April 18th. Charter Flight 193. Somewhere over northern Missouri. The flight from LAX had been smooth to the point of being boring. With just an hour remaining until they landed at O'Hare, James Lawton had to keep reminding himself that he was retired, which was why a former hotshot pilot was now flying a glorified Airbus. During his Navy career, Captain Lawton had earned a spot with VMA-14, better known as the Black Sheep Squadron. While in the Marines, he had flown close support missions in an AV-8B Harrier jet, a far cry from the Falcon 2000 LX he was flying today. It was nothing like the Harrier, which could take off and land vertically. Retiring from the military had not been easy, but Lawton recognized that he'd had little choice. His age made re-enlistment difficult, at least if he wanted to fly close air support and be at the tip of the spear. Flying a Harrier was a young man's game, and his days of pushing air with the Corps had been numbered. So he took his pension and signed on with Mercury Rising, a private jet chartering company based in California. The corporation was owned by a couple of ex-military officers who had become obscenely wealthy hiring pilots like him to fly various government assets around the world. Today's flight from Los Angeles to Chicago found Lawton driving the bus in the French-produced luxury aircraft, carrying 3 clients in the rear cabin. "Our passenger's looking a bit peaked," the naval steward said with a smirk. "I don't think he's feeling too well." "Isn't he some kind of WHO scientist?" his co-pilot asked. Lawton glanced at Lou Rink, his co-pilot, and thought about his options. As pilot, he was responsible for all the souls on his craft, and having an Ebola researcher getting sick on his plane was a potentially serious problem. The infectious disease specialist was being transferred to Africa to help stem a growing hemorrhagic fever epidemic. After refueling at O'Hare, they were to haul butt to Langley Air Force Base, where a transatlantic crew would take over and transport the scientist from Virginia directly to Conakry, Guinea. Apparently, the doctor's time was too valuable to waste on a commercial flight that would have taken him a better part of 24 hours, including several layovers to complete. The cost of transporting their lone passenger was staggering, and that made Captain Lawton very apprehensive. Anyone this valuable needed special attention. "Lou," Lawton said, "go check on our guest. Let me know what you think." His co-pilot unstrapped himself and left the cockpit, taking the steward with him. Lawton thought about calling ahead for instructions, but decided to wait until he got a report back from his partner. A minute or two later, Rink returned from the passenger cabin. "Doc's in the head," Lou reported. "One of the stewards is going to let me know when he gets out." "Thanks," Lawton replied. "We're about an hour from wheels down." Time passed quickly as the autopilot guided them along. They spent the next 30 minutes using an iPad to review some of the new benefits being offered by Mercury Rising. A comprehensive medical and dental plan was an unexpected new perk, and the expanded stock options available for existing pilots was going to make them both comfortably wealthy, if the company kept growing. I guess driving an Airbus is tolerable if I can make that kind of scratch, Lawden thought. The pilot glanced at his watch and turned to his co-pilot. "Let them know we're 30 minutes from landing," Lawden said. Rink grabbed a phone from the console, connecting him to the overhead speaker system, and made the announcement. The two men began their pre-landing checklist, and after finishing their review, Lawden remembered their sick passenger. "Lou, get that steward and find out how the doctor is doing. We'll be on the ground in less than 10 minutes, he said. Rink left the cockpit once again and returned just in time to prep for landing. "He's been in the head all this time," Lou said as they made their final approach. "I'll let the Navy guys figure that out," Lawden replied. "In the meantime, let's keep away from him. I don't want to get whatever he has." Air traffic at O'Hare was notoriously busy on just about any day, but on a weekend, the number of inbound and outbound flights dwarfed almost any other airport in the country. So it was with some relief that they were brought in without delay. After landing, they were guided to their assigned spot at Signature Flight Support, a refueling and restocking terminal for private aircraft. Lawden expected that they would be there for at least 30 minutes, assuming everything was in order. Looking out the window, he watched the ramp marshal jogging away, likely to gather and bring in another aircraft. "Well, that's typical," he said. "I don't see any support vehicles. Where's the fuel truck?" "I guess Rink began, but he stopped at the sound of an indescribable scream coming from the passenger's compartment. "What the hell?" The co-pilot quickly unstrapped himself from his chair. Rink slid the pocket door open and slammed it shut before Lawden could finish his final shutdown procedures. The person screamed again. Lawden had never heard such a primal, inhuman sound before. He shut down the air recycling system, preventing any germs from spreading to the front compartment. He wasn't going to risk getting whatever tropical disease that the scientist had brought with him onto his jet. Rink had no idea who or what had made that horrific screech. He bounded out of his chair, and, after opening and shutting the cockpit's pocket door, he rushed into the passenger's compartment. Looking to the rear of the aircraft, just outside the jet's bathroom facilities, he saw a man hunkered over someone lying on the floor of the plane. Thinking that the scientist had passed out, he began to move to help, but stopped when he noticed a second body lying at the feet of the last row of passenger chairs. He instinctively recognized the sight of an animal feeding on its kill, and gasped when he got a better look at one of the victims lying akimbo on the floor, his head nearly severed from the rest of his body. It was the Navy steward who had joined them in the cockpit earlier. His neck was essentially gone. Rink's adrenaline surged into his system, and the only thing he could think of was to escape. He turned and struggled to open the outside door. He grabbed the exterior door's handle and, releasing the lock, pushed it out. As it slowly fell forward, steps rotated into place, and a wire and metal rail popped up from the right side of the descending staircase. Just as he was about to launch himself out onto the dark asphalt outside, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and an inexorable force yanked him back into the cabin. Landing hard against his kidney on the edge of a floor-mounted table, his vision exploded. He ended up on his side, his lumbar region radiating pain throughout his spine and abdomen. Rink rolled to his back and stared up. The creature that squatted before him was more horrifying than anything he could have conjured up in his worst nightmare. Its mouth was deformed, and its skin drenched with blood, while muscle and sinew from one of its victims hung from teeth that couldn't possibly be found in any human's mouth. The last thing he remembered was the clicking and popping of bone as the thing sprang on top of him. Gratefully, one of its claw-like hands came down on his forehead, knocking him out cold. So he never felt the creature rip his jugular vein open. Captain Lou Rink died quietly, while the beast gorged itself on his iron-laced blood. After a few minutes, the sounds of a struggle could be faintly heard through the cockpit door. Lawden approached the cabin's pocket door and looked through the peephole that was mounted in its frame. He could see someone hunched over a second person lying on the cabin's floor. Lawden recognized his co-pilot's company-issued pants. Jim's brain was overwhelmed with thoughts that ran from terrorism to infection. He couldn't fathom what kind of virus or bacteria could have put his friend down on the ground so quickly. And if it was a disease, then why wasn't the figure hunched over his friend affected by it? He couldn't come up with any answers because he couldn't define the problem. Torn between the fear of a possible contagion in his cabin and his desire to help Rink, Lawden stood frozen at the sliding door, staring blankly through the tiny glass prism into the cabin beyond. Finally deciding that he had to help his co-pilot, he reached down to slide the pocket door to the side, risking infecting himself with whatever had put Rink down so quickly. But before he could slide it to the side, he heard the scream again coming from just beyond the door. Panicking, Lawden stopped and peered through into the other room, instantly glad he had stayed put. The figure moved from his friend's body, exposing its work. Rink's neck was torn in half, the blood from the fatal wound pouring out onto the jet's tan carpet. The figure then stood upright while facing the back of the plane, holding out its arms as if to embrace the air around it, and let out yet another primal roar. That's when Jim saw two more corpses at the back of the craft, their blood joining Rink's on the aircraft's floor. His eyes were drawn back to the standing figure. The person— no, not a person anymore, but a creature— was wearing a pair of tattered khakis. Its skin was covered in bleeding sores, and black veins webbed across its translucent skin. The creature suddenly turned to the cockpit and lunged. The quick movement startled Lawden, and he staggered back into the cockpit's control panels. Fearing the creature was going to break through the flimsy sliding wood door, he braced for his demise. Closing his eyes, he waited for the blow that would take him from this world. Instead, he heard the thing scream once again, only this time on the tarmac outside his plane. Looking out his window, the pilot watched as it moved with incredible speed into an open hangar bay and disappeared into the bowels of the airport. Lawden slid the pocket door back and ran down the ladder, hitting the tarmac's surface. He darted in the opposite direction that the primal creature had taken. Captain Jim Lawden ran for his life, leaving 3 bodies in the belly of his jet, and never once looked back. 6. Sunday, April 19th, Shopi Boy Scout Camp. "A little more to the right," Carver yelled to Kinney, waving his hands toward the dirt hole. The ranger was sitting in the open cab of the camp's John Deere 1010 diesel crawler. With most of the weekend's work done, they had dismissed the OAs to get cleaned up before their parents arrived. The group from Yuma had already been dismissed after lunch, given their nearly 3-hour drive home. It was approaching 3 in the afternoon, and their van should already be down the mountain and heading east on Interstate 8. Now, after seeing the rest of the troops off, the 2 men had decided to use the camp's remaining stash of wood to erect a roof over the wooden shooting platform. Kinney had a 15-foot pole strapped to the backhoe and was trying to position it vertically over a hole Carver had driven into the high desert floor. Kinney still hadn't gotten the hang of the old hydraulics and was less than precise in his attempts to align the pole properly. His swing arm jerked several feet at a time as he tried to maneuver the post close to the spot where Carver would guide it into its final resting place. It was the final pillar of the pavilion roof extension, but Kinney was still struggling to maneuver it. "How the heck can you get worse?" Carver said. Grumbling, the ranger finally lucked into a spot that allowed Carver to grapple the pole into the dirt cavity. He nailed several braces onto the pole, checked its position with a level, and poured quickset cement around the base to fill in the space between the dirt and the wood. Kinney had flopped forward in the cracked black leather seat. Leaning on the instrument column, he removed his camo baseball hat and wiped his forehead with his sleeve. "Water?" Kinney asked Carver as he unscrewed the lid on his bottle. He took a long draw before tossing it to Carver. Carver held the bottle up to the afternoon sun, inspecting the clarity of the water, pretending to look for backwash. "Oh, come on, Carver, I'm not a pig," Kinney said with some indignation. "Awful expensive water," Carver noted with a smirk, before draining most of the rest of the liquid in 3 or 4 long gulps. He sighed as he put the cap back on and examined the label. Icelandic glacier water with added electrolytes and minerals, huh? Where did you get this? Jennifer gave me a case of the stuff. You know, she's always getting that fancy crap down at Sprouts Market. I guess they were having a sale or something. Carver grinned, recognizing Jennifer's attempts to put something healthy into the old Marine. Oh, well, Carver thought. No complaints here. Carver and Kinney had been more than busy helping the OAs straighten up the camp the past few days. Aside from extending the rifle range, there had been canvas to repair, roads to police, and cabins to scrub clean. Carver's back was stained with sweat, but because of the sharp barbs on the creosote bushes, he was forced to wear a long-sleeved shirt that was thick enough to ward off the thorns. It made working in the hot desert air a real chore. Carver grabbed the wooden post-hole digger and shovel, and then jumped up into the front-loader's bucket. Kinney revved the giant diesel motor and engaged the crawler's tank-like treads. "Onwards, Jeeves!" Carver shouted. "Hold on!" Kinney shouted back. "I'm not too good with the hydraulics. Might dump you at any time." Carver grabbed the top of the bucket and held on as Kinney maneuvered the beast onto the camp's circular dirt road. The crawler didn't move too quickly, and the powdery desert dust swirled around the two men, caking their sweaty necks and faces with a layer of light tan dirt. Carver wrapped his green and gray shemagh around his face like an Old West bandit, filtering out the dust as it sought out every nook and cranny it could find. Kinney simply lifted the collar of his short-sleeved cotton shirt up to his nose, exposing his belly to the fine sand. "Damn it!" Kinney yelped. "I got sand down my crotch." "You sure it's not those Bangkok crabs you picked up on your last deployment?" "At least she was a girl and not one of those she-males you seals are so fond of." Carver let the old guy have the last zing, settling back into the bucket to minimize his exposure to the dust. After depositing the crawler in its maintenance shed, the two men quickly made it into Kinney's air-conditioned cottage. "Beer?" Kinney asked. "Sure, but I need to go outside and hose off first." "I'm going to jump in the shower," Kinney said. "Help yourself to a Modelo." Carver walked out to the side of the cabin to clean off the grime and sweat. The cool water streaming out of the hose jolted him, and after the initial shock, he let the liquid run through his tightly cut hair. John had grabbed his shemagh to wipe himself down. His clothes were filthy, but there was nothing he could do about that. As he hosed off, he watched a number of cars, vans, and SUVs drive by on their way to pick up the kids from the commissary. Something was odd, though. Not one vehicle had come back. A growing cacophony of voices was coming from the direction of Beckman Hall. Carver went back into the cottage and stuck his head into the bathroom. Kinney was still scrubbing off the dirt, steam billowing from the space above the shower curtain. "Hey, Harold!" Carver yelled. "Something's going on at Beckham. I'm heading over now." "What is it?" Kinney asked as he poked his head out. "Don't know," John replied. "Just seems like everyone is gathering there and no one is leaving." "That's strange," Kinney said. "I'll make it quick if you want to wait." "Sure thing, I'll grab a Coke and wait on the porch." "Copy that," Kinney said. Carver found a can of Coke and called for Shrek. The Malinois leapt up from the floor, and the two of them went out onto the porch. Carver took a seat facing up the dirt pathway that led to Beckman. John could hear the parents clearly now as more and more people were congregating there. A few voices were beginning to rise above the others. An argument seemed to be on the cusp of erupting. This can't be good. Carver scratched the nape of the Mal's neck. The dog's tail bounced up and down on the wooden deck, creating a low, drum-like thump. He looked at his dog, his old war buddy that had fought with him for over 4 years. "I got a bad feeling about this," Carver said to the black-faced dog. He looked into the animal's eyes. "You ready for anything?" Carver said with his eyes. "Just like we're back in the stand." Shrek's tail slowed, and eventually stopped its thumping as the two warriors began to put on their game faces. 7. April 19th. The Drake Hotel, Chicago, Illinois. George Gringelman had always gotten what he wanted, and what he wanted now was to get on a plane and fly back to San Diego. After the game Saturday night, he and his wife, Mitzi, had gone directly to the Drake Hotel. Gringelman was so frustrated by the Padres' 11-inning loss to the Cubs that he decided to eat at the hotel's signature restaurant, the Coq d'Or. The food was, as always, outstanding, but the real draw was the restaurant's whiskey club, where the best old-fashioned highball was made. Gringelman and Mitzi finished their meal late, then moved to the piano bar, where they drank until after midnight. Gringelman was still fuming when he woke up Sunday morning. The final game of the series was scheduled for 1 o'clock that afternoon, and he wanted a good breakfast with some strong coffee to shake out the cobwebs from the night before. The problem was that the front desk wasn't responding to his calls. The phone rang and rang. It was eventually picked up by the hotel's answering service. "Thank you for calling the Drake Hotel, Chicago's premier historic hotel located on the famous Magnificent Mile, where fine dining and exclusive shopping are all just a few steps." He slammed the phone back in its cradle, a couple of choice expletives flying from his mouth. "What the hell is wrong with this place? For what I'm paying for this suite, we should have our own butler." "Concierge," Mitzi replied. "Butlers are so old-fashioned." Mitzi liked to poke Gringelman's angry button. She was attracted to his money and power, and when he got angry, he tended to throw both around until he got what he wanted. In a sick way, it was a turn-on for her. Her attempts to raise her husband's ire were always successful. His third wife since divorcing the mother of his 2 boys, less than 10 years ago, she had to know her time with him was probably limited. He sometimes wondered if it wouldn't be better to divorce her before she made his heart seize up. "I'm going down to the front desk," Gringelman stated. Mitzi was staring out of the suite's window at a panoramic view of Lake Michigan. It was a stunning view that never failed to impress her whenever they stayed in the Windy City. But today, something was very wrong. "George," Mitzi said, "come here." "Not now," he replied. "I'm going to straighten this mess out." "No, there's someone getting mugged on the beach. Look." "Come on, Mitz. It's 9 in the morning. No one gets mugged before breakfast." Gringelman strode over to the window as his wife pointed down the beach to her left. He squinted and gazed down 10 floors and out onto Lake Michigan's shores. "No, it can't be," he thought, as he watched a man loping after a woman who was herself running at top speed down the sandy strip of land. The man ran with a contorted gait that seemed all too wrong. His limbs seemed to bend at odd places, and his entire stride looked off. Despite this, he was eating up the distance between the two of them at a frightening pace. "My God!" Mitzi exclaimed. "He's going to get her." "Probably a drunk couple from last night," Gringelman said, in a less than convincing tone. The two watched in horrid fascination as the man got within a few feet of his prey and leapt on the poor woman's back. Too far up to hear anything, the violent attack played out before them like a macabre, silent movie. "Is he biting her?" Mitzi cried. "It sure looks like it," Gringelman said. The woman was now sprawled on her stomach, her attacker attached to her back like a leech clinging to its victim. The man's hands were clamped on the poor woman's shoulders, his knees locked against her hips. For a brief second, the man raised his head, and it almost looked like he was going to release her, but then he opened his mouth. Even from this distance, Gringelman could have sworn he heard the man howl. Suddenly the man's teeth crashed down onto the woman's neck, and in a swift and powerful motion, he tore away flesh and bone with one awful bite. Mitzi screamed and buried her face in his nightshirt. "Come on," Gringelman said, patting her back awkwardly. "Let's call the police." He picked up the phone and hit 0 for an outside line before dialing 911. After a few seconds, a 3-tone sound came from the receiver. "We are sorry, but all circuits are busy right now. Please hang up and try your call later." He tried the call several more times, and each attempt got him the same circuit busy message. "Turn on the television," he told his wife. She powered up the flat-screen television and found a local station. WGN was broadcasting, but instead of the usual Sunday morning political round table, a journalist was standing on the road outside of an airport. Mitzi pressed the volume button until the sound of the broadcast filled the room. "There is panic here at Midway as thousands are trying to leave before the military shuts down the city's only remaining commercial airport, with O'Hare quarantined following a bizarre viral outbreak Thousands of passengers are finding themselves stranded in Chicago. Unconfirmed reports indicate that the outbreak, which causes irrational and violent behavior, may already have spread into the city. Our viewers should stay indoors if possible and visit our website for more information about how to keep yourselves and your families safe. "Damn it!" Gringelman yelled. "They've canceled our flight!" "I'm scared, George," Mitzi cried. "Ah, crap, Mitz," he replied. "Don't worry. I'll get us a car and we can drive to Milwaukee and catch a flight home." "Are you sure?" she said as she choked back her tears. "Quit your blubbering! I said I would do it, didn't I?" Gringelman logged into his smartphone's web browser and got onto his favorite rental car company's site. When he tried to access cars in Chicago, he was greeted with a warning that there were none available in the metro area. An attempt to find a rental on 2 other sites proved fruitless as well. He cursed and threw the phone on the bed. "Nothing! Apparently there's not a single car left in Chicago." "What can we do?" Mitzi asked, fear dripping from her words. "There's a Hertz rental office on the next block. Pack your stuff now and let's go." Mitzi began to gather her things. Gringelman was ready to go within a few minutes, but his wife had brought enough to outfit herself for over a week. The bathroom needed to be cleared out, and a mountain of clothing had to be repacked. Usually he tolerated her lack of organization. After all, she did clean up well, so if she needed a few extra suitcases to do that, that was part of the bargain. "I didn't marry her for her brains," he would tell himself as he waited for her to make herself up before leaving the house. But this was different. Gringelman grabbed the one suitcase that had been filled and hauled Mitzi by the arm to the door. "We have to go now! I don't want to lose the last car because you needed to pack your 20 tubes of lipstick." Mitzi didn't have time to complain as her husband flung the door open and pulled her out into the empty hallway. "Where the hell is everyone?" he said, mostly to himself. The plush carpeting muted sounds, and the heavy doors of the rooms ensured the utmost in privacy. Even so, the hotel was eerily quiet. They made their way quickly to the elevator and pressed the down button. The doors opened, and Mitzi turned and gasped, recoiling from the open elevator. The wood panels were smeared with red, a coppery smell bringing a metallic taste to their mouths. The walls and floor to the right were drenched, and several bloody handprints were evident on the panel near the buttons. "I can't get in there," Mitzi said. Suddenly a scream came from one of the rooms down the hall. Not a human cry, but the guttural wail of some God-forsaken animal. It was a sound unlike anything Gringelman had ever heard. It seemed to be filled with pain, rage, and hunger. Gringelman shoved his wife into the compartment and tapped repeatedly on the lobby button. The doors seemed to take forever to close. Fortunately, no further sounds came from behind them as the doors finally shut. The ride down to the lobby took far too long. His imagination ran rampant as they both huddled on the side of the elevator that was void of any bloodstains. Gringelman didn't know what to expect when the door finally opened. He brought his suitcase up in front of him, creating a barrier to whomever or whatever they would find. As the doors slid apart, another ding announced their arrival. "Damn it," Gringelman said. "That was loud." The couple gingerly leaned their heads out of the elevator. Nobody was present. The space was empty, and not even a peep came from the front desk or lobby. Gringelman grabbed both bags and rapidly walked past the mahogany and brass reception area. They scurried down the stairs to the ground entrance and, upon exiting the glass doors, found themselves on the sidewalk. The city was a ghost town. He heard a car in the distance, but the sound of the engine quickly faded as the automobile sped away. The Hertz rental car office was a block south, and the couple jogged across Walton Street and down Michigan Avenue. A Louis Vuitton store anchored the corner of the building next to them. Its glass door was shattered, but nothing seemed to be missing from the display in its large picture windows. Just then another car sped up Michigan towards them. George pushed Mitzi into the store just as a Chevy Tahoe, its right rear tire flattened to the rim, careened past and turned left up Lakeshore Drive. A moment later, a mob appeared, following after the SUV. Their bodies were contorted, like they had been dropped off a roof, shattering bones and dislocating limbs from their sockets. The sound of their movement was hideous, their joints clicking and popping as they ran after the crippled vehicle. Several of them had an arm missing, or chunks of flesh torn from their bodies. Their skin was pallid, with dark lines crisscrossing where veins should be. Their moans were inhuman, and their speed was frightening. "Good God," George whispered as the pack of things disappeared up the street. They couldn't be human, but the longer he looked brought the realization that the creatures had indeed once been people. They were an abomination. "Come on," he said. "Let's get a car and get the hell out of here." "I can't," his wife said quietly. "I can't go out there." "Damn it, Mitch, suck it up! If we stay here, we die!" "I just can't." And then she sat on the floor, hidden behind a counter of terribly overpriced leather handbags. She began to shake. Gringelman looked down on his latest trophy wife. Mitzi was pretty, but stupid, and more often than not, irritating. It only took him a moment to reflect on his decision. Always make a decision and then act. Never look back. That was his motto, his life's creed. He dropped his soon-to-be ex-wife's bag at her feet and left her sitting in the Vuitton store. He smirked to himself as he thought of all the money she had wasted on designer crap like that. Serves her right. He quickly covered the distance to the rental car agency and, finding the door unlocked, quietly entered the front office. A long counter anchored the reception area. Behind it, several metal desks with computers stood unoccupied. He jumped the counter, pulling his suitcase over with him. He rifled through the two metal desks, searching for keys, but found none. A long hallway projected to the back of the building, and beyond he saw a glass door that opened into a garage. Bingo! Gringelman rapidly moved down the hall, passing several closed doors. The silence of the office was suddenly broken by a low moan coming from one of the rooms up ahead. With no desire to investigate, he passed by the door, moving as stealthily as he could. At the garage entrance he paused. Cautiously, he pulled the door back toward himself and peered into the dark space. A number of cars with the Hertz logo hanging on placards above them were parked inside. One of them was an SUV, a large Nissan Armada with a black paint job and chrome that was polished to a mirror finish. He moved to the vehicle and opened the door. He checked for the keys, but found none. On the dashboard, a note had been placed that instructed the car washer to get the keys from the checkout booth and leave them in the cup holder after washing the vehicle. No time for that, he thought. He moved to the next vehicle, a Chevy Impala with the keys on the dash. It was a little smaller than the first car, and the inside smelled funny, like some kind of discount air freshener. Gringelman loaded his suitcase into the back seat of the vehicle. He sat down in the driver's seat, but after thinking about it, George decided that he deserved the Armada. Screw this, if I'm going to drive to Milwaukee or even back to California, he said to himself. I'm going to do it in style. He pulled his suitcase out of the car and returned to the Armada. After opening the front door, he popped the locks to access the rear. He made his way around and stored his suitcase in the back. Then, forgetting that he needed to be stealthy, George slammed the big door shut. A loud moan came from inside of the rental office. The checkout booth was at the other end of the garage, about 100 feet away. He'd have to pass the glass door at the end of the hall to reach it. He stopped and listened closely, but the moaning from within the office had stopped. Silently, he rushed over to the booth. The stall was dark inside, its windows grimy from years of car exhaust and city pollution. With a smile, Gringelman flung open the door, his salvation within reach. The Armada was waiting for him, and, if he was lucky, so was that waitress at the country club in San Diego, the one with the curvy figure and the legs that just wouldn't quit. This screwed-up trip may well work out after all. Something moved inside the booth, with him. A guttural scream slammed into Gringelman's face. The smell of rotting flesh blasted him, taking his breath away. Slowly, a creature arose from the floor, its pallid face lined with black veins. The beast opened its mouth, which had been deformed into a leech-like sucker. Razor-sharp teeth lined its maw. It let out another screech that froze Gringelman in place, his nervous system simply shutting down. He locked eyes with the monster. Its predator-like yellow gaze radiated hatred and hunger. Tendons creaked, and joints snapped as it tilted its head curiously at him, the hideous mouth sucking in air. The last thing George Gringelman would ever see was the beast leaping impossibly fast toward him. It opened its jaws, and Gringelman felt no more. 8. April 19th. Beckham Hall, Shopi Boy Scout Camp. By the time Kinney, Carver, and Shrek made it to Beckham Hall, the voices of the remaining parents had reached a fever pitch. Everyone was gathered at the side of the building. Jennifer stood on the raised patio, trying to calm them all down, but 3 of the parents had charged up the stairs and surrounded her, shouting and pointing. What Carver had first thought was an argument brewing turned out to be concern, verging on panic. Jennifer was trying to calm everyone down, but the 2 men and the woman facing her weren't listening. Carver took the short stairs 2 at a time to join them on the patio. "I'm just saying that we aren't getting all the facts," the short blonde man stated forcefully. "The news channels are all reporting that the infection is contained, but I have 2 buddies in the National Guard, and they've already been called up."
"Well, that's not too unusual," the woman replied. "You can't be too cautious."
"Sure," the other man, Latino by his accent, said sarcastically. "It's totally normal for the National Guard to deploy just a day after they announced that viral outbreak." "What outbreak?" Carver asked. "An Ebola outbreak in Chicago," the blond man said. "At least that's what the authorities want us to think."
"Oh, quit being so paranoid," the woman chided. "I'm sure they have it all in hand."
"I don't think so," he replied.
"And why is that?" the woman shot back. "Do you have medical training?"
"Don't need it," he continued. "One of my friends was told that his deployment had no return date." "That's not good," Carver said. "It's worse," the blond man continued. "This guy told his wife to pack up the bags, grab all the food, and get to her parents' house."
"I'd do the same thing if my husband was going to be gone a while," the woman said. "That's just common sense."
Carver ignored the rest of their verbal sparring. He had heard enough to know that he needed to check the WHO Disease Outbreak News website to get a handle on what was happening. They would have up-to-the-minute information. He dug his phone out of his pocket and logged onto the camp's Wi-Fi network. The satellite connection was strong, and he had the web page up within seconds. A recent summary of reported Ebola cases from Africa took up most of the page, but there was no mention of Ebola in Chicago or anywhere else in America. Carver logged onto CNN's website. The first headline was about the outbreak, but as he scanned the article, he noted a distinct lack of information. He recognized the standard government boilerplate language of a fabricated press release. It urged people to remain calm and wait for more information. However, the final sentence made Carver worry. Although there have been multiple reported deaths, officials say the outbreak will be contained in the next few days as the National Guard has been called up to help quarantine the city. Carver knew, from his almost 20 years in the military, that when you heard the words "will be contained" and "next few days," it meant the situation wasn't contained and that control of the problem likely couldn't be accomplished. The military couldn't quarantine an entire city? It was physically impossible. During the Battle of Fallujah in 2004, the military surrounded a town of less than 250,000. It took months and a sizable number of Marines, as well as several Army divisions, to accomplish that task. Chicago was a city of over 10 times that size. With millions of residents and hundreds of miles to cover, including Lake Michigan, it was impossible. The article said there had been multiple reported deaths. Ebola didn't work that quickly. The progress of the disease usually took over a week from onset of symptoms to the point where the patient would succumb. This, he thought, is something else. This took less than 48 hours to kill its victim. Carver continued to search the net for information. He logged onto the San Diego Naval Base website to see what he could learn. The front page had been altered. What was normally an informational page with links to different departments had been replaced with a bulletin ordering all military personnel to report to their assigned duty stations. Everyone not on base or on approved leave was being recalled. It was all hands on deck, and that meant either war or an emergency of epic proportions. Carver returned to the patio, where Jennifer was patiently listening to the three parents rehash their concerns. He slid up next to the camp director and tapped her on the shoulder, then nodded toward the inside of the building. After assuring the parents that she would be right back, Jennifer followed him into the large cafeteria. They sat down at one of the many empty tables. "They've got themselves worked up," she said. "Mostly they just want to know if the camp will be open next weekend." "And you said what?" "We don't know anything yet," she stated. "But you know these parents, their kids didn't become so motivated and organized on their own. Their parents are just as structured, and making a decision about next weekend is becoming a problem. A lot of them want an answer now." "Well," Carver replied, "I think we need to talk." He filled her in on his concerns. Jennifer's face darkened as she heard what Carver had to say. She had to agree it didn't sound too good. "Well, crap." "What?" Carver asked. "Just tell them that it's canceled." "It's not that," Jennifer said. "It's the Gringelman kids and their friends, the twins. Their parents are in Chicago. If they didn't get out by now, I might be stuck with all four of them." "Ouch," he replied. "Well, if I'm stuck with four boys, then so are you." "Oh, no," Carver said. "You aren't sticking them on me. Kenny's here," John replied. "He'll pitch in." "Sure he will," she shot back. "But you know darn well he'll ask for your help." Carver said a silent curse. He knew he had been outmaneuvered. There was no way he was going to refuse his friend's request for assistance with the four young men, at least not if he planned on sitting on Kinney's porch drinking Modelo ever again. John sighed and resigned himself to the fact that he was going to have to do some babysitting. Depending on how long it took this Gringelman character to pick his kids up, he might have to split his time between watching them and watching Kyle back at the farm. How did I ever become a father to 5 boys and not at least have the pleasure of actually making them? "Duty calls," Carver finally said. "Let's tell the parents that next week is canceled unless things straighten themselves out quickly." "Do you think that will happen?" "Not a chance in hell." The two moved back to the patio, which stood a good 5 feet above the grassy field where the parents had clustered into several large groups. He could see from their body language that they were scared. These were intelligent people who could see the undercurrents of the news reports. Nothing like this had ever happened in a first-world country. From his elevated position, Carver shouted above the din of the crowd, motioning for them to be quiet and assemble closer to the platform where he stood. "You all need to calm down," he said. "I know you're worried, but getting worked up isn't going to help anything. I'm going to turn this over to Miss Blevins to clear up any questions about next weekend." "Thanks, John," Jennifer said as she moved to the front of the patio. She leaned on the retention railing, getting as close as she could to the throng below her. More than 100 parents were staring back at her, looking for answers she didn't have. "First, let me get this out of the way," she started. "Next weekend is canceled." A rumbling of hushed voices arose from the assembled group as a number of them turned to speak to their neighbors. "What do you know that we don't?" came a shout from the crowd. An approving murmur followed, and Carver could see the makings of trouble. Not serious rioting or mayhem, but a degeneration of order that would make Jennifer's job impossible. She still had to release the teenagers to the appropriate parents or guardians. Names and faces needed to be verified before she could let them go. All of the kids, other than the Yuma contingent, were still in their assigned cabins. That meant there were over 180 campers to sort out. Carver stepped up next to Jennifer and, putting his fingers to his lips, let out a piercing whistle that stopped everyone in their tracks. "That's enough!" he yelled in the tone he'd used when training war dogs. Shrek, who was sitting at the entrance to Beckham Hall, sprinted over to his handler in anticipation of a command. The combination of the massive dog's sudden appearance and the shrill whistle got everyone's attention. Carver had to contain the situation before it spiraled out of control. "Here's the deal," he said. "Some of you don't know me. My name is John Eric Carver." "So what?" someone shouted. "Stow that talking," he barked. "This is not the time to speak, but to listen. Do you understand me?" Carver gazed over the group. There were more than a few who looked put out by his sudden aggressive manner, but he just didn't care. "That's better," he said. "Now listen up. I am a volunteer here at the camp, but my background is in the military. I'm retired Navy, a SEAL. Does that mean anything to you folks?" A few of the parents nodded, but many of them still looked skeptical and frightened. Carver straightened his back and continued. "I was a SEAL. That gives me a little insight on the situation. We were trained for CBRN situations. That's chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear training. I know a little about what they claim is happening in Chicago, and I believe this is far worse and much more deadly than they are telling us." The group began to murmur again. "I'm not finished!" he shouted. Again the crowd quieted. One of the women near the front was crying. "I've been to the World Health Organization website. They actively track Ebola outbreaks all over the world. Their reporting is usually accurate within a day of any new case. There is nothing, I repeat, nothing there about Chicago." "How can that be?" a meek voice asked from the back of the crowd. "Ebola doesn't kill you within a day. It takes over a week from the start of symptoms to death. CNN's website stated that new infections are springing up within hours of exposure, and people are dying within 24 hours. Whatever this is, it isn't a typical hemorrhagic fever." "So what the hell is it, then?" Carver paused for a moment, not only collecting his thoughts, but signaling that the interruption wasn't appropriate. "I was getting to that," he said. "Assuming the facts reported are correct, we aren't dealing with a normal virus. Maybe it is Ebola, but mutated, or maybe it's something else. The takeaway from this is that the outbreak is very virulent and very deadly. This has the potential to be by far the most dangerous epidemic we have ever seen." Carver let that sink in for a moment. So far, no one was panicking, but it would take just one person to set off a riot. He had to tread carefully. "Now," Carver continued, "we have some advantages. I've just told you my best guess about what's really going on in Chicago. Right now, we're relatively safe, so I encourage all of you to take your sons and go home, stock up on food and water, and if you can, reinforce your homes to keep people out." "Why do we have to worry about that?" one of the parents asked. "Because society will break down. If this is as bad as I expect, we will lose law enforcement and all other emergency services. Everyone will be looking for food, shelter, and water. Not only will you have to worry about criminals, but also your neighbors who were not prepared for this emergency. A hungry child can make a parent do things they would never dream of ordinarily." "You're crazy," said a man in the crowd. Carver glared at him. "Do you want to bet your life on that? What about the lives of your family?" The man backed down. Carver nodded once and then turned to Jennifer. "Miss Blevins is going to make sure all the campers get home. Remember what I said. This is bad, folks, but as long as you don't panic and get prepared, you'll be okay." Jennifer raised her clipboard and began marshalling the parents. A line of boys was walking single file down the dirt road, Kinney leading the way from their cabins. They carried overnight bags and backpacks, but instead of laughing and joking with each other, the boys were silent and fearful. "All right," Miss Blevins yelled. "The first group of boys is from Tawahi Lodge." 8 parents stepped forward. After Jennifer confirmed their identities, the families moved quickly to the parking lot down the path, beating a trail to their cars. Carver noticed many of the parents on their cell phones, but with no coverage, they were unable to communicate with their spouses back home. A weak cell signal would greet them at the bottom of the 10-mile dirt camp road. He hoped they would heed his advice and start preparing for the coming disaster. Jennifer quickly got through the list, impressively dispensing with all the remaining scouts within a half hour. The only ones left, after all had been accounted for and released, were the Gringelman boys and their twin friends. Carver looked at the 4 young men and realized he didn't even know their names. Kinney had directed them into the cafeteria, and they were now huddled around one of the tables. "Hey, guys," he said. "Looks like you might be here a day or 2 more. My name's John Carver, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on you until we can get you all home." The young men looked up, at first hesitant to greet their new babysitter. Finally, one of the twins stood and put out his hand. "Brett Darden, sir," he said as John took his hand to shake. "Trey Darden," the other young man added. "Glad to meet you," John said. "And you 2 are the Gringelman boys?" "Gary Gringelman, sir," the older one said as he stood up. "Gavin, sir," the other said as he too stood. John liked them all immediately. They stood straight, their handshakes were firm, and they looked him in the eyes when they greeted him. "Very good," John said as he grabbed a chair from an adjoining table. The boys waited until he sat down to join him at the table. "Look, boys, I don't know what's happening in Chicago. Gavin and Gary, I'll try and get your dad on the satellite phone and let him know you are all right." "Yes, sir," Gary said in a voice that was less than enthusiastic. "You don't seem too excited," Carver said. "If it's all the same to you," Gavin chimed in, "I'd rather you contacted our mom." "I'll check with Miss Blevins to see if that works." Carver turned to the twins. They were short for their age and slight of build. He'd been a late bloomer, too. He remembered his father, who was over 6 feet tall, telling him not to worry about it. The Carver man always grew later than most, and sure enough, by the time he was out of high school, he had grown over 10 inches and filled out his 6'2" frame. However, he remembered how intimidating it felt to be among boys much taller than you. "What about you two?" Carver asked the twins. "Who can I contact for you?" "I guess our aunt," Brett said. Or was that Trey? Carver couldn't tell. One had a slight scar in his right eyebrow, and other than that they were nearly indistinguishable. "Where are your parents?" "Europe. They said they wouldn't be able to talk to us because their phones don't work over there." "Can your aunt come get you?" Carver asked. "No, sir," one of them replied. Carver had already given up figuring out who was who. He'd have to check with Jennifer or Kinney to find out which name went with which boy. "She lives in Baltimore. We just moved to San Diego before Christmas. We don't have anyone here. They're all back in Maryland. That's why Gavin and Gary's dad gave us a ride," the other twin continued. "That's fine, boys. We'll let your aunt know. Now, let's find Miss Blevins and see where you'll be staying." What a foobar, Carver thought as he reached down and rubbed Shrek between the eyes. The loyal dog had been at his side the whole time, keeping pace with his handler and quietly looking out for threats. Shrek, for his part, seemed relieved to get rid of the other campers, no doubt due to the overstimulation of having so many rambunctious young men in close proximity. "What is it, boy?" Carver said as he saw Shrek's tail flare slightly. "What do you hear?" The dog raised his nose into the breeze, the hairs on his neck rising. But within a few seconds, Shrek relaxed. With so much more to worry about, Carver gave it no more thought. Shrek. "Finally, all that noise is gone, but I can smell them out there, the enemy. Beyond the field, I can hear them moving through the bushes. They aren't coming toward us, but I can smell their foul odor. It's those mountain wolves, the one Carver calls coyotes. I can smell them moving up the ridge. Their scent is fading in the wind, so they know I'm here, and they're afraid of me, and they are leaving. Of course they should fear me. I am Shrek. I am the ghost that kills. Someday soon, I'll get the one missing an eye, who taunts me by killing my chickens and leaving them there. He wants to show me that he can kill my animals, and there is nothing I can do about it. I will kill him soon. Carver and I will get him." Carver drove quickly down the graded road, all 10 miles feeling like a chopper ride over the Hindu Kush mountains. The Boy Scouts had done their best to level and smooth their only access road, but constant shifting of the dirt and the rocky composition of the soil inevitably left potholes, cracks, and stony debris on the winding trail. After meeting with the Gringelman and Darden boys, the 3 adults decided that Lost Valley would provide the perfect place for them to ride out the infection. With plenty of water and food, along with the isolation of the setting, there was no better place to take shelter and wait for things to return to normal. The camp could accommodate plenty of people with the supplies they had on hand, so Jennifer had selected 4 additional scout families she thought would accept the invitation, work well together, and be assets for the group. Carver planned to bring Kyle and his mother back with him as well. No matter how many times he offered her a ride, Kyle's mother insisted on taking the bus to her third-shift job as a desk manager at a nearby country club. Planning to catch her before she left for work, Carver's aggressive driving shaved 10 minutes off the hour-long trip. When he'd first met his new neighbors, he'd considered asking Hope Torrance out on a date, but at this point they were both more focused on Kyle. For his part, Carver was still adjusting to a life outside the military. While he was serving, he had made the conscious choice not to become too involved with anyone. His decision had been driven by the high divorce rates he saw among his friends and his constant deployment into dangerous places, all of which made a relationship nearly impossible. Carver zipped along, searching for Kyle's mother on the way to the bus stop where she would catch her ride to work, but when he got to the stop without seeing her, he realized that he was too late. On the way back to his farm, Carver stopped at the Torrance residence to verify that Kyle wasn't home, then turned onto his dirt driveway. When he reached his house, he found the young man hard at work. "Hi, Mr. Carver!" Kyle shouted as he cleaned off some tools with a hose attached to the farm's water storage tank. "Hi, Kyle," Carver said as he and Shrek jumped out of the pickup truck. "Can you stop with the water and help me in the house?" Carver began unloading the bed of the truck as Shrek shot off into the brush and did his mandatory sweep of the immediate vicinity, sniffing and inspecting the surrounding vegetation. Once the gear was stored in the attached garage, he and Kyle went into the kitchen, where Carver began taking inventory of his home and what he needed to take up to the camp. It was going to require a very long night of packing. Carver was planning on loading his farm's solar panels and backup batteries on a flatbed trailer. With the camp's existing panels dedicated to the water pump system, his solar equipment would be useful in running some of the camp's electronics and utilities if the power went down. "What are you writing, Mr. Carver?" Kyle asked as he watched the ex-SEAL scribbling on a pad of paper as they slowly walked through the house. "Taking an inventory," Carver said as they made their way into the garage's attached workroom. Kyle had never been in this room. It was where Carver kept his reloading equipment, along with a gun safe and all the gear that he had learned to use as a SEAL. "Wow," was all the young man could say as he scanned the room. A large shop light hung over Carver's gunsmith equipment. Several vices were attached to a large wooden workbench, and multiple tabletop storage bins were filled with screws, springs, and other parts that kept Carver's firearms in prime shape. Brass and rubber hardware hung from a corkboard attached to the wall above the bench, and a press for reloading Carver's custom bullets was mounted on one of the wooden tables. Carver smiled as he watched the boy and realized that he had never let anyone in his gun room other than himself. "Come on," Carver said, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder. "Let me show you what all this stuff does." As Carver walked the young man through the process of building a bullet, he realized that all this equipment had to go with them. At the very least, he didn't want to lose it all to thieves or drifters while he spent the next few weeks up in Lost Valley. But if the situation was worse than he thought, every bullet he could make would be needed. After giving Kyle the grand tour of his man cave, the pair made their way through the rest of the house, Kyle respectfully holding back questions while Carver finished his inventory. "You've been patient," Carver finally said to the young man. "Here's the deal." Carver explained the basics of his concerns about the coming epidemic, all the while reassuring the young man that they would be safe at the Boy Scout camp up in the mountains. "What about Mom?" Kyle asked with some trepidation. "She's coming, of course. I'll send her an email and let her know about the infection." "She won't leave," Kyle replied. "How would she get to work from up there?" "We'll figure that out when the time comes," Carver said. "Now let's get started. We have a long night ahead of us." "But what about school? I have a quiz tomorrow." "Let's just do one thing at a time," Carver said. "We'll sleep here tonight and figure it all out tomorrow morning." He still had to break down the solar panel array and carefully load all the pieces onto the flatbed utility trailer. After they got the panels situated, Carver sent Kyle off to get ready for bed. The ex-SEAL continued packing the pickup truck with solar electronics and his ammunition reloading equipment. Once that was completed, he stacked the remaining supplies of food, clothing, and firearms by the front door for a second run to the camp. By 2 a.m, Carver was finished with the physical work. His mind, however, continued to review his decision process, a habit from his time as a SEAL. A mission proposal was created, then torn down to reveal its weaknesses. Then, contingencies were proposed for various potential complications, which was critical since all plans inevitably went sideways after a mission began. Nothing ever went according to plan. Carver had seen that time and time again. When Carver was finally satisfied he had thought of everything, he stripped out of his dirty clothes, took a shower, and gave himself permission to relax. With his outfit laid out for the next day, and Shrek bedded down in the living room, he lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Within a few seconds he was asleep, not because of exhaustion, but because of training. When you are in special ops, you grab sleep when you can. Hope. Honestly, Hope, I don't know how you tolerate that man.
Randy Thomas, the food services supervisor for Borrego Springs Spa, Golf Resort, and Country Club, stood next to Hope as she tried to recover from the verbal beatdown one of the club members had just given her. Front desk supervisors had the dubious privilege of being at the bottom of the managerial chain of command. On Sunday nights, however, when the higher-ranking managers were all home with their loved ones, Hope was left in charge. Tonight, that meant incurring the wrath of one Everett T. Stanwyck, a founding club member and a certified jerk. "I told him that the floral service he hired wasn't reliable," Hope said as her friend and co-worker comforted her. "I did my due diligence. I told him they had a terrible reputation." "But they were the cheapest," Randy said. Everyone knew the Borrego Springs was doomed. Founded by a group of D-list Hollywood celebrities and wannabes, it was supposed to be a private desert oasis to rival Palm Springs. Instead, it was a failing resort staffed by overworked, underpaid employees. Of the few founding members who remained, Stanwyck was the worst. He seemed to take the club's failure as a personal affront, and he took every opportunity to make life unpleasant for Hope, Randy, and the other employees. Stanwyck's latest tirade was about floral decorations adorning the club. The only company willing to work with the club's stingy budget delivered leftover flowers at irregular intervals, and the result was a sad, wilted mess. Hope had to admit they looked terrible, but despite trying to explain that you get what you paid for, Stanwyck still blamed her. "Come on," Randy said. "No one's checking in right now. I need to visit the office." That was Randy's code for his secret stash of Jack Daniels. He called his actual office the Crypt, since he felt that working for Stanwyck was like working for the devil. The two snuck into one of the club's unused dining halls and went to a built-in cupboard. Randy opened the lower right access door and, reaching past the fine china plates, brought out a half-filled bottle of whiskey. Grabbing a couple of tumblers from one of the upper shelves, he poured each of them a half-glass of the amber liquid. "To Mr. Everett Stanwyck," Randy said. "A man with impeccable taste in pens but zero fashion sense." Hope snorted a laugh at their inside joke. Stanwyck always carried a Mont Blanc pen, a sign of class as far as Randy was concerned. Unfortunately, that was where his taste in clothing ended. Randy felt it was his duty to help those fashionably less fortunate than himself. Had Mr. Stanwyck been a reasonable and kind person, Randy would have informed him that wearing an ascot outside of his shirt and tied to the side made him look like a sad old pirate. They both decided that the Mont Blanc pen had been a gift from someone more civilized, because Stanwyck would never have picked it out himself. "Honestly," Randy continued, "other than the pen and those fabulous Church's dress shoes, the man has no redeeming qualities." They toasted to the future and swallowed a healthy shot of the whiskey. "To the ascot," Hope said as she raised the tumbler and downed the rest of her Jack Daniels. "Try and take it easy tonight," Randy said. "You don't make enough to put up with this crap." "I wish that was true," Hope replied. "It's enough to keep us fed and save a little money. Better than most jobs around here. Just take care of yourself, all right?" "I will, Randy. And thanks for listening," Hope answered. They left their secret spot, a slightly less than half-full bottle of whiskey hidden back inside the cupboard, awaiting yet another time when the two would need some liquid reinforcement to get through the rest of their shift. Hope returned to her desk, and an email from Carver was waiting for her, warning her about an infection sweeping the country. "This is the last thing I need," Hope said to herself. If Kyle was going to be out of school due to a flu epidemic, she would have to ask Carver to watch him even more than he already did. Hope ignored the growing stress she felt over the balancing act she had to perform between work and her son as she pulled up the room reservation software. Red names were highlighted on almost every reservation, indicating that they had been canceled without being rebooked. It was not going to sit well with her bosses and reinforced her fears that she would lose her job at any time. Unfortunately, she didn't connect Carver's email with the cancellations. Otherwise, she might have left for home and avoided the nightmare to come. 9. April 20th, Shopi Boy Scout Camp. Carver. Carver woke to the sound of his phone's alarm belting out the Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter. Normally, he would turn off the alarm before the instrumental intro finished, but today the lyrics seemed to hold a special meaning as his fears of a coming calamity would soon be verified or put to rest. Was all this just paranoid thinking by a retired Special Forces operator? Carver shut down the alarm, bringing quiet back to his home. For a moment he lay in bed, enjoying the silence, before turning on the TV. A quick scan of the national news channels promptly changed his outlook, as all the major outlets were reporting massive infections raging throughout the country. Before the travel ban, air traffic from Chicago had already brought the mystery virus to most major cities. A national state of emergency was predicted by each newsreader, and most states affected by the outbreak were already encouraging citizens to shut themselves into their homes for the next 72 hours. The local CBS San Diego channel was reporting that all schools in San Diego County were closed until further notice. That would solve the dilemma of whether Kyle was going to attend classes today, and would make it much easier to convince his mother that the emergency was real and deadly. Carver went to his kitchen to boil some water for coffee. With electricity likely to be at a premium at the Boy Scout camp, his Keurig wouldn't be making the trip, so he defaulted to his military standard regime of instant coffee. "Might as well get used to this again," he muttered to himself as the gas stove began to work on the stovetop kettle. Having packed away most of his food, Carver arranged some packs of plain instant oatmeal and a few bottled juice drinks for himself and Kyle. He flipped to Channel 8 on the main television in the large multipurpose room next to his kitchen. The sound of the television awoke Kyle, and he staggered into the kitchen and plopped himself down at the small round table. "No school today," Carver announced as he poured hot water over the instant oatmeal. Kyle added some brown sugar to his and slowly began to spoon it into his mouth. "I'm going to call your mother and let her know what my plans are," Carver added. "What if she won't let me come?" "I'll watch out for both of you, I promise. When you're done, brush your teeth and get ready." "Yes, sir," the tired boy replied. Carver glanced at the scrolling bar under the Channel 8 newscaster and saw that public transportation had been shut down along with the closed school system. That would be a problem for Hope. Having quickly finished his bowl of oatmeal, Carver took his smartphone to the porch and let Shrek out to do his business. He sat down on a rocking chair and pressed the speed dial button for Hope's number. After 2 rings, an obviously exhausted Hope Torrance answered her phone. "Hey, John, is everything all right?" "Kyle's great, if that's what you are asking, but have you seen the news today?" "I haven't seen the news in over a week," she said with a sigh. "Why, what's up?" "There's an epidemic," he began, "and it's not something we can ignore." "Come on, John," she chided. "You sure your ranger intuition isn't in overdrive? I mean, how bad could it be? I've had my flu shot." Carver knew she was just teasing him by calling him a ranger. There was a healthy competition between the different branches of the special ops community, and ordinarily he would have risen to the bait. Not today. "It's serious enough that the Navy has done a full recall of all personnel, and the county has suspended school and public transportation," he said grimly. Hope cursed under her breath. "How am I supposed to get home if the buses aren't running? Hold on, I just got a text." Carver heard her in the background as she went to her text message app. Another grumbled curse, and then Hope said, "I just got a text from management that most of the staff is called off sick. I'm stuck here for now." "Hope, you can't stay there. This is serious. Fatally serious." "I don't have a choice," she replied. "Not if I want to have a job tomorrow. Listen, I have to go. I have a bunch of guests and no one to take care of them. I'll call later." And with that she cut the call, leaving Carver fuming at the woman's stubborn attitude. For now they had to move his gear to the Lost Valley camp and get Kyle settled in. Then he would go after the boy's mother and bring her back, whether she liked it or not. It took them all of the morning and the better part of the afternoon to move their things up to Lost Valley. Once they'd dropped off the last of Carver's gear, they went to Kyle's house for his things. Kyle packed a bag for himself, and at Carver's insistence put together a suitcase full of clothes and toiletries for his mother. They emptied her kitchen and refrigerator of all the home's food staples and took it all back up the mountain. On their last trip to the camp, Carver took a detour to Hawk Watch Winery, where his old friends Mike and Lisa Schnell crafted a Merlot and a remarkably smooth Malbec that held up to the best he had tasted. Carver left the truck running, leaving Kyle in the passenger seat. "Come here," Carver commanded to his war dog. Shrek climbed over Kyle and bolted out of the front seat. He immediately began his never-ending search for something to chase. As he approached the front door, the dog stopped his advance and froze at the entrance, where a large tabby cat was watching him. Shrek had been introduced to the Schnell's two cats, Zorro and Xena, on one of Carver's other visits to the winery. Zorro was the smaller of the two and gave Shrek a wide berth. Shrek, for his part, couldn't care less, as long as the other animal stayed out of his way. Xena, on the other hand, didn't run from his presence. Shrek already knew he was to leave the cat alone, but she hissed and swatted at him if he got too close, all the while seeming to know that she was untouchable as long as Carver was around. Shrek's posture told Carver that he wanted nothing more than to charge in and confront his nemesis. Carver would let the dog decide if the pain of a scratched nose was worth it and went to find his friends. He explained the situation as briefly as possible, stressing how bad things could get if the virus spread. Although they promised to take his advice to heart and close down the winery until the threat had passed, they declined his invitation to stay at the Boy Scout camp. "Thanks for the warning," Lisa said as Carver mounted the running board of his pickup truck. "We'll be careful." "We appreciate you checking in on us," Mike said. With a nod, Carver whistled for Shrek and got back into the truck. He followed the circular driveway around the vineyard's staked crop of grapes. Turning left, he returned to Chihuahua Valley Road, which connected him to the dirt trail that led to the Boy Scout camp. Almost a half-hour later, they pulled into the camp's parking lot and stopped at the director's building, where Carver found nothing but an empty office. He took Kyle and Shrek over to Mr. Kinney's house and was happy to find him home, at least until the ex-Marine filled him in on the latest news. "Carver, this is serious," Kenny began. "They've placed a quarantine on Chicago, and now the president is talking about sealing off most of the West Coast. We already have confirmed infections in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and now Sacramento. Even the legislature is leaving town. This is really going south more quickly than I would have dreamed." "How about San Diego?" "Not yet," Kinney replied. "Jennifer just left for the city to get some pharmaceutical supplies. She's supposed to be back late tonight or early tomorrow." Carver wasn't too happy about that, but the camp director had a good head on her shoulders. She wouldn't have gone out if it wasn't necessary. As if reading Carver's mind, Kinney explained that one of the Darden twins had to have a prescription filled. "Why didn't she go to a closer pharmacy? Aren't there drugstores in Temecula and Ramona?" Carver asked, with some irritation. "No one is taking this seriously," he thought. "I don't know," Kinney admitted. "Could be she wanted to get to someone there. You know she's in a relationship." "I assumed her boyfriend was military with the schedule she kept," Carver said. "He's probably already been called back to duty." "Who knows, but she went to San Diego. She should be back later tonight," Kinney said. "In the meantime, did you and Jennifer make any decisions on the living arrangements?" 3 of the 4 invited families had accepted Jennifer's invitation to join them in the mountains. Carver planned on bunking with Kinney, but Hope and Kyle needed a place to stay. "Yeah," Kinney replied. "We've got them at Split Pine. It has 6 large tents, so the families should be accommodated there. Plus, that's the closest we have to Beckham Hall and the Technology Center." Beckham would serve the family's meals and provide working bathrooms. They also would have power if Carver got his solar panels up and running. "Could you watch Kyle while I get his mom?" Carver asked. "She's still at work, and with the bus system down, I think I'll have to go get her tonight." "After we install the solar panels, right?" "I don't have any frames to hold the panels, but at least we can put them away in the maintenance shed until we can weld some metal together," Carver replied. "I get the boys over here to help. I don't like having them sit around surfing the web. It's not productive and only gets them more stressed." "Any word from the Gringelman's dad?" "Not a peep," Kinney replied with concern. "It's not looking good." "Let's get this done," Carver said. "Go get the boys, and we'll have the panels put away in no time. They can begin welding the frames tomorrow." Kinney left to gather the 4 boys, while Carver stayed with Kyle at the ranger's house. It shouldn't have taken them more than 10 minutes to walk from Beckham Hall, but after 20 minutes, they still hadn't returned. Carver was about to go find Kinney when he saw the 5 of them walking quickly back down the road. One of the twins was holding a laptop under his arm. "Carver, you need to see this right now," Kinney shouted. Carver had never seen his friends so shaken. They gathered in the kitchen, all of them huddled around the laptop. The screen came to life as the Darden boy opened the lid of the computer, revealing a series of video windows overlaid on each other. He pressed play on one of the videos, showing a shaky image obviously taken from a cell phone camera. "This one's from New York," he whispered. The video showed the streets of New York, the camera holder standing behind a plate glass window. The words "Urban Ink Tattoo" were printed backwards on the window. Outside, people were running, their screams loud even through the glass. "What's going on?" a young girl said off camera. "Don't know, but it ain't good," a young male voice replied. A panicking woman froze, fully framed in the store's glass, and looked behind her. An impossibly fast blur of flesh tackled her to the ground. The creature, human in form, but misshapen in ways that Carver couldn't quite fathom, reared his head back and emitted a blood-curdling scream. The beast then plunged his head down beyond the lower portion of the window, silencing his victim, but causing the witnesses in the tattoo parlor to cry out themselves. The last thing the video showed before the cell phone camera cut off was a deformed head silhouetted in the window, the camera losing focus as its software bounced between focal points. The blurry profile was human, but the fuzzy image showed mutations that should not have been possible. The mouth seemed to have been transformed into something inhuman. Rather than an oblong slit, it appeared to be a circular opening. The creature also appeared to have lost most of its hair. But what struck Carver the most was the strength and speed with which it moved. Even though the video feed was fuzzy and unfocused, the creature was clearly faster and deadlier than any enemy he'd ever faced. "The rest of the videos are from different cities, but none have a close-up of these things like this one does," Kinney said. "What is it?" Trey asked. "I don't know," Carver replied after a moment of contemplation. "But I know this much. We are safer here than anywhere else I can think of." "I hope so," Brett said. "What about our parents?" "I haven't seen any reports from Europe," Kinney replied. "I don't think this is happening over there." That thought brought some comfort to the Darden twins, but the Gringelman kids looked even more worried. Kinney saw their reaction and tried to comfort the two young men. "Your dad's a fighter," Kinney began. "I'm sure—" "It's not our dad," Gary interrupted. "It's our mom. She's visiting her family up near San Francisco in Sausalito. I saw that the infection has spread there." "They're on the other side of the bridge and can easily drive up the California coast to get away," Carver said. Seeing that the teenagers were still anxious, he added, "They'll be safe, but why don't you call her just to be sure?" "They did," Kinney said. "All circuits are busy." So, it had started already. Carver hadn't thought that the infection would do so much damage in so short a time. "I've sent her a bunch of emails as well," Gavin said. "And we've sent a ton of text messages, too. Some of them have gone through, but she hasn't responded." The inconsistent email and text messaging connections meant that the system was failing, and that the city's infrastructure was already falling apart. They had even less time than he'd originally thought. During the discussion, Kyle had remained quiet. Finally, when there was a lull in the conversation, he addressed Carver. "What about my mom?" "I'm leaving to get her now." "I want to go too," Kyle demanded. "Sorry, son, but I don't have room. I'm taking Shrek, and with your mom in the passenger seat on the ride back, there won't be any room for you." Kyle's face dropped as he realized that there was no way he could go. "Hey, I know what we can do. We have a couple of satellite phones here. I'll let Mr. Carver take one so we can stay in touch. How does that sound?" Kinney said. Kyle agreed, but he was still downcast as Carver prepared to leave. With the sun touching the surrounding hills, Carver called Shrek into the truck's passenger cabin and left for Borrego Springs, winding down the long mountain trail for what seemed like the 12th time that weekend. Carver grimly braced himself as he hit the rocks and rain-cut channels, trading speed for safety. Finally, with the sky turning a deep, saturated indigo, he rocketed past the Hawk Watch Winery and turned left on Route 79 to begin his 30-mile journey to Borrego Springs. Almost immediately, the air pressure warning light began to glow on his instrument panel. Carver cursed as his steering became difficult, confirming the truck's computerized early warning that he was developing a flat tire. He pulled to the side of the road and hopped out of the truck. Sure enough, the front right tire was flat, its rim nearly touching the ground. Carver retrieved the jack system and went to the back of the truck. Lowering the tire from its place under the truck's rear bed, Carver was horrified to find his spare nearly flat. It wasn't much better, but he decided to swap tires anyway. After changing to the replacement tire and lowering the front end of the truck to the ground, Carver recognized the futility of trying to go directly to Borrego Springs. His best option was to backtrack to the camp and use the maintenance building's air compressor to fill the spare. Carver turned his vehicle around and slowly retraced his route, accepting the fact that he was just going to have to get there when he could. He'd been right about one thing, at least. Nothing ever went as planned. 10. April 20th. Naval Base, San Diego Theater. Jennifer.
I can't believe you invited your buddies, Jennifer whispered to her boyfriend. I'm sorry, babe, Garrett Jacobs replied. It's just a thing. A thing? Jennifer pouted. Our anniversary and you did a thing with your bros? Oh, come on, it's a matinee. We'll be all by ourselves after the show, Jacobs whispered back. You sure? I mean, I can call the Hyatt and see if I can add a few guests to our room. That is, if those two clowns can sleep in the same bed. Come on, Jen, that's not fair. They're only showing the movie at this one time. You're lucky I could get you on base for this.
The movie Lone Survivor was based on a true story of the SEAL-led Operation Red Wings. It was scheduled for this afternoon in the base's free movie theater.
I'm lucky, she hissed. We'll see how lucky you are tonight.
Garrett had no comeback. In one sense, she was correct. They'd been dating for 2 years now. Tonight was their anniversary, but if things went according to plan, it was going to be much more than that. The base theater provided admission at no charge, and all the tickets for the Mark Wahlberg show had been doled out within an hour. It was by sheer luck that Garrett had been able to get her onto the base and into the movie. His buddy and fellow master-at-arms, John Gardner, had given him the extra ticket. Unbeknownst to Jennifer, Garrett told Gardner that he was going to propose to her that night. John had just broken up with his girlfriend of 4 years and thought that using the ticket to help his friend would be fitting. Jennifer was upset, but it wasn't just because of her boyfriend's apparent lack of awareness. The base had been put on alert yesterday, forcing anyone on leave to return to the city. The sailors were still able to do normal things, as long as they were close to their station. Everyone was on edge because no one knew why they were on alert. Doing normal things under these conditions was anything but normal. It was evident in everything they did that day. "Hey, you two want anything? My treat!" John yelled from the concession counter.
Is he all right? Jen asked. I've never seen him offer to pay for anything.
He's trying to compensate, Manny Polidare, another master-at-arms from the Big Stick, replied loudly. Every time that he and Peggy break up, he's Mr. Happy. Then after a few weeks they get back together again. It's wonderfully pathologic, Garrett added. I'll take some popcorn and a water, Jen yelled, earning a wave from Gardner. Jennifer smiled, putting her anger away. Today was their anniversary, and Garrett's friends were as much family as they were friends. Garrett's rotation onto the USS Theodore Roosevelt, one of the Navy's Nimitz-class aircraft carriers that called San Diego home, had brought the three of them together. They served as shore patrol while docked, and master-at-arms when they were at sea. Being the on-board police meant that they were always looked on with less than friendly eyes by their fellow sailors. Because of this, the three had bonded in a way that was above and beyond a normal comrade-in-arms relationship. They were the strong hand of authority, and the rest of the crew treated them that way. Here you go, Gardner said, passing the popcorn and bottled water.
Thanks, John,
Jen replied. Hey, buddy, Manny added. You guys need some wine? I picked up a killer bottle of Shiraz. Maybe you could use it tonight. Garrett flashed him a look. Thanks, Manny, but I've got this under control. Jen's internal alarms started going off. This was also out of character. They entered the theater and fortunately found seats together that had a fairly good view of the screen. Jen's suspicious thoughts quickly disappeared as the movie progressed. It was a tragic and true story of a small squad of SEALs fighting and dying against impossible odds. The heroism and dedication the four men showed brought tears to her eyes. They had lived and died for each other, fighting fiercely to both save themselves and finish the mission. Realizing that these four heroes had trained right there in San Diego was humbling. After the movie, John and Manny wished the two of them a good night, then left to continue their own plans. The afternoon breeze brought the smell of the ocean. Its salty odor was a primal reminder of where the human species had come from. She leaned into Garrett and grasped his muscular waist. She felt his right arm envelop her shoulders, and his head nestled on top of hers. She fit perfectly into his embrace. She sighed and thought of the coming evening. "We can check in now," Garrett said. "It's after 3. Jen looked up at her lover. "We've got dinner plans, right?" "Yeah. I figured we'd stay close to the hotel. I hope you're okay with the Cheesecake Factory." Jen liked that place. Their menu was vast, and it was where they had gone on their first date, exactly 2 years ago. Remembering where they'd started their relationship was a remarkably romantic gesture. "You know I am," Jen replied, pleased at his decision. "I have reservations at 5. It was that or 9 o'clock. They're slammed, as usual, but I figured that still gives us enough time to check in and clean up." "Works for me," Jen replied with a smile. The Cheesecake Factory. "We'll have the lettuce wraps to start," Garrett said to the waitress. "Do you want to place the rest of the order?" "Not yet. We're celebrating our anniversary. Is it all right if we take our time?" "Of course," the waitress replied with a stiff smile. The waitstaff was going to try to turn over the tables as quickly as possible because of the growing crowd hovering at the check-in station. There were a number of groups that would be waiting for their spot. After the waitress left, Jen grasped his hand across the table. "You remembered?" "How could I forget? I had no idea what lettuce wraps were," Garrett sheepishly replied. Garrett Jacobs was a Midwest boy. Having grown up in rural Indiana, he'd joined the Navy to see the world. Upon graduating from Great Lakes, he'd been attached to the Theodore Roosevelt for a 3-year rotation. He had 1 year left, and it was concerning to Jen that he would be reassigned to a different port if he decided to stay with the service. It was one of her fears, along with him deploying on a ship that would be target number 1 if war broke out against one of the other superpowers. Their first date had been at this very restaurant, and Jen had ordered the lettuce wraps as a shared appetizer. Garrett had never eaten at one of the chain's many restaurants, and the wraps had proven a challenge. Garrett had worn his uniform that night in an effort to impress her. He spent the first part of their meal trying not to stain his white outfit. He'd mostly succeeded. They attacked the wraps as soon as they arrived, but Jen noticed that Garrett was less than attentive to the meal. He was constantly fidgeting under the table. His legs were bouncing up and down while his left hand kept shooting down to his pocket. After finishing the appetizer, they ordered their main course. Jen sipped her wine, while Garrett took a long pull from his beer. He reached down under the table with his left hand again, and Jen was convinced that he was feeling his phone as if waiting for a call from his buddies. She put her drink down. "Is there somewhere else you'd rather be?" Jen asked. What do you mean?" "Getting you into a conversation is like pulling teeth. What's wrong?" Garrett began to flush, his neck turning a light pink color. "Well, I guess." Multiple phones rang, and even more electronic devices began to beep nearby. Garrett reached into his left pocket and pulled out his portable phone. Staring at the screen, his facial expression changed from nervousness to incredulity in a matter of seconds. Suddenly, over a dozen men and women jumped up from their tables and hurried out of the restaurant, leaving their guests in a state of shock. "What is it?" Jen asked. "Jesus, I don't know," Garrett replied. "I just got an emergency action message. It's all hands on deck. There's something big happening." Jen sat quietly. Her worst fears seemed to be coming true. She waited for Garrett to jump up and leave, just like the rest of the sailors and airmen who had fled the room, but he continued to sit in silence, his eyes revealing an anxiousness and uncertainty that was concerning to her. "Jennifer," Garrett finally said, as he reached over the table to grasp her hand, "I have to go. I had wanted to do this at the end of dinner, but I guess I don't have that choice now." He reached down with his left hand and brought out a small jewelry box. He got up and knelt down next to her. In the confusion, no one other than Jen seemed to notice as he opened the box, revealing an engagement ring. "Jennifer Blevins, Will you marry me?" Jen was stunned. She put both hands over her face and stared at the diamond ring. "Jacobs, we need to go! Now!" a loud voice boomed at them. Garrett stood to find the source of the voice and saw Gardner and Paula there. They were standing at the check-in table, waving Garrett over to them. "What are you doing here?" Garrett yelled. "Having drinks at the bar," Paula Dare yelled back. "We wanted to see if you would really go through with it," Gardner added loudly. Garrett looked down at Jen, who still sat in shock. The ring, the emergency flash message, and now his imminent departure left her speechless. She couldn't respond. "I love you, Jennifer Blevins. Keep the ring and let me know." And with that, he sprinted out of the restaurant. Jen looked at the diamond ring, which sat on the table in front of her. The stone was not that large, and the shine was tainted with several slight inclusions. It was teardrop-shaped when she would rather have had a traditional cut, and the band was a yellow gold when she would have picked white. She thought of Garrett and sighed, realizing that despite its apparent shortcomings, it was the perfect ring after all. She picked up the engagement band and held it to her chest, then got up from the table and ran to a window. She saw the three men running up the street, then disappear around the corner. They weren't far from the base and would be at its entrance within a few minutes. She sat down and collected herself just as the waitress brought both meals. "Will he be coming back?" she asked. "No, I don't think so." "Do you want me to wrap it up?" "No, I don't believe he'll be eating it any time soon," she sadly replied. "Just wrap mine and bring the check." 15 minutes later, Jennifer returned to the room. There was a bottle of chilled Chardonnay and a plate of fruit. The sheets had been turned down, and soft rock music came from the bedside radio. She quietly turned off the music and sat down on the room's leather chair. She stared out the window, vaguely aware of sirens blaring in the distance. Red and blue strobing lights flashed into the room, and she looked down on the street. Several police cars roared by, heading to the airport that sat about a mile away. She closed the curtains, then took the jewelry box out of her purse and lay down in bed. She took the ring out and placed it on her left ring finger. It was at least 2 sizes too big, which brought another smile to her face. Garrett was sweet, but, like most young men, he was unaware of how clumsy his attempts to woo a woman could be. A distant explosion rattled the window, shaking her out of her thoughts. She kissed the diamond band and said a silent prayer. Then she buried her face into one of the room's down pillows and gently began to cry. 11. San Diego Airport, Cargo Terminal, Delta Airlines. It had been a long day for Dwayne Diamond Williams, a delivery driver for Magic Flowers and Gifts. He was on his second straight shift, having started at 5 in the morning with his first pickup of the day. Now on his final run, he was waiting at the Delta counter for someone to acknowledge his presence. He had 2 more deliveries tonight, the last of which was all the way out to Borrego Springs, and he was ready to get it over with. Diamond's patience was wearing thin as he saw the pallet piled with boxes next to the loading dock, where he was to fill his old Chevy van for its last trip of the night. The morning had started out well, but traffic had become unbearable as the day progressed. 2 of the florists had closed early because of some virus outbreak. The expressway out of town was nearly impossible to get on, and traffic on the freeway was at a standstill, so Diamond used his knowledge of the city to bypass the on-ramps and eventually finish his route. Now, with no one manning the counter at the cargo pickup area, he was ready to just chuck it all and head home, but he needed the overtime. So he held his temper and waited for someone to answer the call bell. Frustrated with the lack of response, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Diamond had visited the Delta cargo area enough that he was on a first-name basis with the employees. He also knew where they kept the paperwork he needed to sign. He hopped over the counter and located his triplicate form in a file next to the receiver's desk. Diamond signed the form and tore off the top copy, taking the other 2 for his own company's record. He then pulled up to the loading dock and began to transfer his flowers into the back of the delivery truck. Stepping to the side of his cargo, he felt his left foot slip, slightly, on some liquid on the floor. He caught himself on one of the boxes and looked down at a thick puddle of red sludge that had chunks of black tar in it. "God damn!" he shouted as he scrambled out of the slick, black-peppered goo. Diamond backed into the wall. Something smeared itself against his leg, just beneath the cuff of his company-issued khaki shorts. Leaping away from the wall, he saw the same sludge coating his calf. Diamond grabbed a paper towel from a bench nearby, wiped most of the muck from his skin and shoe, and finished loading his van. As he pulled out of the cargo terminal, he heard the sounds of multiple police sirens approaching. "Just in time," he said to himself. "Could have been here all night if they closed this place down." He quickly sped out of the lot. A quarter-mile down the road, 3 police cruisers barreled by him, just as an explosion from the main terminal building lit up the sky in his rearview mirror. A minute later, the airport disappeared from view. "Damn," he uttered. "Something's definitely going to shit." 10 minutes later, Diamond was winding his way through the city and out through the town. Heading east and avoiding any major roads, he was in La Mesa within an hour to make his delivery at the town's largest funeral home. He pulled up to the building's delivery entrance and rang the back doorbell, but received no response. "Shit," he muttered to himself. "Ain't no one working tonight." In the 5 years he had been on the job, he had never run across so many closed stores. Diamond tried to call the funeral home's number, but he received a warning telling him that all circuits were busy. With a shrug, he dropped the boxes of funeral wreaths at the back door and forged the client's signature. "Not my fault they went home early," he thought, as he stacked the last of the perishable flowers on the pavement. As he jumped into the back of his van's cargo area, he felt burning on his skin. Turning on the interior light, he looked down and saw the skin on his calf was covered in small welts where the black and red goo had gotten on him. Diamond spit on his hand and wiped the growing rash. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was nearly 8. Hopefully he would be back in town and in bed before midnight. Diamond rubbed his eyes, but then recoiled as he felt burning in his right socket. Looking at his hand, he saw a bit of the red tar-like stuff on his index finger. He grabbed his bottled water and flushed the eye. What kind of nasty, toxic shit had the airport employees left lying around? The trip to Borrego Springs was brutal. Everyone and their mother seemed to be out on the streets that night, and all of them were trying to get out of town. What should have been less than a 90-minute trip turned into a nightmare. Several times he was confronted with traffic jams that had no chance of being resolved, forcing him to bypass his normal route. During that last leg of his journey, Diamond was feeling pretty good. The challenge of finding a way through town was like playing a real-life game of Pac-Man. Within another 2 hours, he found himself pulling into the gates of the Borrego Springs Spa, Golf Resort, and Country Club. "Hey, Charlie," Diamond said to the guard at the gate. "Evening, Dwayne," the guard replied, checking a box on his clipboard. "Are we your last call?" "Yeah," Diamond replied. "It's crazy out there. I've never seen so many people on the road, especially on a Monday night." Charlie walked up to the driver's side window and looked in. "You all right?" he asked. "You don't look too good." Diamond had been feeling a bit dizzy the last half an hour. His vision had blurred once or twice, and just a few minutes before he swore he could hear someone talking. But he chalked it up to low blood sugar, given that he hadn't had anything to eat since lunch. The damn flour company worked him too hard. "Haven't had anything to eat since noon." "Geez, Dwayne, you can't go around like that. Hold on, let me get something for you," Charlie said, as he turned back into the guardhouse. He returned a moment later with a protein bar and a can of Coke. Diamond gratefully took the snacks from the kindly old man. "Thanks, Charlie." "Don't worry about it, kid. Just be safe." With a wave, Diamond gunned his van through the open gate and snaked his way to the back of the clubhouse. He was unsurprised to see that no one was there. "Typical," he groaned. "Ain't no one working anywhere else, so why would I get a break here?" Dwayne Williams had finally had enough. He was tired, hungry in a way he couldn't ever remember feeling before, and he just wanted the day to end. As he slumped in his chair and tilted his head back, He was seized by cramps that felt like his body was being torn apart. Screaming, he grabbed his stomach and doubled over, rolling onto the cargo van's floor between the two front seats. Eventually, the waves of pain subsided, and he groggily pulled himself back up. A fierce hunger came over him, so he grabbed the energy bar and tore the wrapper off it, shoving the whole thing into his mouth. Diamond retched as the carbohydrates hit his tongue, and he threw up all over the dashboard. Then his vision went black. When Diamond opened his eyes, he saw red, bloody vomit coating the plastic and rubber of the van's interior. Chunks of black goo dotted the puke as it slowly dripped down the dash and onto the floor. Diamond couldn't understand how that much stuff had come from his body. His brain felt on fire, and a sudden urge to eat overwhelmed his thoughts. He stared at his arm and could almost see the warm, inviting blood in his arteries and veins. The need to feed consumed him, and he tore into his forearm, rending a chunk of muscle. Having exposed the underlying artery, Diamond began to feed on his own blood. A loud pounding on the driver's side window caused him to jerk his head to the left. Suddenly, the van's sliding door was violently shoved back, and a man stood there pointing at Diamond. "I've got a bone to pick with you, mister." Diamond, in his last act as a human being, tried to shout a warning. The last thing Dwayne Diamond Williams would ever remember hearing was the inhuman sound, the horrific scream that emanated from his throat, a cry so foreign and so frightening that the man outside froze in place as Diamond coiled and leapt out of the truck, landing on top of the terrified man. The last dregs of his consciousness were drowned by an endless, blood-soaked hunger. Hope. Hope didn't need any more trouble. The board members had been in a meeting that, as best as she could tell, had not ended well. 3 of the 7 members had stayed on site, each taking one of the many unused rooms at the club's hotel. The other 4 had left the property over an hour ago, yet the demands of the remaining 3 were difficult to manage because of all the employees who had not shown up for work that day. She had caught Randy before he could leave for the evening, enlisting him in her efforts to provide services for the 3 unexpected guests' demands. "Just who drinks a brandy Alexander anymore?" Randy quipped as he blended the ice cream drink at the club's bar. "This is so 70s. "I know nothing," Hope replied with a smile, as she tried to keep the 70s theme going by doing her best Sergeant Schultz imitation. Both of them knew the ice cream drink was for one of their co-workers, a waitress from the club, who had caught the attention of one of the board members. She was in a suite with the philandering owner, and the 2 had ordered room service. "A Crown Royal on the rocks and 1 brandy Alexander for suite 308, Randy said with pomp. "I'll take it," Hope said. "I'm delivering dinner to 216, too." "I should say you will," Randy said. Then, in a tired voice, he continued, "I could be home right now, sipping my decaf coffee and nibbling on a cupcake." "You don't need either one of those," Hope said. "You'll have to jog 3 extra miles tomorrow morning just to burn off those calories." "True," he replied as he loaded up a serving tray. "But it's worth every miserable step." "You are such a whore for sweets," Hope laughed as she finished loading her tray. "How true. Randy Thomas, cupcake whore. I like it." Randy continued to work behind the bar in preparation for the next day. The in-house phone rang, and Hope listened with growing impatience as the retired cop who manned the security booth asked her to check on the floral delivery guy. She had had enough grief from the flower company already, and she told Charlie he was on his own. Randy raised an eyebrow. "So what was the phone call about?" "It seems we have a missing delivery van." "Oh, the mysteries of Borrego Springs," he replied sarcastically. "And what are you supposed to do, find it?" "No," she replied. "I told Charlie to leave the gate open and go find the damn van himself. Come back to the kitchen when you're done dropping off those trays. I'll make us something to eat." "I would love to." Hope smiled at her friend as she hefted the serving tray onto her shoulder. I'm starving." "You know," Randy called after her, "it always tastes better when someone else makes your sandwiches." Hope pushed through the saloon doors at the back of the bar and made her way up to the third floor, already bracing herself for the abuse the club members would throw at her. No matter what she did, they were never happy. "I can't wait for my shift to end," she thought. "Can this day get any worse?" Everett Stanwyck. Everett T. Stanwyck was apoplectic over his meeting that evening. The board of directors had met to discuss the future of the project. His project! The 7 board members were reviewing the consistent losses being racked up by the club, and in a last-ditch effort to right the sinking ship, they had voted to relieve Everett Stanwyck of his position as board chairman, effectively taking away his power to run the flagging business. Stanwyck stormed out of the meeting, which had been held in one of the club's conference rooms. He strode out onto the grounds of the golf course and began to march from hole to hole, trying to burn off the anger that was consuming him. Excuses and justifications swirled within his brain as he tried to vindicate himself and the decisions he had made while managing the club. What the board didn't know was that he had gathered information on his partners that would give him leverage just in case he ever needed it. 2 of the married board members were having affairs with the club's staff, and a third was involved with the men's golf assistant pro. Stanwyck wondered what his wife and 3 kids would think of that. All he needed to do was find dirt on one of the remaining 4 board members, and he would have his position back. The best bet was the club's finances. Somebody was always fudging the numbers or skimming off the top. He just had to get proof. So it was with an improved outlook that Everett marched back to the clubhouse where his office computer could access the company's financial books, giving him a late-night start to his planned return to power. Approaching the back of the Spanish-style clubhouse, he saw a floral delivery van sitting in the dark at the building's loading dock, the driver's shadow still visible in the front seat. Memories of the second-rate floral arrangements that had been supplied to the club over the past year reignited his anger. The rage he had felt after being booted from the board that evening overwhelmed him once again as he saw a symbol of one of the many uncontrollable forces that were aligned against him parked at the back of the building. The books could wait. He needed to confront the delivery man and vent some of his anger. Stanwyck strode up to the driver's window and pounded on the glass. The side door was slightly ajar, so he grabbed the handle and flung it back. "I've got a bone to pick with you, mister!" The creature in front of him wore a mask of death. Its head was bald and its skin pasty. The thing had a leech-like mouth that sucked in air, revealing sharp, pointed teeth lining a nearly lipless orifice. Its eyes glowed a pale yellow, with vertical slits not unlike those of a predatory cat that widened as the thing looked directly down at him. It let out a high-pitched screech. It sounded almost like an animal's last cry as it was being torn apart by an attacking predator. But this was no innocent prey. The thing crouched down and, with amazing speed, leapt from its perch within the van and landed on Stanwyck's chest, sending them both to the ground. The beast reared its head back before tearing into Stanwyck's neck, gulping down the man's blood as it pulsed from his rendered arteries. Charlie approached the van at a run, his flashlight raised and gun held by his side. The bright beam hit the creature's eyes as it crouched over the bloody figure on the ground. With a scream, it sprang off its victim and dashed into the darkness, leaving a dying Everett Stanwyck to bleed out on the asphalt driveway. Charlie ran to the wounded man's side and watched helplessly as the blood slowed to a trickle. The retired cop searched frantically for something to bind the wound, but he already knew it was too late. Charlie stood, shaken, not quite believing what he had just seen. The attacker's eyes had seemed to glow, and the wash of the intense beam made the thing's skin almost look transparent. Black lines traced across its dark, ashen skin. Charlie realized that it was Dwayne's van parked right next to the dead body. It had happened so quickly that Charlie's brain took a minute to piece together the information he had taken in during the brief moment when his light had splashed onto the scene. Reviewing that mental picture, he recalled more detail. The thing was about the same size as the floral delivery man, and as he thought more about it, Charlie realized that the attacker was wearing the floral company's uniform of polo shirt and khaki shorts. "Oh, Dwayne," Charlie lamented. "What the hell have you done?" The only explanation that made sense was that Dwayne had gotten mixed up with drugs, maybe PCP or something even worse. There was nothing he could do for Mr. Stanwyck now. Charlie left the corpse on the driveway and made his way into the service entrance of the large clubhouse. Having been a cop for over 20 years, Charlie felt responsible for the safety of not only the guests at the resort, but the scores of people who lived in the golf course community's residential areas. Passing through the loading dock, Charlie walked into the club's kitchen. Hearing activity within, and not knowing if Dwayne had found his way into the club itself, Charlie drew his Glock. The .40 caliber semi-automatic weapon had a flashlight mounted under the barrel. Charlie took a deep breath and switched on the pistol's high-intensity light, casting a beam down the gun's line of sight. He spun into the room, handgun pointed forward, and took a fighting stance with his left foot slightly in front of his right. "Freeze!" Charlie barked. Randy was just finishing the final touches on the club sandwiches he had been preparing. The glass jar he held was flung in the air, smashing onto the tile floor as he spun to face the security guard. With his right hand grasping a mayonnaise-covered rubber spatula and his left hand covering his heart, Randy let out a scream. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!" he gasped. "What in the hell are you doing?" "Sorry, Randy," Charlie replied, "but you won't believe what just happened. That nice young man from the flower company murdered Mr. Stanwyck." Randy laughed, but then seemed to realize Charlie wasn't kidding. "Seriously? Stanwyck is dead?" "We need to call the sheriff's office," Charlie said. "Where's an outside line?" Randy silently pointed to a PBX phone mounted on the wall. Charlie did as he was told, and after getting a dial tone, hit 911. He was immediately greeted with a recording informing him that all circuits were busy. After trying 2 more times, he turned to Randy. "I left my cell phone at the booth," Charlie said. "Can you call 911 for me? I can't seem to get through." Randy tried his phone, but he received the same recorded message. "We'd better find Hope," Randy finally said. "She always knows what to do." The 2 men walked to the hotel lobby, but saw that the front desk was abandoned. Randy searched Hope's office and found the walkie-talkies mounted in their charging stations. One was missing. Charlie snatched a walkie-talkie from the wall and pressed the send button. "Miss Torrance, this is Charlie Kipman. Come in, please." After a moment, Hope answered. "Charlie, what are you doing on our frequency?" "You need to get back to the front desk pronto," Charlie said. "There's been an incident." "Okay, I'm coming," she replied. A little over 5 minutes later, Hope appeared with an empty service tray, looking frazzled. Her hair had partially come out of her ponytail and her eyes were wide. "What's happened now?" she asked. "Is one of the guests out of snacks?" "There's been a murder," Charlie said. "It's Stanwyck. I think the delivery man killed him and took off onto the club's grounds." "My God," Hope said, dropping the tray and putting her hands over her mouth. Charlie related his story, omitting some of the more gruesome details. He wasn't even sure himself of what he'd been a witness to. Every time Charlie thought about the creature, his mind kept challenging his memory, refusing to accept what he had seen. "Take me to him," Hope said, squaring her shoulders. "We need to get the sheriff's office over here first. I just can't get a call through." The 3 of them tried every one of their 6 outside lines, with all attempts failing to break through the phone company's busy circuits. "I have no clue what's going on," Hope said as she also failed to get a connection on her cell phone. "Let's go out back and see if we can figure out what happened." "We can't touch anything," Charlie reminded them as they walked to the back of the building. "It's a crime scene." At the rear exit, Hope switched on the outside floodlights. Opening the door, they saw the abandoned florist van still parked by the door, but there was no body. "I don't understand," Charlie said as they walked around the delivery vehicle. "There's the blood on the ground," Maybe he wasn't dead, Randy said. No, Charlie replied. I checked for a pulse. There wasn't one.
Something isn't adding up. I mean, look at all that blood. How could someone lose that much and still be able to get up and walk around? Hope asked.
Then you explain it to me, Randy said. If no one took the body and Stanwyck lost too much blood to pick himself up, then what happened? Maybe Dwayne came back and took him, Charlie surmised. He must be pretty messed up to do something like this. I mean, some of the hallucinogenic street drugs can really fry your brain. Remember when there was that run of bath salts incidents a few years ago, when people were trying to eat each other? Yeah, I remember, Randy said. That guy in Florida tried to eat some homeless man's face. The news called it a zombie drug.
Great, Hope said. That's just perfect. Now we have a zombie loose on the grounds.
What do you want me to do? Charlie asked.
We need to warn the guests and the staff. Both of you come with me. If I run across our zombie friend, I'll need you two to help me put him down.
You mean kill him? Randy said. I could never kill anyone.
Just, I don't know. Knock him out or something, Hope said. If he eats all of our guests, we'll be out of a job.
This is no time for jokes, and don't forget the rest of the people that live in the community, Charlie admonished the young woman. We need to let them know as well. As the three turned to enter the club, screams came from the back of the clubhouse. Charlie grabbed the flashlight from his utility belt and drew his service weapon. Come on, he shouted as he ran into the night.
I can't,
Randy yelped.
Oh, Jesus, I can't go out there. Then get back in there and keep trying the phone, Hope said before sprinting after the security guard.
Charlie found the source of the screams near the pool's patio. A young woman in a bikini was being tended to by a man about the same age. Her arm had been torn open, and blood was dripping heavily onto the stone patio. The terracotta tiles were splattered with blood, and the woman looked as if she was going to faint.
He came out of nowhere, the young man stammered. We were in the hot tub, and all of a sudden, Carmen got pulled out of the jacuzzi by her hair. That maniac tried to drag her off into the bushes.
Charlie holstered his sidearm and took one of the couple's towels, wrapping it tightly around her arm. The ex-cop tightened the cloth to the point where the girl gave out a pained yelp before he tied off a knot, stanching the bleeding. There, Charlie said soothingly. You'll be all right. We just need to get you to the hospital so they can stitch you up.
Thank you, Carmen said shakily. Where did he go after he grabbed you? Hope asked. I jumped out of the water and ran after them, Carmen's boyfriend answered. The dude, took a bite out of Carmen's arm and then let her go. He ran back toward the hotel, I think.
Let's get her inside, Charlie said. Then I've got to go after Dwayne.
You know who did this? The young man asked with disbelief. Did you call the cops?
Of course, Charlie replied as he helped the woman stand up. But all the lines are busy. We can't get through.
Okay, let me try,
the man said, pulling out a cell phone from the couple's floral-printed beach bag. As they helped the girl hobble along, he made repeated attempts to get an outside line, but he didn't have any luck either.
Nothing,
he spat, as they guided the injured girl into the lobby of the attached conference center. Look, Charlie said, I'll get one of the staff to drive you two to the hospital. The bleeding's slowed down, and she'll be fine as long as a doctor looks at her tonight.
I'll go get Randy and see if he can drive them to Palm Desert, Hope said.
That's over an hour from here, the boy complained.
Hope shrugged. It's the closest emergency room. Now, you stay here with your girlfriend, and we'll go get you a ride.
Charlie fell into step beside her. I'm going with you. I won't lose you to this crazy man. The two of them hustled through the building, eventually finding Randy at the front office, still trying the phone.
I can't get through, Randy said. And what's worse, take a look at this.
He turned the computer's monitor around so they could see CNN's homepage, alongside Fox News and Randy's Twitter account. The headlines all warned of an outbreak of a deadly virus that seemed to be a cross between Ebola and rabies.
Christ! Hope exclaimed. Do you think the delivery guy was infected?
That does explain his behavior, Charlie said. He looked sick when he showed up at the front gate earlier, but he wrote it off as missing dinner. I even gave the kid a snack, thinking that would help. If I had only known." "Don't blame yourself," Randy said. "I've been watching this stuff for a while, and the infection seems to hit really quickly." Fox News suddenly shifted from live feeds to a shot of the White House briefing room. A moment later, the President of the United States walked up to the podium and began to address the assembled reporters. "Turn up the volume," Charlie said. "I can't," Randy replied. "There's no speaker. The owners only wanted it used for scheduling and spreadsheets." "Then let's find a television, quick!" Randy and Charlie tried to keep up with Hope as she sprinted down the first-floor hall and opened one of the many unused rooms. Within a few seconds they had the television on and tuned to the Fox News channel. "The origin of this infection is still unknown," the haggard-looking leader was saying. "We all need to stay calm and stay indoors. I can assure you that your government is doing everything it can to stem the tide of this sudden and dangerous disease." Charlie snorted. "They aren't doing a good job so far." The President continued, "I have directed the National Institute of Health and the Center for Disease Control to drop all other research and concentrate on this problem. I'm going to turn this press conference over to Dr. Anthony Fauci, Director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease at the NIH. He will elaborate on this subject and can answer all questions." Dr. Fauci approached the podium, and as he ascended to the microphone, the President was already being whisked away by a crowd of Secret Service agents. He had disappeared before the NIAID director even cleared his throat. "Did you just see that?" Charlie asked the others. "See what? I thought he did a good speech," Randy said. "I wouldn't say that," Hope countered. "He didn't really tell us anything, did he?" "You both missed something important," Charlie said. "And what is that?" Hope asked. "The Secret Service couldn't get him out of there fast enough." "So?" Randy asked. "What's the big deal about that?" "It means this infection is a lot worse than they're letting on. That was almost an emergency extraction of the president." None of them spoke as the NIAID director droned on, describing the money and people that had been allocated to fighting this new viral outbreak. When he finished his talk, he left without taking any questions. "They want us to stay indoors. That's their advice. Stay indoors. What a joke," Hope said as they watched the press corps harangue the departing director. The camera remained focused on the empty podium with the presidential seal pasted on the front. "Come on," Charlie said. "We need to get back to the conference center." "Why?" Randy asked. "We need to go home." Charlie frowned. "We have to deal with Dwayne and the guest that he bit." "I'm not getting anywhere near her," Randy said. "We could get infected. I don't want to get Ebola rabies." Before Charlie could respond, they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from down the hall. Hope immediately turned to run toward the sound, but Charlie grabbed her arm. "Hold on," Charlie said. "We need to consider what Randy just said." "This place is my responsibility, and I'll lose my job if I don't do something." "Really?" Randy shot back. "The country is falling apart and you're worried about your dead-end job? Screw this place." "Okay," she said after a long pause. "You win. I need to think of Kyle." "Smart girl," Charlie replied. "Now we need—" Another horrific scream echoed through the hall. This one seemed to be coming from the front of the building. An answering screech came from the hallway. "Jesus," Randy said. "There's more than one." Headlights appeared in the drive in front of the club's main entrance. From the rapid shift in the beam's direction, someone was rocketing toward the front entrance. They heard the high-pitched squeal of brakes, the hallmark sounds that always seem to precede a car accident. Finally, there was a dull thud, followed by a tomb-like silence. "Oh, wow," Randy said quietly. "That can't be good." A few seconds later, the front entrance's double glass doors flew open. Fearing the worst, Charlie drew his Glock. "Hope!" cried a man's voice. The man charged into the lobby a moment later. "John?" Hope said. "Do you know him?" Charlie asked, lowering his gun. "Yeah, he's my neighbor. He watches my son." The muscular, middle-aged man spied them behind the ornate wooden front desk and jogged over to the small group.
John, what are you doing here? Is Kyle all right?
Hope asked.
Kyle's fine. I'm here for you, he replied, his eyes wide as he approached the trio. What the heck was all that noise? Hope asked. Someone or something shot out of the bushes and ran right into my front grill. I tried to stop, but... He peered out into the driveway, scanning the darkness. They were right here just a second ago. I don't understand it. A dog was barking inside the cab of the truck, and the man opened the door to let an enormous black and tan animal out. It began sniffing the asphalt and then stiffened, pointing its muzzle toward the manicured front yard. 12. April 20th. Carver. There was only one way in and out of the country club, a quarter-mile road landscaped with a desert motif. The land had been sculpted with mounds of plants surrounded by patches of sand. Each elevated dune was topped with a native desert bush or palm tree. Pulling out his flashlight, Carver shined its beam into the meticulously groomed space. Shrek silently moved to the edge of the driveway and stopped. Carver recognized his dog's stalking position as he waited like a coiled spring for his handler to permit him to continue. "Spoor!" Carver hissed, commanding the Mal to track the scent he had picked up. Shrek shot off into the night, followed closely by Carver and Charlie. Hope and Randy trailed at a safe distance. The sandy landscaping was marred by splotches of fresh, dark blood. A continuous trail of footsteps, 1 foot dragging, headed off into the night. Nearby, street lights cast a pale orange glow over the lonely road, but here their flashlights were the only illumination. About 20 yards into the brush, Shrek stopped, the hair on the nape of his neck standing up straight. Trained to do his job silently, Shrek stood at attention and prepared to attack. Carver reached to his left and gently grasped Charlie's arm as the security guard attempted to rush forward. "Hold on," Carver whispered. "We need to do this carefully." "What's that dog doing?" he asked. "He senses a threat," Carver whispered back. Carver stepped back toward the others, relying on the war dog to let them know if something changed. Hope and Randy had tentatively edged into the clearing where the two men had taken position. Carver waved them over, keeping his flashlight beam partially covered. "Shrek has someone or something cornered just ahead," Carver began. "His posture indicates that whatever is on the other side of the bushes is dangerous." "What do we do?" Hope asked. "If it's someone infected, we have to keep them from hurting anyone else." "I'll send Shrek in and flush out whatever's in there. You too," Carver said, pointing to Hope and Randy. "Need to stay behind us. If they charge us, he and I will stop them. Whatever you do, don't let an infected person touch you." Carver advanced to within a foot of the dog. The Mal remained motionless, his haunches coiled and his eyes focused on something just beyond the curtain of brush. Shrek's ears stiffened as a small grunt came from the bushes. Carver touched the hound's back and gently rubbed the nape of his neck. For what seemed like an eternity, Carver leaned in, letting his left hand massage the dog's shoulders. Finally, the ex-seal put his mouth next to Shrek's right ear. "Ridere," Carver hissed, and Shrek exploded through the bank of California sagebrush, disappearing from sight. Shrek. Carver is afraid. Not in a way that would make me disrespect him. Like me, he is a warrior, and fears do not keep us from battle. But he is not ready for this, and that is not like him. Back when we were fighting together in the other mountains, where the snow-covered rocks hid men with guns and bombs, we fought as a team. We were calculating, and we were deadly. We never hurried to meet the enemy, because speed without knowledge is usually fatal. Carver was always thorough with his plans. I would know because I was always at his side. Carver was the leader, and the other soldiers listened, as they should have. Back then, Carver and I were the best killers. In the mountains, the enemy feared us. The mountain men, whether they were with us or against us, always respected us. Today, things are different. Carver has talked about a new enemy called infection. I don't know what that is, but it seems to concern everyone. But I am not afraid because there is no enemy that can beat me, and with Carver as my partner, there is no one that can overcome us. Back in the snowy mountains, I remember him teaching the other soldiers, telling them about a great warrior from the past named Benjamin Franklin. He must have been a great fighter because all of the others seemed to know him. If you fail to prepare, you are preparing to fail, Franklin had said. Now that is one smart human. I wonder if one of my ancestors fought with him. Perhaps that is why Carver is fearful now. He is not afraid to fight, but he is afraid of being unprepared to face our new enemy. I got to ride in the truck today many times. We drove down the road with the window on my side cracked at the top, just in case I wanted to stick my face out into the wind. Once I thought I smelled something evil, just a quick whiff, and it was gone. I searched my brain for that smell, and surprisingly found no reference to it in my ancestral memory. Dogs remember their ancestors, not like humans do, where they talk only about mothers and fathers. No, we remember the important things from thousands of years ago, which is why I am so good at my job. I have a deep memory that lets me know what is bad and what is good. I remember the smells of Babylon, where the hanging gardens brought the sweet aroma of myrtle. The people there used to make crowns of fragrant flowers and myrtle leaves, which they called a tiara. My ancient relatives also lived in the times of the Romans, and I know the smell of burning pitch, which their warriors used to light their enemy on fire, and the ancient Greeks, too, who used frankincense to pray to their gods, so that their homes were saturated with their perfume. But the odor I smelled today was different. It wasn't like anything my ancestors had ever encountered, and it gave me pause. Like Carver, I am uncomfortable when I'm unsure. This new smell is unknown, and I don't like uncertainty. I hope my ignorance doesn't come back to haunt us. We arrive at the enormous mansion with all the lights and giant driveway, and I am confused. Carver acts like we are going to battle, but it is just a castle where we sometimes visit a woman called Hope. Carver likes her, and so I like her too. Something quick runs in front of us, forcing the truck to veer off the road and up onto the curb. It happens so quickly that the creature has to be an illusion. It isn't anything I have seen before, both human and deformed animal. Carver runs into the big doors of the structure, leaving me in the cab of the truck. I think I have imagined the creature, but then I smell it, that same strange odor that I caught on the road into town. It frightens me because, as I search my ancient memory once again, I can find nothing to match it with. I stand on the seat and look through the back window to see what lies on the road, but it is not there. It has risen from the pavement, one of its legs bent impossibly to the side, and it sprints off into the sagebrush. Carver returns with Hope and two other men I do not know. They stand where the creature's body had been, unaware that it had not been killed. I bark in frustration as they spend too much time inspecting a place where there is obviously nothing present. Carver hears me and opens his door, unleashing me from my temporary prison. I go to the spot where the creature had lain and inhale its foul odor. I try in vain to place the smell, but I only receive back suggestions based on my forefathers' experiences. The first impression is from so long ago that I can't place the memory. It is a terror so instinctive that even its origins are lost in time. The primal memory of a monster is not enough to tell me what sort of creature I now hunt. A second, more recent memory surfaces. It is from ancient Egypt, where my forefathers had lived and were looked upon as sacred. They prayed to the ancient, jackal-headed god Anubis, in the hopes that when weighing the souls of the departed, he would allow the deceased to enter the realm of the dead. The Egyptians were smart, recognizing our unique sense of right and wrong, and our ancestral memories that allowed us to distinguish the difference between the two. The scent leading away into the garden pulls strongly at my memories. It isn't that the monster is from ancient Egypt. Yet it reminds me of Egypt's oldest enemy, the asp. Poison reeks from the fluids in the ground, the kind of poison that will kill any beast or man exposed to it. The poison gives me a clue about how to handle this new enemy. Like my ancestors, I will hunt that creature, pointing it out to the humans so they can kill it. When I reach a wall of sagebrushes, I stop, knowing it is just on the other side. As Carver leans next to me and whispers in my ear, "Here, I know what I must do. I cannot retrieve the prize for myself. I must corner it and sound the alarm for Carver to come." I spring through the bushes and immediately see the source of the smell. It is a man, so infused with poison that he is decayed and deformed from his own toxic blood. The human hair on its head has fallen out, and its mouth is puckered into a hole lined with sharp, pointed teeth. Its skin oozes of venom, and its blood is thick with contagion. It is fast, too, so quick, in fact, that it nearly gets me in its grasp. Were it not for the injury Carver had caused with his truck, it would have gotten me. The monster is fast, but I am faster. It lunges at me again, entangling itself in one of the sage bush's prickly branches. I back up and growl. What is this thing? It is no serpent, nor is it any longer a man. I never bark unless I know what to call my prey, and because I have never encountered anything like this before, I am unsure whether to call Carver to my side. The creature pulls itself from the bush and charges at me as I back up into a clearing and growl once again. I am frustrated. I can't grasp it with my jaws because it is poisonous, and it is too big to corner. I whine softly, contemplating how best to confront this new enemy. I see Carver and the other man with a gun charge into the clearing. It is too late to warn them of the danger. They will have to find out for themselves.
Carver. It took all of Carver's self-control to keep his position as he heard the commotion coming from the other side of the bushes. Something big and quick was engaging his dog, but he wouldn't move until he heard Shrek bark, or the sound of the mal being wounded. Finally he could stand it no longer. "Come on!" Carver shouted to Charlie as he sprinted around the large bank of shrubs. Both men stood with mouths agape as their flashlights illuminated the standoff in front of them. Shrek was staring down a creature unlike anything he'd seen during all his tours of duty. It had been a man at one point. The thing's clothing indicated that it had been a guest at the hotel. It wore silk sleeping pants with a torn and bloody t-shirt half ripped from its body. A large piece of its right pectoral had been removed, and chunky black and red blood saturated its front. Its left leg seemed to be broken, but that didn't stop it from crouching down, clearly ready to spring. The beam of light startled it, causing it to raise its arms in defense. Its eyes were yellow vertical slits, and it screeched loudly in pain when the flashlight's beams swept across its face. Charlie drew down on the beast, assuming a fighting stance as he aimed at the thing's body mass. He shouted for it to freeze, but Carver already knew the command would do no good. Whoever this thing had been, its humanity was already gone. That's when it lunged. Charlie instinctively let loose with 3 shots, each finding the creature's torso, but the bullets did little to slow the thing down. With only 30 feet between them, the monster quickly ate up the space. It coiled and sprang onto the security guard, its teeth gnashing and clicking as it attempted to rip off a piece of the man's flesh. Carver reacted before it could latch on, tackling it from the side and sending it rolling into another stand of bushes. It immediately attempted to come back at them, but it was momentarily caught in the sage's branches. The guard, partially dazed, raised his weapon and fired until his magazine was empty. Most of the shots went wide, but the last pierced its skull, blowing brain matter out of the back of its head. Shrek slunk over to the creature as it hung limply from the bush, still entangled within the branches. The dog sniffed it and trotted back to his master with a satisfied look on its face. Carver cautiously approached the corpse and, using a fallen branch, poked the carcass to verify that it was dead. "I don't understand," Charlie said as he recovered his senses from the sudden and violent attack. "I hit it 3 times in the chest, and it still came at me." Carver used the branch to lift the infected creature's slumped head, noting the deformities. "Don't touch anything," Carver said as he inspected the creature. "Look at its mouth," a woman's voice said from behind them, causing the 2 men to spin around and see Hope and Randy standing nearby. "Oh my God," Randy said. "His skin! If I get infected, please kill me. I never want to look like that." Hope slapped her friend in the arm, then gave it a gentle squeeze. All 4 of them stood there for a long moment, staring at the effects of the virus now raging across the country. "The only thing that killed it was the shot to the head," Charlie said. "Jesus, it's like a real zombie apocalypse." "I wish I could say you're crazy," Carver replied, "but we may as well call it just that." "Are you saying there are zombies out there?" Randy asked incredulously. Hope gestured at the corpse. "How else would you describe this thing? It certainly looks like one, and they do, eat people." As they stood in the darkness, the 2 flashlights lighting up the scene of death, they heard another howl coming from the hotel. "Holy hell," Charlie said. "It's another one." "Just how fast does the infection take to turn you into one of those things?" Hope asked. "Obviously not long," Charlie replied as he stripped the empty magazine from his Glock and replaced it with a fresh one. "Dwayne went through the gate a little over 2 hours ago, so obviously that's enough time to turn into one of these things." Off in the distance, a second howl answered, and then a third screech came from the golf course off to their right. "We're outnumbered," Carver said. "We need to move." "I have to warn the guests," Hope said. "There's an emergency protocol I need to engage. The phone system will call every room so I can tell them to leave as quickly as they can." "Forget them," Randy said. "What have they ever done for us?" Hope shook her head, clearly determined to follow through with her duty. The 4 of them, plus Shrek, jogged back to the front portico. Hope stopped the group before entering the clubhouse. "John, could you pull your truck over to the side of the building, between the clubhouse and the golf pro shop off to the left?" Hope asked. "There's a door to the security office, and once I get there, I'll open it for you. Recording and sending the phone alert shouldn't take more than 5 minutes, and after that we can leave." "I'll make a quick trip back to the conference center," Charlie said. "I've got to get Carmen and her boyfriend." "Be careful," Hope said. "We don't know how long it takes for the infection to set in." Charlie nodded grimly. "Less than 2 hours, assuming Dwayne was the cause of all this. And until we know for certain, I'm not assuming anything." The security guard made his way through the lobby with his handgun drawn, then turned a corner and disappeared from sight. "I need to go back to my office for my wallet and keys," Randy said. "Where are you parked?" Carver asked. "Employee parking lot down at the entrance to the club." Randy's face paled. "I guess the shuttle bus that usually takes us down there isn't running anymore, huh? I suppose I'll have to walk. In the dark. Past a whole bunch of zombies." "Randy, I'll drop you off at your car," Carver said. He jumped into his truck and gave them what he hoped was a reassuring smile. "It's going to be okay. I'll take care of you." "Are you sure he's not gay?" Randy asked hopefully. "Really?" Hope retorted. "The world's coming to an end and you're asking me to introduce you two?" "If you're not going for it, I'm not feeling guilty. I mean, he's like part action hero, part cowboy." Randy dropped his voice low, trying to imitate Carver's gruff tone. "I'll take care of you." "You know I can still hear you, right?" Carver asked. "Just move it," Hope smirked as they went their separate ways. Carver pulled the truck around to the right and found the door she had described. There was no sign of life as he pulled up and backed into a parking spot to the right of the darkened door. Carver sat in the cab of the pickup, his engine off and the windows cracked open so he could better hear what was happening around him. Shrek was edgy after their encounter, and Carver couldn't blame his canine friend. A minute or 2 passed, and the X seal was starting to get worried. Hope was supposed to have opened the door for him by now. Carver decided to give her a few more minutes before he would act. After all, he thought, what could I do? Ram the truck through the wall? Carver was rubbing his face with his hands, reviewing what he knew about the situation, when the high-pitched screech of the infected sounded from behind the clubhouse. Shrek stood on the seat of the truck, tense for a fight. The light above the exterior door flicked on, and Hope opened the door to let Carver into the building. He locked the dog inside the truck, giving him the command to stay, and followed her inside, shutting the door and bolting it shut. He trusted Shrek to take care of himself for a few minutes. "What took so long?" Carver asked casually.
"They're all over the place. I heard at least 2 screams coming from down the hall, and I had to stop and hide once when I thought I saw one of them."
"Shit," Carver said. "I should have brought a gun, but I didn't think things would get this bad so quickly." They entered the security office and locked themselves within. The door was not reinforced. Any determined, normal-sized man could break it down. "Is there anything I can use for a weapon?" Carver asked as he began to rummage through the drawers of the office.
"I have no idea,"
Hope replied as she sat at a computer terminal, typing the commands that accessed the building's phone system. Carver's search proved fruitless until he went into the chief of security's office at the back of the room. Next to the lone desk was a metal locker with a hasp lock. Carver tried to pry it open with a screwdriver he had found, but it proved fruitless. He searched for something else to force his way into the metal storage container. Coming back into the main office space, Carver heard Hope speaking into one of the wall-mounted telephones, recording a message to be broadcast throughout the facility. That's when Carver saw the fire extinguisher mounted on the wall. He grabbed it and returned to the back room. After 4 heavy blows to the lock, he was finally rewarded as it gave way, granting him access to the locker. "Bingo!" Carver yelled. Inside was an impressive stash of gear, including a Mossberg 590 shotgun and Kevlar body armor. "What the hell is this place doing with riot gear?" Carver muttered.
"Homeland Security," Hope answered as she entered the room. "You can't believe the stuff we had access to because of them."
Carver brought out the shotgun and checked the chamber to find it empty. He searched the shelves of the locker and found a box of Fiocchi rubber-shot ammunition and began loading the weapon. It was better than nothing, but he would have preferred lethal rounds. Another screech came from nearby, but with the office door closed, neither of them could tell where it came from. "Let's go," Carver commanded as he quickly made his way to the front of the office.
"Let me call Randy and tell him to meet us outside,"
Hope replied. She picked up one of the phones and punched 3 digits, connecting her with Randy's office at the back of the kitchen. After only 1 ring, the nervous food services manager answered.
"Come on, we're ready to get out of here. Meet us at the side door by security,"
Hope said. "Tell him we'll be waiting in the truck. We can all fit in the front for a short drive," Carver said. "I heard him," Randy replied before Hope could relay the message. "I'll take the middle seat next to Mr. Dreamboat."
"You're shameless," she shot back with a snort.
"Just tell my boyfriend I'll be right there," Randy quipped and disconnected the call. Carver just shook his head, then pressed his ear to the door. "Clear," he whispered. Carver had the shotgun up on his right shoulder, using his left hand to twist the handle and slowly push the door open. Once the door swung out of the way, he grasped the weapon with both hands and stepped purposefully into the hallway. He scanned left, then right, making sure nothing was waiting to pounce. Once he saw that the hallway was safe, he gestured to Hope. "Follow behind me and keep your left hand on my right shoulder so I always know where you are." Hope did as she was told, the two walking as one down the hallway. After 2 quick turns, they came to the outer steel door and waited for a moment before pushing the security door out and scanning the parking area. "Nothing," he whispered. "Let's go." Carver reached into his pocket and retrieved the keys to the truck. He pointed the fob at the F-150, and he saw Shrek inside, feet up on the dash, barking and snarling at them. As he pulled the passenger door back, he suddenly felt a tingling on the nape of his neck, warning him that something was wrong. Carver instantly realized he had made a mistake. The dog wasn't barking at them, but at something behind them. With the passenger door half open, Shrek tried to spring out of the truck, but the 2 of them only got tangled up with each other. The collision of the 90-pound dog with the 200-pound man sent them both tumbling onto the asphalt, knocking the truck's keys from Carver's hand. Now flat on the ground, he looked up and saw a confused Hope staring down at them both. while just above and behind her, crouched and infected, it was perched on the dumpster and preparing for an attack. Carver shouted her name. Hope spun around just as the creature sprung at them. Shrek was the first to recover. The dog barreled into Hope and pushed her out of the creature's reach. The infected creature, having suddenly had its prey snatched from its grasp, landed on its chest and face. The thing quickly bounced back up and turned to face them. Emitting a high-pitched, primal scream, it crouched for yet another attack. Its joints popped and cracked as it bent its legs. Its hands were deformed into claws, and its round, razor-tooth-lined mouth snapped and slurped as it faced Hope. With a growl, Shrek was up and charging. The infected woman, distracted by the war dog, hesitated enough for Shrek to slam into her side, sending them both careening into the wall. Shrek, shaken by the collision, was slow to get up. The creature stared at the dog, no doubt excited by the thought of a quick meal, and let out another ear-shattering howl. But before it could harm Shrek, the roar of a shotgun blasted through the night as 15 double-aught rubber shotgun pellets slammed into its head. Normally, the non-lethal rounds would only stun a person, but from less than 20 feet away they tore the beast's face off. Carver ran to Shrek, who was now up and walking normally. Turning back, he saw Hope staring back through the open security door. "Hope, are you all right?" "Run, John," she almost whispered, staring into the still open doorway. "What is it?" he said as he approached her, shotgun raised again. "Run!" she screamed. Hope sprinted away from the building. Carver glanced into the open hallway and saw that it was full of the infected. Almost as one, they screamed and began to fight past each other in an attempt to get to the door. The truck wouldn't have kept them safe. Given the number of monsters that were pouring down the hall, Carver turned and followed Hope, who was running toward the golf pro shop across the driveway. She was a dozen yards ahead of him when he reached the locked glass door. She began to fumble with her keys. Turning back for a quick look, he saw that the infected were pouring out of the building behind them, not 30 yards away. "Back up!" he shouted as he brought the shotgun up to his shoulder. He squeezed off around, shattering the glass, and then pushed through the opening, followed by Hope and Shrek. "Over here!" Hope shouted, pointing behind the pro shop's front counter. At the end of the hallway was a steel door. Behind them, the mass of infected was screeching as they fought each other to get through the broken window. Hope bounded through the steel door and into the room beyond, which proved to be a storage room for members' golf clubs and an office for the groundskeeper. There was a second entrance on the other side, and she darted across to lock it. Carver continued to watch down the hallway, the door half open and his hand on its sliding metal latch. Within seconds, over a dozen infected had poured down the hallway, some climbing over others in their frenzy to get to Hope, Carver, and Shrek. He slammed the door closed and slid the heavy bar into the frame of the concrete block wall. A second later, the door began to shake as the crazed creatures tried to get to them. The metal door held, but they were now trapped inside the storage room. Carver knew he couldn't take them all on, not with a single shotgun. Their only option was to escape out the other door before they were surrounded. He called for Hope to follow him, but she just stood in place, a defeated look on her face. "It's too late," she said bleakly. "That's the door to the golf shed. The infected are already in there. I saw them when I was locking the door." Carver tried to calmly assess the situation. On the positive side, they had a sink with running water, a windowless concrete block room, and 2 sturdy doors. On the downside, his truck keys were on the asphalt somewhere outside, and dozens of infected creatures stood between them and his Ford. "All right," he said. "Let's see what we have to work with." He began to circle the room, taking inventory of everything they had at hand. "John," Hope said, "what about Randy?" "I didn't see him at all. Maybe he's still back in the kitchen." "I'll find out," she said, as she picked up a phone and punched in the kitchen's extension, while Carver continued his search for anything useful. After almost a dozen rings, she dejectedly hung up. Carver, seeing the look on her face, didn't even bother to ask her if she had connected with her friend. "Come on, Hope," he said gently. "Let's do our jobs. We can try him again later." The two went about their task, pulling out each golf bag and taking inventory of their findings. With the infected pounding on their door, it was difficult to block out the incessant noise of the creature's efforts to get in. After a full 15 minutes went by, the two gathered their booty and dumped it on the metal desk that sat in one corner. I didn't know golf was such a demanding sport, Hope joked. Look at all this food. And booze. Carver had grabbed a heavy metal driver, handing a similar club to Hope to use as a weapon. Aim for the head, Carver said, as he took a roll of electrical tape and wrapped the club's grip to thicken the handle. Suddenly, the phone began to beep, and Hope hurried over to the wall and punched the flashing button. "Randy," she exclaimed, "I thought I had lost you." "Almost," he replied. "I just saw your extension on my phone." "Hold on," Hope said, waving Carver over to the desk. "I'm putting you on speaker." Hope hit the hold button and re-engaged the call on speaker. "You there?" "Yeah," Randy whispered. "I don't know how I managed it, but I'm here." "Are you safe?" "For now," he replied. "I'm holed up in my office. I was coming down the hall to meet you guys when I heard the swarm heading my way. I ducked into the staff bathroom and locked the door." He drew a breath and continued. "After I heard them pass by, I came back to my office. Now I'm shut in and afraid to go out." "Randy," Carver said, "are there any infected outside your door?" "I don't know. I'm too scared to check. Can you please come get me?" "We're stuck too," Carver said. "We need to wait this out." "Okay," Randy said, followed by a sad sigh. With nowhere to go and nothing else to be done, the three of them sat down and spoke for a long time. Randy talked about his home, his family, and his dreams. Carver did the usual man thing, giving the briefest of descriptions of his life, leaving out the painful details of the friends he'd lost during his long military service. Hope told her story, too, speaking about her love of her son, the failed marriage to a husband who'd had problems with alcohol and the concept of fidelity. She was more worried about Kyle's safety than her own. The three sat quietly after that, listening to the sounds of shuffling feet and the tortured groans of the infected. 13. Manchester Hyatt, San Diego. Jen woke with a start as several terrifying screams broke through her dreams. She looked around the room in a daze. She'd fallen asleep. She grabbed her phone to check the time. It was nearly 3 a.m. She opened the phone and found no notifications. Garrett hadn't called, nor had he messaged her. She couldn't believe he hadn't tried to get in touch with her. But then again, he might be too busy, or there may be a communications blackout. Jen tried to call him, but received an "all circuits are busy" message. She quickly tried to send a text, but it was immediately rejected as a notification of its failed attempt popped up on the screen. Another scream from outside brought her back to reality. She rushed to the picture window and looked down onto the street. People were in a panic, with almost a dozen men and women running in front of the hotel. 2 of them froze and let out another cry for help as a mob of people were sprinting directly at them from the hotel entrance. It made no sense as she watched the 2 groups. The mob was like a living organism, each person shoving and pushing within the mass of flesh, while the other smaller group broke up and scattered. The horde covered the distance in seconds, and 8 or 9 people leapt out of the mass, slamming the 2 victims to the concrete. The rest piled on, and howls began to pierce through the pane of glass. Jen cried out when a dismembered arm flew out of the pile that had formed on the 2 women. 2 of the people from the mob lunged at it and began to fight over it like rabid dogs. That's when she noticed the deformities. From this distance, and in the dim orange-tinted streetlights, the details of their features were washed out, but the speed in which they moved and the way their limbs worked in an unconnected way lent an unreal aura to the horror she was witnessing. More screams, this time in the hallway outside. Jen rushed to the room's door and flipped the security bar into place. The rushing of bodies sounded from the hall, and she put her eye up to the peephole. The dark shadow of something other than human lurked just outside. The creature was hovering at her door, sniffing the air like a feral animal. Its head filled her view, giving her momentary glimpses of its deformed and diseased frame. Pasty, pallid skin clung to its body, while bluish and black lines spread out over its face. It was scanning the eye-hole, alternately peering into the glassy bead and then sniffing it. Jen froze. She quickly realized that it was a predator searching for prey. The thing had once been human, of that she was certain. Its patchy hair hung straight down to the side and over its forehead, but it had the look of a corpse, with its pale complexion and taut facial muscles. However, the most disconcerting aspect of the creature was its eyes and mouth. The eyes were a bright amber with ochre, bloodshot capillaries. She had about cried out when it brought its eye to the peephole, but caught herself before she could scream. She dared not move, afraid that any motion would alert the thing to her presence. Sensing that Jen was just beyond its reach, the creature growled and began to scratch at the door. Jen instinctively backed up. The thing must have heard her movement and howled, then slammed its body into the door frame. It easily held, but a second, then a third attack quickly followed. Jen had no idea how long she would be safe, and by the sounds of the thing outside, it was not going to give up until it got inside. Jen scrambled and began to look for a way out. She turned off the bedside lamp, throwing the room into darkness. She ran to the window, but was 4 floors above ground level. She thought about tying sheets together and shimmying her way down, while the thing outside continued to throw itself against the door, each attack seeming to become more and more frantic. Jen stripped the bed of its sheets and tied 2 of them together. She went to the window and slid a side panel of glass open. She pushed on the attached screen, but it wouldn't give. The creature must have sensed that she was trying to escape, and it let out a terrifying cry that momentarily froze her. Then, to Jen's horror, she heard an answering scream from outside. She looked down and saw at least a score of the creatures searching the building's facade, looking for the source of the primal cry. Jen stopped and froze. The things began to sniff the air, grunting and barking amongst themselves. Then they began to scatter, moving toward the hotel entrance as they searched for more prey. Jen watched them lope toward her building and let out a slight gasp when she saw what was left of the 2 women they'd attacked. A small pile of bloodied clothes and 2 rent corpses lay on the street. They had been eviscerated, their abdomen and chests splayed open, and their organs either missing or laying in small pieces on the ground. Jen gently slid the window shut. The creature in the hallway continued its assault on her room, but the heavy wood and metal door was holding. She closed the curtains, and then looked back at the room's entrance. The hallway light crept in from under the door while the thing outside cast a shadow as it continued its attack, creating a macabre shadow show on the room's threshold. Jen quietly sat down on the leather chair and awaited her fate. There was nothing she could do but hope that the door would hold. She had no weapon, nor did she have a place to hide other than the bathroom. That would be her last refuge if the thing broke in. But the bathroom door was no stronger than the one leading to the hall. If it got through the hallway door, all she was doing by taking refuge in the washroom was to delay the inevitable. Still, it was better than nothing. Jen waited in stoic silence. She thought of Garrett and his proposal. Her heart was heavy with the possibility that she'd never be able to give him an answer. A depression began to seep in, calming the fear in a way that surprised her. It was a fatalistic way to accept her own death, but there was a serenity that began to take hold. If she was going to die, she'd be okay with that. After all, there was nothing she could do about it now. Another scream, this one human, emanated from the floor nearby. The creature stopped its attack, and Jen heard it run away, snarling and barking as it went. Jen grabbed the sheets and ran to the room's door. She stuffed them up against the floor, filling the crack with the cotton panels. If this thing can smell me, maybe I can prevent that, she thought. She piled and jammed the sheet into the crack under the door, then rushed to the wet bar. Opening the refrigerator, she pulled out her uneaten meal. Her teriyaki chicken had a small container of sauce. She ran to the door and sprinkled the fragrant liquid as well as the included packs of soy sauce onto the sheets. Her room smelled like a Chinese restaurant. Hopefully it would mask the smell of her fear. It was all she had. The scream she'd heard quickly turned into the shrieks of a dying animal. Whoever had been caught had not perished quietly. Their pleading cries were quickly transformed into the sounds of death. Someone's demise had bought her time, and Jen decided not to waste a moment. She went to the in-room wet bar and gathered the snacks and non-alcoholic beverages. She took a pillowcase from the bed and loaded it up with the loot. She grabbed 2 other pillows and a blanket, then went into the bathroom and closed the door. She locked it, then spread the blanket out into the room's tub and lay down. Outside, the sound of an unknown number of creatures rumbled down the hallway. They would cry out, which was often followed by bodies slamming into something hard. Eventually, Jen would hear the explosion of a door crashing into a room. Then, like a death knell, she heard the final cries of another victim as they were devoured by the unrelenting creatures. Finally, as the night bled away, exhaustion demanded her attention. With the sounds of killing continuing to drift into the room, she closed her eyes and passed out. If it arrived, death would find her unconscious. At least it would be a painless demise. All she could do was accept her fate and hope that she'd wake up in the morning light. 14. April 21st, Borrego Springs Country Club. Carver was dreaming. The banging from outside blended into the story being played out in his sleeping brain, an all-too-familiar memory of the action he'd seen in Afghanistan. It wasn't until Hope shook his shoulders that he awoke to the sound of crashing and thumping coming from the door that led to the golf cart storage garage. Carver checked his watch and was shocked to find out it was already dusk. They had fallen asleep a few hours or so after sunrise and continued to catnap during the day and, much to Hope's embarrassment, used the sink to relieve themselves. Having dozed off after a late afternoon snack, he couldn't believe it was now pushing 8 in the evening. The door was bolted shut, but it rattled with each strike. Concrete dust was puffing out from around the doorframe, and it was becoming evident that the door wasn't going to hold forever. The line to the kitchen was still active, and Randy's voice came loudly over the speakers. "Are you 2 awake yet?" The thumping increased in intensity once the creatures heard Randy's voice. Carver ran over to the wall and jabbed a button to mute the sound. Hope showed him how to turn off the speakerphone, and they crowded around the receiver. "What was that?" Randy asked. "Did you just put me on hold?" "It's them," Carver replied in a whisper. "I don't know if the door can take it for much longer." "Oh, God! What are you going to do?" "I don't know," Carver replied honestly. "I suppose we stay as quiet as we can and hope they go away." Is there anything I can do?" Randy asked. "No, Randy," Carver said, "but thank you." The pounding continued, and Carver watched as a crack appeared along the edge of the concrete where the doorframe had been screwed in place. "On second thought, Randy," Carver began, "can you get out of your office?" "I think so," he replied. "I haven't heard anything in hours." "They're going to break through soon. I don't think the doorframe is going to hold up much longer." Carver paused, looking at Hope, who was sitting in the corner next to Shrek. She was absently stroking the war dog's coat, staring off in the distance, no doubt spending her final minutes in thought about her son. "Listen closely," Carver said to Randy. "I want you to sneak out to my truck. The keys are somewhere on the ground. I need you to drive back to the Boy Scout camp. You know where that is. Take the road back through Ranchito. Kyle's there. You'll need a familiar face to look out for him. Can you do that?" Randy. Randy didn't answer for a long time. At first, the gravity and responsibility of the task he was being asked to perform paralyzed him, but then he began to change. The horror of going out the door was replaced with a grim determination. That poor teenage boy had already lost his no-good daddy. Now he was going to lose his mother, and the man who'd been more of a father to him than his real dad. The anger quickly overwhelmed the panic, and Randy's brain went into overdrive, the adrenaline becoming the mote of his action. It was clear now what he needed to do. He was going to save Hope and Carver. "Listen," Randy said, his voice strong and confident. "Get ready to leave. I've got a plan, and when it starts, make a run for it. Get to your truck and take Hope back to her son." "Wait, what are you planning to do?" Carver asked. "You'll know, cowboy. Just get ready to rock and roll." Hope grabbed the phone from Carver and said, "Randy, don't do anything stupid. I don't want anything to happen to you. You're my best friend." Randy was touched by those words, and they made him even more determined to make his plan work. "I love you, Hope," he replied. "Just do me a favor. Kiss that handsome man of yours while you have the chance." With that, the formerly timid food services manager hung up the phone and prepared to save his friends. Randy glided to the locked office door and listened intently for over a minute. Opening it a crack, he stopped and made sure nothing was lurking outside. With a clear path in front of him, he strode to the preparation table and quietly opened the cutlery drawer. He drew out the biggest, heaviest knife he could find and made his way to the swinging doors that led out into the dining hall. The plan was simple. If he could draw the monsters away from the pro shop, Hope and Carver could make their escape. The question was how to get them to leave his friends alone. The zombies, or whatever they were, seemed to be drawn to noise. The answer, then, was to pull the fire alarm in the dining room. Randy was determined, but not suicidal. After the clubhouse's stock of fine wine, caviar, and truffles had been raided a few years back, Mr. Stanwyck had installed a heavy-duty door to the kitchen's pantry, and Randy had the only key. If he could get back to that room, he could ride it out in style for a long time. Randy passed through the dining room and made his way back down the hallway to the outside door, where Carver had parked his truck. It had been drawn shut, likely by the gusting night wind, so he had to open it to give the infected a way to get into the building. As the metal door slowly swung out, it made little noise. Stanwyck might have treated his staff like crap, but he'd tried to keep the club itself well maintained. He hustled back to the dining hall. He took a deep breath, grabbed the fire alarm's red latch, and pulled it down. The din created by the klaxon was overwhelming, and loud enough that it would wake up the dead. Or at least that was his plan. Randy hustled back down the hallway that led back outside and watched to see if the infected were coming. For over a minute he waited with nothing moving his way. He tentatively retraced his steps to the outside door and peered into the parking lot where he saw that it was still filled with the infected. Their disjointed movements were spastic and unfocused as they searched for the source of the shrill sound. He decided they needed some motivation, so he stepped into the light and, waving his arms, yelled at the top of his voice, "Over here, you nasty things!" As soon as one of the creatures saw him, it emitted a primal, animalistic screech that caught the attention of the rest of the horde. "Oh, crap," Randy said as they turned on him almost as one. Randy sprinted back into the hallway and hurried to the kitchen, the mass of infected right at his heels. He ran through the dining hall, making his way to the traffic doors that led to the kitchen and eventually to the back room where he was going to make his last stand. As he pushed through the swinging doors, he unexpectedly slammed into something on the other side. Randy fell through onto the tile floor, just as another body landed a yard or two farther inside. Randy quickly recovered and got up, searching for the source of resistance. Something moaned from just beyond one of the stainless steel prep tables. Rising with a hiss was a creature with blotchy, scarred skin crisscrossed with black, deformed veins. Remnants of human flesh stuck to its teeth, and its foul odor permeated the room. It reared its head back and let loose a piercing screech. Then its yellow, blood-crusted eyes locked onto Randy's neck. It lunged over the gleaming prep table. Randy fell backward into a rack of pots and pans. A cacophony of screeches came from the dining hall as the metal containers all fell onto the floor. The creature in front of him gathered itself and swung around the edge of the counter. Randy gripped the knife firmly and backed farther into the room. The sounds from the horde of infected in the dining room seemed to send the creature in front of him into a frenzy. It surged ahead, and Randy barely sidestepped it as it shot past him and into an industrial refrigerator, knocking the large appliance to the ground. Milk and wine splashed onto the floor as the thing quickly recovered and turned toward Randy again, preparing to make its final kill. That's when Randy noticed the shoes. On its deformed, monstrous feet were a pair of white churches, now splattered with blood. He looked up, and sure enough, tied around the creature's neck was the stained and tattered remnant of a tacky little scarf. "I've always hated that ascot," Randy hissed at the creature, "and I've always hated you." The thing that had once been Everett Stanwyck hissed back at him and lunged for the man's throat as Randy brought the large knife up in defense. Its shoes hit a puddle of spilled milk on the floor, and it fell, forward momentum sending it skidding halfway across the kitchen. Randy's knife swung in an upward arc and pierced the creature's throat, plunging the 8-inch blade far into its brain stem. Stanwyck's second death that day was both quiet and quick. Meanwhile, outside the kitchen, the crowd of infected had grown. They pounded on the metal shutters that Randy had drawn down and latched into place, shutting the window where cutlery and dirty dishes were returned. None of them had gotten in. Randy couldn't believe his luck. He'd done it! He could only hope that his friends had managed to get to Carver's truck. All that was left for him to do now was to lock himself in the reinforced pantry and wait for the all-clear. His first step landed on something hard, and he nearly tripped. Randy bent down and picked up the object, twirling it in his hand with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Stanwyck." Then, chuckling to himself, he continued, "I guess I should get a T-shirt that says, 'I was at the apocalypse and all I got was a stupid Mont Blanc pen.'" Randy trotted into the supply room and took a final look back. The infected hadn't figured out yet that the door to the kitchen was off to their left and down the hall. Their single-minded instincts were forcing them to try to break directly through the metal drop-down shutters, because that's where the sounds were coming from. He closed the supply room's steel door and engaged the heavy-duty deadbolt. Looking about at the shelves filled with fine wines, gourmet food, and expensive whiskey, he felt like things had turned out just fine. He grabbed a bottle of Jack Daniels and broke the seal. There weren't any glasses in the pantry, so he swigged from the bottle and then sat on the floor. "To you, Hope," he said, toasting his friend. "And your cowboy. I hope you guys make it." Randy took another drink and wiped his lips on his sleeve, satisfied that he had done all he could for his friend and that delicious ex-seal. Carver. The sound of an emergency klaxon pierced the walls. The pounding on the door ceased, giving Carver a moment of hope. That hope was shattered an instant later as the infected continued their relentless assault. "They're almost through," Carver said. "It's decision time. Either we wait here and kill as many as we can when they come through the door, or we try our luck and take the fight to them first." "You're the soldier," Hope said with resignation. "Being on the offensive can give you an edge, so that's where my vote goes." "Then that's our plan," Hope said. "How do you want to do this?" As if in answer, the doorframe began to buckle. A clawed hand wormed through the gap, grasping at the air. "Now," Carver commanded. "I'll lead, so just stay on my shoulder like before. If there's an opening, take it and don't look back." He turned to Shrek and looked into the war dog's eyes. He pointed at Hope and said, "Wacht." He could only pray that the dog understood his unusual request. "What?" Hope asked. "I told him to guard you," Carver replied as he moved to the pro-shop door. "Normally I use that command on a prisoner, not someone who's with me." However, Shrek seemed to understand as he slid back to take a flanking position next to the woman, leaving Carver's side for the first time since the siege began. "Ready?" Carver said. "Let's do it," Hope replied, just as the back door came crashing into the room. Without looking back, the two humans and their canine companion flung open the other door, expecting to meet dozens of infected. But what stared back at them was an empty passage that led to an equally abandoned pro-shop beyond. They ran through the shop. The parking lot outside was empty, too. The sound of a frustrated predator was rapidly approaching them from the rear, motivating them to rush for Carver's pickup truck. Running with all their might, they made it to the pickup in just a few seconds. Now all Carver had to do was find his dropped keys. The high-intensity light mounted over the pro-shop door served to make the shadows deeper and darker, making the search difficult. Hope dropped to her knees to search under the truck. "Get in and shut the doors," Carver said. Hope refused. Carver turned to guard their rear as she swept the asphalt around the F-150. A screech came from the pro-shop, and a single infected creature broke through the remaining glass in the pro-shop's door. It sprinted with incredible speed at them, its claw-like hands extended, and its deformed limbs propelling it in disjointed spurts that rapidly ate up the distance between them. "Oh, crap," Carver said, as he recognized the uniform and gun belt. It was Charlie, the security guard. "Got it!" Hope yelled, as she lifted herself up from under the truck. She scampered through the driver's side door and across the seat. Carver was right behind her. The infected creature that had been Charlie let out a blood-curdling scream and launched itself forward in a last-ditch attempt to get to its prey. Carver smoothly brought the shotgun up and let loose a shot. The rubber pellets slammed into the creature's gut, staggering him but not putting him down. The second or two that the blast bought was enough to allow Carver to follow Shrek into the pickup and slam the door shut and start the truck. As Carver put the vehicle into gear, the infected man jumped onto the hood. Carver slammed down the accelerator, sending the former security guard into the windshield. Carver yanked the wheel to the left, which sent the creature careening off the truck and onto the pavement. Carver punched the accelerator to the floor, roaring down the drive toward the highway. After turning west to head back to home, Hope exhaled and put her hand on Carver's knee, smiling up at him. "Thank you, John," she said. And then she began to cry, the pent-up emotions finally spilling out. Shrek, sitting between them, licked Hope's face. She laughed through her tears, and the dog leaned against her, letting her know that he was there for her. "Brav," Carver said. It meant good dog in Dutch. Once again, the war dog had proven himself to be a loyal and brave companion. 15. Manchester Hotel. Jennifer. The pain brought her back. Jen spun onto her side after a shooting electric shock ripped down her leg. "Why is my bed so hard?" she thought. Jen cracked her eyes open, a thin crust giving way as she struggled to get her bearings. Her head dropped back, and she felt a thud. "What the?" she said to herself as she rubbed the back of her skull. Confused, she began to crawl out of the blankets, but was taken aback when she felt the plastic tub surrounding her. It all came back. The emergency call that tore Garrett from her life had come first, and then the horrors of the creatures that had slaughtered the people in the street outside her window. Then she remembered the thing that had tried to smash through the door to her room, followed by the screams from the other guests down the hall. Her heart started to pound, and she began to panic in the darkened room. Jen forced herself to calm down, remembering her training from the Boy Scout camp. "Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast," she repeated to herself. She reduced her breathing by taking in air in a deep and deliberate manner. After 30 seconds, her heart had dropped back to a more normal rhythm, and she could focus once again. She quietly rolled out of the tub and dropped gently onto the floor. She brought up a mental picture of the room and crept to the bathroom door, putting her ear to the laminate. She waited and listened until she was sure that the room outside was clear. Then she pulled the towels away from the door's threshold. A bright light splashed onto the tile at her feet. She dropped to the ground and peered under. Nothing moved in her room. Then, with a nervous grasp on the knob, she twisted and quietly pulled the door back. The sound of silence was almost oppressive, as the world lacked any normal large city noise. There was no traffic. The sounds of people, engines, and the occasional horn were gone. Her brain couldn't understand how these noises had disappeared from the background. It took her some time to orient herself by forcing her brain to acclimate. It was unsettling. Jen saw sunlight beaming between the mostly closed curtains. It was bright enough to see that it was mid-afternoon. Looking at the bedside clock, Jennifer shivered when she realized that over 10 hours had passed since she had crawled into the tub. She crept to the hallway door and put her ear to it. She heard nothing but a tomb-like silence. It was unnerving. She tiptoed back and sat on the edge of the bed. She had no idea what to do. Jen went to the window and peeked between the curtains. The pile of flesh still lay on the sidewalk as blackbirds and seagulls plucked at the bones. Her car was parked at the base, and she'd have to trek over a half a mile to get to it. There was no way she'd risk that walk with those creatures still roaming about. That wasn't happening. She drifted back to the leather chair and slowly sat back. She had to think. There had to be a way she could get back to the camp. But making her way almost 90 miles into the California high desert may as well have been a trip to the moon. She grabbed her phone and saw that the internet was still functioning. She logged onto the hotel's Wi-Fi and went to the naval base's website. A banner calling all active-duty personnel back to the base was the only page available to her. She tried to text Garrett, but it failed to go through, although one of her messages from last evening had made it out sometime while she slept. That meant Garrett knew she was alive and holding up in their room, at least as of 2:31 a.m. There had been no reply, which made Jen fearful that he'd been caught up in the slaughter. She stared out the window once again, scanning the street for signs of life. Her eyes wandered over the scene, and she now saw dozens of corpses in various levels of destruction. She forced herself to look past the fleshy piles and focused on what she could use to escape. Cars. Lots of them. But without knowing where to find their keys, it was a suicide mission. It was just too dangerous for her to start a random search. Nothing stood out as a good candidate. After all, this was not some post-apocalyptic live-action scene from Grand Theft Auto. She had to be reasonably sure that any plan had a realistic chance of success. She was about to give up when she noticed the top of the Hyatt's minibus peeking out from under the hotel's entrance portico. The keys to the bus were likely in the front desk supervisor's office, which was behind the hotel's check-in desk. It was a gamble, but it had the best odds of success. Jen hadn't heard a thing since she awoke. She crept to the door and looked through the peephole. The area around her room was clear. It was time to move. She gathered the water and food, along with a spare set of clothes. She changed into her jeans and a t-shirt, then opened Garrett's bag to look for anything she could use. "Oh, thank you, my beautiful man," she said, as she pulled out his K-bar fixed blade. At nearly a foot long, it was a fearful weapon. It was what Garrett carried for personal protection when he traveled. It would have to do. Jen remembered something from her scout training. She grabbed a pair of his jeans and took the laces from one of his shoes. Using the shoelaces, she tied the bottom of the two pant legs together. She brought the cinched pant legs up to the waist and looped the extra lace through the belt holes, essentially encircling the waist with the shoelace. She quietly stuffed the snacks, carbonated drinks, and all the water bottles into the pants. After packing her extra set of clothing, she tightened the lace to bring the waistband together, sealing in all of her supplies. She now had a makeshift backpack with the legs tied to the waistband, creating armholes. She slung it onto her back and tested its balance. It would do. After searching the room one more time, she hooked the K-bar knife onto her own belt. She grabbed 2 cans of cola she had left out and drank them down, sending a rush of sugar and caffeine into her system. She approached the hallway door and stopped to look and listen. A minute went by, and she gently turned the lever. The door opened silently. Jen poked her head into the hallway. It was clear. She said a silent prayer and eased the door closed. She moved cautiously to the end of the hall, stopping by each open room to peek inside. She used her makeup compact to get a look into the rooms without exposing herself. She was 8 rooms from the stairwell, and 3 of them had been broken into. The first room, 2 doors down from hers, was empty. The state of the suite reflected a horrifying battle. There were stains on the floor and walls of the room, as well as a trail of old, black blood that led away to the other end of the hall. Jen walked smoothly by the room and stopped just beyond its open door. Turning back, she pulled the knife out of its sheath and waited. Nothing came. The second room was just as the first, empty and disheveled from a titanic struggle. She quickly passed it by. As she made her way to the stairwell door, she heard the sound of a creature loudly eating. The smacking of its lips and the crunch of cartilage being crushed were coming from the last open door. Jen froze. She looked about, searching for a place to hide, but found only an open hallway. Unless she hurried back to her room, she was totally exposed. She checked her pocket for the room key, and had half a mind to turn back and wait for rescue when she realized that she'd left the key card in the locked room. There was no going back now. Jen began to shake as her sympathetic nervous system dumped epinephrine into her bloodstream. It was fight or flight, and Jen had to decide which she would do. She could rush past the room and hope she could get to the stairwell without being noticed, but the consequences of being spotted were fatal. The speed that the demons had displayed on the sidewalks last evening left no doubt that there was no head start that would allow her to escape. Tears welled up in her eyes when it became self-evident that she'd have to take out the creature and do it as quickly and quietly as possible. It was her only option. Jen took the compact and slowly raised it out. She eased it into the opening and froze. The thing was right in the doorway, not 3 feet into the room. She stared in horror as it faced into the room, feeding on a body. It had its mouth buried into the victim's abdomen, and was lapping up the bloody fluids. Then it ripped a chunk of an organ out of the cavity and contentedly began to chew. There was no pattern to its feeding frenzy to allow her to time an attack, and Jen couldn't decide what to do. She looked on the floor at her feet, and a plan popped into her head. She picked up a bar of soap that had fallen to the floor from an overturned service cart. She grasped the K-bar knife in her right hand and clutched the bar of soap in her left. 1, 2, 3, she said to herself. Jen reached back and underhand tossed the bar into the room, above the head of the bent-over creature. Clunk! The bar bounced off the wall, bringing the creature up and into a fighting stance. It let out a low growl and took a step further into the empty suite. Jen bit her lip and rotated into the open threshold. She was a yard away from the mutant's back as it stared away from her and into the room, where it searched for the cause of the sound. Jen grasped the knife with both hands and raised it over her head. Then, in a single, desperate move, she lunged forward and thrust it toward the creature's neck. The blade hit the back of its skull, but was deflected down and into its spinal column, instantly severing its cord. It dropped to the ground without a sound, landing on its victim with a squishy plop. The knife was torn from her hand and ended up sticking out of the thing's neck. She stood in stunned silence for a moment, then rushed into the adjacent bathroom where bile and water pushed themselves out of her stomach. She vomited, her stomach muscles squeezing her abdomen in a surge of involuntary spasms. She struggled to stay as quiet as possible while she emptied herself into the sink. After a minute, the waves of nausea subsided. She took a towel and wiped her lips. She turned around to retrieve the knife, when she saw a mass of bloody tissue staring at her from the bathtub. She recoiled, flinging herself back against the marble sink basin. Pain shot through her hips when she struck the lip of the vanity. Catching her breath, she focused on the new terror. After a moment, she realized what she was seeing and quietly began to sob. It was the remnants of a child. Looking back into the hallway, she saw the eviscerated body of a woman. A butter knife was still clutched in her right hand. Jen began to shake. She could only hope the woman had died before that creature had lain waste to her child. Jen moved shakily to the demon's corpse and drew the knife out of its neck. She stared at it, and her fear was quickly replaced by undiluted hate. She became enraged. She grabbed the dead thing by its remaining strands of oily black hair and lifted its head back. She reached around and put the K-bar's blade against its exposed throat. Then, in one powerful and decisive move, she severed the head and lifted it up into the air. "Bastard!" she whispered, as she threw the decapitated skull onto the suite's bed. Jen went back into the bathroom and squirted liquid soap into her hands. She quietly turned on the water and let it dribble out, creating a lather that washed away the stains. Using a fresh towel, she cleaned the bloody knife as well. Another minute after that, and she was in the stairwell, quietly descending to the lobby. The concrete shaft magnified the sounds of each step she took. Even with the soft soles of her running shoes, she cringed with each footfall. Silence was her friend, and any sound she made could bring a swift and horrific death. The walls seemed to close in around her as she began to move down the stairs. Fortunately, the electricity still functioned, and the stairwell was well lit. She cautiously leaned over the railing and looked down. Finding the way clear, she quickly resumed her descent. Approaching the third-floor landing, she froze when a distant scream pierced the metal door she was moving toward. It was a primal cry of hunger and rage that reached into her soul, triggering some dark recess in her mind that paralyzed her in place. She stopped breathing, as if inhaling air would give her position away. A second cry then followed, which caused the building to erupt. Every floor around her had an answering scream, followed immediately by heavy footfalls that moved abnormally fast and with a menacing determination. Then came the sound of bodies. Not the noise of people moving through a corridor or mingling in a group. It was the cacophony of a stampede of animals that had just been unleashed from their pen. It was the sound of a tidal wave of flesh, carrying with it a primordial power and strength that shook the walls around her. Then the door just steps away from her shook, as something primitive and deadly slammed against it. The metal shuddered, but held in place. A frustrated scream immediately was followed by a second, then third assault. Whatever was on the other side of the door was big and angry. Jen took a step back up the stairs, continuing to stare at the metal barrier. If the creature twisted the knob just halfway around, it would be on her in seconds. She turned to run back up the steps, when more demons answered with their own guttural yells from above. The vertical stairwell magnified their demented chorus, and the screams reverberated up and down the shaft. Jen had nowhere to escape. She sat down and waited for her fate. There was no place left to hide. But the cries rapidly diminished, and the assault on the shaft's door suddenly stopped. Something was drawing the creatures away as their footfalls faded in the distance. Jen recognized her chance to escape. She ran down the remaining flights and quickly found herself facing the first-floor door. She froze when the snarls and grunts of dozens of beasts rushed by the 18-gauge steel fire-resistant exit. Their feet slapped against the tile floors of the outer lobby as they sprinted by the stairwell. She couldn't understand their actions until the growl of diesel engines rumbled from outside. Undaunted, she pressed the door's lever and pushed a few inches. The ceramic floor was littered with detritus and puddles of blood. Several piles of eaten flesh lay scattered in her limited field of view. Two more of the creatures sprinted by the door as they hurtled themselves out toward the sound of the heavy motors. They didn't notice Jen staring out through the small crack in the door. She quickly let the door close, easing it into place with a barely perceptible click, confirming that it had been latched. Jen curled up under the stairs. The things outside were horrific. Their pale flesh was spider-webbed with black veins, and although they were only visible for a few moments, she saw that one of them was missing its right arm. It didn't seem to faze it at all as it kept up with its nightmarish companion. They ran with a gait that was all too foreign. If she had to guess, she would have said that they ran on broken limbs. But the most disgusting and terrifying feature was their face. Their mouths could have come from a leech, with a circular opening and razor-like teeth. They were bipedal piranhas. They seemed focused on just one thing, to kill and eat. This was the first time she'd seen one of them directly, and not through a peephole. When she'd first seen one staring back at her from outside her hotel room door, it had been through the glass of the door's eyelet. She'd thought that the yellow color of the creature's eyes that glared at her were a distortion. A darkened hallway and unfocused glass were the logical explanation for what she'd seen, but now, in the light of day, she saw the truth. These were mutated people bent on murder. They were everything that her worst nightmare could have created, and she was trapped in a cement shaft with a hotel full of them just outside a 2-inch steel-laminated door. As Jen's brain began to shut down, she was startled back to reality by the crash of a door from above. The snarls of the feral creatures reached her ears as she bent out from under the stairs and looked up. Arms and bodies slammed against the railing 4 floors above, and they were rapidly coming her way. When they hit the bottom landing, she would be killed. Jen jumped up and went to the ground floor door. She cracked it slightly and found the lobby empty. Left with no other option, she pushed through and ran. The long front desk quickly came into view on her left, and she bolted behind it. Just as the mob of demons blew through the rapidly closing stairwell door, Jen crushed herself against the wood-paneled countertop, held her breath, and squeezed her eyes shut. The creatures paused, and some sniffed at the air. They sensed that she was nearby. Low grunts and barks echoed through the room, and Jen knew that she'd soon be caught. The office of the front desk supervisor was just 20 feet away. Its door lay open, and Jen began to crawl toward it. A howl and the slapping of feet on the tile told her that she'd been seen. Jen sprinted into the room and slammed the heavy wood door closed just as the first of the creatures crashed into it. Then she twisted the knob's lock and backed into the corner of the small office, collapsing into a ball on the floor. The wood was not as sturdy as the public fireproof metal doors. The splintering of the mahogany became more pronounced with each crashing body. It would just be a matter of seconds before they breached it, and she would be consumed. Then she heard the sound of popping popcorn off in the distance. It soon overshadowed the cries from the mutants. Just an occasional rat-tat-tat at first, but the triple pops were soon joined by more, eventually creating an unending symphony. The beasts ignored her door and began to scamper away, howling and cursing in their primordial language. Within a minute, the crescendo of gunfire reached the lobby, and human voices blended in with the cries of the dying creatures. People had come, and they were killing the nightmares. Jen began to sob. She was saved. Jen became aware of the voices as someone with authority began to bark out commands. She recognized the footsteps of normal people running outside, and then her heart lifted when someone began to pound on the door. "Is anyone in there?" "Yes. Oh, God! Yes! I'm coming out." Jen unlocked the door and found herself facing John Gardner. His face lit up with a white, toothy smile as he grabbed Jen and pulled her out of the room. "Jacobs! Over here!" Gardner yelled. "Garrett's here?" Jen whimpered, tears streaming down her face. "He's why we're here," Gardner replied. "There! Here he comes!" Jen looked over Gardner's shoulder and saw Garrett jogging to them. The sailors and soldiers seemed to step back, gently parting to let him pass through. Garrett strode forward, his battle rifle strapped over his shoulder and hanging on his right hip. He smiled and cried at the same time as they flung themselves into each other's arms. His kisses smothered her face as they clutched each other, while somewhere in the background more orders barked forth. "Get her into an MRAP!" Gardner commanded. Then the squad formed up around Gardner and began to move further into the hotel, leaving the two of them in a tight embrace. The howls of anger and pain echoed off the walls as more gunfire erupted. "Come on," Garrett said, as he led Jen through the broken glass of the hotel's entry doors. Every pane was shattered, most from within, as the sidewalk outside was covered with the remnants of the windows and door glass. Garrett released Jen and moved a step in front of her. Bringing his M4 up, he took the lead. "Stay one step behind me and put your hand on my right shoulder. Don't let it go for anything," he said. "Keep an eye out to our rear and yell out if you see one of the creatures." Jen put her left hand on Garrett's shoulder as he led them forward. A block away and to the right, 4 military vehicles sat idling on the sidewalk in front of the Marriott. The top of each MRAP had a machine gun turret, while several Marines stood watch on the sidewalk. Garrett pushed by them into the rear of the first vehicle. The back was open, and Jen found herself being pushed through the small double doors and into the cramped bowels of the thing. She sat down on a small drop-down seat that was attached to the wall of the infantry carrier. It was the last one available. "You're going to the base," Garrett said. "I'll be back soon, right after we clear the hotels." He slammed the back of the MRAP shut and slapped the metal door 3 times. The idling engine began to whine. Moments later, the 6-wheel drive armored truck began to accelerate, leaving Jen alone in the back with 9 other survivors. The woman next to Jen tapped her on the arm and offered a bottle of water. Jen drank greedily, quenching a thirst she hadn't recognized during her ordeal. "Thanks," Jen said. "I didn't know how thirsty I was." "Same here." "What's happening out there?" Jen asked. The woman shrugged. "No one knows, but they're recovering family members and bringing them back to the base." Jen sat silently and watched the other 9 survivors. They sat with a glazed-over look, staring off into nothing. The compartment had rectangular windows high up on the wall. They were too small and high for Jen to see more than the sky and occasional tall building, but they did bring some natural light into the metal box. The machine gun suddenly came to life as the gunner on top let loose several 3- and 4-round bursts. Jen couldn't tell where they were aimed, but even with the steel surrounding them, its concussive force was loud enough to make all of them plug their ears with their fingers. Not a minute or two after they'd begun to move, the MRAP turned right and slowed down. Jen leaned forward and could see through the front window. They were now on the Coronado Bridge. A line of vehicles was moving slowly ahead of them. They were going to the Naval Air Station, which was on the northern tip of the Coronado Island. They reached the far end of the bridge and were directed to a parking spot. The back doors swung open, and a squad of armed Marines stared at them, rifles up in a semicircular line. "Out of the vehicle, keep your hands where we can see them," an officer barked. "Any sudden movement and we will shoot you dead, do you understand?" Jen and the others filed slowly out of the MRAP and lined up behind it. A female sailor directed the women to an adjacent tent where they were strip-searched. Medical personnel looked for injuries. Even the smallest abrasion brought an armed guard and quarantine at a separate facility. Eventually, Jen found herself quartered at the Grace Hopper Service Center. Tents were springing up in the parking lots and even on the helicopter tarmacs, but Jen found herself in a converted office inside the building. She'd been provided coveralls and shoes to replace her own clothing. Anything she brought had been taken and burned, all except Garrett's knife. They'd confiscated the blade and promised to return it after it had been sterilized. They weren't taking any chances with the infection, or whatever it was that had caused the apocalypse. Jen looked out of the office's second-story window and watched as large, twin-rotor helicopters lifted off and landed on the runway. They were all heading for, or coming in from, the west, where the ocean calmly rippled, unconcerned with the carnage that was tearing through its shoreline. Jen was lost in her thoughts when there was a rap on the doorframe. She turned to see a sailor with a clipboard standing in its threshold. "This is Garrett Jacobs, Bellet," he said, looking at the spreadsheet in front of him. "And who are you?" "I'm Jennifer Blevins." The sailor squinted at the page, his index finger sliding side to side on the sheet. "Ah, here you are," he said, placing a mark with his black pen. "And what is your relationship to Petty Officer Jacobs?"
"I'm his fiancée."
"Where's your ring?" the sailor asked as he turned his head to look for a diamond on her ring finger. Jen panicked. Where had she put the ring? It hadn't been in the knapsack she'd made from Garrett's jeans. Unless she'd left it in one of its pockets? Had she already lost her engagement band? Jen began to frantically pat herself down, even though the clothes she'd worn escaping from the hotel had been burned, and she now wore the overalls that were issued when she'd arrived. She looked down at her shoes with the thought that she'd tied it to the laces when the seaman interrupted her. "Your neck, ma'am?" Jen grasped her gold chain and remembered that she'd hung the ring onto her necklace, so she wouldn't lose it. She reached behind her head and unhinged the clasp, dropping the ring into her hand. She put it on her ring finger and laughed as it slid on and off. It was, after all, far too big to wear. The seaman chuckled and shook his head. "Congratulations, Miss Blevins."
"He just gave it to me. I haven't even had a chance to tell him yes,"
Jen said as she blushed.
"Well, you are one lucky lady. We're only taking immediate family members. Without that engagement band, I would have had to cut you loose. I'd keep that ring close if I was you."
"Thank you, I will."
"And please tell him yes when he returns. It's the least you could do."
Jennifer smiled.
"Believe me, I will."
16. April 25th. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. It had been 4 days since Carver had returned to the Lost Valley camp, reuniting Kyle with his mother. When Carver and Shrek had failed to show up the first night, Harold and the 5 boys assumed the worst. So when they rolled into the parking lot the next night, the sound of his truck brought all 6 of them flying out of the camp ranger's place. There were plenty of happy tears and hugs to go around, but Carver was concerned that Jennifer hadn't returned from San Diego yet. According to the boys, who had been monitoring the internet and radio chatter, the cities were in chaos. He didn't hold out much hope that they would see the camp director again. They spent the next day soldering metal frames to hold Carver's solar panels, and the day after that building racks to hold the system's batteries. The charge controller was inserted into the setup next to the solar panels to keep the batteries from overcharging, and it was all hooked together with 16-gauge electric wiring. All the batteries were hooked up in a series from one battery to the next, except for one. That was used to power Carver's ham radio, which was designed to run off a car battery. They'd already taken it out of his pickup truck, but now the boys, who had appointed themselves stewards of the radio, were struggling to get it set up. "I did the math right," Trey said defensively, as the other 3 reviewed his work. Apparently the antenna's length had to be a specific length to work, and the boys were grinding through the calculations. Carver left them to figure it out. "At least they're keeping busy," Carver murmured to himself. Communication with the outside world was faltering. The commercial television channels were mostly looping old news reports, while some were just transmitting the emergency broadcast system's warning to stay indoors and avoid the infected. Most, however, were not broadcasting at all. The internet was still up, but the news sites were not updating, and the only source of information continued to be Twitter, Instagram, and other social media sites. None of the news was hopeful. It had been less than a week, and almost all of the major metropolitan areas were affected. The large cities were falling quickly, and individual reports of survivors attempting to stay alive as their neighborhoods fell apart were becoming less frequent every day. Chicago was already lost. The smaller cities were trying to fight back the tide of the outbreak, but the rural areas like Lost Valley were still relatively safe. In the days they had been monitoring its spread, the infection had yet to slow down, let alone be pushed back. At this rate, the entire country would be overwhelmed within the month, possibly sooner. Carver sat down on a chair outside of the camp's technology center, where the boys had decided to set up the ham radio as well as the solar panels. Their next task would be to wire up the nearby Split Pine campsite for electricity in case any other refugees showed up. Before leaving on her ill-fated journey to San Diego, Jennifer had contacted 4 families and offered sanctuary to them. So far, none of the families who had accepted her invitation had shown up, but the boys had gathered enough wire to run to the campsite tents where they would be staying. Suddenly, Shrek stiffened and looked to the west. Carver immediately recognized what his war dog's change in posture meant. A few seconds later, Carver's ears picked up the sound his dog had already heard. A military helicopter, likely a Chinook from the sound of it, was flying somewhere west of them. It passed, only to be followed by a second, then third wave of rotor wash coming from the same direction. "Something's afoot," Carver said as he caressed the dog behind its ear. "Raf." With the noise of the helicopters bouncing off the cliffs and canyons of the California high mountain desert, there was no way to tell exactly where they were or what direction they were headed. Carver soon lost interest as the boys piled out of the tech center and announced their first successful transmission on the now functional ham radio. "We talked with someone in Colorado," Gavin said with pride. "The signal is really clear. We nailed that antenna," Kyle added. Kyle and the Gringelman boys had become inseparable, and Hope was acting as a surrogate mom to all 5 of the teenagers. Still, the Gringelmans were definitely in a funk about their mother, who was still unreachable somewhere in the overrun Bay Area. The young man had even gone so far as to set up a schedule, once the ham radio was functional, in an attempt to contact people in the northern part of the state and try to learn her fate. Carver didn't want to discourage the boys, but, like Jennifer Blevins, he feared their mother was lost. The Darden boys, for their part, were more hopeful of finding their parents. As of 2 days ago, the news out of Europe was still positive. The only thing to dampen their spirits came yesterday morning when a Facebook post from England told of a contained infection at Heathrow. Trey Darden seemed to take this airport victory as proof that the rest of the world would be safe from the outbreak. Carver seriously doubted that the rest of humanity would be spared. Tens of thousands of travelers crossed the oceans on a daily basis, from commercial jetliners to cargo ships. There were just too many holes in the system. But Carver knew from experience that when you were helpless to do anything about a problem, false hope was better than no hope at all. So he just nodded at the boys and smiled, letting them have their moment of peaceful ignorance, because the rest of their lives was an unmitigated disaster. "Hey," Gary Gringelman said. "That's a helicopter." "The military's still at it," Kyle said with some pride. "I'll bet they're fighting back." Carver was less enthusiastic about the helicopters. Their presence meant the military was running some kind of mission nearby. Regardless of whether the Chinooks were on their way to the action or returning to base, it might put the camp in danger. Carver didn't have enough information to know for sure, and that made him edgy. A lack of good intel was as deadly as a sniper's bullet. The boys went back into the center to continue their radio monitoring. Carver and Shrek wandered off toward Kinney's house and found the retired Marine in his usual spot on the porch sipping a beer. "I need to head down the mountain and do some recon," Carver said as he approached the camp ranger. "You heard the choppers?" "Yeah, and they weren't downrange that long," Carver said. "Well, I don't think we have too much to worry about," Kinney said. "Didn't hear any fast movers or Apaches, just the transport." With no offensive capabilities, the Chinook was primarily used for moving men and material around. The likelihood that there was a firefight nearby without air support for the ground troops was very unlikely. Still, something was going on, and Carver needed to know what it was. "But why move troops at all?" Carver asked. "I'm going to poke around and get some answers." "Didn't think you'd do anything else," Kinney said, and took a swig of his Modelo. "It's in your DNA. You looking for company?" "No," Carver replied. "But I do need you to keep an eye on the boys and Hope." "Expecting trouble?" Kinney asked. "You think the big bad zombies are going to get us?" Carver frowned. They'd butted heads ever since he'd returned with Hope. Kinney had never seen one of the infected firsthand, and he stubbornly refused to believe that things were as bad as Carver described. The old Marine seemed to enjoy teasing him about it, but there was an edge to the banter. If Kinney didn't take the threat seriously, it could get them all killed. "You still don't believe it, do you?" Carver said, gritting his teeth. "I didn't make that stuff up. Ask Hope." I know, Kenny said with resignation. You're the most level-headed guy I know. It's just hard to wrap my head around it, that's all. I get that. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, maybe I wouldn't have believed it either, but hear me when I say that if just one of those things gets up here, we're done for. Kinney gave the ex-SEAL a somber nod and went into his house, returning quickly with his battle rifle, a civilian version of the venerable M14. He slung it over his shoulder and snapped on a belt with 3 magazine pouches attached, each filled with a 20-round magazine. I've got your back, brother, Kinney said as he patted the wooden stock. I'll hold down the fort until you get back. Carver nodded approvingly. Kinney ambled over to the tech center to check on the boys, and then set up an overwatch position on top of the building's roof. Carver went into the camp ranger's house, where he had taken up residence in the spare bedroom. He geared up for the trip, bringing a 3-day pack with a change of clothes and all the supplies and ammo he would need to survive in the wild for a while. He slung his suppressed .300 blackout AR-15 over his shoulder and grabbed his battle belt with his sidearm and night vision device. Then he loaded his gear into his pickup truck, whistled for Shrek, then left Lost Valley, heading down the camp's infamous 10-mile road and out into an unknown and dangerous new world. Cyclops. My pack follows me as we run toward where the sun rises. We are coming down from the mountains in search of food. The human and his trained wolf have killed 4 of my fold, and I am angry. They have driven me away, but I will return. I will feast on their yard birds, and maybe we will eat some of the mountain-climbing creatures that they call goats. I have to find my clan food now, but most importantly, I have to find water. So far, there have been no humans to steal from, and the creatures we have caught have been small and of poor taste, unlike the flightless birds the humans keep. Water always falls down the hill, and sometimes puddles at the bottom. We need water, or we will die, so I keep us moving downward. I am not familiar with this side of the mountain. I don't know where we are, but I can't let the others know that, or I will once again have to fight for my position as leader. So I press on as if I know where we are going. Soon we make it to the bottom and come to a place that humans visit. There is a massive flat area where they leave their gleaming metal monsters. I have seen the humans disgorge themselves from within the metal creature's belly. What kind of animal is that? It sits as if dead, waiting for the humans to return. After the humans drop into the thing's gut and disappear within, the monster roars to life, and both of them leave more quickly than I could ever hope to run. I have to respect and fear that. That is why we stalk at night, when the humans and their terrible monster slaves don't come out as much. Where there are humans, there is usually water, but this flat place has no water to give, so I keep us moving further into the desert, as I can see some human structures off in the distance. My pack is becoming restless because our bellies complain. I must find water, and it must be soon. Finally, my nose picks up the scent of fresh, clean water. It is coming from the large human building we are approaching. It is a very large human home, with many holes in the wall for them to look out of. It is as tall as the trees that grow around the stone pond that sits on the desert floor at the structure's base. From the looks of it, the giant human den must hold over 100 of them. As we get closer, I can now see dozens of the metal monsters sitting next to the humans' giant structure, which confirms that they far outnumber us. But we are quicker and quieter than they are. I am confident that we can drink our fill from the concrete pond, and maybe steal some of their food before getting away for the night. If this happens without a problem, then we might create our own home back in the hills that overlook this place and continue to raid this oasis in the desert. As we approach the body of water, a new smell assaults my nose. It carries the scent of death with a poisonous odor that reminds me of snakes. The humans use many things that have awful smells,
including white dirt that smells of acid and feces that they put in the ground around their plants. But never have I smelled this before. It is new and frightening. But our stomachs will not permit us to pass by the human pond, so I lead the pack to the water's edge, all of us on alert. We stand silently for a long time, listening for sounds of danger. Finally, satisfied that we can drink safely, we dip our tongues into the water and greedily begin to lap up our fill. Out of the darkened desert floor, I hear an animal screech intensely, and I think one of us has made a kill. The sound fails to register in our collective memories, and when I don't recognize something, I assume it is dangerous. The scream is more than a threat, it is terrifying. One of my pack immediately turns and runs through some plants that surround the pond, then darts toward the desert. I turn to see who it is, when a creature shoots out of the night and pounces on my companion, ripping it to shreds. The remaining pack yelps and scatters to the wind. From out of nowhere, over a dozen of these creatures descend on us, and as I too run away, I see 6 more of my kind die under the speed and ferocity of the poisonous creatures. I cannot believe it. I think they are human, but most use all 4 limbs to chase us, which humans never do. Their smell is sickening to my sensitive nose, and their battle cries are horrifying enough to freeze several of my companions in place, making them easy prey to catch. Even though I only have 1 eye and ear, I am the quickest of the group. I dart into the sand, avoiding one of the beasts as it lunges at me from on top of one of the human dens. It launches itself toward me, but I see it before it can take me. It rakes its claws across my hind, cutting me with razor-sharp talons. I scrunch my haunches into my belly and avoid being latched onto, which saves my life. The creature lets out a terrible roar, and I can hear it running after me. I run with all my strength, back up into the mountains, the beast's sounds coming at my heels as I press forward into the night. After climbing and running as fast as I can, I look back and am amazed to see the thing still pursuing me on all 4 limbs, but with one of the 4 legs broken and hanging limply at its side. It is keeping up with me with only 3 limbs. I have never seen an animal ignore pain like this. I have to get away. The wound on my side is beginning to burn, but I cannot stop now. I must make it to the mountains. I begin to ascend the hillside, picking spots that are steep. Maybe the climb will stop my pursuer. I struggle up one particularly bad cliff, with loose dirt and a steep grade. I make it to the top and turn. Amazingly, it still pursues me, although I have put some distance between us. The difficult climb is more challenging for it, with only 3 of its legs working to scale the walls, but it still moves with the same speed and strength it displayed when it first started its attack. It doesn't seem to ever get tired. I despair because I know I am reaching my limits. I can go just a little further before I will be caught and eaten. I stand my ground and yip at it, challenging it to try to get me. Fighting is all I have left, because running isn't going to take me much further. The creature looks up and sees me, emitting a cry that freezes my very heart. I know I am going to die, but I still stand my ground. The creature, in a frenzy to get to me, speeds up and hits a loose patch of dirt. It loses its footing and tumbles backward down the hill. I watch with satisfaction as it rolls and bounces down the steep mountainside, slamming into rocky projections as it descends down the cliff. Finally, it comes to rest near the bottom of the slope, crashing into several large rocks. Its head is wedged between 2 of the mountain's boulders. It will never move again. I hobble further up the hill and find a cluster of bushes to hide under, where I can get out of the coming sun's light. I am satisfied that I am temporarily safe from further attacks. The wound continues to burn, and as I lick away the blood, I see some black chunks dripping out of the hole in my side. A fire is taking over my brain, and every place where my legs and head met my body I feel terrible pain. I give up trying to fight the sickness, and I lie back against the cool desert sand. I think of my pack, and how I have failed them. I think of the human, and his large, vicious wolf that runs with him, and how they have driven us into desperation. If it wasn't for those two, I think, my pack would still be alive. Death is approaching, and I am sad that so much pain has come from my mistakes. I wish I could do it all over again. I wish I could get back at the ones that sent us here. I wish for a second chance. I feel consciousness slip away. The unbearable burning begins to fade as my life leaves me. I take a last look at my body, and am shocked to see that most of my hair has fallen out. Stringy clumps of diseased fur lie on the desert floor, and my skin is covered with black lines and open sores. I embrace the darkness. I am no longer afraid. The end comes silently, and I draw my last breath. Finally, there is darkness, as death quietly takes me away. Time goes by. Cyclops Reborn. I live, and I must eat. I think of the man and his wolf, and it burns in my brain. I must find them and eat. I know just where to go and just what to do. I must feed. 17. Carver. As he sped past the Hawk Watch winery, on his way to investigate the local military activity, he was satisfied to see that Mike and Lisa were closing the place up. Carver beeped his horn and received hand waves from the couple. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the Schnells as things continued to deteriorate. The heavy drumming of the two Chinook helicopters exploded over his head. The twin-rotor aircraft were heading south. Carver shot out after the helicopters, noting that they were already preparing to land nearby. The noses of the giant beasts began to flare up and then disappeared on his left, less than a mile ahead of him. Carver realized where they were going, the U.S. Navy remote training site at Warner Springs. Pulling up to the entry point set into the perimeter fence, Carver was not surprised to find the guardhouse abandoned and the gate open. He could hear the rotors of the helicopters winding down in the distance, and Shrek let out a whimper of recognition as they approached the facility's parking lot. Carver had spent weeks here training for deployment with other special operators. The Marines and SEAL teams used the facility and its massive space to train for work in the mountains of Central and East Asia. Two armed Marines sprinted from the LZ when they saw the pickup approach and took up position between Carver and the landing zone. The M4 rifles pointed at the approaching Ford weren't exactly a warm welcome. Carver lowered his window and put both hands on the steering wheel to show the approaching Marines that he wasn't holding a weapon. "Bliff," Carver told his war dog, commanding Shrek to stay or hold position as the two men approached. One of them stopped just to the side of the right front bumper, and the other stood beside the driver's side door. "You are on government property," the Marine barked. "State your business." "John Eric Carver," he answered, "retired U.S. Navy." "What are you doing here? This area is restricted." "I've trained here," Carver replied. "I saw the Chinooks come in and got curious." The two Marines gave each other a look, and then ordered Carver to exit the vehicle. "Leave the dog in the truck," the one on the driver's side commanded. "He's locked down," Carver replied, as he exited the pickup with his hands in the air. The Marine patted him down and, once satisfied, let his rifle drop to his side, the weapon's sling holding it just under his right armpit. "You were a SEAL, huh?" he asked. "Not sure I believe you." Carver gave him a brief rundown on his deployments and his tours with Shrek, all the while fighting to keep his temper in check. "Come on, then," the Marine said, waving him toward the large warehouse facility. "Let's report in and see where you're needed." "Hold on," Carver said, holding up his hand. "I'm not going anywhere." The second Marine pointed his battle rifle at Carver as the first one stepped back a few feet. "We have orders to pick up any survivors, especially veterans, who can help the fight." Carver stood in stunned silence, angry at himself for not anticipating this.
Still, he obviously wasn't going to get answers from these grunts. His best shot at finding intel would be to talk to someone in charge. He followed behind the first Marine while the second brought up the rear, weapon at low ready in case Carver made a break for it. As they walked through the main office door of the building, Carver could see past the reception desk and into the attached garage. Crates filled with supplies were being marshaled out of the garage and onto the waiting Chinooks. A man was standing at the reception desk, facing the busy warehouse. "Sir, we found this gentleman coming through the front gate." Carver broke into a grin as he recognized the petty officer who was slowly turning to face them, even as he continued to scan the clipboard he held in his right hand. He'd know that big bald head and beefy neck anywhere. When Senior Chief Petty Officer Rayford Porky Shader saw Carver, his face busted into an answering grin. "Goddamn, Carver." He gripped his friend's hand with his beefy paw, shaking it up and down vigorously. "Hey, Porky," Carver replied. "I thought they put you out to pasture." "Called me back when that shit hit the fan last week." "That's what you get for staying so close to the base," Carver shot back. "Never let the enemy know where you are." "Well, looks like you're still the stupid one of the two of us. Why would you walk back into the frying pan?" Shader asked with a smirk on his face. "Are you volunteering?" "He claimed he approached the base because of the Chinooks," one of the Marines volunteered. "He did, huh?" Shader laughed. "You always did like loud and dangerous things." "We're going to take him with us back to the carrier," the Marine began. "We can process him—" "Belay that," Shader said. "I'll take him from here." "But, Chief—" "I'm in charge of this place," Shader said. "We have one more run, and I'll ship out with him on the last transport." "Aye, aye," the Marines barked, both spinning on their heels and leaving the two former Special Ops men alone. "It's a cluster out there," Shader said. "The infection is overtaking the country. We haven't been able to make a dent in its spread." "I figured that," Carver replied. "I knew we were lost when they tried to quarantine Chicago. Who in their right mind thought that would make a difference?" Shader shook his head, acknowledging the simple truth of the statement. "Typical bureaucratic BS," Shader replied. "We're setting up operations off the coast with a makeshift battle group." "Who's anchoring it?" "USS Theodore Roosevelt," Shader said, smacking his clipboard against his palm. "She's anchored off the coast about 20 miles from the naval yard. We're hauling our weapons and supplies out there now." "Jesus," Carver said. "You guys are abandoning the country already?" "John," Shader calmly replied. "In a week, there won't be a country. This infection is the real deal, and moving faster than shit through a goose." "But how?" Carver asked. "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Take a seat over here, and let me tell you a story." "Can I get Shrek first?" Carver asked. "Your men had me lock him in the truck." "Sure. Let's go get your better half." The two men went outside and retrieved the obedient animal. Shrek recognized Porky and gratefully accepted his attention. "Still a beautiful animal," Shader commented. "You don't deserve him." "That's the truth," Carver replied as they made their way back into the facility. Back at the office, Shader brought out a well-heated pot of coffee and poured each of them a cup of the thick black liquid. Carver blew over the mug, took a healthy sip of the caffeinated sludge, and gave a satisfied grunt. "Just as good as I remembered. If you weren't so dumb, I'd have thought you were being sarcastic," Shader replied with a grin. "I hope it's not too strong for you." "Well, you know the old saying, if you're going to be stupid, you better be tough." "You always were tough. That's why you were so good," Shader said. "That, and your war dog." Shader reached into his drawer and pulled out a bag of beef jerky. At Carver's nod, he pulled out a strip of the dehydrated beef and put it on the floor next to Shrek. The dog sat at attention, waiting for the command. "Aight." Shrek grabbed the strip of meat and gulped it down. Shader took a spare coffee mug and poured some bottled water into it, then held it down for the war dog to lap up. "Always did have a soft spot for this mutt," Shader said. "We'd both have died a dozen times if not for Shrek," Carver said, watching his Malinois nosing around for another strip of jerky. "He saved our butts a few days ago from those infected, too." Shader nodded. "They're just about the most messed up thing I've ever seen." Carver studied him. Shader might look like a redneck, but the man was one of the sharpest operators he'd worked with. "What have you heard?" he asked. "It's a virus," Shader began. "Command won't tell us more than that, but you know the real story comes from below. Rumor has it that this whole thing started in our research facility off the coast." "We did this?" "St. Nicholas Island," Shader replied. "Got the scuttlebutt from some guys in Spec Ops. Seems they sent some Delta guys to a medical research facility on the island and lost half the team before pulling out. That's ground zero. That's where it all started.
Carver couldn't wrap his head around it. He slurped his coffee, his mind reeling with the implications.
Then a buddy of mine said they refueled some F-22s up at NAS Lemoore. Shader continued. Pilots told the ground crew they wasted the island about a minute after the Delta Force guys were pulled off the rock.
I guess they didn't stop the spread of the infection, Carver said. Something escaped that island. Shader sat back in his chair and sighed.
The infected turn quick, too. We've seen them change in less than an hour, and they're hard to put down. Our docs on board say there's no cure, at least not yet, so we have orders to kill anyone with the virus, even if they haven't turned yet.
I learned that the hard way, Carver admitted. I saw a good man become one of those things after he tried to save a young woman who had been bitten.
The virus is hot, too. Transmitted through the blood. Rub some in your eye, get some in your mouth. Even a little scratch can get it in your system.
I didn't know that, Carver replied. That's why I came in, to get intel. Carver scooted his chair closer to his friend and told Shader about the camp and the people that were relying on him. By the time Carver finished his tale, they heard the Chinooks depart, leaving the two men alone in the facility.
I'm going to be straight with you, Shader said. We aren't even making a dent in the spread of the disease, so you'd be about as useful out there as a back pocket on a t-shirt, but it sounds like you could really help those folks at the camp.
That's my thought, too, Carver replied. You know I never run from a fight, but...
Yeah, Shader said. We can't win this one. At least not without finding a cure or a vaccine, and no one's talking about that right now. We're just trying to save as many as we can.
That's what I'm trying to do at the camp, Carver shared with Shader. And those folks need me to help them stay alive.
Agreed, he said. That's why you need to leave.
But you... Carver began before his friend cut him off.
I'll be fine. I'll tell them you snuck out while I was finishing my work in the garage. The world's nothing but a shit sandwich right now, and no one will remember you a day from now.
Thanks, Porky, Carver said. I owe you.
Yeah, you do.
Shader jerked his chin at the warehouse.
Let's see what I can give you before the choppers get back for the last run.
The two men strode to the back warehouse where the facility's magazine was located. The metal cage stood open, and most of the weapons had already been crated and removed. All the rifles and sidearms were gone, but Shader had something different in mind. The petty officer opened the final two lockers that had yet to be raided. He also grabbed an empty trunk from one of the pallets that were to be loaded for transport to the carrier group. He carried it into the weapons cage and began to fill it with gear. Carver watched as some night vision goggles and an infrared monocular went into the footlocker, followed by an AA-12 semi-automatic shotgun along with 3 Benelli M4 Super 90 combat shotguns. He also tossed in several dozen cases of Winchester 00 shells, giving Carver over 1,000 rounds of high-impact pain for his new weapons.
About the only thing that'll take one of those things out is a headshot. Anything else just pisses him off,
Shader said as they dragged the heavy footlocker to the loading dock. Carver retrieved his pickup, and the two of them put the locker into the bed of the Ford.
You need to go,
Shader said, after closing the truck's tailgate. Carver went to shake the SCPO's hand, but was instead engulfed in a bear hug.
I hope I get to see you two again,
Shader said.
I really do.
You know where we are, brother?
That I do,
Shader replied.
And I won't tell a soul. No. Get the hell out of here.
Carver nodded and called Shrek into the cab of the truck. Before getting in himself, he grabbed one of the Benelli shotguns, and after racking a shell into the chamber, he loaded 8 more rounds into its extended tube and placed the weapon on the pickup's floor. He rocketed out of the parking lot and back onto the road, heading toward camp as fast as he could. Carver didn't want to risk a flyover by the returning helicopter. On the way back, he saw that the Schnells were still at the winery, their car parked at the front entrance. He pulled up to the front of the building and left his truck to idle while he made a quick trip inside. "Bliff," he commanded, making Shrek whimper at having to stay behind. Carver laughed. "I'll be right back. Besides, you don't want to have to deal with those cats." Shrek plopped down on the seat and propped his head on the center console, giving Carver a sad and pitiful stare. Carver trotted into the front door and was greeted by one of the cats, who immediately began to cut in and out of his moving legs. "Hello!" Carver called out as he tried not to trip over the pesky feline. "Hi, John!" Lisa Schnell shouted back.
A few moments later, she came striding from the rear of the building.
Just tying up a few loose ends. Mike should be right back.
Almost done? Carver asked, looking around. Can't be easy to close up shop.
We're essentially winterizing the place like we do every fall. It just takes time.
That's good, because I just learned some information about the virus. Virus? Asked a loud voice. Mike Schnell came in, holding a crate. How do you know it's a virus?
You got a minute to talk?
Carver asked. Mike put down the crate and waved to some bar stools that were arranged in front of their tasting bar. May as well open one, he said as he pulled a Shiraz off the rack. Not like anyone will have a chance to enjoy these now. Mike poured them each a healthy amount of the delicious red wine, and after a perfunctory toast, Carver filled them in on what he had learned. The infected are fast and aggressive, Carver said. The only way you can stop them is to destroy the brain. Yeah, Mike interjected. I've got plenty of wood stakes from the vineyard. Carver shook his head. They're not vampires. Lisa, make sure he uses the shotgun.
I don't know, Lisa said. He's pretty deadly with a stake.
Carver downed the last of his wine, smiling. His friends weren't taking this seriously enough, but damn did he need to laugh. Where are you headed once you pack up? Carver asked. One of our customers has a yacht out in San Clemente, Mike said, and he invited us to ride it out in style.
If we bring a few cases of our Malbec and Shiraz,
Lisa added. Carver thanked them for the drink and clapped Mike on the shoulder, cautioning them one more time to be careful. Going out to the idling truck, he was amused to see Zena the cat sitting on the hood of the Ford, staring into the cab at the trapped war dog. Shrek was pretending to be uninterested, barely acknowledging the taunting feline as it left paw prints on the windshield and swished its tail at the Mal. Zena, you're a fat tease, Carver shooted off the truck's hood. Shrek perked up, sitting up high enough to stare out the window at the rejected cat. Carver could have sworn he saw the dog smirk as Shrek watched the animal saunter away, never once looking back at the truck out of pure feline pride. Carver got into the cab and swung around the winery's circular drive before turning back up the mountain road. A little over a half an hour later, he was parked under the tree next to Kinney's house, drinking a beer with the ex-Marine as they briefed each other about the day's events. "Hear that?" Kinney asked as they each took a pull from their glass bottles. In the distance, Carver could just hear the drumming from a single helicopter as it thumped away. "Must be Porky," he said. "He really came through for me. Hope he doesn't get in trouble for it." "It feels real now, doesn't it?" Kinney asked, as the last sound of the military craft disappeared. "It is real," Carver said quietly. 18. April 26th. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. As usual, Shrek was the first to hear the newcomers at the camp. Carver and Kinney were with the boys at the shotgun range, training them on the proper handling of the camp's 12-gauge firearms. They'd traded in the .22 caliber bolt-action rifles, favored by the Boy Scouts, for pump-action Mossberg shotguns, which would be a better defense against the infected. "Mr. Carver," Brett Darden said, "I'm bored. We haven't shot our guns yet, and we've been out here almost all day." "Pipe down!" Kinney commanded, falling into the role of the hardened drill sergeant. "No one asked you your opinion." "That's okay," Carver said. "Better to be eager than afraid." The 5 youths were learning how to rapidly reload the guns, since each weapon only held 4 rounds. If the camp was attacked, it would be an essential survival skill. As Carver was supervising their efforts to slide the shells into the underbelly of the gun's breech, he noticed Shrek stiffen and look to the south, where the road emptied onto the camp's property. Carver nodded at Kinney as the boys finished loading their weapons, but he kept an eye on the road. The 2 men instructed the boys on how to put the safeties on their weapons and hold them correctly. After another inspection of the guns, the teenagers were almost ready to start shooting. First, Kinney insisted on running through the 4 rules of safe firearm handling one more time. "Brett, rule number 1, Kinney began as the group marched to the southern gate almost a quarter of a mile away. "Always assume any firearm is loaded," Brett replied crisply. "Kyle, rule number 2. "Always keep your finger off of the trigger until you are ready to fire the weapon," he replied. "Excellent. Gavin, rule number 3. "Don't point your weapon at anything you don't plan on destroying." "Attaboy!" And Trey, rule number 4. "Know your target and what is beyond?" the Darden twins said uncertainly. "Is that a question, son?" Kinney said. Trey shook his head.
"No, sir."
Kinney nodded approvingly. "Follow those 4 rules and you will never accidentally hurt anyone." Carver smirked. "But what is rule number 5, boys?" "Hey!" Kinney protested. "I've never heard of a 5th rule." "It's a special rule I taught them this morning before you arrived." "Seals are always right," the boys chorused, grinning.
"Oh, Mother of Jesus,"
Kinney said, shaking his head. "You've really gone and screwed them up." They broke out of the brush at the northern end of the parking lot to find an SUV parked at the camp's office.
"Hey," Gavin said. "I know them. It's the Reedies."
Kinney grunted as the boys broke formation and ran to the waiting vehicle. "Hold that line!" Kinney yelled. "We'll be there soon enough." The 5 boys returned to their places, and the group quickly joined the family beside their SUV. "Mr. Reedy," Kinney said. "Glad you could make it." Kinney made the introductions. Chris and his wife, Laura, both shook Carver's hand, while their teen boys, Harold and John, were excitedly greeting their fellow Boy Scouts. The Reedies' youngest child, Lisa, hung back shyly from the crowd of boys. "You're the first family to come back," Kinney said.
"It was a bear getting here," Chris said. "There are a lot of bad things happening out there."
"That," thought Carver, "is an understatement." 19. San Diego Country Estates, Ramona, California. Mark.
"There's one in the garage,"
Sarah Perrin yelled as she slammed the door shut.
"I told you we should have left yesterday,"
her husband replied angrily as he strode past his terrified wife with a 12-gauge shotgun in his hand. Ever since retrieving his son Josh from the Lost Valley Boy Scout weekend on Sunday, Mark Perrin had been pleading, arguing, and finally threatening his wife to leave their home and retreat to the safety of the camp. Mark had overheard Jennifer Blevins talking to a couple of the other dads, inviting them to come back. When the seriousness of the situation had hit him a few days later, he decided the Boy Scout camp held their best chance for riding out the emergency. He tried to explain this to his wife, but she had stubbornly insisted that nothing was so bad that they had to go live in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. No amount of logic or bribery could sway her. Until she had seen their next-door neighbors load up their SUV and leave. The Perrins lived next to the city's assistant director of emergency services, and until dinner time the previous night, he had insisted everything was under control. When the next-door family piled into their Suburban loaded with emergency supplies and spare gasoline cans strapped to the roof, Sarah had reluctantly agreed to leave. The stack of stuff she had collected in the family room that just had to go with them was impressive in both its size and worthlessness. Reams of pictures, electronic gadgets, and legal papers were added to a pile of clothing meant for evenings at a fine restaurant. Mark had finally taken control and tossed most of the things aside, forcing her to remove pictures from frames and placing all the other extraneous junk in a corner of the room. Throughout the night, they had continued to battle while speeding cars careened down the street and the sound of gunfire became more and more common. They stayed up half the night, bickering over every little detail, and Sarah had watched with her arms folded as he loaded everything into the car. Then they collapsed into their bed and didn't awaken until afternoon, when Josh had wandered into their bedroom asking for lunch. They scrambled to collect themselves, cursing each other for not setting the alarm, and managed to make it out of the house in 30 minutes. By then, half the day had already gone, and a dangerous trip still lay in front of them. He had opened the garage door and scanned the neighborhood. Satisfied that the area was safe, he returned to the house to bring the family out to the Toyota so they could leave for the Boy Scout camp. Then their daughter Tina started complaining that her toys were being left behind. The 5-year-old had been an oops baby, joining the family almost 7 years after Josh was born. With her unexpected arrival came a lack of discipline, as both parents found it easier to give in rather than teach their daughter how to behave. So when she insisted on taking her dollies, a piece of carry-on luggage had been assigned the task of holding all of her plastic babies and stuffed animals. Tina insisted that she roll the baggage herself. No one else was allowed to handle it. Another half-hour had gone by before they could finally leave the house. So, when Tina Perrin opened the door to the garage and saw an infected neighbor standing at the back of the 4Runner, she slammed the door shut, turned wide-eyed to her husband, and regretted that she had not trusted him. Now they had to face the creature that was roaming just outside. Mark pushed the family back from the doorway and brought the Remington up to his shoulder. Flinging the door open, he stepped quickly into the large 3-car garage. Their other car had been pulled out on the street, leaving the Toyota as the only vehicle present, and it was backed into the large space so they could load it more efficiently. The deformed thing that stood behind the Forerunner was both ghastly and strangely hypnotic in its appearance. Mark brought the gun up and aimed it at its head, but he hesitated before pulling the trigger. He'd never shot at any living thing, let alone killed a person. His brain refused to make his hand move. The creature let out a horrific scream that cut to Mark's bones. The sound caused him to flinch, and his finger tightened involuntarily on the trigger. The buckshot flew true to its target and removed most of the creature's head. With the top of its cranium gone, it dropped like a sack of rocks to the pavement. Shrieks came from the homes around them, sending Mark into a panic as he realized there were many more infected close by. The gated community hadn't kept any of the residents safe. As he pulled his wife into the garage, she recoiled from the dead body at the back of the SUV, insisting that he remove it or at least cover it up so the kids wouldn't see it. Mark grabbed several large trash bags and laid them over the corpse, which did little to disguise the streaks of gore still covering the floor of the garage and spatters of black and red goo clinging to the back of the 4x4. Mark turned to his wife, frustration and fear bubbling up inside his chest.
"Now will you please get the hell into the truck?"
His distraught wife grabbed their daughter, pulling her along as the little girl dragged the wheeled luggage bag through the gore. The 4 of them piled into the Forerunner, throwing the dolly bag over the back seat and on top of the rest of their luggage. Mark gunned the vehicle out of the drive and down the street, evading several infected that had appeared from the neighboring backyards. Everything was going well until they got to Santa Isabel, where their road met Route 79. Signs warned them that a military roadblock was up ahead, and all traffic had come to a dead stop. "The line has to be a mile long," Sarah said as she craned her neck to see the cause of their troubles. "I know," he replied testily. A few minutes turned into a few hours, while they sat in the Forerunner with windows closed and a DVD playing for the kids in the back seat. At last he saw movement up ahead. People were getting out of their cars. "I'm going to check it out," Mark said. He grabbed his shotgun and exited the SUV, walking in front of the vehicle and up the center lane. Dozens of drivers, mostly men, were standing in the middle of the asphalt road. Both lanes were being used for outbound traffic, and yet not a single car was moving. Mark still couldn't see what was causing the commotion. A sudden thumping came from behind him, and Mark turned to see a military helicopter rushing overhead, all eyes focused on the Black Hawk as it skimmed the highway, barely 50 feet above. Without warning, missiles flashed from the tubular pods attached to the aircraft's body, racing ahead and impacting on the roadway about a half-mile down. The resulting chaos was stunning. With the explosions less than 1,000 yards away, the vehicles surrounding Mark suddenly began to try to turn around. The cacophony of horns and screeching tires was deafening by the time he got back to his Toyota, where he found Sarah screaming in panic and his children whimpering. Once he was back in the driver's seat, Mark saw no options either forward or behind as more and more cars became trapped in the traffic jam. Families on foot ran past, their screams mixing in with the vehicles' engines and honking horns. Automobiles were playing bumper cars with each other. One station wagon swung wide in an attempt to outmaneuver the other cars, knocking down a group of people who were trying to get away from the heart of the chaos. Seeing the park access road sitting to his left, Mark quickly shifted into 4-wheel drive and barreled up the dirt lane. He was rapidly approaching a metal swing gate that appeared to have a chain and padlock attached to a metal pole buried on the side of the road. Mark swerved to the left of the pole and took out a barbed wire post that marked the beginning of the dirt hiking trail. A sharp right just beyond the gate, and the family was bouncing down a flat, straw-colored grass field, moving parallel to the highway they had just abandoned.
"Oh my God!"
Sarah cried and pointed to the road. The traffic was totally snarled, and about 300 yards ahead of the roadblock, an impact crater had been dug into the pavement. Cars were thrown onto their hoods, and a large prison bus was smoldering in the middle of the chaos, its aluminum body ripped open. But that wasn't what had captured Sarah's attention. At the roadblock, 2 large military vehicles, each painted in desert tan, formed a wall across the intersection of the highway and Route 79. The top of each vehicle had a large manned machine gun, and both gunners were pouring bullets at the people who were rushing their position. After swerving around a small pond and negotiating a dried creek bed, the Perrins were only a few hundred yards from the battle. Beyond the roadblock, the parking lot of a rundown strip mall was filled with Humvees and Jeeps. Next to the military vehicles, multiple tents had been erected, and armed soldiers were jogging between them. The large lot was usually full of visitors because of the business's popularity, but now machines and people who had been positioned there were streaming out of the lot and turning left, retreating in the direction of the Boy Scout camp and away from the battle at the barricade. Mark bounced along the field and angled toward the pavement, glancing back at the soldiers who were still firing down the road.
"It's them!" Sarah gasped. "The monsters are here, too!"
Mark watched the tracers from the heavy machine guns mark the path of the .50 caliber slugs as the bullets ripped apart the cars and trucks in front of the blockade. Undeterred by the carnage being brought down on them, the infected were galloping into the fire, many being torn into pieces by the large caliber bullets, rending their bodies, and yet still moved toward the blockade. As he sped away from the intersection, Mark took one last look in the rearview mirror. What he saw made his heart skip, as both military vehicles were swarmed by the infected. Within a few seconds, both guns went silent, and Mark said a silent prayer of thanks that he'd convinced Sarah to buy the SUV with four-wheel drive instead of the minivan she'd wanted. With a half-full tank of gas and a convoy of military vehicles running interference, he felt good about the remaining 25-mile trip. With the sun quickly setting, the family turned past a quaint little winery and made their way up the camp's dirt road, hitting potholes and dodging the occasional rocks usually grated at Mark's nerves, but now they were a pleasant reminder that salvation and safety were just a few miles up the road. Finally, as the sun descended below the nearby mountains, bringing total darkness to the landscape, he pulled into the camp's parking lot and turned off the engine. "Safe at last," he sighed as the forerunner went silent. To his great surprise, Sarah smiled at him and flung her arms around his neck. "You did it?" she whispered. "Thank you." "We were lucky," he said. "Next time, listen to me and do it my way from the beginning." If her smile became a little forced and her hands a little tighter around his neck than strictly necessary, he chose not to notice. Today, he had been a hero, and even Sarah couldn't take that away from him. 20. Split Pine Campground, Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp, Carver. The lights from the incoming vehicle filtered through the branches and brush. Shrek emitted a low growl, alerting them all to the threat. "Another family," Kinney said. "Or maybe it's Jennifer." "Are you guys all right for now?" Carver asked the Reedies, who were struggling to settle into the unfamiliar environment. Darkness in the desert was an overwhelming experience for many people in the best of circumstances, and the family had already been through a lot. "We'll be fine," Chris answered, giving his wife a reassuring look. "We'll take care of them," their son Lucas assured them all. "Yeah," Timothy added. "I remember when you guys dropped me and Lucas off here for the first time, I cried like a baby." Their young sister sniffled at her brother's words and looked more frightened than ever. "Don't worry, sis," he said, giving her a hug. "It was great after I found out how cool it is here. I promise you'll love it." Carver smiled and left the family. Their solar batteries were powering several LED lights that had been strung between two of the 8-man tents, the dim bulbs just barely illuminating the large bivouac. "Come on," Carver said. "Let's see who's here." The men turned on their headlamps and walked rapidly down the path to the parking lot. When they arrived, they found two adults arguing with each other while a boy and girl watched from the sidelines.
"You expect me to stay at this place?" the woman hissed. "You were out there," the man replied angrily. "You saw what it was like."
"Excuse me," Carver shouted above their raised voices. "Is that you, Mr. Kinney?" the man called back. "It's Mark Perrin."
"Great," Kinney whispered to Carver. "The Perrin family. I know Jen didn't invite them. The boy's all right, but the parents."
As the two of them approached the new family, Mark held his hand out in greeting. Kinney ignored the gesture, but Carver shook it, turning off his forehead-mounted light with his other hand. "John Eric Carver," he said. "What exactly brings you to Lost Valley?"
"Well, it's a war zone out there,"
Mark said.
"Really?" Kinney asked. "Is that why you're here?"
"I heard from some of the other families talking with Miss Blevins," Mark explained. "This seemed like the best place to go when the virus began to spread.
You have to admit it's isolated and there should be plenty of room for us."
Carver had to concede that his logic was sound. Even though the couple had a bad reputation in the group, Kenny vouched that their son, Josh, was a good scout. "Can't fault the kid for the parents," he muttered to his friend. "And we could use the bodies to guard the facility."
"You wouldn't turn us away, would you?"
the wife asked, sounding aghast. "Your call," Carver said to Kenny. The ranger nodded and said, "Guess they can stay. Let's get you set up in one of the tents."
"A tent?"
the wife practically screamed.
"You didn't say anything about a tent!"
"Come on, Mom," Josh said, looking embarrassed. "It's fine. Scouts do it all the time."
"No way," she said.
"I'm not sleeping in a tent. Not tonight.
"And not ever!"
The two began to argue again, and after a minute or two, Carver had enough. He put his fingers to his lips and let out a piercing whistle.
"Enough!" he shouted. "You are guests here, and uninvited ones to boot. If it wasn't for your kids, I'd have asked you to leave right now."
Mark seemed to be ashamed of himself, but his wife glared at them.
"Just you wait," she hissed. "I'll make sure you both are fired when this is all over."
"No one talks to me like that!"
Carver and Kenny both looked at each other, and then began to belly laugh like they had just heard the world's greatest joke.
"I'm going to lose my job," Kenny said in pretend fear. "Oh, no!"
It took them a long moment to get themselves under control. After everything they'd been through since the start of the outbreak, after the friends they'd already lost, the suburban housewife's empty threat was just about the funniest thing he'd heard all week. Once his laughter subsided, however, he realized that she posed a real threat to the safety of the camp and its residents. She obviously wouldn't be able to pull her weight, and if they had to put up with her hostile attitude for long, it would set everyone on edge. Carver loomed over her, looking down into her defiant eyes. "I'm only going to say this once. If you cause problems here, you will be removed. Understood?"
"Mr. Carver, I can assure you that you won't have any more problems with us," Mark said to the large ex-SEAL. "We better not, or you two are out of here." She glared up at him.
"Two of us? You'd kick me and Mark out, but not the kids? What gives you the right?"
"Lady," Carver said, "I'll boot your ass all the way back down that 10-mile road if I have one more problem with you. Do you understand me?" The sudden and violent tone in Carver's voice seemed to break something inside her, and she murmured an affirmative before looking away. He guessed she wasn't used to anyone standing up to her. Good. Hopefully he wouldn't have to follow through on his threat.
"Is there somewhere else other than a tent we can stay tonight?" she asked, gesturing at her kids. "We're all exhausted and it's pitch black out here. Please."
Carver backed down at the reasonable request. Maybe he'd been too hard on them. After all, they'd probably had a difficult day. "Kenny," he began, "can they use Jennifer's cabin tonight?" Kenny grunted. "Fine," he said, "but only tonight. She could be back at any time." Carver pointed to a 2-bedroom cabin on the other side of the parking lot. "The door's open. It's hooked up to the solar batteries, but be sparing with the juice. Clean up tomorrow when you leave. Breakfast is at dawn in Beckham Hall. We have a lot of work to do, so be ready." Sarah. While Carver followed his friend up the path, Sarah and her family hopped back in their SUV and pulled up to the dark cabin at the end of the dirt lot. It was hardly better than a tent, but at this point, she'd take what she could get. "Just bring the big suitcase," Mark said. "It's got a change of clothes and some toiletries. We'll get the rest when we set up at our tent tomorrow." Sarah just nodded as her husband went to open their evening's lodgings. Privately, she had already decided to claim the cabin as their own. That Blevins woman could have the tent instead. Sarah went inside the wood home and turned on a light in the living room.
"Can you turn on the outside lights?"
she yelled. A moment later, the porch light came on as well.
"Mommy,"
their 5-year-old cried,
"I want my dollies."
"Leave them outside,"
Mark yelled.
"Come on,"
Sarah whispered conspiratorially to her daughter.
Let's get them."
She instructed her 12-year-old son to pull the large suitcase to the door while she retrieved her daughter's special suitcase.
"I want to take it," the little girl demanded.
Sarah remembered the bag, and the spoiled little girl rolled it up the dirt path and into the house, leaving a streak of filthy, muddy tracks on the floor of the immaculate cabin.
"Damn it!" Mark shouted. "I said leave everything else out there!"
Sarah smiled quietly at her husband's anger. She was tired of being pushed around, and tired of being afraid. Letting Tina bring her toys into the house was just one small victory for her need to control her rapidly out-of-control world. "Tough luck," she murmured to herself as she closed the cabin door.
"Look at that mess,"
Mark said accusingly as he pointed to the roller tracks on the wooden floor.
"Shut up," Sarah replied. "I'll clean it in the morning. It's not like you ever clean anything at home."
"Hey, Mom," Josh interrupted. "Is it okay if I go ahead and bunk down for the night?"
She nodded absently, already thinking about a hot shower to wash the stench of this place off her skin. Mark stepped over the muddy tracks and carried their one piece of luggage full of their overnight shirts and toiletries into the larger of the two bedrooms. Josh claimed the smaller room, which turned out to be an office with a couch that pulled out into a bed, as well as a small cot for Tina. Mark took his son into the second bedroom, had him change clothes, and lay down next to him on the pull-out couch. They talked for a short while until both drifted off to sleep. After getting Tina to sleep in the master bedroom's king bed, Sarah sought out Mark. Finding him asleep with their son, she was delighted that she didn't have to deal with her husband anymore that night. She grabbed a towel from a linen closet and decided to take a nice, long shower before hitting the sack with her daughter. With only the one light dimly glowing in the main room of the house, she found the bathroom a challenge to negotiate. Finally, after struggling with the water controller in the shower, she felt a steady, lukewarm stream come out of the shower head. Stripping quickly, she moved under the shower's headwater and cleaned herself the best she could. The pressure was terrible, and the shampoo the owner had left behind smelled like cheap perfume. Finally, she exited the shower and dried off, frowning at the scratchiness of the borrowed towel. Turning to leave, she raked her left foot on an exposed screw at the base of the toilet. She cursed loudly, but the rest of her family was either asleep or ignoring her. With no help coming, she rummaged through the medicine cabinet and found a well-stocked first-aid kit. The bathroom was too small to maneuver in, so she decided to go to the kitchen and dress her wound there. At least the light would be better. Leaving a smudge of blood every time her right foot came down, she traced a path from the bathroom to the kitchen, crisscrossing the earlier mess made by her daughter's suitcase. How the hell had Tina managed to get her dolly bag so filthy anyway? It looked like she had dragged it through tar. Hopping over to the sink, she brought the foot up to the light and saw a 2-inch-long gash that ran from just below her little toe onto the pad of her foot. The gunk from the floor had gotten into the wound, and she muttered angrily to herself as she cleaned it out and wrapped her foot in gauze from the first-aid kit.
"I hate this place," she said. "I hate my life!"
She hobbled to the master bedroom and crawled under the sheets next to Tina. The night was cold in the clear desert air, so the windows stayed closed. She slid off into a fitful slumber about 20 minutes later. Later that night, Sarah awoke with a terrible burning in her left leg. The pain shot up her calf and didn't stop until it was past her hips. She clenched her thighs as if she was trying to strangle the pain and keep it from radiating up into her body. A sudden and violent cramp exploded in her belly. She lunged out of bed and staggered into the bathroom, where she emptied her stomach into the toilet bowl. The vomit looked black and unnatural. She collapsed on the floor, moaning in pain, and then passed out in the dim moonlight that was sneaking through the curtains of the bathroom's only window. She was jarred awake again sometime later by an even more terrible, gut-wrenching spasm in her abdomen. The pain was so intense, she lost her breath. She was surprised to find that she was deeply, ravenously hungry. Strange, since she'd just been puking her guts out a few minutes earlier. Or was it a few hours? She had lost track of time. and her watch was in her suitcase. She began to rise, but dropped to the floor when her joints protested with a dull, crackling sound.
"That can't be me. I sound like an old woman."
The hunger struck again. This time it was such an overwhelming wave of ravenous energy that she let out a primal yell. That sound couldn't have come from her, could it? It was a terrifying scream, one that sounded more like an animal than anything she could ever make. "Hungry," she thought. "So hungry." The dark room hid her flesh, but she looked at her arm and could see the heat of the blood coursing through her limb. Before she could even think about her actions, she chomped down on her flesh and tasted the satisfying flavor of her own blood. There was only one thought left in her head. More. Sarah Perrin sprang up from the wooden floor and practically flew through the bathroom door. She searched for more food and remembered Mark in the other room. The thought of filling her hunger with his blood touched her deeply in both of her minds, and as her former human consciousness made its final thoughts, they were of the satisfaction she would get in draining her husband's life into her own. She let out a yell once again, this time in the almost joyful anticipation of the feed, and followed the heat coming from her husband's body. Carver woke with a start. He had been dreaming that the infected were attacking him. He could have sworn he heard their animalistic cries nearby. Finally, he began to settle back down. It was just a nightmare, nothing to worry about. As he let his eyes slide closed, he noticed Shrek standing by the bed. The hair on the nape of his neck stood stiffly at attention, and his eyes spoke the truth. The screams had been real. Carver jumped out of bed and had just put on his boots when another primal screech echoed from somewhere outside. He grabbed his shotgun and a tactical flashlight before rushing out of the room. Kinney stumbled out of his own bedroom just as Carver flung open the door to the house. The retired Marine yelled for him to wait, but Carver was already in the parking lot, searching for the source of the cries. Something crashed inside the camp director's cabin, followed by yet another primal scream. Shrek sprinted along at Carver's side, his eyes scanning the darkness, ever vigilant. Carver reached the cabin's front door as the noise from within suddenly stopped. The ex-SEAL crouched next to the entrance and checked his shotgun's chamber for a live round. Satisfied that he was carrying a full load, he looked at Shrek. "Leave, Stan," he commanded, telling him to both stay and stand. Shrek bristled at the order to stand down, but did as he was told. Carver opened the door. Bringing up his high-intensity flashlight, he scanned the common room in front of him, searching for the infected creature that had been tearing the place up just seconds before. With his right hand bracing the shotgun on his shoulder, he had to juggle the flashlight and the barrel of the weapon. He wished he'd thought to mount the light to the shotgun itself. His experience clearing rooms made his movements look practiced and easy, but he felt like a green recruit. "At least it's a semi-automatic and I don't have to manually rack the next round into the chamber," he thought as he swept his barrel and light back and forth. Finding nothing in the main living area, he cautiously moved to the hallway. A quick step into the hall and another to the right brought Carver into the master bedroom. His stomach sank when he saw the bloodied sheets. Little Tina's body lay eviscerated on the floor beside the bed. There was no point in checking for a pulse. He heard the creak of wood from behind him, spinning him toward the open kitchen and living area he had just cleared, tracing his light from one side of the room to the other. He still found it empty. The cabin's sole bathroom stood between the two bedrooms, its door open. It was clear. Carver steeled himself for the final room, sure he would find the infected creature and its other victims within. Like all the other rooms in the cabin, the second bedroom stood with the door ajar. Carver sliced the pie by inching slightly to the side and leaning into the room, each lateral movement revealing more and more of the space ahead. Like the master bedroom, this room had been torn apart. Only this time, there were two bodies lying on the floor. He let out a heavy sigh and looked away from Mark and his young son. The infected creature was nowhere to be found. He slowly returned to the main room, his tactical light dancing around the space in a futile search for the creature that had killed this poor family. He hadn't seen the body of the wife anywhere, so if he had to guess, she had been the one who turned. It was more likely than an infected stumbling into their remote camp by chance. Carver strode to the door, ready to let Shrek into the cabin for a final sweep, but was shocked to find the war dog standing in the hallway. He never ignored an order, unless there was an immediate threat. Shrek emitted a deep, guttural growl, letting Carver know the danger was still present. Spinning back toward the large common area, he searched frantically for the beast. He began to work his way once again to the back rooms, to search under the beds and in the closets. Those were the only places he hadn't checked, having assumed the beast was not the type to hide from either adversary or prey. But what did they really know about the infected? How was he supposed to fight an enemy without intel? Taking 3 steps back into the living room, he heard scratching coming from behind him. Carver spun back again, only to see Shrek bristling at the noise and growling in angry anticipation. Confused, the ex-seal stopped and listened. The common area had a vaulted ceiling, and, looking up, Carver saw 2 yellow eyes blazing back at him. The thing had scaled the wall and was clinging to the ceiling like a giant lizard. It sprang at him with a screech. Carver began to bring his weapon up, cursing himself for being so blind. There wasn't enough time to bring his gun to bear on the creature. Carver braced himself and ducked low, hoping to avoid the mouthful of sharp, pin-like teeth that were coming right at his neck.
Shrek. An asp is here. I can hear its war cry and the hunger within its screeching. I am ready to kill it. I go to Carver, but even though he is the best human warrior I've known, he still sleeps. I must awaken him for the hunt, or the asp will escape. I approach, and Carver wakes up. He hears it too, and we are going on a hunt now. I am ready. My nose smells its poison, even from within this house. I know it is in the other cabin, the one where the new humans have gone to sleep. They must have brought it with them. The asp is feeding now. I can tell by its smell and its sounds. It is already too late for the humans in the cabin with it, but we must not allow the beast to kill the rest of our pack. We are running to the house, and I am ready to go in to flush the creature out as I have been trained to do. They stand by the front door, just like so many other times in the past. I am ready to go to war. But the unthinkable happens. Carver tells me to stay where I am. He tells me to stand down, and I am not happy at all. Of course I obey. At least, I mostly obey. As he pushes the door in, I move into the hall and use my nose. It is there, in the room with me, its poisonous scent overwhelming me with its acidic tang and sharp, painful smell. I try to warn Carver, but he moves too quickly through the room and into the darkness beyond. I am surprised the creature has not pounced. I know it is very close. I can hear it scratching. Why has it not attacked? Carver returns, and he smells, sad and worried. His bright light is playing over the room as we both hear the sound coming from in the big room once again. But still no creature is to be found. He leaves to continue the search. I am confused, but I know it is still there. That when I hear it creeping about from above, not on the roof but above the floor, up on the ceiling, Carver comes back once again, and movement brings his eyes up. The asp is quick, faster than any creature I've come across. But I am Shrek. I always win. Carver. The fatal blow never came. A streak of fur came from out of nowhere, smashing into the creature's body as it was about to strike, sending both the infected and his dog careening off to the side.
Carver rolled away and came up with his shotgun and light pointing at the beast. Shrek had already recovered from the collision and was flanking the infected creature, barking at it in an attempt to make it focus on two fronts of attack. It worked, and the infected froze for just a moment as it had to decide where to lunge next. Before it could strike, Carver sent his shotgun slugs into its neck and lower jaw, effectively decapitating the creature. The thing's body continued to writhe on the wooden floor, a pool of thickened black and red goo dripping from the now headless neck. Carver watched as the former Sarah Perrin died, her maddened yellow eyes still moving in a macabre dance as they continued to look back and forth at him and the dog, teeth snapping and tongue flicking in and out of its round mouth. Carver felt his own body begin to shake as the adrenaline that had been dumped into his bloodstream faded. His hands trembled, but through years of experience, he quickly gained control of them. Scanning the ceiling was not standard operating procedure, but given that the darn things could climb walls, it now had to become the first place he would look for them. He shook his head with both disgust and admiration for his enemy. How stupid the military had been to create this monster, and then think they could control it. A groan came from the bedrooms, and Carver quickly moved to the hall. Shrek joined him, silently pointing at the master bedroom. Carver braced himself and stepped into the room. Standing by the bed was the Perrin's daughter. But Tina wasn't a little girl anymore. Her cheek had been ripped off, exposing the jawbone beneath as well as a new set of sharp, pointed teeth. Her hair was mostly gone, and her skin shone with a milky translucence laced with black veins. The little infected girl hissed at Carver. He did the only thing he could. The first shot caught her in the chest. Striding over to the other side of the bed where Tina had landed, he found her thrashing on the floor, her upper body cratered with multiple holes. Carver placed the end of his Mossberg near its head and fired, effectively disintegrating its cranium. He finished both Mark and his son off with two more well-placed shots to their heads, ensuring that they wouldn't rise up like the little girl had done. Both he and the dog sidestepped the gore on the floor and left the cabin. Kinney and Chris Reedy were running toward the porch, the former Marine carrying his AR-15 and Reedy sporting one of the camp's shotguns. "What happened?" Kinney asked. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," Carver solemnly answered. "No scratches or bites." "What about—" Reedy began. Carver shook his head. "It looks like Sarah was infected and turned during the night." "But how?" Kinney asked. "They were fine when they got here." "I don't know," Carver replied. "But tomorrow, when it's light out, I plan to find out. Don't go in there. It's not pretty, and there's a lot of infected blood." Carver stripped off his clothes before entering Kinney's cabin. He shoved them into a trash can and put the lid back on it. Then the two men went inside, and Kinney inspected his friend from head to toe, looking for any sign of scratches or cuts. Not finding any, Kinney brought Shrek into the house and did a thorough exam on him while Carver showered off any possible residual blood. Kinney stuck his head into the bathroom as the steam from the solar-heated water splashed over Carver's exhausted body. "Shrek looks clean!" Kinney yelled. "Good," Carver said as he turned off the water. He reached for a towel and wrapped it around his waist before stepping out onto the floor. Although it made him feel sick to say it, he added, "But I want him chained up to the porch. If he's good tomorrow morning, then we can let him go." "Understood," Kinney replied and began to close the door. "And Harold," Carver said, "you need to stay up with me, just in case." "I don't know if I can do that," Kinney said. "Not sure I could pull the trigger." "Yes, you can," Carver said. "The Reedy family, Kyle and his mom, and those 4 boys all deserve no less." "I don't know, John. I mean," Kinney began. "Yes! You have to. If not for them, then for me. I don't want to be one of them," Carver said with conviction. Kinney. The camp ranger turned and took Shrek to the porch, where he chained the war dog up to a support beam. Kinney brought out a blanket and laid it on the wooden deck so Shrek could at least have a soft bed to lie on. For his part, Shrek seemed to understand the necessity of what Kinney was doing. The dog flopped down on the bedding and snuggled into its cotton folds. Letting out a sigh, Shrek dropped his chin to his paws. Kinney returned to the house and found his friend dressed and sitting in his preferred leather chair, a bottle of beer already in his hand. "Join me for one final brew?" "Don't be so damn pessimistic," Kinney replied. "You aren't dying tonight." "Probably not, but let's just say it's last call at the Kinney Bar and Grill." "Hell, I'll drink to that," Kinney agreed, grabbing a bottle from the refrigerator. Kinney watched his friend down half the bottle in a couple of long draws. The camp ranger took a small sip of his, knowing that a pot of coffee was in his immediate future. Staying up for the remainder of the night wasn't going to happen without caffeine. Carver finished the rest of the bottle with a final gulp, and giving a contented burp, he grabbed a blanket from the couch. He lay down on the sofa and covered himself up. "Daddy, tell me a bedtime story," Carver jokingly asked his friend. "Sure," Kinney said. "How about the story of the brave Marine that saved the poor helpless seal from the evil witch?" Carver laughed. "Now, I know that's a fairy tale," he said. Kinney got up and loaded his drip coffee maker with grounds, then turned it on, preparing for his first of the many cups of joe he would be consuming that night. "Once upon a time, in an unreal and fake world called Where the Heck is Stan, a mighty man and his dog were walking down a mountain," Kinney began. "Oh, I like this one," Carver interrupted. "Screw you," Kinney laughed, as his friend turned over and faced the cushions of the couch. Within a few seconds, the gentle growling of Carver's snore could be heard. The ability to fall asleep on command was a gift many in the fighting services learned, or at least wished they could do. Carver was one of the lucky ones who could sleep anywhere and at any time. Chuckling to himself, Kinney searched for a good book to read while his coffee brewed. It was going to be a long night. 21. April 27th, Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Carver. The morning sun shone brightly into the living room, its light nudging consciousness back into Carver's mind. The memories of the prior evening's battle had been suppressed by his intense exhaustion, but the song of a mountain chickadee and the angry squawks of a nearby western scrub jay would not let him sleep. With a start, he threw off the covers that were tucked around him and found an empty house. He staggered over to the kitchen table, where he found a note from his friend. Carver read the Marine's words with a grin. "Congratulations, you made it. Shrek and I are at Beckham Hall. Come join us for breakfast." Carver pulled on a pair of jeans and left the house. Jogging past the camp director's cabin, he saw Laura Reedy exiting the building wearing a disposable maintenance jumpsuit and safety shield over her face. She carried a notepad and pencil in her latex-gloved hands. She walked carefully over to the rear of the Perrin's SUV, studying the ground and taking notes. "Ma'am!" Carver yelled. "You need to stay out of there!" "Don't worry about me," she said. "It's my job." "Your what?" "I'll explain it later. Tell my husband I'll be back in 10, Laura called as she re-entered the contaminated cabin. Carver shook his head and finished his jog to the camp's mess hall. The occupants saw him approaching through the hall's windows, and the remaining 10 survivors met him at the door, their faces both fearful and awed. Hope Torrance glided over, embracing him with a warm and deep hug. Pulling away, she kissed him on the cheek and thanked him for once again saving her and her son's life. The ex-SEAL blushed at her touch, a warmth he had been denying himself blooming in his chest. Hope had been part of his life for so long that he had started to take her for granted, but maybe it was time to stop thinking of her as just Kyle's mother. She was a beautiful, kind woman, and judging by the look in her eyes, it seemed like she might be interested in him as more than just a friendly neighbor. Kyle interrupted his thoughts by giving John a manly high five. The rest of the group quickly joined in, making sure Carver knew how much they appreciated his valor. "Thanks," he said gruffly, not sure how to handle the attention. He couldn't get the image of Tina Perrin's mutilated face out of his mind. Clearing his throat, he changed the subject. "Chris, your wife said she'll be back in 10 minutes. How does she know what she's doing down there?" "She's a detective with the San Diego PD. That's why Jennifer asked them to join us. Between her police and military background, along with Chris's EMT experience, she figured they would help fill some definite needs," Kenny explained. Chris Reedy nodded and said, "Almost 18 years in a county meat wagon. I figure I can keep us pretty well patched up if the need arises." Hope went to get Carver a plate of food, which left an opening for Shrek, who presented his snout onto John's lap. Carver rustled the war dog's neck with both hands and put their foreheads together.
"Glad you're all right, buddy."
Shrek replied with a smile of his own and nuzzled his handler. Hope interrupted the reunion with a plate of food and a grateful smile, and then sat down a few seats away next to her son. She occasionally glanced at Carver, making sure his plate and coffee mug were full. Laura Reedy returned as the group was finishing up their meal. She had removed her coveralls, and by the pink glow of her face and hands had scrubbed her skin thoroughly. She grabbed a plate of food and, after pouring some coffee, sat across from Kinney and Carver.
"Well, I think I have a handle on how this all started," she said.
Laura laid out a believable timeline that began with the infected blood being tracked into the house by one of the pieces of luggage.
"I examined Sarah's body and found a gash on her foot. She wasn't limping when she arrived last night, was she?"
Laura asked the group.
"Seemed all right to me,"
Carver replied.
"Same here,"
Kinney said.
"All of them acted normally." "Then she must have cut herself in the cabin and somehow got the infected blood on her feet, probably from the wheels of the luggage. I found a trail of gore coming from the back of their Toyota into the house. There were enough marks still showing on the floor inside to prove that infected blood had been brought into the house by the luggage's wheels."
"So if she cut her foot, then stepped onto the wheel tracks," Kinney began.
"Exactly," Laura confirmed. "And the rest is history."
The group sat in silence for a moment, digesting the news and their breakfasts.
"What that tells us," she concluded, "is that it is a blood-borne transmission. It isn't airborne, or Carver and possibly Shrek would have changed by now."
Carver patted the dog, more to reassure himself than the Mal, who was busy eating the last of his fried potatoes.
"It works fast," Laura said. "From the time they went into the cabin to the time Carver heard the screams, just a few hours passed."
"Let's not forget that she attacked her family and Tina converted as well," Carver added.
"That's scary," Chris said. "The infection could take hours or just minutes. There's no way to know if Sarah exposed her daughter during the conversion or after. I've never heard of a pathogen working that fast." Kinney frowned.
"What does that mean in practical terms?"
"It means that we can't get cut, scratched, or even bled on without a high risk of infection," Chris explained. "It means we need to avoid contact with any infected fluid and stay at a distance from any infected individual. We also need to burn the house, and the car along with it," Laura said. "We can't risk any exposure."
"What about bleaching the place?" Kinney asked. "I don't want to destroy Jennifer's home."
"I think bleach would kill the virus," Chris replied. "It works on most things, but there are too many nooks and crannies in the house and car for the infected blood to hide, and I don't see why we should even chance exposure. Sorry." "You all right with that?" Carver asked his friend.
"Yeah," Kinney replied. "But I'd like to see if anything can be salvaged."
"I found some pictures that appeared to be clean," Laura said. "I removed them from their frames and put them in a bag on your porch."
"Thanks, Laura," he answered. "I wouldn't have known where to start."
"I figured, you being a man and all." Carver let out a snort, and Kinney glowered at them both. "I want to be there when you put down the fuel," Laura said. "Are you using diesel or gasoline?"
"Diesel," Kinney replied. "Use it to start burn piles all the time."
"Bring a torch or flare," she recommended. "There's some contaminated dirt we need to sterilize, and the diesel will need some help to get that going."
"You know your stuff," Kinney said grudgingly. "Guess we should get it over with."
He stood and looked in the direction of the camp director's cabin, a pained expression etched on his face. Carver knew that Kinney was more upset about losing the building than he let on, not because it was an irreplaceable asset, but because they all knew, deep down, that Jennifer wouldn't ever be coming back. Burning down her house was the right thing to do, but that didn't make it any easier for the ranger. "Come on, Harold," Carver said, standing beside his friend. "I'll give you a hand." 22. April 29th, Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Flames licked out of the windows of the camp director's cabin, and thick black smoke rose almost a quarter of a mile into the sky. The diesel-soaked cabin took a long time to burn, and Carver and Kinney both realized that they had just created an arrow that pointed directly at the camp.
"Are you thinking what I am?"
Kinney asked his friend. I hope the infected aren't smart enough to figure out that fire means people, Carver replied. Infected? I'm hoping we don't get overrun by desperate, hungry people. The ranger scurried back to his own cabin and returned with his Remington 700 bolt-action. The long-range hunting rifle was fitted with a Night Force 35x15 scope that let him take accurate shots at 1,000 yards. I'm going up to the water tower, he said. I'll take one of the walkie-talkies with me. Grabbed you one, too, so keep your ear open. The tower was near the high point of the valley and gave the observer a commanding view of the entire 3,000-acre camp. After handing Carver a walkie-talkie, Kinney sped off on one of the camp's ATVs, promising to hail them if he saw anything. Carver waited for the flames in the cabin to begin to calm down before dismissing the younger members of the fire brigade. The boys had stood by during the operation with buckets of sand, and they had initially put out several small flare-ups that had seeded into the surrounding brush. Carver finally felt comfortable after 15 minutes of calm. The slow but steady dissipation of the flames meant the risk of a brush fire had passed. Over the next 2 hours, little changed in the valley, other than the sun moving inexorably across the sky. The smoke from the cabin fire was down to a low, wispy thread that dissolved before it made it beyond the treetops. "Squidward, this is Scooby. How do you copy?" Kinney said into the walkie-talkie. Carver heard him, but Kinney's choice of call signs was ridiculous. It was all right to have fun when it was time to play, but the camp's ranger insisted on using 2 cartoon characters for their communication, and the unprofessional nature of it stuck in Carver's craw. "Go ahead, Scooby. What's your status?" "All clear," Kinney replied. "Should I come home to base?" Carver thought about leaving Kinney out there for a few more hours just out of principle for those stupid call signs, and just maybe because he liked to harass the retired Marine. Carver was about to bring him back to camp anyway when the radio barked. "Base, this is Scooby. I have contact coming from the reservation." Kinney's voice was so loud it crackled the speaker. "Scooby, what is it? Identify contact." "Just a second," Kinney panted into the unit's microphone. "I hear an engine." While Carver waited for a response, he yelled for Laura and Chris. "Get the boys and gear up! Incoming from the south!" The couple sprang out of their tents, gathering the boys and arming them with their shotguns. They'd practiced this drill a couple times, and the teenagers sprang eagerly into action. "Squidward," Kinney said at last. "I have a single motorcycle heading our way. It's coming from the reservation at high speed." "Is there any other traffic out there?" Carver asked. "You sure the bike isn't just a diversion so we don't notice a larger force coming up the main road?" He had to wait over a minute for the ranger's response this time. "Negative," he finally replied. "Only traffic is from the res." "We're on our way," Carver said, ending the transmission and turning to the waiting Boy Scouts and the Reedies. "Laura, take Snake Squad and cover the canyon road. I'll take Wolf Squad and go cover the reservation entrance. Chris, get your younger kids and Hope to the main hall and lock all the doors." "Got it," Laura replied as she slung her shotgun over her shoulder and directed 3 of the young men to follow her. Chris rounded up Lisa and Lucas and began jogging across the lawn. "Let's go," Carver said to the other 3 teens. The boys jumped into the back of Carver's pickup and held on as the ex-SEAL spun out of the parking area and shot down the path to the reservation's entrance. Carver had assigned 3 boys to himself and 3 to Laura. He broke the brothers up into different groups, making Tim Reedy part of his squad so that his mother never had to make a decision about which son to send into harm's way. That meant that Kyle was under her watch, which didn't sit too well with Carver, but he trusted the police detective's judgment. Wolf Squad, or as the boys began to call it, the Pack, was made up of Carver, Tim Reedy, Gary Gringelman, and Trey Darden. Snake Squad, nicknamed the Vipers, was comprised of Laura Reedy, Brett Darden, Gavin Gringelman, and Kyle Torrance. Chris and Lucas Reedy, along with Hope and Kinney, were held in reserve for emergencies or to bolster one of the 2 squads if any of them needed help, but Carver hoped it wouldn't come to that. The friendly rivalry between the 2 groups kept their minds occupied, but they were also a necessary part of the camp's defenses. The day before, Kinney and Carver had drilled the young men on how to use their shotguns, having them fire so many shells that each teenager had earned a bruise on his shoulder from putting so many rounds down range. By the end of the day, they could shoot their 5 rounds at the required 2-second intervals and reload, all within 25 seconds. Kinney was proud of them for their dedication, and he was confident that any group of Marine recruits would have been hard-pressed to beat their score. Carver heard the sound of the motorbike well before he saw the trail of dust that was being kicked up as it barreled toward him.
He followed the plume of dust as the riders struggled over the craggy desert floor. Thorny bushes and clusters of spiny growth peppered the area, making the trail difficult to navigate. The motorbike careened down a steep embankment and nearly toppled over at the bottom. "He needs to take it easy," Carver muttered. "He'll kill himself before he gets here if he doesn't." Carver bit off his words as the cause of the rider's reckless driving became apparent. Not 2 seconds after the bike crashed down the slope, an infected creature stopped briefly on the crest of the hill, and then leapt down into the swale that had just engulfed the motorcycle. The engine spluttered and died, and Carver thought its rider had likely died too. But the high-pitched whine of the twin-valve engine came alive again, and the dirt bike shot out of a stand of bushes, then cut around a large rock that stood between the rider and the camp's entrance. Carver trained his gun on the path that the bike would be taking to navigate around the boulder, but he was too far away to take a shot. He scanned to the top of the rock and saw the infected creature leap to the peak of the stone and then crouch down for its final strike. Suddenly, the creature's right shoulder exploded with dark blood. Carver whipped around and spotted the glint of Kinney's scope up on the tower. Raising his own optics, he could see the retired Marine lining up another shot with his rifle as the creature toppled off the rock and flopped down onto the incoming trail and into the rider's path. The off-road bike shot around the corner and slid to a stop just as the infected stood back up, its right arm hanging limply at its side. A second bullet ripped through the thing's ear, and its brains blew out the other side, splattering gore on the boulders. The rider froze and stared at the dead creature, finally driving slowly around it and onto the camp's dirt road entrance. Carver had just arrived at the scene in his pickup truck, and the 3 boys jumped out of the back and set up a defensive line pointed up the road. The dirt bike pulled up to the group. Stopping a few yards away, the bike dropped and the rider sat down in the dirt. Kinney quickly got down from his perch and hustled over to the group. "You all right?" Kinney gasped as he tried to catch his breath from the unexpected 100-yard sprint he had just finished, his heavy rifle strapped across his back. The rider was crying almost hysterically, hands covering the helmet's face shield and sucking in breaths between sobs. "It's all right," Carver said. "You're safe now." Continuing to stare at the ground, the rider's sobs became less severe, but were still unrelenting in their frequency. Finally, after almost another minute, Kinney squatted down and put a tentative hand on the rider's shoulder. "You can stop now," Kinney said. "You're safe. You don't have to cry anymore." "I can't," the rider said before removing the helmet, revealing an attractive young Native American girl. "Sure you can," Kinney said back. "I killed it. It can't hurt you anymore." "I know," the girl said, still not looking up. Her face was obscured by her long, dark hair. "Come on," Kinney said, a note of frustration in his gruff voice. "It's dead." The young Native American finally looked up, and there was fury in her eyes. "I know he's dead. You just killed my father." 23. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Beckman Hall was quiet as they all gathered around the young girl. The events of the afternoon had cast a pall over the group as the young rider sat at one of the large tables, sipping on a Coke in shocked silence. "I suppose I should thank you for saving me," she began. "No problem, kid," Kinney replied. No one seemed to be able to think of anything else to say. Eventually, Hope took pity on their newest resident and sat down at the table, putting her hand on the girl's shoulder. "My name is Hope," she said. "What's your name?" "Aaron," she absently replied. "Do you live on the res?" Kinney asked. "Yeah," she replied. "My dad and I—" Her voice trailed off. "It's okay, sweetheart," Hope said. "Take your time." "Start at the beginning," Kinney suggested. "When did you get attacked?" "We were doing all right," the girl said. "We heard about the infection and how it makes people crazy, so me and my dad stayed in our trailer. Dad figured no one would come all the way up to the res and we'd be safe." "So how did someone find you?" Carver asked, joining the conversation. "No one did," Aaron replied. "It wasn't any person that attacked us." "Well then, how did your dad become infected?" "He was attacked by some kind of creature, an animal. Not like any I've seen in these mountains before," she said. "You sure? The infected might
look sort of like animals," Carver said. Aaron gazed at him, eyes glassy but certain. "I know an animal when I see one. The things were about the size of a dog, almost bald, with armor plates on their forehead and shoulders. They moved so fast hunting as a pack. They screamed and yelped like demons." Carver and Kinney exchanged a dark look. Neither of the men liked where this story was headed. "Dad was outside when they came last night," Aaron continued. "He had his rifle with him and shot one dead, but one of the other animals bit him before he made it back into the house." Aaron stopped talking once again and took a long drink from the Coke can. "They kept attacking us," she said. "They were slamming into the door and the side of the trailer. They put such big dents in the walls that I thought they might actually make it through the metal and get to us." Carver sat back, stunned and concerned. If an animal could become infected, only God knew what they would become. If Aaron's story was true, and they had no reason yet to doubt her, then the tents were no longer safe. They would have to find more secure housing than the bivouacs they were now occupying. "My dad tried to fight," Aaron said, her voice breaking. "He got a fever and began to feel sick. By that time the animals were gone, so he ran outside and told me to stay in the trailer. He collapsed on the ground, but he wouldn't let me come out and help. Then this morning I woke up and he wasn't there anymore." The girl began to tear up, her breathing becoming rapid and shallow. Hope grabbed some napkins and handed them over. Aaron blew her nose and swallowed hard before continuing. "I didn't know what to do until I saw the smoke. Figured there must be people alive at the camp. I got on my dirt bike and came here. I thought that maybe someone could help me find my dad." Kinney grimaced. "I'm sorry as I can be about firing on him," he said. "I had no way of knowing." Aaron shook her head and wiped a hand across her cheeks, drying her tears. "He wasn't my dad anymore. He was already dead when you shot him. You saved me." "You're safe now, Aaron," Hope said. "These men will protect you." "Call me Manly," Aaron said. "I like that a lot better." "Okay," Kinney said. "Manly it is. Welcome to Lost Valley, kid." 24. May 8th. Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego, Coronado Island. Jen. The last 3 weeks had been anything but calm. The Naval Air Station had become a staging zone as the military attempted to ship as many survivors out to its battle group as possible. Coronado was militarized, and the bridge connecting San Diego to the island becoming a barrier from the infected mainland. The creatures mostly came at night, and seemed to avoid the water. That was the only advantage, as it became clear that most of the Southern California population had turned. Now there were reports of a massive infected gathering in Tijuana. Garrett said command speculated about some intelligent creatures in the group of infected. It was everyone's hope that they were wrong. The drum of helicopters was unrelenting. Day and night the Navy's Super Stallion helicopters, along with the Marine Corps' V-22 Ospreys, were shuttling survivors and material out to the battle group. The only time an airworthy craft sat idle was when it was in maintenance. Garrett was a master-at-arms, which meant he was going to be at the air station until they abandoned the base. His duty roster had him all over the island, although he primarily acted as the station's police. Sometimes he was assigned to the front gate, guarding the newly arrived civilians they saved from the mainland. Sometimes Garrett told Jen about those shifts and the people who turned after they got to the base. Most of them knew they'd been infected but tried to hide it. That was the purpose of the medical inspections. It was the rare individual who volunteered that they'd been compromised. Most tried to sneak in, even though they'd be risking the lives of thousands of others. "Hi, babe," Jen said as she planted a kiss on his lips. Garrett looked exhausted. He'd just finished a 12-hour shift, walking patrol around the island. It was a dull, monotonous job. It was also critical that they constantly search every nook and cranny in case one of the infected survivors sought a hiding place in the hopes that they'd be spared the change. It never happened. They all changed, every last one of them. "Hi, Jen. You look beat. Go ahead and shower up, then I'll rub your feet." "I've got a better idea," Garrett replied as he gave her a sly grin. "Hey, If you have the energy, I'm game.
Garrett smiled and gave her another kiss. Then, after grabbing his toiletry kit and a change of clothing, he left the converted office and walked to the communal men's shower. As she went to close the outside curtains, she stopped and stared at the concrete pad outside. A helicopter was wound up and waiting for a load of survivors to load up. There appeared to be a situation brewing as one of the men waiting to board dropped to that tarmac. The rest of the group began to scatter, all while the sailors who were prepping the Sea Stallion were busy with their safety assignments. Moments later, the man who had fallen arose and leapt onto the back of one of the airmen. They both landed inside the helicopter's belly and disappeared. Jen didn't know who to tell. She ran out into the common area and started screaming. All she did was frighten the children and aggravate the adults. She raced to the men's locker room and grabbed one of the nearby sailors. By the time Garrett came out and warned security, over 10 minutes had gone by. When Garrett finally returned to their room over an hour later, he looked even worse than before the shower. 3 crewmen had perished, and 3 more were missing. The infection had finally broken through their fortifications. By the next morning, the 3 infected had been found and put down. But the dwindling return of maintaining the base was weighed against the risk of keeping a presence there. After almost losing control of the island, it was decided to abandon NAS North Island. Within 2 weeks, the Naval Air Station was to be evacuated. The continental United States was rapidly becoming a no-go zone, and Garrett, along with the rest of the security detail, would be the last ones to leave. 25. May 10th. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Carver. With the revelation that the infection was now nearby, it was vital to move everyone into more secure housing. The only buildings that could be reinforced and also be used for living were the main office building, the maintenance garage, and Kinney's cabin. All 3 had electricity and running water and were clustered together for mutual defense. Further, they shared a common parking lot near the entrance to the mountainous camp, which gave them a place to keep vehicles for mobility if they had to bug out quickly. All 3 structures were now being reinforced, including welding plates of steel over windows and bolstering doors. Carver was supervising the strengthening of the metal-sided garage, the sparks of plasma exploding from the steel rods that were being used to solder straps across the structure's windows. "Keep the rod hot!" Carver commanded. Kyle's welds had left spaces. He was now attempting to solder in the surfaces in order to create a smooth seam. "If you don't keep your metal rod close to melting, it'll bunch up or not flow, and the seam will be weak." "Sorry, Mr. Carver." "Not a big deal," Carver replied. "Let's stop and patch the spots where the metal didn't flow the first time, and then we can start back up." Kyle reheated the areas Carver indicated, patching his first attempt so there were no holes or breaks in his work. "Looks good," Carver said, encouraging the young man. "Now, let's make the next one flow in one long seam. Make sure the rod is near the torch's flame so it's almost melted. That way it will flow when you want it to." Kyle's efforts paid off, earning a pat on the back from the ex-SEAL. "Good. Well done. Now, let's move to the next window," and Brett Darden interrupted them, approaching at a fast clip. "Mr. Carver, come quick. There's something wrong with my brother." Carver ordered Kyle to get Chris Reedy in his medical kit, then sprinted after the teenager, following him into the administrative offices where the Darden boys were working. Carver found Trey lying on the floor, Lisa Reedy cradling his head in her lap. "He said he was dizzy, then he fainted," Lisa said as she stroked the boy's forehead. "Get away from him," Carver told her. "I know you want to help, but you also need to be careful." He moved to the young man's side. Finding a strong pulse, he noted that the boy appeared to be breathing, but sweat was beaded on his forehead and his shirt was soaked. Could this be the early signs of the infection? Had they missed something when they torched Jennifer's cabin? Chris Reedy entered the house a moment later, carrying a medical tackle box, and began his assessment. "He's diabetic?" Chris asked, holding up a medical ID dog tag around the boy's neck. Brett confirmed that fact, prompting Chris to remove a tube from his box and squirt some of its contents under the young man's tongue. The response was almost immediate, as Trey regained consciousness and began to scan his surroundings with a confused look on his face. "Glucose gel," Chris explained. He looked at the boy and asked, "When's the last time you checked your sugar?" Trey admitted that he'd only been using half his usual dose of insulin to make his dwindling supply last longer. "It's okay, though," he said. "I only use it when I feel real bad." "Trey, you can't do that. You need to take your medicine the way your doctor prescribed it." "If I do that," Trey said, "I'll run out in a week. That's why Miss Blevins went into San Diego. She went to get me more insulin." "Then we'll have to go find you some more," Chris said. "No!" Trey shouted. "You can't go! You'll die too! Just like Miss Blevins!" Chris reassured the Darden boys that they would figure something out. "We need to find some insulin right away," he said to Carver as the two men left the office building. "The kid won't have a chance without it, so we need to secure as much as we can while there's any left that hasn't spoiled." "Spoiled?" Carver asked. "The type of insulin he needs has to stay refrigerated or it goes bad." "But most of the country lost power almost a week ago," Carver said. "Maybe not," Chris replied. "The hospitals have backup generators and they can run for days." "So where's the nearest hospital?" Carver asked. "Temecula Valley Hospital," Chris confirmed. "We have to get there as soon as possible. It's his only hope." May 11th. Route 79, on the road to Temecula Valley Hospital. Carver, Kinney, and the Reedies spent the rest of that day planning the trip to town. Menely had spent several years there with her father, and she would accompany the raiding party into town along with Team Wolf. Any more people would increase their risks of discovery, and the others needed to stay behind to protect the camp. Temecula was about 45 miles away, but most of the trip would be through empty farmland. The problem would come in the last mile or two of the journey, where Route 79 bisected two major housing developments before they would come to the large regional hospital. If there were infected in the area, and Carver was willing to bet there were, that was where the party would have to face them. Carver broke the journey to the hospital into two phases. The first leg of the trip was from the camp to a fire station located about 10 miles outside of town. That would provide them with a base to work from and a possible source of supplies, including acetylene and welding equipment from the station's maintenance garage. Once they had cleared this location, they would travel to the outskirts of the housing developments and assess the situation. Carver was teaching the boys the basics of tactical thinking, introducing them to a tried-and-true method of attack. Dubbed the OODA loop, it was a simple and continuous assessment of a situation that allowed for rapid adaptation to a changing situation. Observe, orient, decide, and act. Once at the outskirts of town, they would observe and take in as much intel as possible. Then they would orient themselves, making sure they understood the lay of the land between their position and the target. This was followed by a decision on the best course of action. Finally, they would act on that decision. They drove in Carver's F-150, which had been upgraded significantly. Kinney and Carver had welded metal pipes to the back of the pickup, creating a cage that surrounded the truck's bed. The bars ended at the drop-down gate, giving the boys a way into the cage, but sealing them inside when the gate was closed. Carver attached a chain to the inside wall of the gate, allowing the passengers the ability to pull the gate up and lock it in place. Gavin said it looked like a shark cage, and the nickname stuck. The trip down the mountain was uneventful, but as they approached Hawk Watch Winery, Carver slammed on the brakes. There was a body lying in front of the visitors' building. Carver backed into the driveway and stopped about 10 yards in. "Shrek and I are going to check it out," Carver told Kinney. "Take the wheel. If I stir up some trouble, get the hell out of here." Kinney slid into the driver's seat as Carver and Shrek left the cab. The former Marine knew Carver well enough to realize arguing was pointless, but he didn't seem happy about their detour. "I'll be right back," Carver said. He carried his favorite rifle, which was fitted with a suppressor to minimize the noise if he had to take a shot. Sound seemed to attract the infected, so being a ghost in today's world paid off. "Wait," Carver commanded, sending his dog ahead to search the area. Shrek bolted down the road, nose alert and eyes scanning. He darted from side to side, searching for signs of trouble. Once near the body, the war dog stopped and posed to indicate that he hadn't detected any signs of danger. Carver moved quickly, trusting in Shrek's abilities. He held his breath as he approached the body, praying that it wasn't one of his friends. It was an infected, and its skull had been crushed by one of the vineyard's wooden stakes that lay next to the corpse. It was covered with the telltale red and black goo that passed as the creature's blood. The only thing Carver knew for certain was that it was a male, and that it was smaller than Mike. Carver ordered Shrek to continue his search, and after the dog successfully returned, the two of them entered the vineyard's retail store. Not much had changed since he had visited a few days before, except for a stack of 4 cases of Malbec wine that stood by the front door. Attached to the top was a note addressed to Carver. Dear John, Mike and I are hitting the road. As you can see from the body outside, we had a visitor, one of the locals who worked the vineyards last year. Please put this wine to good use. I hope it brings thoughts of us to you and your friends when you are enjoying a glass or two. We are off for San Clemente, and hopefully the safety of the ocean. I will pray for you and the boys. Lisa. P.S. Mike said to tell you that wooden stakes work on zombies, too. Carver cracked a smile. He'd stopped back by the winery on the way home to pick up the Malbec. It'd be a crime to let it go to waste. Trotting back to the idling vehicle, he gave the teenagers in the back a thumbs-up and jumped into the passenger's side. Shrek leapt past him, taking his place next to Carver, half on the seat and half on the center console. You drive, Carver said. I'll keep an eye out. You're the boss, Kinney replied. Everything okay over there? Carver nodded. Just checking on some old friends. Remind me to stop on the way back, will you? I know you're a beer man, but that wine might just change your mind. On the way to the fire station, they passed the Stagecoach Inn, a restaurant and gas station that was something of a local landmark. Several cars were still parked in the lot. Although Carver worried initially about the infected, he was surprised when a couple of healthy people popped out from the side of the road, each holding a battle rifle. They waved as the group drove by, then returned to their observation posts. Looks like we're not the only survivors out here, Kinney said. Nice to see, Carver added. Maybe there'll be more. But the ride failed to reveal either humans or infected, which suited Carver just fine. It meant their drive home might be just as easy. The fire station was only a few hundred yards from the Dripping Springs campground trailhead. Carver planned on stopping a quarter of a mile away, allowing him and Shrek the chance to make sure the area was clear before radioing to Kinney, who brought the truck up and into the fire station's parking lot. The first of the fire station's 2 buildings was the typical ranger cabin, complete with decorative wooden fencing and green placards directing the public to the appropriate door. The second building was a small metal structure that contained supplies. Hey, look, Kyle said, pointing at a trailer that sat next to the metal building. We can use that to haul stuff when we come back. Good eyes, Carver said. Why don't you and Trey go check it out? Trey Darden had recovered well from his diabetic emergency. Carver marveled at how young people bounced back so quickly. With his friends putting their lives on the line to retrieve some insulin for him, Trey had insisted on joining the mission. With Chris's clearance, Carver had agreed. Kyle and Trey trotted through the overgrown grass toward the trailer. With weapons slung over their shoulders, they approached the front of the hauler and began to inspect it, laughing and joking with each other. Shrek barked, telling Carver that something was wrong. Bringing his silenced rifle to his shoulder, he yelled to the 2 boys. Wolves on line, now! The command told the boys to form an immediate firing line. Kyle and Trey, clearly thinking it was a joke, turned lazily back toward Carver, but when they saw Shrek creeping forward, teeth bared, they began to run. The grass exploded behind the 2 young men, and an infected flew out of the underbrush. Carver quickly lined up his sights and pulled the trigger, sending 3 bullets at the creature. The beast's head exploded from the hollow point strikes. Shrek, revieren! Carver called. The war dog sprinted forward and performed a search, disappearing into the thicket for over a minute. All the while, the 3 boys from Wolf Squad stood in a line with shotguns pointed at the underbrush. Keep your shots high, Carver commanded. You don't want to shoot our asset by mistake. When Shrek gave the all-clear signal by returning and sitting at Carver's side, he finally told the boys to stand down. You aren't taking this seriously, Carver yelled. Kyle, his face as white as a ghost, turned sheepishly to Carver and apologized. I didn't think you were serious, he tried to explain. That's your problem, Carver shot back. You didn't think. You went in blind and almost got yourself killed. He turned to Trey and continued his rant. And you, Mr. Darden, did you learn from this? Do you now understand that every action has consequences? Yes, sir, was all Trey could muster.
You were moving to an area that provided the enemy with significant concealment. You failed to recognize that fact, and it almost cost you your lives. Further, you didn't have your weapons at low ready, and that creature had the drop on you before you could react." Turning back to Kyle, he continued, "Do you think you could have shouldered your weapon and fired before it got to you?" Kyle's downcast stare was the only reply he got. "All three of you need to take this seriously. Do you understand?" All three nodded, the lesson obviously seared into each boy just as Carver hoped. "Now, Mr. Gringelman, what do you see?" Gary recited a remarkably detailed analysis of the area, so thorough that Carver stopped him before he could recite the number of trees within a 50-yard radius. The other two added to the picture of the place, which convinced Carver they were now taking the task to heart. The group spent about an hour canvassing the cabin and metal maintenance shed, staging the supplies in the trailer that they hoped to pick up on their way back. Carver did a final survey of the area, and after confirming they had done all they could, he ordered everyone back in the pickup. "Let's go," Carver said to Kinney, who had remained with the truck along with Menely. "Time to rock and roll." 26. Temecula, California. "Pull in over there," Carver said, pointing to a large feed store. The building sat at the corner of the last undeveloped piece of land, on the east side of Temecula. From this point forward, there were houses and buildings all along the 6-lane road. One side was strip mall after strip mall, a continuous band of Starbucks, chiropractors, and sandwich shops. The other side was bordered with a high stucco wall surrounding a residential community. Overgrown shrubs and trees provided plenty of places for the infected to hide. They parked in the deserted lot and piled out of the truck, gathering around the map that Carver spread across the hood. "You sure about this?" Kinney asked Carver. "I still say we drive right to the hospital, crash in, and take what we can get, then get out of there." "For the umpteenth time, this isn't a house-clearing drill. If we drive down that road with all those houses on our right, every infected in the county will be on our ass. We'll never have enough time to get to the pharmacy and back before they overwhelm us." "Menely," Carver said, "where's that Walmart your dad worked at again?" "Here," the girl said, pointing to a plaza on the left side of the road about a half-mile down from where they were. "We need to get behind all those strip malls," Menely continued. "There's a road that goes on the backside of the stores and dead ends into the Walmart parking lot. There's a wash about 20 feet deep on the other side with a chain-link fence. Lots of trees and bushes to give us cover, but those things won't have been able to get into the wash. We'll be all right." Carver nodded. Menely's plan made sense. "Everyone, load and make safe," Carver said. "No one shoots unless I tell them to. If we see 1 or 2 infected, let me take them with my rifle. I'll do it nice and quiet. If we see a gang of them, we retreat and find another way. Everyone copy that?" All acknowledged, then loaded back into the truck, the teenagers in the cage, and Carver in the passenger seat, window open to take any shots needed while Kinney drove. They saw no movement in the hot afternoon sun. Kinney eased the vehicle out of the parking lot and crossed the street. Staying in idle, they moved slowly but quietly behind the first strip mall. The deep, dry creek bed was to their left, a chain-link fence separating the road from the wash. "They've got some nice stuff in there," Menely casually said to the boys as they passed behind a Goodwill outlet. "Bet you all get your clothes and stuff new, huh?" Carver watched in the rearview mirror as the boys exchanged uncomfortable looks. They hadn't been quick to warm to Menely, whose grief was like a wall around the Native American teen. Judging by the comment, Carver guessed her dad had struggled to support Menely, as so many parents did on the reservation. She hadn't mentioned a mother or any other family, and Carver wondered how long it had been, just the two of them on their own. Menely blinked away her tears and fell silent. The group arrived at the Walmart and turned behind the large building, rolling past empty loading docks and dumpsters. Kinney parked at the far end of the building. Carver hopped out of the truck, bringing Shrek with him. The war dog was wearing his Kevlar body armor, a gift from the Navy when Carver had adopted the animal. It had saved the dog's life more than once in Afghanistan. Each rig was specifically made for each war dog and wouldn't be useful to the next animal that replaced it, so it became a parting gift and was now a potential lifesaver for his companion. The pair eased up to the edge of the store's far wall and took a peek around it. Again, the bright sunlight showed no movement or loitering infected within sight. There were still 2 more standalone buildings to go before the back alley emptied across the street from the hospital.
Both standalone department stores, a Ross and a Kohl's, had their own parking lot that had to be traversed. The space between the structures would leave them exposed for several hundred feet each time they moved between the buildings. Carver pulled out a small pair of binoculars and scanned the area for over a minute. Finally satisfied there were no immediate threats, both man and dog jumped back in the truck, and they slowly made their way past the buildings. A minute or so later found them parked under a copse of trees at the far end of the parking lot, directly across the street from the hospital. Everyone dismounted from the truck, the boys in the back sliding under the cage after dropping the truck's gate. Carver glanced down the street and up to the hospital. The windows of the downstairs lobby were smashed, debris littering the sidewalk out front. Several ambulances were parked haphazardly on the asphalt nearby, their back doors open. One gurney was overturned on the sidewalk. Ravaged bodies still lay in the browned-out grass in front of the building, their carcasses eviscerated and limbs torn away. As he stared through the broken windows, Carver thought he saw silhouettes moving about within, but he couldn't be sure. With the multitude of vehicles abandoned ahead, a new plan began to form in his mind. Carver looked back at the group and held up a finger, then pointed to a nearby dollar store. Kinney gave him a thumbs up, and Carver sent Shrek into the abandoned business. When the Mal failed to raise an alarm, he followed the dog inside. He quickly found what he was looking for and loaded up a bag with his prizes. "What was that about?" Kinney questioned his friend when Carver returned. Carver opened the bag to reveal over a dozen rubber doorstops. "Security," he replied. "There's been a change of plans." Originally, they were all going to assault the hospital, relying on their numbers and firepower to make it to their goal. Now, having seen the size of the building and all the abandoned vehicles outside, it became clear that stealth was needed rather than brute force. "The hospital is one of the first places they would take the infected, so it's going to be ground zero for the spread of the disease," Carver began. "You just don't leave fire trucks and emergency vehicles abandoned like that, not if you're still in the fight. We have to assume the infected got to them first." Carver explained the plan. He and Shrek would enter the building first and scout the ground floor. Kinney and the teenagers would wait with the truck, covering the entrance and the parking lot, until Carver gave them the all-clear. "But what about support?" Tim Reedy complained. "You may need us to put down suppressive fire if you get in a bind, right?" Carver smiled, seeing that some of his lessons had stuck. "Even if there was only one person inside for every car in the lot," Carver replied, "we don't have enough firepower to make a difference. You start shooting with the shotguns and we'll have hundreds of infected on us." Carver turned back and looked at the blackened windows and broken facade of the once sterile hospital. "This calls for stealth," he concluded. "I'll radio when I find what we're looking for, and you can drive up and get me." "Let me come too," Kinney said. "I've got the training and I can have your back." "I need you here," Carver said quietly, so only the ranger could hear him. "We can't leave the kids on their own." "Crap," Kinney said. "I just don't like the idea of playing babysitter while you and the dog get to have all the fun." Carver wasted no time. He grabbed his backpack, which contained his break-in tools, and a small plastic cooler he'd salvaged from the fire station that he hoped would keep any medication he retrieved insulated enough for the ride home. He strapped one of the camp's shotguns to his chest rig as well. He'd modified it by cutting the stock into a pistol grip and sawing the barrel down so it was even with the lower magazine tube. The entire weapon, from tip to tip, was a little over 2 feet in length. "If I have to use this," Carver said, "waking the dead won't matter. You hear this baby go off, you run for your lives. I'll rendezvous with you at the Walmart if I can." Carver did a quick final check of his battle gear and spare ammunition, and with a quiet command to his dog, the pair began their advance across the street and up the hospital driveway. He felt like he was in a horror movie, knowing a monster was coming, but not from where or when. Carver and Shrek stopped at an abandoned ambulance, checked the area again, and finally moved to the shattered windows of the building's front entrance. The pair froze, and for a split second, he considered changing his mind and retreating to the truck. But Trey needed the medicine to survive, so in the end there was no other choice but to press on with the mission. The moment passed quickly, and Carver gave his dog the order to push forward. Back at the pickup truck, Kenny watched Carver and Shrek disappear into the dark bowels of the hospital. All he could do was wait for his radio to come alive with Carver's command to come get him. "Load and make safe," Kenny commanded. The four young men racked their weapons, sending a shell into the firing chamber of each of their shotguns. They all produced one more round and shoved it into their firearms' underbelly, topping off their magazines.
"Safety on,"
Kinney absently reminded them once again.
"Carver's going to need us. Be ready, and remember what you've learned."
4 softly spoken "yes, sirs" came forth as they all quietly reviewed their training and pushed down the terror that was trying to overwhelm their thoughts. Shrek.
The acid smell is here. There is so much of it, I have trouble telling where it is coming from. It is confusing when there is so much to sense. I breathe deeply, bringing all the odors from around me into my brain. My nose is screaming at me that the asps are nearby. A lot of them, more than I've ever smelled in one place. I stop and point, letting Carver decide if we can move forward. I am getting better at this, though, because I can now tell that the heavier, duller odors are old. As we get closer to the hospital, the smell is becoming more burning and lighter. The hospital must be where the asp is now. We cross the road and go up to a truck and stop, hiding behind its open doors. I can smell the acid now as it blows out of the broken windows in front of us. I can see into the dark space, but none of the infected creatures are visible. When Carver gives me the command, I will happily obey. I will search the building. I must be at my best because there is such a strong scent of death and the poisonous asps that have caused it all. I have to be careful not to confuse the new smells with the old. I cannot be fooled by the old scent left by the vile creatures that have already been here and now are gone. There are layers of scent in the air, and I must sift through every one. It is my most difficult task ever, and I can't wait.
Carver. This was going to be tough, and Carver knew it. Crouched behind the ambulance, he hesitated for the briefest of moments when the full weight of the mission hit him. But a glance at Shrek made the ex-SEAL dismiss his fears as his war dog stood with limbs quivering and ears pinned back. His companion was eager to go in and flush out the enemy, and it almost made Carver embarrassed for his lack of conviction. So with a quiet word, the hunt began.
"Revieren,"
Carver said. Shrek bolted away from the emergency vehicle. He glided quickly to the front of the building and stopped at the hospital's entrance. Carver quietly followed as the dog stood statue-like for several seconds while it surveyed beyond the shattered door. Then the Mal shot into the hospital lobby. He followed the war dog, pausing just inside the open door. Shrek was nowhere to be seen, prompting Carver to move quickly across the shiny linoleum floor, stepping carefully past some broken glass. He was gratified to find an empty room. At the far end of the lobby was a check-in desk, and just beyond the abandoned workstation was a set of open double doors. That's where he saw Shrek, frozen in place and staring into the hallway beyond. Carver silently moved to the animal's side. Flipping his night vision monocular down, he was rewarded with a fuzzy, green-hued picture of the hospital's main corridor. Empty gurneys were lined up on the side of one wall, and detritus lay haphazardly on the floor. With no immediate threat in sight, Carver turned back to check the reception desk for a map or legend. He quickly found a stack of maps directing visitors to different departments, but his joy turned to disappointment when he realized that none of the consumer-oriented legends would give him directions to the pharmacy.
"There has to be something more,"
he said. A binder caught his attention, labeled as an emergency handbook for use in case of a fire. Opening it, he quickly found a detailed map with each department and every room labeled and categorized for quick reference. The pharmacy was located on the first floor at the back of the building, straight down a long hall that spanned the length of the hospital. With no turns on the route, the trip shouldn't be too difficult, as long as he went undetected. Shrek suddenly twisted and stared down the hall, the hair on his nape standing up straight. A moment later, a moan emanated from the darkness beyond. Carver flipped his night vision monocular back down over his left eye and scanned the hallway once again. Still no movement, but he had definitely heard the noise. Regardless, this was the only path to the pharmacy. Trey was depending on him. He had to go on. His nerves became heightened, and each breath he took now sounded like a jet engine. Carver recognized the signs of adrenaline hitting his bloodstream in anticipation of the coming conflict. It was the same every time he went into battle. The trick was to channel and control it. "Well," he whispered to Shrek, "you ready to move out?" Shrek looked back at his partner with a warrior's gleam in his eye. Clearly just as eager for the fight, Carver rubbed the dog's neck and spoke the command Shrek had been waiting for. "Reviens." Shrek. "I am ready to kill every single one of the asps. There are so many in this building, I can't even begin to count them, but I can tell that some are down this hallway. They will be the first. I fly forward, following the map created by the scents in the air. I slink by the first open door, briefly confirming it is empty, and then I come to the second room and stop. They are in there. At least 3 asps lie in wait. They aren't moving, but I know they are there by their corrosive smell. I stop and point, letting my partner know that the enemy is within. Let the battle begin." Carver. Carver brought his rifle up, looked down the sights, and turned on his infrared laser. The invisible beam of light glowed through his night vision monocular, tracing an emerald line in the air. Carver peeked into the open door and saw 3 infected standing silently at the end of the room. The decision to shoot or pass them by took only a moment. There were too many rooms with too many possible creatures lying between him and the pharmacy, and he couldn't afford to leave any potential threats for his route back. He had to silently eliminate as many as he could if he was going to have any chance of getting out alive. Even with subsonic bullets and the attached suppressor, there would be some sound when he fired his rifle. No suppressed firearm was totally silent. Both Carver and Shrek stepped quietly into the room, walking a few steps into the space to minimize spread of the sounds that they were about to make. He lined up the green light with the nearest creature's head. Thwap! The first lead pill slammed into the infected's ear, blowing out its brains. Thwap! Thwap! The other 2 creatures were put down. Carver froze as the bodies hit the floor. One of them clipped a desk, sending papers fluttering to the ground and causing a small screech as the desk moved slightly over the tile floor. Something outside moved in response. A shuffling, dragging sound. "Leave, Stan," Carver whispered to Shrek, commanding the dog to stand still. For over a minute, Carver held his position, neither man nor dog chancing even the slightest movement. After the sounds of shuffling stopped, Carver slowly crept to the door. An infected now stood in the hallway, listlessly shifting its weight back and forth from one leg to another. Staring at the wall, it seemed to be in a trance rather than actively searching for the sounds it had just heard. Carver pointed to his side. Shrek moved to his handler's left hip and stayed there as Carver slowly moved back into the hospital's corridor. The laser light found the new threat's head and wasted no time. Its brains splashed out the other side of its skull, and the body dropped heavily to the floor. Shrek backed up a step and hunched down, warning Carver that more were coming. He slid back into the room with Shrek at his side as several infected appeared from the adjoining rooms, all gathered at the dead infected creature's body. They milled about their downed companion, a confused sense of purposelessness in their movements. Carver peered at them, staying in the shadows. There were 3 of them, but whether they'd been men or women, hospital staff or patients, he could not tell. Carver grabbed a pen from a nearby desk and tossed it into the room across the hall. The creatures snarled and leapt at the sound, fighting each other to be first into the darkened office. Carver calmly strode behind them, taking each down with 3 rapid presses of the trigger. Shrek followed and stood calmly at his handler's side. Carver pointed down the hall to a large double door. Shrek ran up to the portal and stood silently for a few moments, nose at the seam between the panels. The mouth's stance confirmed a safe space beyond. Carver gently pushed on the right door, slowly and silently swinging it open. A sign hung from the ceiling, marking another doorway on the right. They were identical double doors to the one he had just used and led to the radiology department. The doorway swung into the hallway, each panel having a handle that could be used to manually open them. From his tactical belt's dump pouch, Carver grabbed a couple of zip ties he'd brought from the camp's maintenance building and secured the 2 doors together. True to his training, once a room was cleared or bypassed, the entrance was secured so the enemy couldn't attack from the rear. To the left was the emergency room. The door here was made of heavy-gauge metal and required a keycard to open. After gently tugging on the handle confirmed that it wouldn't budge, Carver left that door alone. They continued to move forward, Shrek scanning the path in front, Carver pausing to zip-tie additional doors or shove one of the rubber stops beneath them. After a few minutes, he brought out his penlight and checked his progress on the map he had taken. He was over halfway to the pharmacy. As Carver and Shrek began to move again, he caught the sound of bodies bumping into furniture. Sunlight filtered through the gloom, screwing with his optics. The map indicated that a branching hallway up ahead led to the cafeteria. Shrek stopped at the side corridor and froze. Both man and dog stood motionless in the darkened space, listening intently for noise of the infected. Carver slowly moved to the corner and, dropping down to one knee, peered into the adjoining hallway. About 20 yards down, it opened up into a large, sunlit dining area. A sign on the wall read, Olive Branch Cafe. The room was packed with infected. There were dozens, far too many to handle quietly. With no other choice but to move forward, Carver glided to the other side of the corridor and continued his way to the pharmacy. He hated to leave their six unprotected, but this time he had no choice. Shrek, well-trained and ever-faithful, marched along at his side. Neither of them heard a change in the pitch or volume of the sounds coming from the cafeteria, which he took to mean they had passed without being noticed. Encouraging signs greeted Carver as he continued on his journey. Fluorescent light filtered from under a door on his right, indicating that power was still functional in this area. A cluster of signs indicated the hospital's utilities and plant operations rooms were coming up. Central sterilization, housekeeping, building utilities room, and materials management were all listed on plastic placards hanging from the ceiling. On his left, a large sign indicated that the pharmacy was just ahead. Carver stopped again, taking in the sounds and allowing Shrek to check the area for the infected. Their progress was agonizingly slow, but he could not afford to make a mistake now. He'd seen far too many missions blown at the last minute by an overeager seal. Shrek moved to the right side of the corridor, sniffing at the walls and the closed door of the housekeeping offices. He froze in place, likely taking in all the odors that the room had to offer. Cleaners, chemicals, bleach, and detergents were all housed within. It was more than enough to overwhelm the dog's sensitive nose. After a few moments, the Mau moved on. Carver crept to the door but found no way to secure it. Fortunately, unless the infected knew how to turn a handle, they'd never get out unless they could break the frame itself. Finally, they reached the pharmacy. A pull-down shutter sealed off the dispensary. Carver tried to lift it, but after raising it a few inches, he was stopped by an internal lock. To the right of the counter was a metal door with a glass window that was reinforced with wires. Carver tried to open the door, but it too was locked. Within the room, a pale light shone from several refrigerators, and a dim red button glowed on the outside of each unit. Carver considered pulling out the glass cutter he had brought along, but one look at the window showed that it was tempered, as well as wire-reinforced. There was no way to cut it without more specialized tools. There was a crowbar in his satchel as well, but the sound of him wrenching the door open would doom him. With no other options, Carver retrieved his lockpick kit. He placed the tension wrench in the opening at the bottom of the keyway and, with a single push of his index finger, began to exert counterclockwise pressure upward. He followed up with a key rake, pushing and pulling it back and forth inside, trying to actuate the lock's pins. Whether it was a lack of experience, or more likely the stress of the situation, his efforts proved futile. A full minute went by with no indication that the tumblers were responding to his clumsy efforts. He was at a loss. Shrek turned and looked down the hallway, then froze in a fighting position. Something was coming from the cafe. If it saw them, they were dead. Carver redoubled his efforts on the lock, fighting the tumblers and trying to force them into position. The tension wrench began to rotate. He grappled with the rake, working it further into the lock, finally tripping the pins into position. Carver was just about to congratulate himself on his success when two things happened to spoil the moment. The first bad thing was that an infected creature had turned the corner and spotted them. Letting out a horrific scream, it launched itself down the wide corridor, galloping on all fours like some spastic mutated animal, its tongue whipped out of its round mouth, frantically slapping itself on the cheek as it ran. The second thing The one that totally ruined his day was the beeping sound that came from within the room. A red light began to flash, indicating that he had tripped an alarm. He had no doubt the beeping would soon turn into a blaring klaxon, calling every single beast in the building like a dinner bell. Carver raised his rifle and fired on the creature barreling toward them. It took 4 shots to find the beast's brain as it bounced up and down with its deformed running gait. Carver grabbed Shrek by a handle that was sewn on the top of the dog's Kevlar vest and flung him into the pharmacy. He slammed the door closed and tripped the deadbolt. Turning, he found Shrek scrunched near the ground, his teeth bared, staring at the back of the long, shelf-lined room. A crashing noise exploded from the darkened rear of the pharmacy, and 2 more infected ran at them. 6 more shots from his suppressed rifle brought that attack to a halt, but the sound of an indeterminate number of creatures was rumbling down the corridor outside. Carver ran to the back of the room, scanning all the corners and the ceiling of the space for contacts and exits. Finding nothing but solid walls, he quickly located the refrigerator that contained the insulin and piled all the vials into his cooler. He dropped behind a desk and brought Shrek down with him, hoping to wait out the frenzied mass that was gathering beyond the locked pharmacy door. The beeping continued, and the infected outside were becoming more and more agitated. Bodies began to slam against the metal shutter over the window, and infected were piling up against the only door. Carver lost any remaining hope of escape when the delayed alarm finally counted down to its last second. Red emergency lights flashed, and a shrill klaxon filled the room. The metal gate began to buckle as the sheer mass of infected flesh on the other side pressed ever more frantically against it. There were far more creatures outside than bullets. If they broke into the room, Carver knew he was dead. The room had no other exit. The sound of the alarm was coming from a box mounted high on the wall at the front of the room. With nothing to lose, he drew his sawed-off shotgun from his front vest and blew a hole into it, shredding the speakers. The alarm died, but the cries from the beasts beyond the wall sounded louder than ever. Carver slunk back to the desk and sat down next to Shrek. The war dog was quivering, out of fear, or more likely in anticipation of the coming fight. Either way, he was comforted that his friend would be there with him at the end. Carver had already vowed that he wouldn't allow himself or his dog to be eaten alive. Or even worse, turned. He pulled out his sidearm, performing a press check to verify that a hollow point round was in place. They would fight until the last. But if it became clear the battle was lost, Carver would not hesitate to end things on his terms. The wall around the frame of the door began to crack. Carver bent over and hugged his Mal, rubbing its neck and kissing his snout. "Are you ready?" Carver asked. Shrek smiled a doggy grin, his eyes bright with the anticipation of their final fight. Carver couldn't think of a better companion to have at his side, and he could only pray they'd be united again in the next world. Kinney. The hospital stood silent, a feeling of doom emanating from the large 5-story structure. They'd seen no movement inside for nearly 10 minutes. Standing by the driver's side door, Kinney fought the urge to call his friend. The sound of the radio broadcast would be minimal, given that both of them were using their earpieces, but he knew Carver would call when the time was right. All Kinney could do was lean against the door of the truck and wait for the command to come retrieve his friend. The boys were at the back of the pickup, 3 of them already positioned in the cage, while Menely had disappeared into the bushes to relieve herself. Kinney thought he heard the distant whine of an alarm, but his ears weren't what they used to be. It wasn't until Trey Darden started hammering on the rear window, pointing up at the hospital, that Kinney knew anything was going on. "Look!" Trey yelled, as several infected smashed through the upper-story windows. Bodies, their limbs flopping, augured into the ground from every floor of the hospital, leaving many lying motionless on the concrete, and others in a crazed state, moving with fractured limbs and busted joints. Something inside had riled them up good. Kinney grabbed his radio and pressed the send button. "Carver, do you read me?" Kinney said. "Come in, Carver." All Kinney received back was static. Either the distance or the thick walls of the building were blocking his transmission. "He's in trouble!" Kinney shouted to the boys in the back of the truck. "Where's Menely?" "I don't know," Gary said in a panic. "She took off a few minutes ago. I thought she was just taking a leak, but she's not back yet." "Damn it!" Kinney hissed. "Where the hell is that kid?" The group stood helplessly for a few minutes, watching the chaos unfold in front of them. It was obvious that Carver had been discovered. The whine of a motorbike came rolling down the street just as Kinney was about to abandon the young girl and make a charge up to the hospital. When Kinney looked to his left, he saw her roaring down the road and into the hospital's parking lot. Even from where they were parked, Kinney and the others could hear her battle cry, and they watched in disbelief as she brought her shotgun up and let loose a round that took out 2 of the infected, putting one down and knocking the other back into the mass that had gathered at the building's emergency room doors. Racking a second round, she spun and fired again, gaining the attention of the creatures massed at the side of the building. With another cry, she wheeled around to the front of the hospital. She dismounted the bike and put the remaining 3 shots into the rapidly advancing dead. Screams of anger from the infected reverberated through the air. Mentally jumped back onto the bike and rocketed up the drive, just missing the front runners of the ravenous pack, drawing as many as she could away from the building to chase her down. Expertly weaving through the abandoned cars, sometimes doubling back or speeding ahead, she gathered hundreds of infected behind her. Many began leaping over their slower brethren, creating a wave of infected flesh that threatened to engulf the Native American girl. Mentally hit the last line of cars and found a gap between 2 vehicles. She shot into the adjacent empty lot, drawing the pack of monsters away from the building. "Let's go, boys!" Kinney yelled as he jumped into the idling pickup and slammed his foot on the accelerator. "Hold on!" Mentally had drawn off most of the infected. The ravenous creatures were now chasing her out of the lot and down the road toward the interstate. She had given them an opening to save Carver, and Kinney could only hope the girl had some kind of a plan for escaping the horde while they rescued Carver. As the truck careened up the front lawn of the hospital, Kinney pressed the send button once again and transmitted to his buddy. "Carver, it's Kinney. We're coming in." Carver was hunched down, his handgun and shotgun placed in front of him on top of the desk, braced and ready for the worst. Then, miraculously, the pounding on the door and shutter began to stop, replaced by the noise of the dead rushing away down the hallway. But why were they leaving? The distant blast of a shotgun was his first clue that the cavalry had arrived. His radio crackled to life a minute later. "Carver, it's Kinney. We're coming in." Carver was stunned. He had prepared for a last stand, resigning himself to a terrible death. But possibility of rescue changed all that. It took him a moment to gather his wits enough to answer. "This is Carver. What the heck's going on?" "I'll tell you when I get you," Kinney replied breathlessly. "Get ready to move." "I'm pinned down in the pharmacy," Carver replied. "Unknown number of enemies in the hall outside." "We're coming in through the emergency room," Kinney said. "No," Carver said into the mic. "It's got a steel door with an electronic lock. There should be a cafe on your left. When you get there, take the hall until you come to the first corridor, then turn left. I'm at the end of the hallway. Can't miss it." "Copy that," Kinney replied. "Get ready to move. We'll be there in 2 minutes." Carver let his rifle drop down to his side. He holstered his Glock and grabbed his shotgun. Clearing the hallway called for maximum firepower, the kind of destruction that only a shotgun could do. Shrek bounced up and stayed next to Carver's hip, ready for the fight. Carver reached the door and saw a few infected still trying to get in. They screamed with anger when they saw him and his dog through the door's glass, sending them into a frenzy. Instead of meeting them head-on, Carver approached from the side, reaching over to lift the metal shutter a couple of inches. He put the barrel of the shotgun under the crack and let off a blast, sending 2 of the creatures to the ground as the slugs ripped their abdomens and shredded their spines. He racked the next round and rotated the gun, firing one more time. The shortened barrel allowed for a wider spread, and another infected hit the linoleum, its forehead punctured by a 00 pellet. The remaining creatures pushed forward, one of them getting their hand under the open gate. Carver pulled the shotgun back and drew his K-bar knife. He chopped its fingers from its hand, causing it to lose its grip. The gate came crashing down once again. 4 down, he thought, but how many more to go? "Kinney, let's go," Kinney barked. "Me and Tim will go first, then you 2 follow. Remember your rules. Don't point your gun at anything unless you want it dead. Watch that you don't sweep the barrel at me or Tim. Got it?" "Yes, sir," the boys answered as one. Kinney stopped at the broken door to the hospital cafeteria and peered inside. Loud cries of anger and the sound of flesh crashing into metal gave the ex-Marine all the direction he needed. Shouldering the AA-12 semi-automatic shotgun, he pushed into the dining area. With a 32-round drum magazine, he was more than ready for any sudden contact with the infected. Kinney quickly scanned the cafe and confirmed it was clear before striding down the long hallway into the bowels of the building. Tim Reedy walked with him, slightly behind and to his right, his firearm up and ready. Kinney held up his left hand, stopping just before reaching the main corridor.
"Let me take a look,"
Kinney whispered, and then crept to the corner of the hallway. He first scanned right to make sure it was clear, then left to confirm the number of infected trying to get into the pharmacy. It didn't look good. He ducked back and turned to face the three boys.
"There are several dozen at the pharmacy," he said. "I'll go first. Tim, follow at my right. You two step to the left and get ready. Remember, 5 shots, and then we switch."
He looked intently at the three young men, who nodded soberly. He'd started thinking of them as military recruits, but they were just kids, really. He hated to put them in danger, but right now he had no choice.
"Make the shots count. Aim, not just spray and pray," he said. "Pace your shots and, well, good luck."
"We won't let you down, Mr. Kinney," Tim said.
"I'm proud of you," he replied. "Just remember our drills and you'll be fine."
Kinney moved to the end of the hall, Tim Reedy at his right side.
"On my count,"
Kinney whispered to the young man.
1,
he said quietly.
2,
he said more forcefully, glancing over at the young scout standing to his right. Tim looked back and nodded. There was fear in his eyes, but his hands were steady.
"Kid's a trooper,"
Kinney thought, then turned back to the hall, ready for the fight.
"Pray!"
Kinney barked. As he stepped into the hall and turned to the left, the demented monsters were throwing their bodies against a mangled shutter, and several were running into the steel and glass door, trying to break it down. From the looks of it, they'd almost succeeded. The darkened hallway presented a bit of a problem, but within a few seconds his eyes had adjusted to the dim light. After giving the boys behind him a chance to get into position, he raised his semi-auto shotgun and took aim. The assault shotgun blasted the double-aught lead pellets down the hall, the gun firing shells at a terrifying rate. Reedy fired as well, timing his shots carefully. They'd practiced shooting to the tempo of a pop song all the boys knew, and Tim was muttering the lyrics under his breath as he fired. The boy stepped back to reload, allowing the other two to take his place. Kinney had gone through nearly half of his magazine, but the monsters were still coming. He stood beside Gary and Trey as they put their rounds into the mass of the infected. A large creature emerged from the group. Climbing up the wall, it scurried toward them from the ceiling like an apocalyptic killer spider. Its tongue shot out of its mouth, lapping blood that had spattered on its face.
"Holy shit,"
Kinney grunted as he aimed over the boys. The shot found its target, demolishing the top third of the creature's head. The two boys finished their 5-shot volley and stepped back, yelling, "Changing!" just like they'd been trained. The smoke from the continuous barrage was filling the hallway, providing cover for the advancing horde. "Back up!" Kinney shouted as he and Reedy continued the onslaught. The tide seemed to be turning as fewer of the beasts emerged, but they weren't out of the woods. Worse than the smoke was the flash blindness they were all experiencing. The explosions that shot out of their barrels were like lightning bolts, temporarily screwing up their vision. The attacking creatures were becoming harder to see, and that meant their aim was getting worse. The boys seemed to have lost track of who was supposed to be reloading, and there was a lull as all three stopped shooting. Kinney fired again, but on the second pull he heard nothing but a hollow click. The drum had finally run dry. He reached for the second one hanging from his belt, but it was stuck. Somehow the drum had gotten twisted and was refusing to come free of its pouch. A scream came from just ahead, and two of the creatures exploded from the thick cloud of gun smoke that hung in the hallway. Kinney didn't have time to reach for another weapon. All he could do was throw himself in front of the boys and brace for a collision with the deformed mass of infected flesh. A shotgun erupted to his right. Tim Reedy stepped up, his gun leveled at the horde. 3 shots erupted from the end of the barrel, putting down the nearest of the creatures and giving the other 2 boys enough time to reload. By the time Kinney had finally twisted the new magazine from its pouch and loaded his weapon with a new shell, the sounds of battle had ceased. He brought the gun up to his shoulder and continued to scan the thinning smoke. The haze dissipated quickly, revealing a level of carnage that Kinney had never before seen.
"Cease fire and stay here," he told the 3 young men, "and watch our backs."
Kinney slowly marched down the hall, checking each corpse for any signs of life.
Most of the dead lay still in their own infected blood, limbs torn and skulls pulped. Some remained animated as their brain stems continued to send commands to bodies that had been torn apart. A few jaws continued their slurping and hissing sounds as Kinney quickly walked among the infected chunks of meat. A merciful shotgun blast would end the creature's maniacal need to feed, clearing the way to the pharmacy door. Kinney, satisfied that he had eliminated the threat, pressed the transmit button on his radio to let Carver know that he could come on out. Carver. All clear. He'd never heard more beautiful words in his life. Carver swung the door open, shotgun up and ready. The floor was slick with the infected blood and littered with shattered bodies. With all the gore on the ground, Carver worried Shrek would become infected, so he picked the dog up by the handle of the Kevlar vest and carried him. Carver set him back down on the clean floor next to Kinney and the 3 young scouts. "The Marines to the rescue," Kinney said. Carver couldn't find the words. He merely clapped his friend on the shoulder and gave a nod of thanks to the boys who'd saved his life. Then he noticed one of their teenagers was missing. "Where's Menely?" Kinney grinned. "Running interference. Now let's move." The group scrambled back down the hall, Kinney in the lead, shotgun on his shoulder and prepared to fire. Holding up his left hand, he held the group back and scanned the area outside. Satisfied that nothing was there, he began to exit the door when Carver called him to stop. "Check the upper walls and ceiling," Carver warned. "The damn things can climb!" Kinney looked up and sent 2 more rounds above. An infected dropped in front of them, twisting and screaming. Trey Darden brought his firearm up and finished the thrashing beast off with a shot to the head, clearing their way to the pickup truck. "Hurry!" Kinney yelled. "There's a bunch coming our way!" The boys rolled into the cage in the back of the pickup as Carver and Kinney jumped up front. Shrek leapt in right behind Carver as he was slamming the door, and Kinney gunned the Ford. He hit the gas hard, sending them over the sidewalk and out onto the front grass of the hospital. There, in front of them, were hundreds, if not thousands, of the infected, clawing at each other. They came from the housing development and the strip mall. They hissed and screamed, their sheer mass pushing aside cars. It was a wall of diseased flesh, and it was coming straight toward the truck. "Holy hell!" Kinney yelled as he turned the truck toward the interstate. Carver was about to yell at his friend for going the wrong way when he saw what had prompted the turn in that direction. Looking back from the other way, he saw hundreds more of the dead running at them from down the street. "Oh, my God," Carver said, as the 2 groups merged, moving forward with single-minded purpose. They couldn't turn right, because that was where the bulk of the town's population lived, which promised yet more infected. And now Menely appeared on a stolen motorbike, roaring ahead of another horde. Neither Kinney nor Carver knew which way to go. They were trapped. Menely slowed down when she saw the thousands of infected chasing the pickup truck, all coming right at her. Without missing a beat, the young girl turned her bike to the right down a 4-lane road, waving at the truck to follow her. Kinney gunned the pickup and turned after the young girl. The infected from the hospital collided with the main group, swelling their ranks. "Where's she going?" Kinney asked between gritted teeth. "Just go! She knows the way!" Carver yelled as the girl turned right once again, this time onto a 2-lane highway. Kinney spun the steering wheel, following Menely just as the leading edge of the infected mass lunged at the pickup. 2 managed to reach the bars of the shark cage, but 3 shotguns rang out from the back of the pickup, and Carver watched in the side mirror as the diseased bodies flopped to the pavement. Up ahead of them, the motorbike was still barreling down the road. Kinney caught up to her just as they passed a golf resort. The number of homes on either side of the road started to thin out. Even better, the creatures were starting to peel off the mob, either too tired or too frustrated to keep chasing them. Soon they were driving down the open road at a good rate of speed, leaving the creatures behind. Carver let out a deep breath. "Hell yeah," he cried as he fist-pumped the air. Kinney grinned, keeping his eyes on the road. Behind them, the boys were cheering and shouting insults at the infected. "I know where we are," Kinney said a few minutes later. He flashed his headlights at Menely, who slowed until she was parallel with the truck. Kinney opened his window and directed the young girl to follow him. About 3 miles down from Temecula, Kinney turned left onto a side street, taking them away from the interstate.
He navigated toward a low building with a sign reading, Rainbow Gun Range. Kinney parked the truck out front. Both men and Shrek jumped out of the pickup as Manley pulled up.
"That was a damned foolish thing to do," Kinney said as he gave the young lady a hug.
"Did what I had to do," Manley replied with a smile.
"Put the bike into the back of the truck,"
Kinney began, but Manley interrupted him.
"Mr. Kinney, if you don't mind, I'm better in the open. I've got plenty of gas and can outrun 'em better than the truck can. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather ride the bike."
"I'm just worried about the racket that little crotch rocket makes."
"Ha! This is a Suzuki GSX R1000, not a crotch rocket," Manley began. "But you might have a point about the noise."
They managed to work the bike into the back of the truck under the soldered cage, and all four kids loaded up in the back bed along with Shrek. The brave Mal might have been a trained war dog, but he still loved riding out in the open air. Kinney and Carver got back in the cab of the pickup, and the group rolled down the road. As they wound their way through the next few miles, they were forced to drive quickly past several infected that ran at them from the occasional house and, at one point, a series of plastic-covered greenhouses near a farm. The only time they had to actually fight their way through a group of infected was at Lake Henshaw. A restaurant sat across from the body of water, and a few dozen of the creatures were milling about in the shadows near the building. As the truck drove by, the infected gave chase. But the boys in the back made short work of at least 5 of them, and the speed of the pickup left the rest in the dust.
"You notice how the things stay in the shadows?" Carver observed after their brief encounter. "I never saw any out in the open back in Temecula either, did you?" "You're right," Kinney agreed. "Maybe they don't like the light too much. But those damn lizard eyes they have, sunlight might hurt 'em."
Things stayed quiet all the way to Hawk Watch Winery, where they stopped to pick up the wine before beginning the final leg to Lost Valley. When they pulled up at the office, Chris and Laura Reedy, Hope, and the 2 younger kids poured out of the building. Joyful tears and hugs greeted them all. Carver handed the insulin over to Chris, who had become the de facto camp doctor. He quickly took the cooler to their solar battery-powered fridge. Carver sank onto the steps, finally allowing himself to relax. Hope sat down beside him, and when he offered her his hand, she took it with a smile. The boys from Wolf Squad were telling everyone the story of their daring escape, and he even heard Menely laughing for the first time since she'd arrived at their camp. They were home, and he had accomplished his mission with no one lost. That was a win in his book. And Carver had learned long ago that you had to celebrate those when you could. 27. May 17th, Naval Air Station, North Island, San Diego. Jen. Jen was due to ship out to the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Most all of the other non-military persons were already aboard the big stick, but Jen had not wanted to leave Garrett's side. Now, what had been a voluntary evacuation became mandatory. Recent expeditions sent out into the surrounding areas had not brought back a single survivor. It had been 4 days since the last emergency radio transmission had been received from a family, and they had been adrift at sea, finally sending out an SOS when they ran out of food. The land was now the home of the infected. Every evening they attacked the bridge, and every time they did, they were slaughtered by strategically placed GAU-19 Gatling guns. The 50 caliber rotary cannon threw a wall of lead at over 20 rounds per second. The results were bone-chilling. When just one of the large, half-inch thick bullets hit a fleshy target, it usually resulted in a catastrophic wound that would rip limbs from the torso, or even rend the body in half. With 1,300 rounds per minute raining down, it more often than not left behind small chunks of meat. The attacks on the bridge were increasing in frequency and ferocity. The first few weeks saw 1 or 2 groups charge the defenses. They were vaporized, their body parts strewn across hundreds of yards. The last few days had seen hordes of many hundreds of the creatures storm the defenses. They were becoming desperate, their hunger overpowering what little instinct they had for self-preservation. "Just 1 more week," Garrett said absently as he played with his pasta and TVP meat sauce. The soy protein did a pretty good job of mimicking ground beef, but his appetite hadn't been normal. It was the stress, and Jen fully understood. Most nights, she lay quietly in his arms until he finally fell asleep. Then she'd stay up many more hours, worrying for them both, Jen was sitting next to him at the large cafeteria. The giant space had once accommodated many thousands of survivors. Each meal had to be done in shifts. Today, with over half of the people already airlifted to safety, the room felt almost comfortable. The din of conversations was manageable for the first time since they'd arrived.
"I get seasick, Jen said, anticipating her upcoming departure. "You won't have any problems on the Roosevelt. It's a floating city. Waves don't bother it too much."
"I suppose. But I wish we knew how long we're going to be out there."
"I heard that we're going to try and find an island to live on," John Gardner said. "Hawaii was lost, but they think Tahiti or some other place may still be free of the virus." "That's all a load of crap," Manny Polidare said. "There's been no radio contact anywhere in the Pacific." Manny was a notorious pessimist, and with the zombie apocalypse now a reality, he wasn't shy about reminding anyone that he wasn't surprised it had happened. "The world is gone," he continued. "I'll bet we're the last ones alive." "Manny, shut up!" Garrett barked after seeing Jen becoming upset.
"Just saying, bro." John shoved a large spoonful of rehydrated spaghetti in his mouth and began to chew.
"I heard that the Roosevelts sent all our air assets north to search for a port we can raid for provisions."
"We're already running out of supplies?"
Jen asked, horrified that it had been less than a month since it all started and that there may already be a lack of food. Word of foul-tasting drinking water had already come back from the flotilla. The ship's filtration systems were not designed to handle all the extra bodies. Limited bathing and rationing of water were now becoming a well-known secret throughout the survivor community. Was there a problem with food as well? "I don't think so," Garrett said. "We've raided every storage facility around, including the major warehouse stores. We've got the flight deck covered with pallets of anything edible, salvaged from the city as well as the other bases in the area." "I think they're just being proactive. If this goes on for years, we need to be ready for that," Gardner said. "Listen, the TR is a safe place. There's food and water along with thousands of other people who are dedicated to getting us through this. If we have to, we can find a place to start over. We've got a nuclear reactor that can run for decades, and all the know-how to rebuild our world. We just have to accept that fact," Garrett replied, effectively ending the conversation. Later that evening, Coronado Island, Garrett. Night fell quickly. A warm westerly wind brought whitecaps to the normally calm harbor. Garrett was on patrol with Manny and John. They drove the same pattern every time they went out this way. With the bridge still effectively blockaded, their only other worry was from the south. The island wasn't really an island. It was a peninsula with a thin thread of land connecting Coronado with the mainland to the south. Constant overflights by FA-18 Hornets and the Marine Corps' AH-1Z Viper attack helicopters had kept that southern strip of sand clear. Most of the creatures hadn't figured out how to go around the harbor and attack from the south. Besides, there were multiple choke points along the 5-mile stretch, some less than a football field wide. Multiple bombing runs had cratered the beaches, connecting the water in the harbor with the ocean to the west. The infected had kept their distance after that. With their apparent disdain for the water, the southern approach had been deemed locked down. Garrett stopped their Humvee. They were patrolling the amphibious assault base, and Garrett enjoyed the names of the roads. Guadalcanal, Inchon, Tarawa, and Bougainville roads all served to remind the Marines of their prior glorious campaigns. As they exited their Hummer, Garrett idly wondered if Coronado or San Diego would be added to that list in the future. The three men wandered out onto a long pier that was designed to service the Navy's amphibious assault ships. However, there were no boats anywhere to be seen. In fact, all of the naval vessels had left port, leaving the city with endless empty docks. Across from them was the Coronado Bridge, and to the right were all the empty slots where the U.S. Pacific Fleet used to be housed. The three men brought their binoculars up to their eyes and surveyed the mainland just a few thousand feet away. Tonight, there were more eyes looking their way than any night so far. A lot more eyes. "That's not good," Manny said. "I've never seen so many of those damn things." It was eerie to watch the mutants staring back at them from across the harbor. Glassing the coast was especially frightening after the sun went down. That's when most of the creature's activity occurred. Their yellow eyes seemed to blaze with an unnatural fire. You could see the burning amber orbs staring back at you, even in the dead of night. "They're gathering," Gardner said. "I'm glad we'll be gone soon. I've got a bad feeling about this." "Well, at least they hate the water," Manny added unconvincingly. Garrett said nothing. He'd been having bad feelings since the outbreak at the helicopter nearly toppled the base. Staring at tens of thousands of hungry demons didn't help his mood. He couldn't wait to leave. It was less than a mile of ocean that separated the living from the dead, but it was obviously enough to keep the creatures at bay. At least, that's what they thought. Imperial Beach, California, 10 miles south of Coronado. Tijuana fell quickly when the virus arrived. With millions crammed into a small area, the city had no chance. Large herds of the creatures swarmed the town and found more than enough to feast on. But at almost a month into the infection, there was a lack of food. Packs of the infected had set up, with a crude hierarchy of power that developed through brute strength. The strong survived while the strongest thrived. That night, the empty stomachs and diseased brains of the creatures all conspired to make the town move. As the leaders of the smaller packs saw a larger group move out of town, they too followed. The shortage of fresh meat was driving them to spread, and if the strongest were moving in a certain direction, then the weaker would naturally follow. As Garrett, John, and Manny were looking across the harbor, a mass of hundreds of thousands of infected started their migration north. Like a wall of poisonous flesh, they began to move as one organism. Nothing stood a chance, as buildings and vehicles that had survived the attacks of smaller groups were crushed under the sheer weight of the invading horde. If an aerial asset had been up and looking to the south, it would have seen an enormous, writhing organism moving through the border, devouring everything in its path. Like an infective amoeba enveloping its prey, the mass was a raptorial feeder, with pseudopod-like projections made of the infected. But there were no air assets looking south. Gardner's intel was at least partially correct in that way, but rather than searching for more supplies, all assets were tied up in a desperate attempt to liberate Los Angeles. A nationwide, coordinated counterattack dubbed Operation Liberty had just concluded, resulting in the loss of most of the task force's infantry and Marines. As the remnants of that ill-conceived mission dragged themselves back to the Teddy Roosevelt, the horde of infected were beginning to move, and no one saw them coming. It would be a fatal mistake. 28. May 18th. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Carver. Carver sat on the cabin's porch, drinking one of their last bottles of beer. Poor Kinney was distraught at the thought of running out of the Mexican brew he was so fond of, and, truth be told, Carver would miss it as well. At least they had the Malbec from Hawk Watch to look forward to. The ex-SEAL had begun a journal, documenting everything that had happened. "Archiving information is critical," he told himself. "If I am lost, the next person needs to know what I've learned." Kinney had taken to teasing his friend about writing in a diary, but Carver ignored his jabs, insisting it was a standard after-action report. Carver wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he found journaling rather comforting. At least a piece of him would survive the apocalypse. It had been a month since the world had turned upside down. After returning from their mission to Temecula a week prior, the camp had received 2 more Boy Scout families. Both were from the Yuma chapter, and although neither family had been selected by Jennifer Blevins, they were good people, eager to make themselves useful. Every shotgun would help defend the camp if it was ever attacked, so the addition of these folks put the whole group on a better footing for survival. They hadn't heard from Jennifer since she left for San Diego almost a month ago. She was presumed dead. They spoke of returning to Borrego Springs to rescue Hope's friend, but the logistics of an hour trip through infected lands was too great. The best they could do was offer prayers that Randy would survive. During the last few days, the boys had made contact with a ham operator from the military, The army was monitoring the airwaves, looking for survivors. Gavin had run to get Carver before attempting a reply. The boys were getting smart. He was proud of them. He listened to the transmission as it repeated. Apparently, a bombing campaign had taken place recently. The mission, dubbed Operation Liberty, was supposed to retake many of the country's major cities. It had failed. It seemed that the military brass was just as inept and out of touch as ever. Carver had no intention of letting them know where they were. The last thing he wanted was a wave of desperate soldiers descending on the camp, pressing the men into service and using up their precious supplies. As it was, they could ride out the infection for several years without having to search for more food. They were in a safe place, for now. Lost Valley was a safe haven, and Carver intended to keep it that way. They continued to monitor the wavelengths, picking up scattered conversations, but they heard fewer and fewer broadcasts as each day went by. Carver felt as though they were an island in a sea of the dead. Their best chance for survival was to stay invisible. Shrek lay at his side in the waning light of the day, his head held high as he scanned the distance for any sign of danger. Carver watched his friend search the horizon. The dog's ears flattened, briefly. But before Carver could get worried, Shrek resumed his normal pose, letting the retired seal return to his thoughts. It was going to be a long, hot summer. He pulled on the bottle of beer and drained the last of it, one hand resting on Shrek's flank, while in the distance he heard the boys laughing and shouting. Hope was singing in the kitchen, and nearby the other families were going about their new lives. Carver gave a contented sigh and pulled his ball cap down over his eyes. The danger was far from over, but for now they were safe. That would have to be enough. 29. Lost Valley Boy Scout Camp. Shrek. They are out there, yet again. I can sense their presence. It's Cyclops and his pack. But they've changed. I can smell their acidic odor when the wind passes by from just the right direction. My ears pull back and my skin prickles when I get their scent. But then it passes, and I can relax once again. We will meet again, Cyclops and me. I will find him. He is now more dangerous than before. He is an asp, just like the infected humans. But I am Shrek. I am the ghost that brings death in the night. I will kill him. I always win.
Satan's Gate. Foreword by Nicholas Sansbury Smith. Dear listener, thank you for picking up a copy of Satan's Gate by Walt Browning. This is the second book in the Extinction Survival series. The first book, Lost Valley, was originally published through Amazon's Extinction Cycle Kindle World. The story transcended to far more than fan fiction, but unfortunately, Amazon ended the Kindle World's program in July of 2018. Authors were given a chance to republish or retire their stories, and I jumped at the chance to republish the series through my small press, Great Wave, Inc. Today, we're proud to offer the Extinction Survival series in paperback, audio, and to readers outside of the United States for the first time ever. For those of you that are new to the Extinction Cycle storyline, the series is the award-winning, Amazon top-rated, and 500,000-copy best-selling 7-book saga. There are over 6,000 5-star reviews on Amazon alone. Critics have called it World War Z and The Walking Dead meets The Hot Zone. Publishers Weekly added, Smith has realized that the way to rekindle interest in zombie apocalypse fiction is to make it louder, longer, and bloodier. Smith intensifies the disaster efficiently as the pages flip by, and readers who enjoy juicy blood and guts action will find a lot of it here. In creating the Extinction Cycle, my goal was to use authentic military action and real science to take the zombie and post-apocalyptic genres in an exciting new direction. Forget everything you know about zombies. In the Extinction Cycle, they aren't created by black magic or other supernatural means. The ones found in the Extinction Cycle are created by a military bioweapon called VX-99, first used in Vietnam.
The chemicals reactivate the proteins encoded by the genes that separate humans from wild animals. In other words, the experiment turned men into monsters. For the first time, zombies are explained using real science. Science so real there is every possibility of something like the extinction cycle actually happening. But these creatures aren't the unthinking, slow-minded, shuffling monsters we've all come to know in other shows, books, and movies. These variants are more monster than human. Through the series, the variants become the hunters as they evolve from the epigenetic changes. Scrambling to find a cure and defeat the monsters, humanity is brought to the brink of extinction. We hope you enjoyed the Extinction Survival series and continue to the main storyline in the Extinction cycle. Best wishes, Nicholas Sansbury Smith, New York Times best-selling author of the Extinction cycle. Chapter 1. Senior Chief Petty Officer, SCPO, Rayford Porky Shader, Operation Liberty, 5 miles off the California coast, USS Theodore Roosevelt. Long is the way and hard that out of hell leads up to light. John Milton, Paradise Lost. Like many of the military's elite operators, Senior Chief Petty Officer Porky Shader loved structure and control, even though his chosen profession brought chaotic situations with each deployment. As a Navy SEAL, Shader was often called on to infiltrate enemy-held territory and do bad things. That meant putting himself into situations that were by definition unstructured and out of his control. But a successful operation was 95% preparation and 5% luck. In Porky's mind, the results of any well-planned mission were a foregone conclusion, given the time and effort that went into the planning stage. Every conceivable circumstance was practiced and adjustments made to maximize the chances of having the desired outcome. When the outbreak started, it rapidly became evident that this was an extinction-level event caused by a virus that was created by the species it was destroying. The irony of that fact wasn't lost on anyone. Because of the seriousness of the situation, the military responded with a rapid and confused retreat. Shader understood that desperate measures had been needed, but the Navy ran on a strict diet of rules and regulations, and he knew a counterattack would eventually come, but at a time and place of the military's choosing. Therefore, it was no surprise that almost a month later, news reached him of a nationwide attempt to retake the country's major cities. The mission, dubbed Operation Liberty, was in its final developmental stages. His initial reaction was one of hope. Maybe they had come up with a way to turn the tide on the viral outbreak. After Shader attended his first strategic planning meeting, he began to worry the mission had been doomed from the start, either by inexperienced leadership or out of sheer desperation to save the country. What made it worse was that most of the information provided at that meeting was unintelligible to everyone without a PhD. No one had a clue what the hell they were being told. Our drone overflights indicate the infection has destroyed over 98% of the population, Major Poole had said. Poole was with Naval Intelligence and in direct contact with the remnants of the civilian government. With their rabid need to feed, he continued, we estimate that out of an initial count of 13 million residents, there are now fewer than 50,000 infected remaining in the greater Los Angeles area. The rest have become food. The crowd of NCOs and officers let out a collective groan. The battle group had fewer than 15,000 soldiers, sailors, and Marines at their disposal. Of those, less than a third were fighters, while the rest were support personnel. "How is this a good thing?" asked Admiral Abernathy, the strike group commander. "That's over 10 to 1 against us. I don't think starting a war with those odds is a winning hand to play." "I understand," the condescending major replied, "but we've been observing the creatures for over a week now, and from what we've seen it appears that they're not doing well. There are fewer of them, and their activity is limited and random." The Admiral looked unconvinced. "It is our theory," Poole continued, "that the virus causes an epigenetic change that raises their metabolism to an unimaginable level. In short, they need massive amounts of protein to survive, and with fewer sources of food available, they are literally starving." "What the hell is epigenetic?" Shader whispered to a Marine Staff Sergeant sitting next to him. "Like I know," the man replied. I need this talk like a bag of dicks. It's completely worthless to me. The rest of the information the scientist shared flew over the group like a cold winter's wind, neither wanted nor appreciated. Well, why don't we just wait them out, let them die off, and we can walk in and reclaim what is ours? The Admiral finally asked. Because, Admiral, some of the creatures are starting to venture out of the city looking for more sources of food. Our drones have been sending back pictures of groups of normal, uninfected people hiding outside of the major metropolitan areas. The virus hasn't taken everyone out yet. If we don't stop these things now, the infected will leave the urban areas in search of more food. Those who are safe today will be dead tomorrow. Admiral Abernathy leaned over and spoke quietly with Colonel Julio Weeks, the most senior surviving Marine Corps officer and the de facto leader of the group's land forces. Almost 1,000 men from Camp Pendleton and the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit had been recovered. However, that represented less than half of the personnel that had been under their flag before the virus began. After a short conversation, the Admiral spoke loudly enough for all to hear. All right, let's move forward with Operation Liberty. We need every healthy person possible to rebuild the country, and it's our job to protect those that cannot protect themselves. Once the decision to go forward had been made, the rest of the confab became a blur in Shader's mind. The confusion and lack of information made his head hurt, well before the summit had concluded. The only thing he brought out of that meeting was a headache and a need to get drunk. Unfortunately, getting hammered wasn't an option. Instead, he took his 800-milligram Motrin, washed it down with one belt of his personal supply of whiskey, and hit the rack. During the following days of planning, he couldn't shake his feelings of dread. They knew nothing about their new enemy, other than they were strong, relentless, and without fear. Shader didn't trust fighting an enemy he didn't understand. Now, almost a week later, Operation Liberty had begun. As he sat in the back of a V-22 Osprey, his apprehensions were only amplified by the claustrophobic tube he was crammed into. Fortunately, the flight wasn't expected to take more than 20 minutes. When they first boarded the V-22, the Marines who had been put under his command marched up the Osprey's rear drop-down ramp and split into two lines. Within moments, the bench seats that ran along both sides of the aircraft had been filled. Every nook was crammed with a warm body and their equipment. He had men smashed into him from both sides, while across the aisle he momentarily played footsies with the squad's corpsman. The man stopped shoving Shader's foot away when he finally looked up, saw the SCPO staring back at him. He wisely gave Porky the space. Like most operators, Shader didn't like to fly. More SEALs had been killed in helicopter accidents than by enemy fire, and the Osprey seemed even worse. It was like riding inside of an aluminum barrel with no view of the outside world. There were a couple small glass portals that were cut high on the airframe, but these only offered a view of the passing clouds. At least a Black Hawk had an open side door with a gunner strapped behind a squad automatic weapon. The cocoon-like feeling of the vertically launched airplane he presently found himself in only added to his discomfort. Shader logically knew his chances in the Osprey were no different than riding in a Black Hawk, but having an open helicopter door that allowed the wind to slap at his face was the way he had moved into battle his entire adult life. Now, he was using the Marine's newest toy to lead his squad into the bowels of Los Angeles. It just felt wrong. Porky marked the time observing the craft he was trapped in. The walls were covered with exposed hydraulic hoses, along with pipes carrying various electronic lines and cabling. Many of the tubes crisscrossed each other as they made their way fore and aft. There had been no attempt to cover the mess with an interior wall. That was an unnecessary and counterproductive luxury. With the computers, switches, and wiring all exposed, maintenance time was reduced and efficiency enhanced. It was a reminder that the Osprey's passengers weren't worth the extra effort to make the ride more comfortable, and just like a failed component, they were all replaceable. The Osprey finally began to bank to the right. 5 minutes! The Osprey's crew chief yelled out. Soon enough, the drone of the twin Rolls-Royce engines changed in pitch as the machine's propellers began rotating upward. The Osprey started to descend as the craft magically transformed itself from an airplane into a twin-bladed helicopter. The men all looked apprehensively at Shader as their forward movement morphed into a rapid vertical descent. What they saw was a determined, battle-hardened squad leader who was ready to kick ass. What they didn't see was on the inside, a concerned and confused SEAL who had been given vague instructions along with even more nebulous operational goals. "We're going to take back the city" seemed to be the only consistent mission objective that leadership provided. There had been little in the way of contingency planning since they had sparse knowledge of the enemy and how it functioned. The few attempts to infiltrate the infected-held areas had all failed. So, without on-the-ground intel, how could they prepare to fight a foe they didn't know the first thing about? Aerial surveys did little, other than provide a rough estimate of strength. Shoot them in the brain box, and by the way, try not to get infected, was the only guidance the N2 staff had given him. Sound advice. As the craft began to settle down, Shader adjusted the web gear that was strapped over his battle dress uniform. He felt naked without the CBRN suit, and would have normally worn it over his BDU. The biohazard equipment had become standard issue, but unfortunately their situation was anything but typical. Even with all their scavenging raids, there simply were not enough of them for everyone. He was having mixed feelings about hitting the landing zone without the added protection. Shader reached down and unclasped his harness just as the Osprey began to settle onto the ground. They had arrived. The rear of the transport was already dropping down as Shader strode to the back. As he had done for almost 3 decades, he pulled a full magazine from its pouch, pushed it into the mag well, and slapped the bolt release. He instinctively rolled his rifle to the left and watched as the first 5.56 rounds slammed into the chamber. He verified that he had switched his rifle to safe mode and let the slung M4 drop down to his side. With a new group of men under him, he quickly turned back to check on their status. He was gratified to see they were all standing and facing him. As instructed, their rifles were unloaded. Weapons hot would be accomplished after they left the aircraft. No one wanted an accidental discharge inside the computerized flying machine. One errant 62-grain hole in the wrong place would end the life of their craft. Porky stepped off the back and scanned his surroundings. The Inglewood Forum parking lot had been chosen for several reasons, not the least of which was the lack of cars in the lot and a flat asphalt surface. That made an insertion with the Ospreys simple and quick. Drone video also showed that the arena had many logistic advantages. There were several adjacent plots of land that were undeveloped and gave the Marines a long field of fire, a rarity in the once crowded city. Detritus and some skeletal remains were scattered amongst the occasional abandoned cars, but for the most part the space was empty. Drone footage of the surrounding neighborhoods also had shown little infected activity over the last week. The Osprey wasn't the quietest aircraft, and the twin engines were giving off plenty of noise. The blades had rotated and were now facing up. The giant propellers were still spinning, having been throttled back just enough to keep the craft on the ground, but fast enough that just a little juice would send it back into the air. Shader walked quickly to his assigned spot, lifted his battle rifle, and held it at low ready. The Osprey's engines began to whine at a higher pitch as it started to lift off. Shader turned around and was glad to see that his squad had completed a perimeter around the aircraft and that their battle rifles were loaded and pointed out, creating a 360-degree field of fire. The Osprey's crew chief, a Marine gunnery sergeant named Petoskey, still stood in the open rear door. He had strapped himself onto the aircraft's bulkhead and rotated a cantilevered metal bar with a saw machine gun attached at the end. He was now a rear-door gunner. The V-22 would be flying overhead for a while, providing cover and relaying intel on any infected in their vicinity. "We'll let you know if we see any of them variants," Petoskey had said in his thick Brooklyn accent just before they lifted off for the mission. "Variants?" Shader asked. "You mean the infected?" "Yeah, but the eggheads called them variants now. At least, that's what we were told." "Shit. I just called them all fucked up. Just let me know when you see them and where they're coming from," Shader said. "Got your back," Petoskey replied. The giant transport began to accelerate into the sky, and Shader watched the big pole grab the charging handle of the squad automatic weapon, pull it back, and release. The saw was ready to fire. The Marine gave a thumbs up as his bird rotated away, and Shader had just enough time to give the big Brooklyn grunt a quick wave before he disappeared. The Osprey began its Overwatch flight pattern, and the drum of the engines became a low drone in the otherwise quiet metropolis. Shader remained still. He gave himself almost 3 minutes to let the V-22 do a circle around their position before receiving a report that the area was quiet. Given the noise they'd just made, it was a miracle they hadn't been overrun already. "This is a good sign," he said to himself. "Maybe the intel guys finally got it right." That thought gave him some peace. Another craft landed several hundred yards away, bringing the rest of their unit up to strength. Shader's Osprey brought in 24 fighters, but only 15 of them had been put under his command. He was one of 3 squad leaders, the other 2 having arrived in the other craft. A second lieutenant was also on that Osprey. Their platoon leader, a Marine butterbar named Landry, raised his hand and spun it in the air. It was the signal for his squad leaders to gather at his location. "All right, Fire Team 1, take the left flank and use that black Tahoe to set up your saw," Shader barked and pointed to an abandoned SUV. "Team 2, use the red Honda, and Team 3, set up at the white Explorer." Shader looked at the remaining 3 men. "You're my QRF. Hold here, keep an eye on the arena behind us, and stay frosty. The rest of you are on my 6. Shader started to trot toward the other Osprey along with 8 Marines who were members of the other squads. He suddenly held up his hand and stopped, then turned back to his own fire teams. "Keep your muzzle discipline," he yelled. "If I see anyone pointing their weapon our way, I'll shove my foot so high up your ass, you'll be polishing my boot with your tongue." Several chuckles followed Shader as he turned and trotted toward the young lieutenant. "Glad you could join us," Landry said sarcastically as the SEAL joined the 3 men. The second lieutenant's offhand comment irked Shader. The kid looked like he wasn't even old enough to rent a car, let alone give a career petty officer some undeserved grief. Recognizing that any attempt to put the young LT in his place would be counterproductive to the mission, Shader swallowed his anger and nodded. "Aye, aye, sir," Shader simply replied. The other 2 non-commissioned officers, both Marine staff sergeants, gave Shader a knowing and appreciative nod. Obviously, the kid was a problem for them as well. The lieutenant had moved the group to the back of an abandoned pickup truck. He dropped the tailgate of the GMC and laid out a map of the area. They had been inserted at the northeast corner of the Forum's parking lot. To their north sat a massive graveyard. That morbid fact was not lost on the men, but it did provide almost half a mile of open space that would be a useful buffer in case of a massed attack. The same situation stood to the south, where the Forum's extended parking lot spread out over tens of thousands of square feet. Because of the concentration of buildings to the east and west, the Navy had sent waves of F-18 Hornets on bombing runs, as well as lobbing hundreds of shells from the fleet's destroyers onto the 2 densely built-up areas. Each shell generated an explosive radius of nearly 30 yards. Even now, nearly 24 hours since the last of the bombs had fallen, wisps of smoke and the acrid smell of burning plastic hung thickly in the air. The only structure unaffected was the massive indoor arena. It was hoped that the country could be resurrected once the creatures had been eliminated, so any significant infrastructure was spared to facilitate the recovery. This was why the Forum stood untouched, while its surroundings had been turned into Iwo Jima Beach. The purpose of the shelling was to create a wide zone around the LZ, giving the Marines a buffer and clear field of fire. The Navy had done their job, leaving behind craters and destruction where there once had been zero-lot houses and multi-level apartment buildings. It was a breathtaking sight. "I want fire teams positioned in these spots," the lieutenant said, pointing at 10 different locations. Shader immediately noticed that the positioning of the fire teams surrounded the untouched Forum without any plans to clear the building. Shader had pointed that little detail out while helping to plan the mission. He had been shut down by the fleet's N2. "We've been scanning the building for days, including IR and night vision. We haven't seen a thing," the intelligence officer said. "But without eyes on the inside, there's no way to know." "Your concerns are noted," the N2 barked, effectively ending the conversation. Now, Shader's fears were amplified by his proximity to the red and gray arena. The entrance to the structure was a wide set of stairs that led down under the asphalt. The top of the large downward ramp had once been covered by a white polyurethane canopy. That had been lost some time ago. Only shredded tags of the heavy-duty awning remained, hanging listlessly from the skeletal steel frame that had given it form. At the bottom of the stairwell, the front glass doors had been shattered. Even from a distance, Shader could see pools of dried, blackish maroon-colored blood. The dark interior was unaffected by the morning sun, which was still low enough on the horizon to cast its rays down into the opening. The building's entrance seemed to absorb the photons, which created the illusion of monstrous jaws, spread wide open, as if waiting for its next meal. All these thoughts passed through Shader's mind as he cast his eyes on the structure. Lieutenant Landry, sensing his petty officer's concerns, slapped the tailgate with his open hand. "Spit it out, Shader," he commanded. Shader hesitated, knowing the LT had fully bought into the battle plan. He remained quiet. As far as the lieutenant was concerned, arguing about the dangers of the Forum was settled intel. Challenging that N2 report would only bring Shader grief. But then Staff Sergeant Russ spoke up. "Sir, I must agree with Shader. We're relying on some drone jockey to tell us whether our LZ is safe." "I concur," the other staff sergeant added. "Those guys are wrong as much as they are right." "Well, we have 3 men that disagree with the collective intelligence of the United States Navy. I can't tell you how privileged that makes me feel." The cocky lieutenant stared at his subordinates, daring someone to challenge his decision. The men stood silently as each NCO debated whether to say anything. "Well, I guess that settles it," Landry said. "Nothing to say? Then do your jobs." The 2 Marines gave a half-hearted salute and grunted, "Aye, aye." But Shader stood his ground. He'd been a special operator for almost 30 years, definitely before the LT had even been born. He hadn't stayed alive this long being a wallflower, and he wasn't about to give in to a snot-nosed punk who hadn't fired his weapon anywhere other than a square range. "It's not settled," Shader said confidently. "We don't have intel on that building, and pretending we do could be fatal." "Well, Shader, I'm impressed you had the balls to speak up." The lieutenant walked up to the SEAL and jabbed his chest. "If you think the building needs to be cleared, then you clear it." The young officer turned back to the truck and folded the map. "You can use your QRF after we set up our perimeter." "Just 4 men?" Shader asked. "Why? Is that a problem? Anyone who knows more than the Navy should be able to clear a building with a single fire team. In fact, you could just go by yourself if you wanted to, but I think you'd be smart to take your QRF. That way, you won't get lost." Landry smiled at Shader and turned away. The 2 Marine sergeants quietly followed their officer, leaving Shader to curse himself for opening his mouth. "Stupid, stupid, stupid," he grunted before jogging back to his men. "When in the hell will I learn to just shut up?" Chapter 2. Inglewood Forum, Inglewood, California. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy. Winston Churchill, 1941. The morning flew by. Creating fighting positions was far simpler when the enemy wouldn't be shooting back. The problem was that the variants were likely going to attack at night, when they were most active, and they would probably rush the defenses en masse. What made things worse was that the creatures reacted to bullets as if they were a nuisance, unless one of the rounds found their brain. After dropping off the Marines, one of the Ospreys stayed on station, running a racing track pattern around the LZ while the other craft went back to the Roosevelt to refuel and pick up more supplies. Then, after dropping off supplies, that bird would take up overwatch while the first Osprey went back to the ship to duplicate the process. By the time midday arrived, the LZ represented a budding FOB, Forward Operating Base. There were 2 GAU-19 Gatling guns bolted to the asphalt, while abandoned vehicles had been shoved and pushed together in spots, creating fortifications for the fire teams. "At least we didn't have to scrape out any defensive fighting positions," Shader said to Sergeant Russ as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Don't put it by Landry to have us try and dig foxholes in the parking lot. I don't think he's got an ounce of common sense." Shader replied. "Nothing common about common sense anymore, is there? I wouldn't put it past him." The mid-May temperature was pushing 90 degrees, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Russ handed Shader some water and took a long draw from his own 1-liter plastic bottle. After finishing it, he threw it to the ground and let out a loud burp. "Littering, Staff Sergeant Russ? I hope the UN Climate Change Committee doesn't get hold of you," Shader joked. "Wait till I fart. CO2 emissions never smelled so good." Shader grinned. He liked this guy. Even though the man hadn't defended him earlier, Shader understood his reluctance to confront the stubborn lieutenant. Sensing Porky's thoughts, Russ nudged the SEAL and confessed, "Hey, sorry I didn't stick up for you more. I just didn't see him changing his mind." Shader nodded. He'd been under the command of too many PowerPoint Rangers himself. It never worked well when you challenged them directly. With the midday sun beating down, Shader decided to grab a bite to eat with the other men in his QRF. Quick Reaction Force. Nothing was worse than going on patrol or clearing a building with low blood sugar. Then after that, it was into the Forum, hopefully for a quick and easy search of an abandoned arena. Chapter 3. USS Theodore Roosevelt off the coast of California. Combat Directions Center, CDC. The tactical displays in the carrier's operations room were in perpetual flux. The banks of computer LCDs cast a goblin green light that bathed the gloomy, cave-like space. Operations specialists, each responsible for one of the many prongs of the group's assets, sat in front of their assigned terminal. Each screen flashed with updated information, and with the remaining Pacific Fleet moving close by, the OpSpecs had a lot to monitor. Some maintained a tactical picture of the surrounding seas, plotting a visual representation of ships, submarines, and aircraft in the area. There needed to be an accounting of the fleet's own massive flotilla to prevent things from running into each other. Another monitored communication between ships, while a third specialist coordinated radio signals with assault forces being inserted on the mainland. There were dozens of them working in the CDC. They all reported their information to the ship's Tactical Actions Officer, TAO, who was the ship commander's eyes and ears. It was a massive and complicated job. Chief Warrant Officer Kyle Solomon, one of the Roosevelt's 3 TAOs, stood to the side as the Admiral paced slowly behind the seated operations specialists. Solomon knew Admiral Abernathy looked anything but comfortable. The TAO was more correct than he could have known. Against his better judgment, Abernathy committed his Marines and naval forces to retaking the mainland. Operation Liberty had been initiated on the orders of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, without the input of any of the country's remaining on-the-ground generals or admirals. In Abernathy's mind, there were 2 types of officers, the self-promoters and the performers. It was the former, and not the latter, who had created the mission. Aside from the paper pushers planning the op, his discomfort arose from many other sources. The first and most important strike against the whole thing was the lack of preparation and forethought. Half-assed intelligence and almost wishful projections of the variant's strength haunted Abernathy. There was too much reliance on aerial surveillance because there had been no on-the-ground reports. Every mission to insert men to gather intel had failed, including the loss of 3 pairs of Marine scout snipers. That, right there, should have been a warning to take a step back and reassess their assumptions. Marine scout snipers were the creme de la creme of the nation's finest fighting force. If they had failed, the enemy was far deadlier or numerous than was being reported. The second black mark had more to do with the attitude of the intelligence community. Their almost religious dependence on the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, USAMRID, for scientific information on the virus was obsessive. Granted, the rapid spread of the epidemic decimated every city on the continent, but there had been additional medical research personnel who survived. Even the Center for Disease Control, CDC, and the National Institute of Allergies and Infectious Diseases had become uncomfortably quiet. NIAID had taken the lead in the initial fight against the spread of the virus, but their voice abruptly disappeared about a week into the infection and was replaced by USAMRID. Watching the civilian arm of the government shut down so abruptly, then supplanted by its military counterpart, was disconcerting. He now had no counterbalance for the Army Medical Corps' opinions. Something wasn't right. The third and most damning indictment against the plan was their target. Why a major city with no military value? San Diego or Long Beach made far more sense given their strategic significance. Both had deep water ports where the fleet could service their ships, and there was infrastructure in place to house their personnel. His arguments fell on deaf ears when he had raised that point with the Joint Chiefs. "Hell, we still control Coronado Island," Abernathy had stated to the 4-star idiots who were now running the show. "Why aren't we using that as a base of operations? We don't even need to fight a battle to take the damn place. Of course, logic failed to prevail. So here they were, inserting valuable men into an infected city that wouldn't even provide a place for the Navy to park their ships. "What's our status?" Abernathy asked. "All teams report minimal contact with the variants. All 5 FOBs are on schedule to be completed by the end of the day. Major Jack and his men are inserting into FOB LAX as we speak," Solomon reported. "Enemy contacts?" Abernathy asked. "So far, only a few infected individuals have been encountered," Major Poole then chimed in. "And no losses on our side?" The naval intelligence officer already knew the answer to his question. "No, sir," one of the operations specialists replied from his station. "We're green so far. No casualties." Poole gave Abernathy a smug grin, knowing the Admiral's dislike for the entire operation. "Looks like our intel is correct after all," Poole said, earning an angry glare from Solomon. Abernathy, for his part, remained stoic. "It's still early, Major." "It's been several hours, sir," Poole responded. "All we've done so far is occupy land that had the shit bombed out of it. Unless you expected the variants to survive thousands of pounds of ordnance, I'd hold judgment until our men move into the rest of the city. The rest of the city is quiet, nothing significant in 2 days." "You mean since we started the bombing campaign?" Abernathy shot back. "You don't think that could have sent them to cover? They aren't that smart. Every computer model of the variant's behavior, metabolism, and existing food supply shows the same thing. They're dying out unless they find more food. There just aren't any significant numbers of variants left to cause you problems." "Sir?" "I'm glad you're so confident," Abernathy said absently as he scanned several of the tactical displays. "I don't have that luxury." To a casual observer, Abernathy remained stoic, but his internal alarms were blaring as he watched the operation play out on the green-hued screens surrounding him. Right or wrong, they were committed. In the end, all he had left was to do his duty to the best of his ability. And prayer? He had that as well. He sighed and accepted his job and the fate that would soon unfold before him. Chapter 4. FOB LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, Major Auburn Jack, USMC. "Courage is being scared to death but saddling up anyway." John Wayne. "What a cluster," Major Jack mumbled as he watched 24 more Marines slog out of the back of yet another Osprey. To the Major, it felt like he was trying to fill a bathtub using a soup spoon. His entire company was reliant on squad-sized V-22s to move them from the ship. That would be fine if they were just the leading edge of a normal landing force, but the plan was to create platoon-sized units and push out to FOB Forum. From there, they'd be linking up with FOB Hawthorne, then move downtown. FOB Santa Monica and FOB Compton were to move on their flanks, providing cover as they retook the city. All of the forward bases, other than the Forum, had been established at existing airports. Once the 5 FOBs were linked, it would create a line that covered most of the southern side of the city. But progress was slow. Gone were the days of using the massive C-17 Globemaster transports. The giant aircraft could carry his men in company-sized groups, rather than the squads that were landing now. Humvees and MRAPs could have been brought in as well, and should have been part of his force, but they didn't have access to those massive transports anymore. Being unable to bring armor didn't alleviate the fact that they were still needed. In fact, the demand to get transportation was so bad that once the FOB was established, their second assignment was to scavenge vehicles from their surroundings. The entire operation was seriously foobar. "Any word on Freeman?" Jack asked. "Comms are down," Captain Pavlin said. "TR says they had radio problems before they left the deck." "For fuck's sake, this just keeps getting better and better," Jack grumbled. "We wouldn't expect to hear anything for another hour, sir," Pavlin replied. Freeman Park was about a mile south of FOB Hawthorne. Next to the park was a National Guard base that had dozens of IFVs, infantry fighting vehicles, and other transportation. 6 fire teams had been inserted in the park with the goal of retrieving as many of these assets as possible, then drive them to FOB Hawthorne. Pavlin watched as his CO struggled with the lack of news. Not because it was an integral and necessary aspect of their grand mission, but because the Major's only son was leading the Freeman operation. Lieutenant Jack was a good kid, but was green as hell. He had been out of OCS less than a month when the shit hit the fan.
Tyrell will do just fine, sir, Pavlin whispered to his CO. He's got a good head on his shoulders, and you taught him to listen. He has a couple good NCOs under him that will keep him on the straight and narrow. Thanks, Dave, Jack said quietly. I hope he does his job. He will, sir. He's his father's son.
Chapter 5 40th Brigade Support Battalion, California National Guard, Lieutenant Tyrell Jack, south of FOB Hawthorne. Good news, sir. We've recovered 8 MRAPs, 6 Humvees, and 3 fuel haulers, Staff Sergeant Michael Braddock said. There's fuel in the M970s? Lieutenant Tyrell Jack replied. Yes, sir. 5,000 gallons of diesel in 2 of them. The third is about half full of regular gasoline. Jack laughed. Filled them up before they left. That was kind of the guard. Almost like they knew we were coming, Braddock countered with a grin. Thwack! Both Jack and Braddock instinctively looked up to the roof of the 2-story armory where the team's designated marksman had positioned himself. Thwack! A second .308 caliber round rocketed from the Marine's suppressed M40A5 sniper rifle. Moments later, Jack's earpiece crackled to life. Perimeter clear, the 2-man team's spotter said over the squad radio. That's 9 since we hit the LZ, Jack said absently. Braddock's eyes darted to the buildings surrounding them. Yeah. Well, the air jockeys didn't hit this area, so I'm sure the stragglers didn't get the memo that we were coming. You don't sound too sure of yourself, Jack said, noting Braddock's nervousness. How can you be sure of anything? There's nothing normal anymore. Thwack! Thwack! Sir, we've got a group of variants 400 meters east of our position, the spotter barked over the radio. Jack gave Braddock a concerned look. Braddock pressed his PTT, pushed a talk button. How many? Several tense moments went by. Half a dozen, Sarge. Direction? Braddock asked. Thwack! East. There's 5 now, and they're kind of running around in circles. I don't think they can hear the shots. They look confused. And pissed. Thwack! Should I order a defensive perimeter? Jack asked in a whisper. Braddock stared around and watched as the men were loading up the various vehicles with salvaged supplies. Not only had they recovered the armored transports, but there was a large supply of CBRN gear, as well as just about any non-lethal piece of equipment they would need. Not yet, sir. We're close to done. Then we can button up inside the vehicles and head to the airport. Franks, let us know if you see more tangos. We should be rolling out of here in 10 mics, Braddock said. Aye, aye, Sarge, the spotter replied. Thwack! Another one down, Franks mumbled, then added, The last 3 just bugged out. What do you mean they bugged out? They looked at each other and just took off, ran like their asses were on fire. Together? Braddock asked. They took off together? We're some buddies, Sarge. Jack gave the sergeant a puzzled look. The variants weren't supposed to think. According to the intel guys, they acted randomly and on instinct. Unless something drew them away, the last 3 had coordinated their movements. Maybe they heard something nearby, Jack said, sensing his sergeant's concern. That would explain it. I hope so, Braddock replied, but I'd feel better putting eyes on the perimeter. I'm going up and take a look. A minute later, the staff sergeant scampered to the top of the old brick armory and had his binoculars up to his face. The area around them resembled a utility company's laydown yard. Its sole structure was a glorified brick warehouse surrounded by a parking lot filled with all types of military equipment. The entire area was enclosed by an 8-foot chain-link fence topped with concertina wire. The razor-sharp loops of steel provided protection from a normal enemy, but against a determined variant, it would do nothing more than slow it down, slightly. Ripped flesh didn't faze these monsters. To his east, Braddock saw the variants his sniper had eliminated. He pulled out a map of the area and marked the spot over 4 football fields away. The intersection where the bodies lay was in the middle of a residential area, surrounded by nothing but single-story homes. Which direction did you say the last 3 went? Braddock asked the spotter. There, he said, pointing east. Braddock searched for anything that may have drawn the creatures away. In the distance was a cluster of large buildings rising above the homes nearby. Shit, Braddock said. Look at this. The spotter glassed the structures.
Looks like medical offices, Sarge. Braddock pointed on his map to a group of buildings about a mile east of the intersection where the dead variants lay. A hospital, Corporal Frank said, looking at the spot where Braddock had placed his thick index finger. Yeah, a place where infected people would have gone to get help. Fuck, the spotter spat. That place must be crawling. I'll let the LT know, Braddock said. Keep a sharp eye out. You see anything unusual, and I mean anything at all, you let me know. Do you understand? Aye, aye, Sarge. Anything at all unusual, and I contact you ASAP. A low thumping began to vibrate the air around Braddock. He brought his binoculars to his eyes once again and scanned to the west. Off in the distance, a cluster of ospreys was moving as a group toward Hawthorne Airport. The rest of the Marines were on their way. Braddock nodded to Franks and scampered back to the ground. The arrival of the bulk of their forces, along with the increased variant activity, meant they had to double-time their preps and move with a purpose. What's more, Command needed to know about the change in enemy behavior. Those three didn't act randomly, and N3 had planned operations based on the premise that the variants were crazed, primitive creatures and not things that could work together. LT, Braddock said over the squad radio. Do we have comms yet? Negative, Sergeant. Still working on it. They'd been dark over the fleet's network since their Osprey had taken off. Normally, they would never have begun a mission with broken lines of communication, but these weren't normal times. As it stood, they wouldn't be able to get a message to the Roosevelt until they linked up with the rest of the battalion at FOB Hawthorne. If everything went according to plan, that would be almost half an hour from now. And nothing ever went according to plan. This is not good, Braddock whispered to himself. This is not good at all. Chapter 6. Inglewood Forum, SCPO Porky Shader Quick Reaction Force. A thing is not necessarily true because a man dies for it. Oscar Wilde. Comms check, Shader said. The three Marines in the QRF each confirmed that their radios were functioning normally and dialed into Preset 2. Preset 1 was the main squad network, and Shader didn't want their conversations muddling up comms with the rest of the platoon while the FOB was being prepared. Porky Shader did a final assessment of his men, checking for loose items or missing gear. Each was squared away and eager to get the job done. When he'd been given the task of leading a platoon into battle, Porky allowed the Marines to choose their own battle buddy. Then he put two of the pairs together to form fire teams. He held back the best three grunts for the quick reaction force, of which he'd be the fourth man. He'd had the men for a week of training before Operation Liberty had begun. These three had shown remarkable marksmanship and were quick on their feet. If Porky was going to go into battle with someone, he'd prefer to do it with the best. They may not be SEALs, but they were damn close in proficiency. How they did in actual combat was yet to be seen, but their talent was undeniable. The four of them were clustered near a ramp that led below the parking lot. It was a truck entrance for equipment and supplies that just a month ago used to be a private entrance for performing acts along with their equipment. Now it was going to allow Shader's quick reaction force a back entrance into the massive Coliseum. The metal garage door at the bottom had been left open. Paper, along with other trash, was collecting at the bottom of the ramp. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, its rays bathing the path into the underground lot. But like the building's east side main entrance, the sun's rays didn't seem to penetrate the opening. Gonzalez, you're on point, Shader said to the short Puerto Rican E4. Pablo Ignatius Gonzalez reminded Porky of the diminutive SEALs he'd worked with in the past. Some of the best operators he'd gone into battle with had been closer to 5 rather than 6 feet tall. Speed and precision were a more valuable commodity as a SEAL than size, and Gonzalez's hustle and tenacity were legendary among his NCOs. The kid just never gave up, which is a rare quality to find. Maybe it was his height that made him feel the need to be so unrelenting, or perhaps it was the name his initials spelled. The PIG had been molded into an effective Marine. He was the first man Porky chose for the QRF. Aye, aye, I like being up front, Gonzalez replied with a smile. That's good, 'cause you don't have to duck when the lead starts flying, Corporal Antonio Lazaro said. Secure that shit, Lazaro, Shader barked. I don't want to hear a word out of you. Copy that. Just like to review our situational awareness. Any more sound from your cock holster and I'll make you aware of my boot. The tall Texan quickly lost his smirk, but leaned over to the third Marine and whispered, "Told you G-Man was going to take point." "No surprise there. He is Porky's pig," Corporal Keel said, grinning. "You two are just all kind of stupid, aren't you?" Shader yelled. "We get out of here. I'm putting you both on the short bus. Now tighten it up." Gonzalez smiled and man-punched Lazaro in the arm as he walked to take the lead. "Porky's pig," he said, chuckling. "Damn, I kind of like that." Shader just shook his head. Marines, he thought. They suck out their brains in basic and shove grunt shit back in. These three had just proven it to him. "Line up, gentlemen," Shader barked. "Watch your muzzles and move on my signal just like we practiced. I want this clean and quick." The three stood silently. "Solid copy?" Shader barked after the three grunts failed to reply. 3 aye-ayes came back. "Now let's move." The 4 men strode to the ramp's entrance and started down the slope. About a third of the way, Gonzalez suddenly stopped and stared at the lower level's black opening. Shader was next in line, and after a few seconds he crept forward and put his hand on the young man's shoulder. "What's the problem?" Shader asked. "You're moving like you're walking to your own funeral." "I don't know, Chief. I just got a cold in my spine." Shader was about to berate the man, but he saw Gonzalez staring intently into the gloom and did the same. A cool breeze was drifting out. Shader could feel it on his legs as the warm air outside suppressed the cold garage breeze. It felt like an icy breath was bathing his feet. Shader stared even more intently into the darkness. He squeezed his eyes tightly, trying to pierce the black, curtain-like opening. It was futile. Shader noticed for the first time that the tunnel's header was stained. Black, oily liquid had pooled in 2 spots, giving the opening a virtual pair of inky eyes. "Shit," Gonzalez said as he made the sign of the cross. "This is all kinds of fucked up. Do you feel it, Chief?" "Yeah, Gonzalez, I feel it. Now let's get moving. Standing here ain't getting the job done." "Copy that." Gonzalez began walking again, but with a great deal more caution. At the bottom, he gingerly stepped into the shadow of the garage and stopped at the threshold of light. He turned back and looked at the rest of the QRF. "Fuck it," he mumbled. Then he brought his M4 up and strode into the inky black hole. Shader followed quietly behind, about 10 steps back. The darkness was abrupt and complete. Shader flipped his NVGs down and pushed the on button twice on his rifle-mounted laser, generating a continuous infrared, pencil-thin emerald beam. It was invisible to the naked eye, and could only be seen through their night vision monoculars. 10 yards ahead of him, Shader saw Gonzalez creeping forward, his head scanning quickly from side to side as he cautiously moved into the bowels of the massive garage. Shader looked behind and saw that the last 2 men had entered the dark zone. He tapped the push-to-talk button on his neck mic and whispered, "Hold here, let's get our bearings." Their visibility disappeared about 20 yards away. The NVGs only intensified existing light, and the blackness of the underground garage was complete. Shader had no doubt that moving another 50 feet further meant even less light to intensify as they put more distance between them and the garage door. Shader continued his assessment. The space was mostly empty with a smattering of abandoned vehicles. Nothing big enough to move military gear and supplies, rather more like golf carts or small electric flatbeds. Shader had underestimated the size of the garage. It was massive. "We have to clear this space first," Shader whispered. "Gonzalez, move left. You two take the other side." Shader moved up to Gonzalez and put his left hand on the Marine's right shoulder, while Lazaro and Keel did likewise. "Let's go," Shader said. Deeper into the garage, the darkness began to thicken. Visibility through the NVGs was becoming a problem. With fewer photons to intensify, even the night vision goggles were having a problem creating an image. "Turn on your intensifiers," Shader reluctantly ordered. Their monoculars were equipped with an infrared flashlight. It would dramatically improve their field of vision, but it ate away at the NVG's battery life. With no more batteries being produced, Shader was hesitant to use them, but it was necessary.
Immediately the garage was bathed in 4 infrared beams that turned the space into a green-hued stage. Emerald light danced on the surrounding surfaces, revealing a vast space filled with electric vehicles and a few civilian cars. They all needed to be checked out. Unless the car door is already open, don't worry about the inside. These things aren't supposed to be able to operate door handles, Shader whispered into his mic. Shader tapped Gonzalez on the shoulder and pressed forward and to the left. Like leading a horse, he steered the young Marine to the first vehicle. The process was tedious. Space was tight, and the underside of each vehicle had to be checked along with everything around them.
"Chief," Lazaro hissed,
"Over here!" Shader and Gonzalez stopped their progress and moved to the other 2 men. They were standing outside of a large Lexus. "What is it?"
"Check it out,"
Keel said, pointing into the car. Shader leaned close and stared into the driver's side window. A man, his dead body disintegrating from the decay of time, lay back against the driver's seat. His head was canted back and mouth agape, staring at the ceiling. His forehead had a hole near the center. In his right hand was a revolver. "Died of lead poisoning," Shader mumbled. "Hell of a way to go out. So why'd you bring me here?"
"Check out the rear seat."
Shader moved to the back window and looked in. He jumped as a variant. No more than a toddler, had its face smashed against the window, its eyes wide and sucker-like mouth attached to the glass. The creature's razor-like teeth were exposed, searching for its next meal. Shader brought his suppressed rifle up and aimed, but the thing didn't move. "It's dead," Lazaro said quietly. Shader stopped, willing his heart to slow down. He moved to the window and looked in again. The back of the infected child's head was gone, blown away by a single gunshot. "Shit, he had to kill his own kid," Gonzalez whispered. "That explains the suicide," Keel added. The 4 men stood quietly for a moment before Shader began to move. "Let's just get this done." 15 minutes later, they cleared the left side of the garage and moved to the right. With fewer vehicles, they finished this area even more quickly. Finally, having taken nearly half an hour to make sure the front of the garage was safe, they were back moving toward the entrance to the forum. The venue's double metal doors still lay a good 100 yards away, but most of the vehicles in this area were open-bedded electric carts, the kind that transported supplies along the walkways of an airport or, in this case, an entertainment venue. The QRF continued their sweep of the area, rapidly approaching the entrance to the forum.
"Hey, Chief, check out the car to the right of the doors,"
Keel whispered. Shader looked through the monocular to where Keel was pointing his infrared laser. The green dot from Keel's battle rifle was bouncing around on the windshield of a passenger car parked a few yards from the building's entrance. Something was moving inside.
"Hold here,"
Shader whispered into his neck mic. The SEAL slid forward, rifle up and laser pointing at the moving object. The infrared beam was invisible to anyone not wearing a monocular. To Shader and the other 3 men, it was a solid green, pencil-thin line that he was painting on the shadowy apparition within the car. It was a variant, and it was very much alive. The creature was strapped into the car with a seatbelt that it hadn't figured out how to unfasten. The creature sensed Shader's presence. It let out a blood-curdling, high-pitched scream so alien and frightening it froze the SEAL in place. Then it jammed its face against the driver's side window and attached its sucker-like lips to the glass. Shader stood, transfixed at the horror. The variant's tongue snapped around inside its mouth and onto the window, leaving a trail of thick, mucinous saliva tinged with dark speckles of some unknown calcification. Shader stepped back as the variant detached itself from the glass and began thrashing to get out of its bindings. It reared its head back again and let out another primal cry. This time, there was an answer from behind the double-door entrance to the forum. The giant entertainment venue could hold tens of thousands of people, and naval intelligence had assured them that there were no variants inside of the structure. Shader aimed his laser onto the rabid creature's head and pressed off 3 quiet shots. The driver's side window erupted as wisps of smoke trailed out the end of his suppressor. Beyond the window, Shader saw what was left of the variant's head. Only the attached mandible remained as the rest had exploded, splashing black, speckled goo across the other side of the car. Gonzalez ran forward and scanned the front window for signs of any more of the creatures. There were none. Another scream came from behind the double metal doors. It was then followed by silence. "Everyone, freeze. Defensive perimeter, now," Shader whispered. The 4 men took position in a circle, each looking outward, scanning their piece of the pie. They stayed that way for over 5 minutes. Sweat dripped from each of their faces, collecting in small puddles on the concrete floor. Even though the underbelly of the Forum had started out feeling like a refrigerator, it now felt like the threshold to hell. After 5 minutes, Shader gave the all-clear and moved the men away from the double doors. "Did you see that?" Gonzalez whispered. "It had to have been strapped into that seat since the beginning," Keel added. "That was not a weak and dying variant." "Chief, you need to report this to the LT. These things ain't starving," Lazaro said. "I know," Shader said. "Nothing to eat in a month, and it sure wasn't near death." The implications of this intelligence fuck-up were enormous. If they could stay animated for weeks without food, then all the estimates of the variant population were seriously flawed. Shader switched his radio to preset channel 1. Red 1. This is Blue 1 actual, over." Shader waited for a full 30 seconds. Nothing but static. Red 1, this is Blue 1. Do you copy? Over. Again, nothing. "Too much concrete between us," Shader mumbled. Shader hesitated. The afternoon was passing by and the night was just a few hours away. If he turned back now, just yards from the Forum, he'd never be allowed to return. After a few moments of deliberation, Shader decided he needed more information. They had to at least check out the building before reporting back. The lieutenant wouldn't accept a report about one variant kicking up a storm in the front seat of an abandoned car. He needed more. "All right," Shader said. "Let's get this done. Let's clear the building." "What about the one we just smoked?" Lazaro asked. "It'll still be just as dead in an hour. Let's finish what we started and get back before dark. We'll make our report then. Do you copy?" Shader watched the 3 of them nod through his NV monocular. "Jesus, is that a solid copy?" he said forcefully after no verbal response. "Copy that," they finally replied. Gonzalez took point, and they returned to the double metal doors. Shader took a moment to search the grounds nearby and found a broken wooden pallet. He cut one of the broken planks down to a wedge with his K-bar knife, then ordered them forward. Gonzalez stopped at the door and gently checked the opening lever. It depressed without a problem. "Not locked," Gonzalez whispered. Shader pointed at Keel, the last man in line. The corporal dropped his slung M4 to his side and moved up to the door. He grasped the handle and prepared to open it. "Slow at first, Keel. I don't want any noise." Shader gave him the wooden wedge and whispered, "You're the last man. Wedge this under the door after we're through." Keel nodded, and Shader ignored his lack of verbal response. They were all on the edge. Gonzalez positioned himself in front of the door and brought up his rifle. "Ready, Gonzalez?" Shader whispered. "Ready. Remember, slow and steady." "Now!" The Marine gently drew the door back, only the faintest of sound coming from the well-oiled hinges. About a third of the way open, Shader whispered, "Let's go. Move." Keel brought the steel panel back and wedged it open. Gonzalez strode inside, then banked to his right. Shader, Lazaro, and Keel quickly followed, each man taking a predetermined path into the bowels of the Forum. Moments later, they were staring at an empty hallway. The silence was oppressive. The air hung heavily around them, and the stench of rotting food, or some other degenerating flesh, was overwhelming. Lazaro nearly retched from it. They waited for several minutes. It helped them adjust to the stench, and gave Shader a chance to listen for any sounds. He knew there was at least one more of these things in here, and he didn't want to accidentally stumble across it. No sense rushing things when winning a battle wasn't about speed, but creating the best angles to gain the greatest advantage. The hallway was wide, with a padded carpet that would let them move silently. That would help mask their movements. Shader tapped Gonzalez on the shoulder, and the short Marine turned right and began to move. Heel-to-toe strides kept his rifle's barrel level and steady. He swept his view from side to side, scanning the space ahead. To their right, The outer wall had recessed alcoves with formica-covered counters about 3 feet off the ground. Each kiosk was about 30 feet wide. Many were permanent food vendors with idle refrigerators attached to the back wall. Cash registers anchored the left side of the counter. Still others were empty, likely used by the many performing acts to sell their merchandise. All the openings had to be addressed and cleared. The four moved gradually, and about 30 minutes into their sweep, they had covered nearly a quarter of the circumference of the building. In the distance, the sound of V-22s could be heard approaching the area. The noise Shader heard was not so much the high-pitched whine of the engines, but the thump of the craft's twin propellers, the whoomp, whoomp, whoomp of the compressed air created by the giant blades sent out low-frequency sonic waves that penetrated the walls of the large building. By the sound of the heavy shuddering, multiple Osprey were landing outside. The vibrations made the air around them shudder, and the squad stopped to wait for this to pass. Many minutes went by before the aircraft took flight, allowing the building to fall silent once again. After resuming their mission, Gonzalez suddenly froze and held up a closed fist, stopping the rest of the fire team. "You hear that?" he whispered to Shader. The SEAL bent his ear out, closed his eyes, and held his breath, searching for any sound he could find. "There's something ahead and to the right," he said to himself. "Heard it," Shader whispered. "Sounds like it's coming from the head," Gonzalez said, pointing his laser at a restroom sign about 30 meters down the hallway. "Agreed. Keep going and stop short of the opening." Gonzalez crept forward, continuing his clearing ritual. Stop, look left, then slowly scan to the right. Quickly swing the rifle left again, then look forward and take 2 strides, heel to toe, then freeze and listen. After a few seconds, start the process all over again. 20 meters further, and the noise coming from the bathroom area was becoming louder. What had started out sounding like the faint scratching and squeaking of a rodent in the walls now became more distinct. Shader listened to the wheezing and grunting of what had to be a trapped or injured animal. "I think we found our screamer," Shader whispered into his neck mic. "Lazaro, you're on me." Lazaro moved up to Shader as Gonzalez and Keel set up overwatch, each taking opposite sides of the hallway. "I'll go first," Shader said. "You break right. Weapons hot. Put this thing down before it can make a noise." Both men stacked up at the bathroom's opening. Shader crept forward until he came to a 90-degree bend to the left. The sounds became more pronounced. Whatever was on the other side of the turn was struggling mightily. "Move," Shader whispered. They turned the corner as a pair, and both men brought their weapons up and at eye level. Urinals lined the left side of the space, with toilet stalls and sinks on the right. Movement at the end caught their attention. The shape in Shader's NVGs didn't make sense. It was a mass of flesh moving and churning against the wall. Shader hesitated, then took a step forward. He could see 4 arms and more than 2 legs. Whatever it was, it needed to be put down. Lazaro, his hand still on Shader's shoulder, froze in place. While Shader struggled to understand the misshapen form writhing on the floor in front of them, Lazaro knew immediately what it was. "Oh, fuck, no!" Lazaro said as he put the green IR laser dot onto the creature's head. Before Shader could respond to the corporal's sudden movement, Lazaro's rifle spat out 5 bullets. Seeing the young Marine move and kill so quickly surprised the SEAL. He watched as Lazaro walked up to the mass and sent 3 more lead pills into the pile of infected tissue. "What the hell?" Shader hissed. Lazaro just stood, dumbfounded. The Marine turned back to face the SEAL and took 2 unsteady steps before lunging into a stall and dumping his lunch. Lazaro puked with such force that he made more noise than the suppressed shots he'd just taken. Shader moved behind the man and waited for the nausea to subside. "You squared away?" Shader asked after a half a minute of retching. "Yeah," Lazaro mumbled as he continued to hover over the porcelain bowl. "That was just wrong." Shader turned and took another look at the creature Lazaro had just killed. Staring at the pile of infected tissue, forms and outlines began to take shape. It was then that Shader realized the futility of Operation Liberty. Humanity was not going to survive simply by waiting for the eventual starvation of its infected brethren anymore. There wasn't going to be a mass die-off. The future of the variants wasn't just spreading disease to non-infected humans, because what Shader saw told the SEAL that they were truly and utterly fucked. It was a pair of very healthy-looking variants, and they had been mating. "Jesus help us," Shader said, staring at the dead eyes of a female variant that looked very strong and more than capable of bearing offspring. "Chief," Gonzalez's voice crackled over the team headsets, "we've got movement out here." "Be right there." "You'd better hurry. We've got a lot of noise coming our way." Shader grabbed the back of Lazzaro's chest rig and pulled him from the stall, dragging him along until they were out in the hallway. Once out of the confines of the public bathroom, he could hear multiple grunts and chirps coming from the forum's main floor. Across the walkway from them was an open tunnel with stairs that led into the venue's arena. The noises were coming from there. "Holy shit, we woke the dead," Shader grunted. "I don't know," Gonzalez whispered. "You didn't make that much noise."
"Whatever stirred the pot, I don't want to be here when those things come squirting out,"
Keel said in a panicked voice. Movement from their left froze the team. Several variants lumbered out of a tunnel at the bend of the circular walkway. Fortunately, they turned away from the team and quickly disappeared. Unfortunately, they were moving toward the entrance to the underground garage. Their way back had just been compromised. "This just gets better and better," Shader said. "Let's keep moving and find a place to hole up. Keep your eyes open for something to the right, and we better do it now." Gonzalez began to practically fly down the hallway. The sound of restless variance was becoming more and more pronounced as they passed several more tunnels that led to the main floor. "Up ahead, take a right," Shader said. A large hallway opened, and the team glided swiftly down it, leaving the main concourse behind. It quickly became clear that they had entered a service tunnel. Heavy-gauge electric conduits ran along the seam where the ceiling and walls met. Doors with placards that marked the offices of various venue departments were all closed and locked. Every knob or lever was checked as they scurried away from the expanding cacophony of screeches and grunts that were coming from behind them. The end of the tunnel approached, and Shader turned back toward the concourse. He saw movement. In the pitch darkness, he could only make out shadows as the creatures spilled out of the tunnels that led to the venue's main floor. He lost count as the variants became so numerous that they appeared as one massive organism in his NVG monocular. Even the infrared flashlight couldn't give him a clear image. The team kept moving away from the growing threat, checking the locks on each door they passed. None were open. The end of the hallway rapidly approached. It was a service elevator. Its oversized metal doors stood silent as the men drew near. With no electricity, the lift would prove as impenetrable as the locked office doors that lined the hallway. "Shader, to the left," Gonzalez whispered into his neck microphone. Shader turned to see the little Marine disappear down a side passage that almost magically appeared at the end of the tunnel. Porky rushed ahead and cut around the bend just as several variants began to probe down the service hallway. He didn't know whether it was the sound of the Marine's movement or the smell of their sweat that got the creature's attention, but something triggered this group to turn in the team's direction. Shader looked down the short dead end and saw his men checking the knobs of 3 more rooms. Just like the rest of the hallway doors, they were locked. There was nowhere left for them to go. Shader dropped to his knees and bent his head around the corner, looking back toward the concourse. 3 variants, 2 males and a female, were moving their way. The creature's yellow eyes lit up in the infrared beam as they crept toward him and his men. If the variants kept their pace, they'd be on the team in just a few more seconds. He could only hope that their suppressed shots would silently put the creatures down. But if they failed to take these 3 out quietly, it would be Custer and the Alamo all rolled into one glorious last stand. "Gonzalez and Keel, set up a firing line. Lazzaro, start working on that lock," Shader said, pointing at the last door down. The men quickly responded, and Shader stood behind the 2 Marines who had been taking a kneeling position while Lazzaro began to work the lock just behind them. "They can't see us in the dark," Shader whispered. "Hold your fire until I set it off." The sounds from the 3 variants were quickly becoming louder as each doorway they'd passed was bumped into or slapped as the creatures moved closer to them. Shader could hear Lazaro quietly cursing as he fumbled with his lockpick set and started sliding the metal rasp back and forth in the keyhole. "Make it fast, Lazaro," Shader said quietly, as a variant threw itself against a door just around the corner. "Fuck, Shader," he replied loudly. "It's not like I'm playing with myself here." Shader was about to dress down the Marine for being so loud, but the sound of a chirp and grunt from the hallway grabbed the team's attention. The creatures had heard Lazaro's voice. Not that it would have made a big difference in the grand scheme of things. The infected would have gotten to them anyway. The three variants exploded forward, sprinting around the corner and right into the hail of bullets from two terrified Marines and one startled SEAL. They dropped instantly as multiple rounds tore into their diseased flesh, as well as the wall behind them. The bullets hit the concrete block, creating miniature explosions that sounded like a hammer smashing brick. Small sparks erupted as the lead hit the hard cement surface. The combination of sound and light was the last thing the team needed. And within seconds the combined noise of an inestimable number of variants came from down the hall. Hundreds of screams reached the four men. The fire team had been found, and there was no way out. Shader knew instantly that they were screwed, but maybe they could buy enough time to get inside one of the doors. "Follow me!" Shader barked loudly. "Lazaro, keep working on that door!" The time for stealth had passed. Shader grabbed Gonzalez by his webbing and flung him ahead. "Firing line, now!" Shader yelled as he stood next to the small Marine. Keel, Shader, and Gonzalez formed a line facing back to the main concourse. "Kill those bastards!" Shader yelled. 3 M4s began firing at a very angry and hungry-looking pack of variants. The creatures pushed and shoved each other, their tongues flicking and slapping about as they rushed toward them. Shader grabbed a grenade from his webbing. "Frag out!" he called. As he tossed it in front of the advancing horde, the 3 men turned and crouched as the hallway erupted about 20 yards away. Whoomp! A muted flash followed by a small cloud of smoke hung down the hall where the M67 fragmentary grenade erupted, sending shards of metal into the advancing creatures. Several high-pitched zings sung in the air as multiple chunks of metal flew past the team. The pause was only momentary, as those behind the wounded variants pressed forward, crawling over the pile of bodies the team had put down. "Frag out!" Keel yelled, sending another green metal ball down the hallway. Another explosion rocked the building, creating an even higher pile of bodies. "Lazaro, tell me you're through the door!" Shader barked. "Fuck, I can't get it! Get up here, I'll do it!" Shader yelled. Lazaro sprinted to the hallway and stared down at the carnage. "Jesus Christ, they can climb the fucking walls!" Lazaro yelled, as a couple of variants had taken to the ceiling. Shader watched the pile of bodies slow down the mass, but now they were climbing the walls like crazed insects. "Keep shooting, I've got this!" Shader yelled as he ran back to the last door in the hall. Shader cursed himself for not picking the lock to begin with. Breaching barriers was standard training for a SEAL, not a Marine, but Lazaro had claimed to know this skill. Obviously not a trick he'd practiced under stress. The sound of battle raged, each man taking shots one at a time to preserve ammunition and to be as precise as possible. They needed to sever the spine, or hit them in the brain box to be effective. As long as Porky heard semi-automatic fire, he knew he still had time. Shader took his tension wrench and shoved it into the lock, then began to work the tumblers with one of the set's hooks. 10 seconds passed, then 20 before he felt the tumblers drop. Shader triumphantly twisted the knob and was rewarded with a full turn. "Got it!" he yelled as he pulled the door open. Or at least he tried. The door didn't move. It was bolted from the inside. Just then automatic fire began. They had run out of time. The Marines wouldn't be spraying unless the variants got within 10 yards. Shader cursed loudly, then brought up his M4 to his shoulder and placed the green laser onto the advancing horde. "Rally on me!" he yelled, and all 3 glanced at him. Their shoulders slumped when they saw the closed door. The 3 men turned and began to run down the hall towards Shader. "Frag out!" Lazaro barked as he threw his grenade forward before sprinting toward the SEAL. Shader raised his rifle and spat out several rounds, hitting a variant that was crawling around the corner on the wall over 6 feet above them. His bullet struck the creature in the neck, sending it to the ground screaming, but paralyzed. Shader knew they were done. He'd gone through 6 of his 9 magazines and not even put a dent into the oncoming creatures. "Make 'em count!" Shader said as he raised his rifle for 1, Last fight. I wish I could blast that bastard lieutenant just one time, Shader said quietly. Nothing in the building, huh? That son of a bit. Shader felt himself being grabbed from behind and flung back. He dropped his battle rifle and instinctively reached behind him to cushion his fall, but there was nothing but air. He landed on his back and hit his head with a heavy thud. If it wasn't for his helmet, he'd have been knocked out. Shader reached for his sidearm and whipped it out, his head still ringing from his collision with the floor. He saw a shadow in the doorway he'd just been pulled through. The sound of automatic fire from outside the room shook the air around him. Shader jumped up just as Gonzalez was thrown next to him. Shader realigned his NVG, which had retracted up on its cantilever hinge when he'd been thrown back. The eyepiece came to life. Keel sprinted into the room just as another grenade erupted outside. A painful cry came through the open door. The shadow disappeared and came back, dragging a struggling Lazaro with it, leaving a thin smear of blood on the concrete floor. The shadow slammed the door closed, just as a mob of infected flesh crashed into its steel frame. Then the apparition turned toward the fire team. It was a normal, uninfected man. Their savior dropped a metal bar down in place. With an outside swing to the door, there was no way for the creatures to force their way in.
"Who are you?" Shader asked. "Don't worry about me. You better take care of your man."
Shader saw a small pool of blood forming next to Lazaro, who was sitting on the floor a few feet away. "Flashlight," Shader said, and the four men lifted their monoculars off their eyes, shutting down the NVG. If they exposed the intensifier tube to normal light, it would burn the monocular out, rendering the device useless.
"We all clear?" Shader asked.
"Aye," they replied, including Lazaro.
"Let's have a look at that,"
Shader said. Lazaro had taken shrapnel to his leg. Shader produced a folding blade and cut Lazaro's BDU. He spread the slit open and gently wiped the wound. It bled freely but didn't pulsate. No arterial tears. That was good. The wound was a 4-inch gash, just above the knee, and was about an inch deep. Muscles spread easily as he flexed the man's leg. They'd have to splint his knee to keep the wound from reopening once Shader had sutured it closed. "He gonna be all right?" Keel asked loudly.
"You have to be quiet," the shadowy man said. "They won't stop if they hear you."
The screams and pounding were deafening as Shader pulled an IFAK off of his web gear. He had learned to carry a basic suture setup, and although he wasn't a squad medic, he was trained in advanced first aid. Going behind enemy lines, like the SEALs were oft to do, meant they had to be their own doctor.
"Embrace the suck, Lazaro. This is gonna hurt."
Lazaro pressed his lips together and nodded. 5 minutes later, the pounding diminished, slightly, and Lazaro was sutured and bandaged, with an improvised splint in place. It was only then Shader had a chance to shine his surefire flashlight around the space. They were in a large utility room with HVAC air returns and compressors anchored to the floor. Ductwork snaked in and out of the walls, while the back of the room had an open doorway with a dim, flickering light spilling out of the other side. "Come on," Shader commanded. Keel and Gonzalez bracketed Lazaro and helped him move. The 4 men hobbled to the door and stepped in. They stopped and stood in silence as they came face to face with the man who had saved them.
"My name is Alejandro Morales. I am supervisor of maintenance for the Forum," he said. "And these people," he added, "are the rest of the survivors."
The room was lit by several makeshift candles. People were huddled against the far wall. Shader counted over a dozen. Many were frightened and weak-looking, their faces gaunt and their eyes sunken into their sockets.
"How many?"
Shader asked after introducing himself and the men to Morales.
14, including me.
"You've been here how long?"
"Since the beginning. Most of us were Forum employees when the infection started. I brought as many as I could in here."
"Find a place for Lazaro," Shader said to his Marines. Gonzalez and Keel moved to the left and put the wounded man on an empty metal table.
"Do you have any food?" a weak voice croaked from the group. "Not much," Shader replied. "Just a few snacks. We weren't supposed to be here very long." "The little girl could use something," Morales added. "She's awful weak."
Shader dug out an energy bar and handed it to Morales. He walked over to the crowd and picked up a frail girl who had been sitting against the wall. He placed her in a nearby chair and broke off a small piece and gave it to her. Her eyes were vacant, and she barely moved her lips. Eventually, she managed to chew and swallow the piece of peanut butter bar. She washed it down with some water. Her eyes began to respond, and she took another piece, chewing it more aggressively than the first.
We've been without food for a couple of weeks. We've eaten everything we could scavenge. Now all we have left is a bunch of vegetable shortening. That and some newspaper make good candles, but we haven't been able to eat it. Every time we try, most of us just puke it out. Then we're weaker than before.
The others began to ask for food, and Shader distributed all of their edibles. From their appearance, they didn't have much longer to live. Many could barely move, unless some of the stronger ones helped.
You've done well,
Shader said to Morales as they gave out the last of the food. Shader noticed he hadn't eaten any of their meager supplies.
I used to be fat,
he replied with a smile, pointing at his sagging pants.
That's a hell of a way to lose weight,
Shader added. Morales broke the last bar in half and gave it away.
Can we speak?
He asked as he nodded to the other side of the room.
Are you four the only ones?
He asked Shader after they had crossed the room.
No, we have a full platoon of Marines forming outside.
Are they here to rescue us? He asked incredulously.
I hate to break this to you, but no one has a clue there is anyone alive in here.
Shader gave the man a quick summary of their predicament. Morales just bowed his head and shook it back and forth.
This place is crawling with the infected, Morales said. Many of them have been using this place as a home for weeks. That's why we couldn't leave. Then, when the bombing started, the place filled up even more. How many are here now? I don't know. Hundreds, maybe thousands. They just keep coming in. I haven't taken a look in days.
You go out there?
Shader asked incredulously. See, I used to have a flashlight to see where I was going, but that died a few days ago, right after the explosion started outside. We were sure that the building was going to drop down on us, but the bombs never came.
You didn't just walk around shining the flashlight? Shader asked. Morales began to chuckle, his droopy facial skin jiggling from the laughter.
No, I suppose not,
he replied sarcastically. I didn't walk out onto the concourse and shine the light around. I used the ducts. Morales pointed back to the utility room where they had first entered.
Ducts? They're big enough to crawl through? Some of them, yes. The main return is huge and runs onto the forum. It's wide and tall enough to squat and walk through. It will take you to the main floor. At least 4 of the branches off of it can be navigated as well, but you have to crawl through those. That's how we rescued the little girl.
Rescued her?
Yeah,
Morales replied with a grim frown.
Rescued. It's horrible. You can't imagine what these things do to the people they catch.
What do you mean, catch? Don't they just eat them?
Oh, yes, they do. But some people, they don't eat right away.
Morales stopped and caught his breath.
You don't understand, Shader. Sometimes they bring them back here alive. They keep them like cattle until they're hungry, then they feast on them.
Shader couldn't comprehend that. Having a human farm inside the forum couldn't be possible. How could they manage a farm? They weren't supposed to have the intelligence to do something like that.
I don't get it.
How do they keep the people they catch from escaping?
They glue them to the walls,
Morales whispered.
They vomit out some kind of sticky, crusty paste that hardens and keeps people stuck to the walls or floor. Then they just grab who they want, when they want, and eat them.
Shader couldn't believe what he was hearing. If true, it meant there were groups of variants clustered throughout the city.
The storm drains,
Shader said quietly after several moments of silent thought.
There must be nests all over the city's storm drains.
No doubt, Morales replied.
They love the dark. Had thought about the same thing. The drains could hold hundreds of thousands of these things.
Do any of the ducts lead outside? Shader asked.
None of the returns do. They're all from the main floor, and smaller ones are from the concourse. The only thing that goes to the outside are electric runs, and most of those are too small to get through.
You said most of them. Are there any that someone could navigate?
I never gave it much thought because I'm too big to even try,
Morales said, as he pulled at the extra fabric on his now too large shirt. His weight loss had been staggering. The big man stood silently in thought, mentally walking himself through the schematics of the building's arteries and ductwork. "There is one conduit," he said tentatively, "but no one much bigger than a child could get through. It goes to the garage and ends next to a large panel on the wall near the service entrance, but it's a real narrow tube. I wouldn't want to try it." Shader looked back at his men and nodded in their direction. "What about Gonzalez?" Morales looked him over and shook his head. "The short one? He's too wide." "Gonzalez, come over here," Shader commanded. The diminutive Marine jogged to Shader and reported. "Strip off your gear, nothing but pants and t-shirt," Shader said. "Chief? Just do it." Gonzalez shrugged and removed his loadout. By the time he'd put the gear on an adjacent table, he was nearly 50 pounds lighter and showing off his wiry body. "Hell, I didn't realize how much stuff you guys carried around," Morales said. "You have no idea," Shader replied. "Sometimes we're humping over 100 pounds. Morales looked Gonzalez up and down, then walked around the confused Marine. "It would be very tight. I don't know. But it's possible he could make it." "Possible is good enough for me," Shader said. "Let's do this." "Do what, Chief?" Shader had an idea. It was the first time since they entered that god-forsaken underground garage that he felt somewhat in control. "Okay," Shader said with a smile. "Here's the plan." Chapter 7. Underground Ducts, the Inglewood Forum, SCPO Porky Shader. "If you're going through hell, keep going." Winston Churchill. Shader's quads were burning. The forum's main return duct was large enough for a man to squat and walk through without hitting his head, but Porky was on the downslope to the big 5-0, and his legs were letting him know that he was playing a young man's game in an old man's body. Duck walking his way through the tunnel required several stops where the SEAL would stretch and shake his legs, trying to get the building lactic acid in the muscles to move on through his bloodstream. In years gone by, recovery time from any physical exertion took mere moments. Now, he had to wait almost a minute to prevent leg cramps from disabling him. Morales had estimated it was about 100 yards before he'd hit a turnoff in the duct. Shader could have sworn he had to have passed it by now, but his NV monocular was working, and the IR flashlight shone brightly. Regardless of how it felt, he still hadn't made it to the branch-off. The sounds of the variants were becoming more distinct with each passing stride. Shader knew how to count steps. Every SF operator had a set of Ranger beads they could use to estimate distances, but that didn't work when you were squatting and walking rather than taking normal paces. Shader wanted to curse, but he couldn't afford the noise, so he did what he had been trained to do. He pushed on. 20 more steps ahead, and the branch off came into view. The duct sloped upward at a slight angle, but not so bad that the SEAL couldn't get traction and continue. This was the way Morales had come when he had rescued the young girl. The tunnel would take him up to a higher level, where he could get a better view of the main floor. By Shader's estimate, he still had an hour before dusk. Morales told him about several holes in the roof where bomb fragments had penetrated the dome. It allowed the sun into the building, and Shader wanted to get a look before he lost what light there was. As expected, the return duct began to narrow, forcing Shader to crawl on his knees. Up ahead and to his left was the heavy metal grate that sat halfway up the forum's stadium seating, the same one that Morales had quietly unbolted to get to the entrapped little girl. Shader slowed down and caught his breath. Stealth was his friend, and he needed to be under control. After 30 seconds, he slid quietly to the grate and gazed out. The light was minimal, but it gave his intensifiers plenty to work with. There were literally thousands of them. The main floor was packed with variants, many standing and swaying like they were in a trance. Some moved around, almost acting like sentries. The seating area was mostly filled as well, with the creatures clustered in groups of varying numbers. Each small faction seemed to have a leader that was treated almost like a rock star. Some of their clan groomed the chosen one, while others stayed on the perimeter and stood watch. Shader took his eyes off of the variants and scanned the walls. Dozens and dozens of cocoon-like patches clung to just about any open space you could find. Some were broken open with pieces of crystallized glue sitting under the open cavity. Others were full. It was these that Shader had the most difficult time with. He could see that people were encased by the crusty secretion. Most of the humans looked dead or unconscious, with their heads exposed and the rest of their bodies trapped in the hardened slime. Some weren't so fortunate. Moans and the occasional whimper drifted into the grate. It took all of Shader's willpower to not tear open the metal cover and begin shooting every variant he saw. After steeling himself, he began to count, estimating the enemy's numbers. Almost 6,000 variants, and that didn't include the ones that were still at the utility room door. Shader was about to turn and leave when he noticed the monsters becoming restless. A high-pitched whine could be heard from outside. The creatures began to huddle together, their chirping and barking transforming into a low-pitched growl. It was incoming ordnance. One or more of the destroyers were sending shells into the city, with the explosions landing a short distance away. The variants looked skyward, staring out of the cracks and holes left by the prior bombardment. A few minutes later, F-18 Hornets shrieked overhead, their supersonic boom rattling the rafters of the building. The rumble of several more explosions shook the floor, eliciting panicked grunts from the assembled creatures. Shader had to respect these things. With many days of death raining down around them, they'd learned to hide from the bombing runs of the Navy jets. That explained why they hadn't left the building with the Marines right outside. It wasn't fun being at the working end of an artillery barrage, and they'd adapted to that reality. Shader turned and silently slid down the duct and made his way back to the utility room. The entrance to the duct was on the floor of the utility room, and Morales helped him crawl up and out of the access opening. The maintenance chief then dropped a metal hatch down and locked it in place. Then they rolled a golf cart on top of it to keep any variants from following. "Where's Gonzalez?" Shader asked, as he brushed off the dust and hairballs that were clinging to his clothing. "Coming, Chief," Gonzalez said as he scampered from the back room. "Hey, you look like a feather duster," he added while watching Shader picking debris out of his tight beard. "I'm going to enjoy this. You think I'm covered in crap? Just wait," Shader replied as he finished grooming himself. "Have you memorized the schematics?" "Aye. It's not too hard, just one turn, but, Shader, I don't think I'll be able to get through the choke point. It's damn tight." "That's why we're coating you with shortening." "Say what?" "You heard me. You're going in with nothing but skivvies and a pistol. We're going to paint your ass with as much shortening as we can." "Fuck, Shader, you ain't kidding." "No, I'm not. Now let's get going. It's almost dark, and I don't want you taken out by friendly fire because your jarhead brothers think they saw a ghost." Chapter 8. Van Ness Avenue, south of FOB Hawthorne, Lieutenant Tyrell Jack. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. Rudyard Kipling, If, a father's advice to his son. The point vehicle ripped off a burst from its mounted Madus. The .50 caliber machine gun tore through yet another variant that had sprinted at them from one of the houses they were passing. Sergeant Braddock gripped the wheel of the Humvee he was driving as the fuel hauler to his front bounced over the freshly killed creature, sending pieces of rendered flesh flying to the curb. "Nice," Lieutenant Tyrell Jack said. "Like having a snowplow clear the way for us." "I'd feel better if we didn't need to clear the road," Braddock replied. "We're not even halfway to the airport, and that's the 9th variant we've taken out." "Yeah, I noticed," Lieutenant Jack said, staring out the window. "Not as quiet as I would have thought." Braddock saw that they were, appropriately enough, approaching Marine Avenue. That was the road where their sniper had taken out a half-dozen variants. It was also the avenue that went to the local hospital. "What's up?" Lieutenant Jack asked as Braddock pulled out of the convoy. "I want to put eyes up the road, make sure we don't have any tangos coming our way." The vehicle behind them began to slow down. But Braddock jumped out of the driver's side and waved him on. The sergeant jumped up onto the back of their Humvee and stood on the roof. Bringing his binoculars up, he looked east. The street was lined with older single-story businesses and strip malls. The road was void of vehicles, but in the distance, Braddock could just make out the outline of the community hospital. Everything was clear, other than a shimmering mass out in front of the building. "Hey, sir, take a look at this." Jack stepped onto the back of the vehicle and glanced to the east. Both Marines stared at the distant building. There was something peculiar about it that neither could quite grasp. Able 1, this is Panther 30. Corporal Franks, their designated marksman, said over their squad radio. I've got Ladder 3 on their squad radio. Whoever had programmed their handhelds had screwed up with the main BattleNet frequency, but as the convoy approached the airport, they were able to get FOB Hawthorne on their local channel. This is Able 1 Actual, Jack replied. What's your pause? We just rolled past 135th Street, coming up on Rowley Park. Any activity around you? Negative, Able 1. Wait 1. I may need you to relay messages for me. Solid copy that, Able 1. Over. Franks replied, as he pulled his MRAP off to the side of the road to await further orders. The lieutenant turned to Staff Sergeant Braddock and continued. I don't like what I'm seeing down there. I want to put eyes on that hospital. Braddock nodded his approval. Good idea, sir. Maybe Panther 30 can relay our situation and we can get a drone to take a look. The rest of the vehicles finished passing them by, and soon the convoy became a low-pitched rumble in the distance. Shit, Sergeant, take a look! Braddock glanced east once again. The blurry image that had been clustered near the hospital suddenly became clear. Holy Mother of God, Braddock whispered. It looks like the whole city is out there. Yeah, and they're coming our way, Jack said. The lieutenant jumped down, grabbed his map from the front seat and laid it down on the hood of the Humvee. Panther 30, this is Able 1 Actual. Do you copy? Over. Send your traffic, Able 1. Over. Adjust fire. Over. Solid copy, Able 1. Adjust fire. The comms went to static as Frank switched frequencies. He had to alert Hawthorne to contact Fleet. Hawthorne would, in turn, call in an artillery strike from the battle group. There were several people relaying information, and Jack would have to take that delay into account. It took some time to coordinate it all. How are we doing, Sergeant? Not good. Those things can really move. Jack looked again through his binoculars and was shocked at the speed of the variants. Hundreds of them were sprinting down the road directly at the two Marines. Braddock raised his pistol and let off several shots. What was that for? I saw some of them branching off. We need to keep them from splitting away from the group. Jack nodded. The sergeant's plan was working, but he didn't like the idea of being the bait for a throng of hungry variants. Able 1, this is Panther 30, ready for coordinates. Panther 30, grid 134235, altitude 050, direction 8774 mils, over. Solid copy, Able 1. Adjust fire at grid 134235, altitude 050, direction 8874 mils. Several seconds passed. Jack had anticipated the delay and called a single strike 100 meters west of the mob. Hopefully he led them properly. The whine of an incoming round whistled through the air. The explosion was just short of the advancing creatures and almost 50 meters behind them. Panther 30. Left, 200 mics. Add 50 mics. Enemy in the open. VT in effect. Fire for effect. Copy that, Able 1. Left, 200. Add 50 VT in effect. Fire for effect. 10 seconds later, it began. VT, or variable timing, meant that the warheads would explode above the target, sending shrapnel into the enemy. Round after round erupted just overhead of the advancing horde. With the 5-inch shells falling every 5 seconds, the results were devastating. Several minutes of constant bombardment left each and every creature ripped apart. Nothing moved when the smoke finally drifted away. Braddock looked on with satisfaction. The lieutenant may be green, but he called a perfect artillery strike. He couldn't have done better himself. Well, LT, looks like we stirred up a hornet's nest. That we did. Now let's get to the FOB and get the party started. Aye, aye, Braddock replied. Chapter 9. FOB Forum, Sergeant Paul E. Russ. If ignorant both of your enemy and yourself, you are certain to be in peril. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. The setting sun was just beginning to touch the surrounding buildings. The QRF had been gone most of the afternoon, and there had been no radio contact with Shader since he and his men had entered the underground garage. When he reminded the lieutenant of the Quick Reaction Force's absence, the man didn't seem to care one way or another. He's probably lost, the LT said dismissively, before Landry turned his attention back to the rifle company's commanding officer. Over the last few hours, Over 100 more Marines had been inserted, bringing the Forum FOB up to rifle company strength. There was now a captain in charge as well as 5 lieutenants commanding their respective platoons. With 4 other officers vying for the captain's attention, Landry was now busy sucking up to his CO. He couldn't be bothered by the temporary absence of one of his squad leaders, especially one that wasn't even a Marine. On the positive side of it all, as long as Landry was busy shoving his nose up the captain's ass, he was staying away from the rest of his men. That allowed Russ to run his squad properly. But the absence of the QRF weighed heavily on Russ's mind. He'd been monitoring the squad channel, even wandering over to the mouth of the service ramp and occasionally transmitting Shader's call sign. He'd stopped doing that about an hour ago when the lieutenant dressed him down over the open channel. Every grunt and officer in the company heard the verbal beating. "Green One is a big boy. He can take care of himself. Now clear the channel," Lieutenant Landry barked. Russ was furious. The kid had a hard-on and didn't listen to a thing his NCOs told him. The 2 staff sergeants and SEAL, who were directly under him, had over 50 years of combined experience. The LT had 0. Maybe the brass on his collar made his brain malfunction. "Fuck him," Russ said under his breath. "I'm doing what's right." Russ had repositioned one of the fire teams close to the ramp in case Shader needed help. Even more frustrating was that Landry was clueless about how to set up a defensive fighting position. Russ wasn't going to let the young LTs screw up their lanes of fire because he wanted the defensive positions looking symmetric on a map. Russ checked his men, making sure they stayed hydrated and alert. He casually strolled over to the ramp and stared into the black abyss, shuddering at the thought that 4 of their own had voluntarily entered that nightmare. Staff Sergeant Russ pulled out his tin of Skoal and took a healthy pinch, placing it in the fold of his cheek next to his remaining left lower molar. The nicotine rush hit him instantly, calming his nerves. He'd sure missed the tobacco when he ran out. "Pop!" Russ heard from the tunnel. It was an M9. The Marine's sidearm sound was so familiar that he dreamed about it during his many restless nightmares. Russ brought his M4 up and began to tactically walk down the ramp. He switched his mounted flashlight on and pressed his PTT button. "Red 1, this is Blue 1, actual. Contact in the garage." Russ ignored the lack of reply from his lieutenant, and could only hope that the rest of the company had been alerted. Instead, he ran into the inky darkness. Pop, pop, pop! The blasts from the handgun exploded from the far end of the garage, but Russ's flashlight couldn't penetrate the distance. Without NVGs, his world was limited to the reach of his rail-mounted flashlight. He fast-walked toward the bursts of light. Gone were his fears of the unknown. Variants be damned! At least one of his brothers was in trouble. The size of the space was unexpected, and the sergeant became disoriented as he moved past several vehicles and concrete support pillars. After a frantic minute, Russ stopped his forward motion, realizing he had pushed himself too quickly. He turned to try to find the ramp, but was met with only blackness. How had he lost the light? He began to feel panic welling up within. A sound broke the stillness, the padding of bare feet slapping on concrete. "Fuck me sideways," Russ hissed. With less than 100 feet of visibility, he began to spin, shining his light around in search of the creature bearing down on him. A flash of white briefly popped into view, and Russ let off a burst at the apparition. "Friendly! Friendly!" came a scream from the blackness. "Identify yourself!" Russ shouted, aiming through his ACOG. Blue 2! Blue 2! It's Gonzalez!" Russ dropped his rifle to low ready and stared into the dark. After 10 seconds, he shouted out, "God damn it, Gonzalez, get your ass out here!" Russ saw movement from behind a pillar, but instead of seeing a Marine in full battle rattle striding up to him, he watched in amazement as a white ghost appeared. "What the fuck?" Russ yelled as he brought his rifle up and drew down on the young Marine. "Stop!" Gonzalez said as he continued to walk forward, hands raised. "It's me!" The kid had stripped down to his underwear and was coated in something white and pasty. "Where's your gear and what the hell is that shit on you?" Russ said. Gonzalez, holding an M9 and wearing nothing but his skivvies and an NVG on his head, stepped up and held his arms out as if saying, "Look at me! It was Shader's idea, but he was right about the Crisco." "Tell me about it later," Russ said. "I heard 4 shots. Any more of those things I need to worry about?" Russ asked. "You've got no idea, Sarge," Gonzalez replied. "I need to report to the LT. We've got a captain now. We're saved, Russ deadpanned. Just answer me, are there any more in this garage?
No, Sarge, but we better move. I blocked the door with a delivery car. It should hold, but there's a shitload of those things in the forum.
How many?
Too many,
Gonzalez replied. He flipped his monocular over his left eye and turned to their right.
This way to the ramp, Sarge.
Russ shook his head and followed the young Marine. He'd never have thought he'd gone in the direction he had. Without the night vision monocular, Russ decided he'd likely have died of starvation before finding his way out of that damned crypt. Chapter 10. Captain Virgil Kane, 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit, MEU, Commander, FOB Forum. Therefore, the clever combatant imposes his will on the enemy, but does not allow the enemy's will to be imposed on him. Sun Tzu, The Art of War. The night was close at hand. The sky was turning a greenish-purple color as the final rays of the sun beamed through the Pacific Ocean, creating a prismatic display in the sky. But, with the variants preferring the night, there was no time to enjoy the show. Because there was so little time before dark, Gonzalez immediately reported to the captain. Covered in white vegetable shortening, he made a dramatic impression. "That's quite a story," Lieutenant Landry said. "I find it hard to believe that Chief Shader counted over 6,000 variants inside the forum."
"Sir, I can only speak to what Chief told me. He crawled through the vents and did a head count inside the auditorium. I could personally attest to many hundreds in the concourse area."
"Intel has been clear that the forum was clear of variants," Landry countered.
"Excuse me, Lieutenant," Captain Kane said.
"I am curious why you doubt your own men, especially your squad commanders." "Sir, I'm just going on what N2 told us. Their assessment is—" "I'm quite aware of Intel's assessment," Kane interrupted. "But let me clue you in on something, Lieutenant Landry. Intel isn't here. We are. If your men tell you something, especially an old salt like one of your squad leaders, I'd expect you to believe them." Kane turned back to Gonzalez. "Well done, Corporal. Report back to your men. Staff Sergeant Russ will be in charge of your fire teams until we get Chief Shader and the rest of them out of there." Russ gave the diminutive man a nod. Then they both saluted before leaving the officers. "Grab your ruck and have Bones check you out. I assume you have spare BDUs in your sack."
"Aye, Sarge, but I left Roxanne back with my team. I just need to dig up another rifle and load out."
"You call your rifle Roxanne, huh?" Russ chuckled.
"Yeah, like the song."
Russ gave the man a quizzical look.
"You know, Sarge, the lyrics. I loved you since I knew you. I won't share you with another boy."
"Huh. That actually makes some sense," Russ replied. "Now get moving. We're going to need every rifle tonight."
"Copy that, Sarge."
Chapter 11. The Battle of the Forum, Inglewood, California. Big things have small beginnings. Thomas Edward Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia. It wasn't supposed to start yet. The ambush had been hastily planned to kick off at midnight, but about 11 that evening, a wandering variant and a tired Marine chanced upon each other, and the Battle of the Forum quickly ensued. The unfortunate Marine had been securing one of the building's emergency exits when the creature decided to investigate the sound of metal chains on a metal door handle. Although the unfortunate grunt killed the variant, its screams alerted the rest of its brethren, and all hell was unleashed. The captain had planned to funnel the horde out of the main entrance. All the emergency exits, except that one, had been secured.
"Here they come!"
Staff Sergeant Russ yelled to his men. His fire teams had been rushed to the open emergency door, and a hasty ambush was created. By the time the first 3 rifle teams had positioned themselves, the double doors exploded and scores of infected began to pour out. They were cut down instantly. The dead were quickly replaced by dozens more, and the bodies began to stack up. The corpses began to clog the entrance as the variants tried to get over the fleshy mound. The team's radio channel was thick with men yelling and cursing. Trying to give specific orders over their comms was next to impossible, so Russ took to doing things the old-fashioned way. He yelled. Russ was good at yelling. It always worked. He had 2 saws set up within a minute, each bringing automatic fire onto the variants. "They can't get out," Russ said to himself. We want them to get out. Red 1, this is Black 1, actual, over. Russ transmitted. Black 1, this is Red 1, hard copy, over. Red 1, our doorway is blocked with bodies. Tangos can't get out, over. Black 1, stand by, over. The variants weren't happy. The sound of their screams was louder than any crowd he'd ever heard before. The World Cup finals couldn't have been as intense as what was coming from behind the forum's walls. Black 1, hold position and continue mission. We're sending a small team to you. Over. Red 1, this is Black 1, actual. Confirm continue mission. Confirm small team. Over. Minutes later, 2 Marines jogged up to Russ. The small rocket was designed to punch through walls and bunkers. Their job right now was to make a new hole for the variants to use. I want a hole to the right of the emergency door, Russ told the rocket team. Copy that, Sarge. Russ began to move his men back, leaving the rocket team to cover the clogged opening. 30 seconds later, they were nearly 100 meters away. The variants were just starting to push the bodies forward. They were over a football field away, but barely in the safe zone from the coming explosion.
Direct front!
Russ screamed.
Direct front!
The rocket team yelled. The Mk-153 fired a 10-pound warhead. It was also equipped with a side-mounted rifle, which fired a tracer round that had the same ballistics as the rocket. It was a crude method of aiming before shooting. The team let loose a tracer, and the green streak hit the building's wall 5 meters to the right of the clogged door. The rocket team's assistant gunner raised up his right hand with a thumbs up.
Range 100 meters!
Russ yelled.
Range 100 meters!
The rocket team answered in unison.
On my command!
Russ shouted. Russ saw that the top bodies in front of the double doors had been pushed aside. A variant was struggling out of the opening, its sucker-like mouth hissing at them. In a few seconds, there wouldn't be anything left of that creature's smirk. Russ loved this shit. He was a good 10 yards to the side of the rocket launcher. He looked behind them to make sure no one had wandered into their backblast zone. It was clear.
Backblast area secure!
The rocket team was ready, and the rest of his squad was down behind cover.
Send it!
The 83mm rocket exploded from the tube, sending the 10-pound warhead hurtling at the building at over 250 meters per second. The backblast from the rocket tube felt like a gorilla had slapped Russ on the side of the face. Less than half a second later, the HEDP, high-explosive dual-purpose warhead, erupted on the wall of the building, sending fragments of steel and chunks of the wall into the massed creatures within.
Advance!
Russ screamed. The fire teams popped back up and advanced to their prior positions. The smoke and dust from the rocket ballooned out onto the parking lot, blocking anyone from putting eyes on the new hole in the structure.
Holy shit!
One of his men yelled.
They're climbing the fucking walls!
Shader looked above the settling dust and could see dozens of variants racing up the side of the building. Creatures were pouring out of the new hole and onto the top of the domed structure. It was like a fire ant mound had been kicked as thousands of the nasty bastards erupted from the nest.
Fire!
Russ yelled at the stunned Marines. Variants fell from the walls as the Marines began to respond, but too many of them made it to the roof and out of sight. Red 1, this is Black 1 actual. Do you copy? Over. Hard copy, Black 1. What's your sitrep? Over. Red 1, we have a jailbreak. Tangos are climbing walls and up onto the roof. They're above our line of fire. Over. Repeat, Black 1. Did you say that tangos are climbing the walls? Over. That's an affirmative, Red 1. Tangos are scaling the walls. It's like a nest of spiders just broke out. I'm seeing hundreds of the damn things. Over. Hard copy, Black 1. Wait 1. Over. Solid copy, Red 1. Russ brought his M4 up and began to fire on the climbing creatures. The variants were quick, with their disjointed limbs working to grip and climb the walls. They had just made it back to their original position when movement from the dust cloud caught Russ's attention as hundreds of variants flooded out of the opening.
Enemy front!
Someone yelled into their mic. The saw machine guns opened fire on the rushing creatures, tearing into the diseased flesh. But Russ knew within moments of engagement that they were fighting a losing battle. The variants just kept pouring out of the brown fog. Russ watched as several of the leading creatures took multiple kill shots to the torso, with no seeming effect. And when they did get a head or spine shot, there were 5 more of the damn things that took the dead one's place. It was a tsunami of infected monsters that seemed to have no end.
Fall back!
Russ yelled, then punched his PTT button. "Red one, this is Black one, we're falling back." Before he could get an answer, a variant suddenly landed not 10 meters in front of him. The creature hit the pavement with such force that its torso exploded, sending infected blood and goo flying in every direction. Confused, Russ looked up in the air, trying to figure out where the body had come from. "Shit! Run!" Russ screamed. The variants on the roof, under strafing machine gun fire from a newly arrived Osprey, were throwing themselves out at the Marines. Russ ran, putting as much distance between the Forum and himself as he could. Looking over his shoulder, he watched as 3 of his men were overrun by the advancing horde, and one of them was crushed by a suicidal variant that came crashing down from the roof. Marines turned and fired, but there were too many to stop. Russ and his remaining men made it to a second line of vehicles. They had lost one of their saws to the horde and expended half their ammunition. It was a futile battle, but there was nowhere left to go. Headlights suddenly lit up from behind them, casting long shadows onto the variants. Russ looked back and saw almost a dozen Humvees and MRAPs rushing across the parking lot. FOB Hawthorne had arrived. Vehicles screeched to a stop behind Russ, and the Marines inside pushed forward, their guns firing at the variant throng. It felt like the stage at a cheap theater. Headlights from the vehicles shone brightly at the building. The elongated shadows of the advancing Marines danced across the walls of the Forum. The horde paused as the intense white beams temporarily blinded them. A couple Humvee-mounted .50 caliber M2 machine guns, as well as dozens